Eu estava a falar numa num show por 2 minutos, portanto há de ser logo aqui. Há um limite da coisa.
Now 7 minutes to start. Free surfers out there, please catch the last one and everybody must now clear the competition area. Where we done, there are just under 7 minutes to start. Pedir agora a todos os free surfers que apanhassem as vossas últimas ondas e se dirigissem à praia. Estamos com menos de 7 minutos para isso.
Já ninguém joga mal. E daria sempre da gente. Estar a ver se
Vinha esta semana toda. Durante a semana toda. Sim.
Under 5 minutes to start, under 5 minutes to start, remaining free surfers cleared area now. Under 5 minutes to start. 5 minutos para o início, e agora aos restantes free surfers que começassem a sair da área de competição, por favor. Obrigado. Under 4 minutes to start. Once again, remaining free surfers must now, all of you, clear the competition area immediately now, please. Thank you. Então, os free surfers que saíssem da competição imediatamente. Estamos a menos de 4 minutos para isso. Follow the instructions from our Water Patrol. Bom dia à nossa Water Patrol. Sigam as instruções da nossa Water Patrol, por favor. minutes to start, and in 3 minutes to start. No more surfing is allowed. Surfers in the heat hold on to your positions. And in 3 minutes to start. Remaining free surfers, please don't pedal back out. Everybody can...
Good morning and welcome to Portugal. QS competition resumes on the beautiful shores of Costa de Caparica. It's the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 and day 2 of our waiting period this week. We had a pretty fun and entertaining day yesterday that was challenged by a little lack of energy. This morning we're thinking energy in the ocean, a bit more, energy in the studio. Great.
Through the roof, Paul, on both counts. Absolutely, yeah, there's new waves coming. You can feel the energy. You can see the little lines out past those little forts in Lisbon. There's waves on the back banks. The free surfers have been out there ripping the Nar, and I reckon we're going to go have a great day of waves, Paul. I'm very, very excited.
Also joining myself and Ben Mundy, Chico Alves, our local expert, here to assess conditions, tides, swell. How are we feeling about the waves today, mate?
Today, I think on the high tide, we're going to have good waves.
You've gone there
I said
again.
the same, but we went on old. So I think today it's the day that we're going to have some good reforms on the inside on the high tide because we have a lot more swell on the way.
We'll see about that.
I just think
yesterday you said high tide was great. They just stopped, didn't it? Completely.
We went.
Yeah.
Yes, the event was on standby. So I think today I'm going to get that call right. So yeah,
cool.
Can't wait.
Should we check out the forecast and see what the ocean's throwing at us? We've kind of had this like positive feeling about waves all week, and today was where it kind of doubled in size. And you know, here we go. Look at these numbers. What do you think?
Well, much better. Yeah, bigger, I would say, basically. And the bigger the number, the bigger the waves, I would say. So we've got the size there from 1.5 to 2.4 metres. Big discrepancy. The period, I think, is the not the one on the little number on the right. So, yeah, basically it looks to be getting bigger all day, doesn't it, Chico? And probably, at least, a couple of feet on yesterday, I'd imagine.
Well, I think the swell is going to fill in on the afternoon when the tide changes and the high tide comes. I think we're going to see the bigger waves on the afternoon.
2.4 meters. That almost sounds too big.
Yeah, for me for sure. For you, Ben?
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I would stay on shore.
All right. Well, let's go down and hear the call from Joanna Garnell.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Ugu. So, what do we have today?
So good morning to all. We're going to start with the round of women, okay, the 8 heats, and then we go straight to the men's. It's a long day of waves. So.
And how are the conditions looking for today?
Looking good, much better than yesterday. Yesterday when we stopped the comp was kind of very bad winds and not so good, so it was a good call for sure. Waves are picking up. Also the wind's going to turn offshore, so looking great.
So we have a very exciting day coming for us, right?
Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Also, the swell's going to pick up. Let's see if it's not too much for handle this wave. But at least we have waves offshore, sun incoming afternoon. So I think all good for today.
Well, we can't wait. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Waves are picking up. Winds going offshore. Could Live possibly... How could Live get better, Ben, from your point of view?
I don't think it could. The high tide, the waves will get great, so Chico keeps saying. It's all coming our way. Hugo, he's the man that knows. Hasn't got the top bun in. Just wore the cap backwards today. He likes to mix it up. I like that. And yeah, very capable.
There might be a bun under the hat.
Yeah, under bun. He knows this stretch of the coast inside out, one of the great bodyboarders of Portugal. So yeah, all thumbs up. Let's do this, I say.
All right, let's set our first heat out in the water. We'll see Belle Betteridge of the UK, Naya Milo of France, and a couple of Dutch women, Tiara van der Hals and Charlotte van Berkem. And already a little number underway for Belle Betteridge. Here she goes.
Yeah, quick surfing by Belle. First wave of the morning at 267 for her. So quick start, just a quick snap there. So the judges here setting the scale for the day. And yeah, great to start with the woman surfing.
Belle, of course, hailing from North Devon, Croyd, one of the sort of power centres of the UK surf scene. Ben, is that one of the many UK surf breaks you're officially banned from? Are you allowed to surf there, or are you still okay? You're okay to
sneak
Croyd?
out there.
Okay.
Under the cover of darkness.
The problems start a little bit further west.
Yeah, west and south, and a bit of north as well.
You still
yeah,
fit there.
Belle's yeah, I think she's under 16 UK champion. She rides. I think she's on a skin dog surfboard there. So yeah, Belle's one of the up and coming sort of coterie from the UK. Ooh, tight knit pack, all travelling together over here. They train together, surf together, good mates. So yeah, we'll see how Belle goes. Only young, bright future.
Quick effort there from Naya. Looks like we're favouring the right-hander this morning. Chico, let's delve into your expertise. Mainly rights at this stage, just low tide sandbar with this swell direction. What are we thinking? Bit of both?
Yeah, I think they will sit more on that right peak, but we've seen guys yesterday move a bit further down the beach to the middle and catch some lefts too. So I think the main strategy would be staying on the right, and if you're losing your heat, just move down the beach and try to find something. I think that's what surfers did yesterday, and I think they're going to keep doing it today. So two things are for sure. If you need a score, they move to the middle of the beach, and when you want to get good waves, you wait for the high tide.
You can see the bank there. It's a good shot of it, isn't it? Big rip next to the groin there, and then that right-hand bank just following that line down the sand, really well defined, and the right tide and the right swell. It could be really, really fun. There's a lot of deep water, isn't it, and then that rip on the side. Good for paddling out, Paul.
Thinking of tides, we've got a couple of metres of swing. Let's check out exactly what we're looking at throughout the day. Here we go, 4th of April. Pretty sure that's today. And there we go. High tide was very early this morning. The low, that's in around about an hour or so's time. 2.7 metres of swing, quite a lot. The high, 3:45 this afternoon. Chico Alves guarantees that's when the surf's going to be good here.
Yeah, 3:45, it's going to be the best part of the day. We're going to have reforms, we're going to have the swell. The wind can be a bit sideshore in the afternoon, but it's actually great for Costa because it gets punchy and there's a couple of wedges on the inside.
On the wind. We were promised all day offshores yesterday, and guess what? That was a lie. Because howled on shore.
I think we have sideshore for today too, in the afternoon. I think it says. But anyway, Costa is a place that handles a lot of winds. You don't need to surf offshore to have fun waves. So I think if it's some good punchy reforms with some size, and even if it's sideshore, it's really rippable. So we've seen last year it was sideshore, and they had like a couple of airs and really good turns on the last day in the morning, I think.
Who in the studio's love for professional surfing is so deep and profound that they stayed up last night to watch the Belle's Dawn Patrol?
I did.
With Joe.
I recorded it.
Rosie and Richie Lovett.
Richie Lovett. I watched it. Yeah. They were talking about the cut line, and
I bet they were.
They were.
Yeah.
I bet they were.
I bet they were, yeah. A lot of cut line chat.
And yeah, they were talking about how hectic is having Stephanie Gilmore in that position again at this point of the year. I feel like Stephanie really wakes up on the second half of the year, which is not really great in terms of cut line.
Because you don't have to tune in live. It's available at worldsurfing.com. You can catch it. But you have to question your commitment if you don't watch live. If you're just watching replays of it, I would say use your heart really in it. Here's Betteridge, smashes it, nice second turn, and gets it done. So a little combo from her. She's already got the high number of this thus far, the 267. And she'll extend that lead right now. Here goes Naya. Throwing up some shapes. A quick hit for her. She just found a short piece of wave and it cooperated. She tags it and gets a completion.
As we see the replay of Naya Milhão, a quick hit off the top, throwing a bit of the fins there. So nice turn for Naya, a small wave, really hard to serve. As you see Bell here with a quick carve there, trying to get speed on the line and gets another one there. So I think, is this a make? That last turn?
Yeah, I'm giving that.
Thumbs
up. Yeah.
I don't know if the judges are going to
That's
score this last turn.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's right on the money there. But yeah, Naya here with a quick hit off the top, looking really loose. That board and with a lot of speed, which is always great when the waves are this small. And yeah, can't wait to see the swell feeling, so they have a bit more push on the waves.
Without meaning to pry, why do you hate Dawn Patrol so much with Joe, Rosie and Richie? Why'd you boycott?
I just was too late, Paul.
You actually
I was tucked up in bed. I was getting ready for the big day of pro surfing in Portugal.
I heard
I can't do it all, mate.
You had a browser open, and when the theme music came on, you just clicked, it just shut Safari.
Just down, out.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, it's not the surfing, it's just the people that are doing the show. Nah, yeah, I knew there was no swell. I had the inside word, had a bit of word on the street.
Yeah.
And I heard there wasn't going to be any waves, so I thought I'd save it. Or, you know, I like to go in the morning show straight into the live action. That's the way I prefer to do it, Paul. Except when you're on it, when I boycott it entirely. How is the forecast looking for bells? You watch the Dawn Patrol.
I was going to ask that just
about
then.
that?
I was going to ask that just then. I think it's great on the high tide too.
Yeah, so I think it starts off kind of small, and then by the end of the week, might get some bells. Might get in the bowl of bells, the bells bowl.
Yep.
I don't know. Just saying words. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just
Who
saying
cares?
words.
All I care about is Caparica Surf Fest.
Yeah, me too.
Right now, 15.5 on the clock. Bell Betteridge did get it back up to 2. Naya, she's got a couple of numbers though. She's in the lead. Here goes Van der Hals. Backhand attack. A little out on the face, but with some good speed. And we'll follow her from above. She negotiates a bit of deeper water. She's on, well, she's gone a long way, but manages to get another turn done and maybe a finish. She's done a lot of manoeuvres here.
A lot of action from Tiara. She's working with Beric de Vries, another one of the Dutch surfers, under the tutelage of the qualifying series veteran. I like a bit of what I do like in the morning, you come down quite early, probably the same as Bells. There's that sort of the equivalent of a car park sort of chat, you know, in the pre-comp dawn. I had a bit of a chat to Beric about what Tiara was up to. We saw Justin Becret, didn't we, Chico? If you see Tiara here, she just did a lot of action, she said, not a whole lot of points, I would imagine.
What is she up to?
Who?
Tiara.
Tiara, she's she's her first proper QS, so she's just starting off in the world of surfing. She was a bit nervous. She had a quick surf. Beric asked if the water was cold. She said, I don't know. She thought it was a strange response given that she'd just been in the water. Then we had a chat to Becret. Becret's main goal this morning was to get out before Hopkins. He rushed down, he set his alarm, he rushed down, he saw Yolanda doing some stretches. He was the first one, then he ran down to beat her in the water, yelling at high volume. She said
she was annoyed.
She'd already had a surf and she was just doing some stretches. He said he's just going to give up on the whole thing in pro surfing. But it sparked some good conversation. And incidentally, I'll tell you what, that Twitter is firing up, isn't it, Paul? Because immediately as I talk about car parks, we've got Morgan down in Jan Jark saying, loving Caparica coverage. Got a question for the both of you, straight off the bat on the car park chat. What's your favourite sort of surfing car parks of the world? He's saying, you know, where is that place? Often it's a big part of surfing, isn't it? That the car park hang, kind of integral to the fabric of the surfing culture. And he's asking both of you, what's your favourite car parks?
I've got several contenders for joint least favourite car parks.
Right, that's a different question. If you want to take a negative spin on it, Paul, then yeah, you go for that.
Yeah. I mean, I like I like a nice view, obviously. The view's a big part of it, isn't it? You can be in your car, particularly in winter, particularly when it's raining. You got the windscreen wipers going. You can still be in your car all tucked up, going through your pre-surf routine, whatever that might be. It's nice if you can actually see the waves, I feel. So anywhere with a good view, really.
Okay, so A, you answered a different question. B, you haven't answered the question. Are you saying any car park with a view?
Chico, favourite car parks in Portugal to check the waves from?
Oh, anywhere, really, anywhere in the world.
I'm asking Francisco.
I actually like the ones that are really close to the beach and I can see the waves.
Yeah.
Because I don't need to move from my car.
Yeah.
The ones that you just need to walk like ages and you get there and it's bad. Yeah, makes you feel worse about the decision of checking that spot.
Yeah, this is all great. Have you got any specifics in your actual car parks rather than the general parameters of what makes a good car park?
First one I can think about is Pedra Branca. It's just,
yeah, that's a classic
you see
car
it
park.
from above and you're like on the car listening to your own song.
Yeah.
You don't need to listen to anything else. Just
Good
your own
hang.
song, look through the window and see a perfect left. So that's the first one. The second one is like a little ramp we have in Costa. Just like 2 beaches down the road, and I can really see from there too, where I could put the car up and I check the waves. I love that one. And there's one up north that you can actually see from the car. So yeah, those 3 are my main car parks.
Great car park chat. There's 11:20 to go in this. It's our French woman, Naya Milo, at the moment with the lead over Belle Betteridge from Grand Bretagne, from Great Britain. Those two at the moment heading through to the next round. A lot of action yet to come. Join us some more live from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Yeah, no way.
Welcome back to the beach. It's a Tuesday morning. Yeah, slight overcast haze over the fair city of Lisbon. We're hoping for sunshine this afternoon. Winds look favourable. Swells on the rise, shining brightly as that sun just pokes through from the hinterland. Naya Milo of France, your heat leader, looking to consolidate with some sharp shredding. Saw in her corner, I think Alain Rioux just keeping a beady eye on things this morning. Offering some coaching for the French down here. Caparica once again. And so far, so good for her. She's got an early lead. Not enormous numbers on the board thus far. Belle Betteridge with that second place position. She's got priority. And our Dutch pair, Van der Hulst and Van Berkem. High score is from Tiara Van der Hulst. She's in the white. She's got that 3-2. Let's have a look here at Naya.
Yeah, winds up off the bottom and quick hit there. Great style from Naya. I think they're going to score that well because it was a meaty section for the day that we have in hand until now. And yeah, she looks really quick down the line. So I think it's going to be a great score.
Who is the tweet from? Car Parks?
Morgan and Jan Juck.
Morgan in Jan Juck. Yeah, I've got my car park.
Okay, what is it, Paul?
I'm actually going to deviate from a view-based theme, though.
Isn't that, yep.
This one doesn't have the greatest view, but you just really feel, particularly if you get the good spot, like a VIP. Let's check out Van Berkem here on a weird wave. You see the wobble in front? Not good news. Doesn't want that. Unable to get out in the open face. I'm going to go with Mandaka, classic. You know, the little tiny one in the square. If you can get in there, and if you can get that spot in the corner.
And if you can win the lottery.
No, but it happens more often than you think, because everyone thinks, I won't get in there.
Rockstar, yeah.
And you get that one right in the corner, closest to the wave,
Yeah.
and you go, fine, I'm going to get dropped in on every wave. I'm just going to watch
Doesn't matter.
loads of other people
I'm
get
already ahead.
barreled. I'm going to get freezing cold and just come in frustrated, but look at my car park. All right, live action. Here goes Van der Hulst. Great looking wave for her. Off the top. Wow, really
Wow.
nice. Van der Hulst. What do you think, guys? Help me out here.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that Mundaka. Whenever you come to that Mundaka car park, you get a sort of, it's a great vibe. You've got excitement. You've got, you know, that view. And yeah, if you get that top spot, yeah, I like it.
Ben, favourite car parks?
I got a few. So you see that nice, yeah, little sharp turn there from Tiara. The Lennox Head car park in Australia. It's quite a high vantage point. And if you've seen those waves just
High centre of
roll-
gravity?
Huh?
High centre of gravity?
Yeah, you got the incredible view. The waves reeling down that point. It's quite a sight. I like that. And another one that gives me a little bit of a, even now thinking about a little sort of funny in the tummy kind of feeling, is the Nalu car park, which is, you got to drive up and you get a glimpse of it. And if you're surfing out there, it means it's pretty solid, and you get very nervous, but there's a lot of sort of chat. A lot of people just sort of hang in the car park because they don't want to go surfing. There's a lot of good bants in that car park. A lot of
Fish scales.
fish scales.
guts.
There's beers getting cracked. There's all sorts of sort of big equipment, sort of major sort of earth-moving equipment.
tails.
There's lots of beards and men and women and just yeah, general vibe. I like Nalu car park.
Good chat. 6:20 to go in this. Numbers are in. Guess what? Tiara Van der Hulst, a 5-5 for the backhand attack. Massive. So a couple of points clear of the next best scoring ride from any of her adversaries. That's bad news for Belle Betteridge now in third. She's still got time. Looking for the 4-2-3. So a little jump in quality. Shiko, judges rewarding that, essentially going from the bottom of the wave into the top, we feel.
Yeah, I just feel she had a good strategy for this heat. She started off at the middle of the beach, and then she posted that 3.2, which was the best score of the heat until then. And then, I don't know, maybe Barry told her to move back to the right where they are surfing. And first thing when she gets there, she gets that 5-5. So great wave for Tiara, and making sure every time she stands up on her surfboard and has the opportunity, she's going to put something on the board. So 2 waves, first place, looking great. As we see her again pedaling for this wave, she looks really in tune with Costa. Great snap. I'm loving that all-Mary feeling under her feet. Looks really loose, but at the same time with a lot of drive and speed. And yeah, for her first QS, right? She's looking really composed, I think. So great to see her rip this first heat.
Tweets are firing up, aren't they, after that car park chat?
They love it.
Yeah, I've got one here from Isabella. Also in Torquay, a lot of interest down there in Torquay at the moment.
Weird, they're actually on the beach at Bells, but rather than watching the world's best surfers practice, they're tuning into Caparica Surf Fest.
Yeah, well, the
It's not
car park
weird.
at Bells Beach is another one that's, you know, iconic. We're not going to talk about this one. She's saying, look, yeah, car park chat's great, but I prefer a walk-in to a surf break.
Some people call it a hike in America.
Yeah,
Hiking.
yeah. Well, a hike's a bit longer, isn't it? A hike, yeah, any type of walk. She says, yeah, what's your favourite sort of walks into a surf spot? You know, some of those spots you have to. I mean, this is not up your street, I know, Shiko, yeah,
He
favourite
likes
walks.
walking.
Yeah, he does. He likes hiking. Yeah. Surf spot. Pedro Branco
This
is his
is-
favourite hike.
Hike
to a
tight.
surf.
Hike down the hill.
This is a little bit problematic, though, Isabella, because a lot of the great walking spots are also a little bit hush-hush.
Ah, mate, there's
So
no
we're not going to
secrets.
burn
There's
them
no
now with
secrets in the
millions
surf world, Paul.
millions of people tuning in on the World Wide Web. What's going on here? That board change?
I think she's going for a hike.
Yeah, I don't want to, you know, because a lot of the...
Come on. You can
Just
No,
tell
no,
us
Can I
one.
say one that I'd like to do that I've never done? Shipston's Bluff looks like a good
Oh,
hike
I've done
down,
that.
doesn't it? Have you done that
yeah,
one?
I've done that hike.
That looks good.
It's a little bit long, I'd say, but it is
8K?
It's absolutely beautiful, but yeah, it's just a little bit long. Yeah.
I mean, you got your classic Ulus.
Yeah.
Classic Ulus.
Yeah.
Down the cliffs, down the stairs at the end. That's a good one. And then you still got a ways to go. Low tide, you've got to walk up quite a long way over the reef. Ouch.
I'd say the Aussie Pipe one, down another Australian one. It's like a 25-minute walk through the a nature reserve, beautiful forest. You can't really see it, and then you sort of go through, and then you come out and you see it. It's a great little half hour. I reckon is optimum for a surf hike. And a bit longer, you start getting a little bit, you know, any shorter, it's not really a hike in my eyes. What about you, Shiko?
Well, I think if it's really short, I would love it. I don't like long walks before I go surf. I just like a quick one, like maybe 2 minutes max. I don't know. I just feel like the breaks here in Portugal are all really close to the coast. And yeah, in Australia, maybe you have more like natural reserves and places where you cannot really drive in. So I think it's natural that you need to walk a bit more.
Check the recap. Van der Hulst, she's looked good.
Yeah, she bit of a slow start, and then she warmed up. This wave was the first wave, and it was long, but it wasn't a particularly high score. But she got off the board, and then I think it was the second wave where she really showed what she's got, just a little bit more class, a bit more aggression, and got her right back in the heat. That's sort of second spot was the one now up for grabs. You can see she looked a bit disappointed. Nahia, she's just had really good style. She doesn't have the best waves, but you can just tell that she's got a bit more fins out, a bit more sort of radical approach.
She actually parked at Almada and walked in this morning, walked down the cliff there.
Yeah.
Had a great time.
Yeah, she hiked it in. And then that was the best wave of the heat from Tiara, 5.5.
Massive.
So she is up there and she's going again.
Here we go, your heat leader. Bang, tags it. Doesn't get that one done. Meanwhile, Van Berkem having a little look around, looks slightly confused. That's just the sort of section she's looking to hit. She's still got it over a minute. It's not a massive requirement. She needs a 5. Let's see what happened here.
We see White upper riding late to that occasion, and Charlotte here with a quick float. I've seen some clips of Charlotte. She surfs really good, but not really finding herself on this occasion here today. I think she likes when there's a bit more push on the waves, yeah, having a bit of a shocker on this heat. So really close heat, yeah, great surfing by Naya and Tiara.
30 on the clock now. Here goes your heat leader, looking to consolidate with second priority. Bit of a wobbly, weird wave. Does a little zigzag. Won't add to her numbers there, but thinking about getting out and getting a 5.5. No one's really come close to that elsewhere in this heat. Belle Betteridge, she needs to get a 4.23 now, and she's counting down from 10. She needs to go something. It's not a big number for her. She's just been a little bit starved away. She started off busy, got 3 waves early on, and then she's been quiet in the back half of this heat. And it's going to cost her, because that will be the horn. And that's it. So it's Van der Hulst and Milo who will advance into the next round. We'll lose Betteridge and Van Berkem at this stage. It's the round of 48 of the women. And our first heat of the day all wrapped up. A Tuesday morning in Caparica. It's, well, still fairly modest right now. It's supposed to pick up throughout the day with favourable winds and conditions. We're looking at possibly our best afternoon even, certainly the early part of the week. Coming up later today, let's see how all that unfolds. There's the official results. Van der Hulst, Milo getting it done. We've got some great looking heats coming up. Laura Coviella, Giada Legatti, Camila Cardoso, Mirna Bolsma. That's coming up live from the Caparica Surf Fest. Stay tuned.
No way.
Welcome back to live action from Costa de Caparica. We are motoring through the round of 48 of the women's division, starting off this QS 1000 of the European Qualifying Series. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Philippe Jervis. Philippe, mate, you've come in, you've had a look, you've seen the surroundings. Give us your hot take on the current situation. I want the weather, I want the waves, I want the vibe.
Good morning, Ben. Good morning, everyone at home. It's slightly improving throughout the day. It's a bit chilly still, but and the swell is not totally here. We already see some glimpses of that little new swell that is building up throughout the day. The tide is kind of low, but it's going to be a fun day of competition. I'm pretty sure we're going to finish it off with some great waves and great weather, because it's kind of chilly, but definitely it's going to be sunny for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you can feel the sun starting to burn off that bit of fog, that bit of mist. And we've got the swell coming in, you're right, so high later on today, low tide at 9 o'clock, so you think it might actually be a little bit wobbly till then, and after the push, it might sort itself out as that new swell comes in. Still plenty of opportunities. This right-hand bank just probably needs a mid-tide rather than a dead low or a big high, but there's still opportunities. You can see those little wedges sort of popping up, and we've got 4 girls or women really interested in this one. First off, getting Giada Legati. She just gets one little click off the top, tries to finish it off but can't. Laura Coviella, bit of a big wave charger, known for surfing down the Canary Islands, made a bit of a name for herself down there. It's a really great all-rounder. We've also got Camilla Cardoso, the local hope, and that's Camilla having a look at that one, and that might have been a paddle. See if she loses priority. And it was. So there's a mistake straight off the bat, something that all the coaches just say the last thing you want to do, but she might make amends. She doesn't. So yeah, she might be actually she's got a fair bit of distance away from the girls, so that she can put a pad off anyway if she wants, if she's distanced herself. Interesting strategy there, Philippe. What do you think about that? If she has decided to make a move and get away off that peak.
Yeah, because where she's sitting, it breaks a little further out the back, and there's a few opportunities, not as much as here, even though the wave is shorter and a bit more powerful. Where she's sitting is a bit softer, but there's not too many waves coming in, but she's alone, and sometimes it pays off. We saw yesterday a couple of guys doing that, especially on the high tide, just running away from that little wedge on the right. But right now, I haven't watched the ocean for a long time, so I can give a straight answer to make sure it's a good call or not. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see if it pays off for Camila.
Yeah, well, someone that did pay off for in the last heat, and is the winner of that last heat, and she's down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell. Or is it Chico Alves?
Yeah, good morning. Tiara, last heat winner. You said you felt a bit lost out there. Did you start, what was your heat strategy? Because I think I saw you starting your heat a bit more to the middle of the beach.
Yeah, I first wanted to catch a wave in the middle and then come in and sit with the other girls, but that didn't work out. So I just went over there and caught a wave. So I'm happy I did that.
I think you actually had a good heat strategy. You first had the best score of the heat until then, and then you got a 5. So I think you looked really good out there. What was the board choice for today?
Thank you. I chose the Happy Every Day. It's a 5.3. Yeah, it's for small waves. So I guess it worked, and I'm happy with that.
Only your second QS in your life. Feeling any nerves?
I'm just super excited to be here, get experience and learn new things. Yeah. So.
You're looking great, so congrats for the next, good luck for the next round, and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, Tiara, second ever QS. By the sound of her accent, we need to get a bit more information, and I will get Beric de Vries to fill me in. Sounds like she spent a lot of time in America and must have some, I'd imagine, a bit of Dutch heritage. And she's coming over here to Europe to explore that heritage and to get some experience. We see Laura Coviella just can't finish that one off. And yeah, over here for the experience. And yeah, it's great to see these sort of new sort of stars pop up. So she's surfing great. So we'll see Now she gets on. Bit of a mistake there potentially from Laura. That could have had an end section here. She could have finished it off.
Yeah, she did really well. Nice bottom turn. Unfortunately, I think she didn't actually believe it. That she didn't look too committed, and ended up getting stuck. Yeah, this is definitely a great contest to start off your QS life and your grinding life, because there's always some fun waves. There's a lot of good people, a lot of good waves around, a lot of good surfers, and it's great to get some experience, great to learn a little. So nice for Tiara, and we're gonna see. I'm pretty sure, especially on this round, we have plenty of new surfers and new girls just trying to get that WQS experience. So it's a great contest to be here. So
absolutely. And none of these four surfers able to get any sort of strong start as yet. The one sort of maybe advantage of that sort of sitting a little bit on her own is it's a bit more clear water, isn't it? You can see the rip and the sort of wobble on this bank. It means that Philippe, it sort of comes up. They're quite sharp and quick, aren't they? But they're a little bit wobbly, whereas I think Camilla sitting a bit further down the beach is, you know, it's smoother, but they're not quite as fast.
Yeah, it's not. If you get a bit of an opportunity where they're sitting that little wedge, sometimes there's a couple of short and powerful waves. Where Camilla is sitting is a bit further back. The waves are a bit softer. So I don't know. We're still waiting to see if Camilla gets any wave there, just to try and figure out as we see up and riding.
Yeah,
Mirna Boylsma from the Netherlands as well. Couple two-turn combo. Unfortunately, she went down on the second one, but yeah, a bit of a potential on that wave. A little bit of a wall, and sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, you saw that sort of at the start. It just had a nice clean face and a bit of push. She didn't really take advantage of it. Laura Cobiella making the same kind of mistakes. So there's opportunities that just haven't quite been able to finish off their turns or get even one big turn in. That's why they're all sort of bunched around the 2-point mark at the moment. Except for Camillo, who hasn't had a chance to get a wave as yet. You see live action, so that's Laura going again on this little wedge. Sort of safe first turn. And she's trying to find the end. And all at the back, that's a bit more like it from Giada. And she's still going. Trying to finish it off. So it's all a bit hit and miss here at the moment. No surfer being... Whoa, we just see ya. Talk about hit and miss. That was a hit and a miss. So Camilla going down the hole. See what happened there. She's all right, of course. She back up. I think she might be changing strategy now. 10 minutes into the heat.
It looked like a bit of a wipeout.
It really did.
As you can see, the wave a little softer, but still has some... Oh, she missed it there. So the wave wasn't that bad. So might be a good strategy for Camilla, as we see Laura just doing carving out the back and unfortunately getting stuck behind the white section. And Giada from Italy, a couple of snaps as well, as we see here. Nice first snap. Her technique is really nice. She has a really nice style. Unfortunately, the wave just doesn't have that wall that allowed her to go as big as she wanted. So. We also have another wave by the Dutch surfer. Nice. This is the replay on the wave before. So a nice floater and then finish it off. Unfortunately, went down on the last turn, so just a 1.83. So still a pretty low scoring affair here, Ben.
Yeah, just not quite. That wave, she had that little double up section, and that meant so the left-hander coming towards her was traveling at a bit of speed, and she just couldn't finish it off. Yeah, it does look like Legati from the Italian. It's the best sort of style at the moment. I mean, in terms of getting up and getting a bit of spray. She's got a small heat total in the lead, but it's tiny. And we're seeing the girls just repositioning. Some went back in and paddle out against the break wall, using that rip to get back on this peak. We might see a bit of that throughout the course of the day, especially as the surf gets bigger. It's a really nice sort of easy paddle out next to the break wall, which helps things.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of water moving there. There's a lot of current just because it's near the ground, as you said, and it's sometimes it's hard to read the ocean when there's so much water moving. You can't actually see which waves are the good ones. So it's not easy, as we see here the Italian surfing looking at this left.
Yes, on the forehand, nice first turn. Really like the style, as you say, but that wave just petering out. Those lefts into the rip bowl. We might see a few more of those. Maybe not worth a crack potentially. I still think if you can just get those little rights that have a bit more push, and you only need 2 turns, don't you, Philippe?
Oh yeah.
You don't need a whole lot of long waves. Laura Coviella just trying to get her mojo back.
Yeah, judges will love if you get a 2-turn combo, 2-turn strong combo, instead of doing a few cutbacks on the flat part of the wave. So if you find that little right-handers, as you see the left as well, this one has a bit of a wall. Nice first turn by Mirna, but as you said, the wave just goes straight into straight into that deep water, and just but yeah, still managed to do one strong turn.
Yeah, probably the best time we've seen the whole heat. And so she's only chasing a tiny score. She'll get it. Yeah, had a nice little section. Just a shame didn't have that second bonus. Still to cut back, but not much points. But yeah, that first turn was where the best wave we've seen.
Nice bottom turn, straight into a nice snap off the top, and then one more carving just to finish this one off. And that might be one of the best waves of the heat, if not, at least, as you said, best turn of the heat so far. So as we see Laura, unfortunately, getting stuck on that wave as well. So
yeah, there was some spray, wasn't there, on that backhand turn? The first sort of real amount of spray we've seen. So I would reckon Myrna will be right back in this heat. See the swell filling in. And more water getting thrown around. A little insider here for Laura, and she's sticking those ones, but that's not a good wave, not a good choice. She's got time, she needs to regather herself, start thinking about the wave selection. You're going to get plenty of opportunities out here, so you can be a little bit more picky.
Yeah, as I said, it's not easy to read the ocean because there's a lot of water moving. It's hard, and the tide is super low. There's peaks everywhere. But yeah, if you need a bigger score, you just have to wait and try to find that little wave that allows you to go with 2 turns or something like that. As you see, Mirna, best wave of the heat, 4.17 with that backside turn. Nice backside turn from Giada as well. So these two just showing a little bit of a difference throughout the heat, and comparing to the two on the bottom side of the heat, as we see here the replay of the Italian surfer.
Yeah, at least finishing off a wave, clicked it off the top, didn't need a huge score. So we'll see if Giada went in. Yeah, 4.17 was for that one turn of Myrna. That's been the sort of highlight of what's been a pretty average heat, to be honest. And she's just put a bit of class on it and got the lead courtesy of that. Camila Cardoso really needs to get back in there. She's still got 10 minutes. It's enough time with the amount of waves coming in, but she needs to do it. She's effectively got a 10-minute heat coming her way.
Yeah, that's the thing about her strategy. You're saying there's a lot of waves coming, not where she's sitting. There's a lot of waves here where they are all seated. There's a couple of opportunities. You just need to find that little corner with a bit of a wall. Where Camila is, there's not too many opportunities. Obviously, she's alone. Any wave that comes, she can choose to go, but there's not as many opportunities as there is on this sandbank. So it's going to be interesting to see the last 10 minutes of this heat.
Yeah. Well, we are going to see how it plays out. There's 9 minutes on the clock. There's a bit of a short gap as these girls regather. They've got 9 minutes to get back in the game. But while they do that, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right?
Yeah. No way.
Welcome back to a beautiful, beautiful shores of Costa de Caparica. That drone shot showing us the lines marching in to this little section of the beach here where we're set up for the week, all the way through to Easter Saturday. The Costa de Caparica, Caparica Surf Fest is go. We've started off today in the round 48 of the women's. We've had one heat, and the second heat just coming down in the last 7 minutes. As it stands, Giada Legati, the Italian, is out in front. And we've got Myrna Balsama just in second place. Laura Copiola and Camilla Cardoso chasing some scores. Not a high-scoring affair, Philippe Jervis, but maybe, just maybe, we might get that little, the flurry at the end that we need.
Yeah, there's almost less than 7 minutes remaining, but we're still waiting to see that two-turn combo, just to see that little bit of a higher score on this hit. It's anyone's game right now, as we see Camila. Oh, that would be a nice turn by Camila Cardoso. Unfortunately, she goes down. It's not normal for her. She usually lands these turns really well. She's really strong, as we see. That would be a nice finishing turn. Just left her body a little on the back foot, unfortunately, and wasn't able to hold on that whitewash. So it's going to be a throwaway for Camila as well, 1.33. So tough time for Camila right now.
Yeah, pretty close, wouldn't she? If she'd made that, because it was one of the bigger waves we've seen of the heat.
And one of the bigger turns as well.
And one of the bigger turns was aggressive, so the judges really would have paid it, but she just couldn't land it. And yeah, so unfortunately for Camilla, she's got to go back out there. But it does show that's all she needs. One of those waves, set waves, you do one big turn.
Yeah, she's by herself. She's out there by herself, so it's a little easier to try and figure out and find your opportunity. So there's not too many waves, but still she's by herself and she can choose which wave she wants. As we see Green up and riding, she was happy with the first left she got, and now she's trying to get another one. And the wave just gets a little bit on the deep part of the sandbank, but she managed to kind of connect it all the way through, almost to the grind.
Yeah,
it's pretty close. It's pretty close, I think.
You might find that little left, as she's found out. Just here, thought there might be a section she missed. That was a one section. After that, we thought she'd get one in here, but it just went a bit fat and wobbly. So you never know, those little lefts are starting to sort of show up. She got her best wave on that same part of the bank. You see it there, just sort of hit quite hard, but it's just it's too much deep water there, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty close to the grind, but actually the wave just kind of doubled up and hit the sandbank pretty well. Unfortunately, as soon as you get that on that closer part to the ground, it just gets super deep, and the wave just loses all its wall and ended up just fading away. So as we see here, Blue up and riding on a right-hander. Unfortunately, not too much to work with on that one. So 4 minutes still. It's a low-scoring affair heat, so it's anyone's game right now. They just need to try and find that opportunity that allows you to get a couple of turns, as we see the Italian team.
Yeah, the brains trust there going. Pretty happy with Legati's efforts so far. Not entirely comfortable. As you say, the surf in fourth only needs a 4.27, so the spread's really, really narrow. One single turn can change this completely. And they're all spread out. 3.5 minutes on the clock. See that sun starting to peer out, those clouds disappearing, giving that blue shine. And here we goes Laura Coviella. She has a look at that. She has priority. Not sure if that will be count as a, yeah. She's going to lose that. Yeah. So still 3 minutes on the clock and some big sets. Well, not big, but some new sets approaching. Just closing out on the bank though. See the energy starting to fill in.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for the swell. This always happens in Portugal. You either get the swell earlier, like you could see a glimpse of swell yesterday, but as we see, I'll be back on that, as we see Laura just getting a one-turn wave. We also had the Italian going left. Yeah, in Portugal, there's a lot of when we have bigger swells like the one is coming, it either gets here on the day before, right the end of the day, you can already see the first glimpses of the swell, which is not the case because I got here yesterday, like almost at sunset, right after sunset, and the waves are still pretty small. So it's gonna take a while for the swell to fill in. But as soon as I'm pretty sure as soon as the tide turns around, as soon as we get that higher tide coming in, the swell will fill in as well, and we're gonna have some really good waves for the later part of the day.
It's one of the bigger waves of the day. So Cardoso, there's a big turn, a bit more radical. There's another. Oh, and she's really just not doing herself any favours. She's probably had the two best waves that we've seen. So wave selection, she's sorted out, but she's.
Oh, it's her own mistake. Yeah, it's her, if she loses these hits, it's her own fault because she had the opportunities. She's just doing a little bit of a mistake on those waves, and she started off that one really well. Unfortunately, she went down. She kind of pushed it too hard, and went down on the second turn. So
even the first turn looked.
It was powerful.
Yeah,
it's almost one of the best turns of the heat.
And she went for it, but even as she came out of it, she just looked a little bit. Didn't have complete control, and then so that meant that when she went into the second one, which is even more radical, she came unstuck. So that's twice she's fallen off sort of end sections that could have given her the score. Got to replay that. The two other servers also split a peak right and left, so it's going to come down to this last 50 seconds, as you say, Camilla. Yeah, there's one thing losing when you haven't got the waves, or you've been a bit unlucky, but when you've made a few mistakes, that's when it hurts, right?
Yeah, it hurts a lot. It hurts a lot, and she as we see Camilla again. Let's see, nice cut back, waiting for the wave to stand up. Another one. That's all she needed to do. Now she played it a little safer on that one, but it's exactly what she needed to do on the wave before. So she almost connected to do it with that one on the inside, but if she played a little safer, because you don't need that high score.
No, not.
You just need to get through the heat, and you need the 4 points. You started off well, just finish the wave well as well. Don't over push it, because you don't need to. Obviously, you want to surf with as much power as you can, but she didn't do that, and. Unfortunately, let's see. We're still waiting for scores. There's something can change definitely, because that first turn on that second to best wave, that's the last wave of Camilla. A couple of nice cutbacks, just pushing it. Nothing too major, but a nice. Yeah,
I mean,
nice
fair play to her.
cutbacks.
She went back out. She learned a lesson, and she put it into place. Just with 10 seconds to go, so she couldn't have done much more. It's just a shame she went at a time. And we'll see if that's a 4.74. That's what she needs. That's what she's waiting for. It's one of the better waves of the heat, but whether it's up around that 4.74 marks, what the judges are deliberating right now.
That's the thing. The first wave, the wave before because we're still waiting, the scores just dropped for the second to last wave. It's a 5.17. Imagine if she landed the second turn. So the judges really like that first turn. So she already went to first, and that's gonna be the second best wave.
Well, she's fought back. She didn't give up. She kept having a go at it, and fair play to Camilla. Really. Fighting spirit. Made a few mistakes, but they didn't cost her, because she kept hammering away, and in the end, she got enough. So 5.17 and 3.8. So she's through. So Cardoso gets through, and Legatti, who was so close, all leading the whole way through, has gone into third. That's the sport. That's what happens. And that woman on your screen will be happy to get through that. There'll be lessons to be learned, but she lives to fight another day. And she'll be, doesn't look too happy about it right now. I think
Her coaching must be fuming.
More relieved than anything else. But anyway, she's done enough, and she's going to be dangerous if she can eliminate those mistakes. Powerful surfer, good backhand style. But as we take stock of that, we're going to go to a short break and come back with the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this short commercial break.
I got it right? Yeah. No way.
Welcome back to Portugal, and a very warm welcome if you're just tuning in. Let's check out live action of Sarah Leiciaga of France on the backhand, a bigger wave with a low line speed run, looking to attack and can't. Doesn't get a chance to tee off on the lip. So not wasted much time at the beginning of this, which looks like a great heat. We'll see her taking on Lucy Campbell, Lauren Sandland, and Erica Mendoza. Paul Evans joining Philippe Jervis in the studio for this one. A couple of Britons, Portuguese surfer, and a French woman. I like the look of this heat.
Yeah, Sarah Leiciaga, she's a really good surfer. Lucy Campbell also. Erica, she's from the new generation of surfers in Portugal. She's doing pretty well. Getting some results as well, so it's going to be interesting to see. As we see, first wave of Erica, 5 points, so good way to start the heat. Yeah. And you can see all the girls, they change their strategy. They're not on that little wedge anymore because the tide is too low. There's a couple of really good rides on this peak. We saw Camila Cardoso getting some really good waves on last heat, so the girls just changing a bit of a strategy there.
Yeah, a lot more energy from that swell as it fills in, and that enables the judges to reward more generously. Aggressive surfing, 5 points, a decent way to open a heat. For Erica, she did that very early in this one. It'd be a small number for Sarah, just to throw away for her. 25 minutes with 4 surfers in the water absolutely flies by, Philippe.
Oh yeah, it's so fast, especially when there's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of waves, you just need those 25 minutes to make sure you do everything right. You choose the right waves, you make the right calls, be on the right spot. It looks like it's a lot of time, but unfortunately, no, it's not.
Speaking of making the right calls, Camila Cardoso, she was struggling towards the end of that heat, and she got the score done. She's with Joanna.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a very surprised winner right here because she thought she lost, right?
Yeah, I really thought I lost. I caught 2 last waves good ones, but I fell in the best one in the second maneuver. So I thought I didn't have the chance to pass. I thought like I did 3rd place. And then when I was going up, they called me, hey, you have to do the interview. Interview? What? Thought I lost.
And you said before that you were struggling a bit inside, that you didn't know where to stand.
Yeah, it was kind of tricky. There were some really good ones out there, but I wasn't seeing the best ones. I thought it was more to the right, and then when I got there, it was more to the left. I was kind of lost, And then the best one that I caught came, and I was like, I need to do this one. Then I fall in the second one, and I was like, fuck, I need to go again. When I start paddling because I had like 2 minutes, and I caught like a new one with 2 maneuvers, and that's it. It was good. I think I surfed well in that one, and I'm happy with it.
And you didn't surf as many waves as your competitors did. All of them was about 7 or 8 waves, and you just caught 4 or 5. Is that part of the strategy?
No, I was supposed to get there and cut like right away one, but I couldn't find it. I was lost, but at least I found this last 2, and I'm super happy about it.
Well, you look really happy about it. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. We'll pick up live action. Here goes Lucy Campbell with a ton of speed. Really nice looking wall. Extends in front of her, and it extends a little too far. And you mentioned that low tide samba. We've gone out the back. It's stretched things out, and that lip line is running away from our surface. Here goes Mendonça. Really nice. This is a much better looking wave. She bogs the rail on the bottom turn, though, and she was on her way to another big score. Meanwhile, Sandland rips one with speed out the back, and she'll tag this here. Uses the rail, keeps it going in the pocket, and another section just cooperates really nicely for it. Again, putting the rail in the water, throwing a bit of spray. Here's Laciaga, great exchange this one. Off the bottom, off the top, and swinging. So the runners, if you can find them, there are points out there.
It looks so fun. This peak right now, that little right-hander, it looks, there's so much opportunity. The wave looks really good. Unfortunately, Lucy Campbell just got stuck behind that first wave, but all the other 3 waves were pretty good. A lot of potential on the water right now.
Still plenty of time yet to go in this heat. We're going to see a couple of decent numbers come in. I think we'll start to see the scores go up now considerably in terms of heat totals. This is good pressure from Sarah Laciaga, pushing hard.
Yeah, that first turn, unfortunately the wave just didn't allow her to go big, and as we see here, Lauren, just a speed turn on that one, almost loses it, but then she regroups herself, and then a couple of nice carvings here, nice little cut back, nice line, very effortless by Lauren, and this one just holding that rail again, so very nice surfing by Lauren. But this girl, Erica, she got probably the best wave of the exchange. She started off pretty well, and she had the perfect wall in front of her. Unfortunately, she just pushes that rail on the bottom turn a little bit too much. As we see here, Lucy, she got cut up a little bit because there's a few faster ones, so it's not easy. We also saw Sarah Laciaga on that on her first wave, also getting stuck behind you. Just, it's such a big playing field. Sometimes it's hard to be on the right spot. As we see Lou, the South African coach, I know he's been doing some work with the British team, so just taking a look probably at Lucy and also Lauren, and yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, that mistake there from Mendonça. She was on her way to a good number then. She gets a 3 anyway, just for the first turn. You got to be thinking that 5 she already had. She was certainly on for a number of that order, if not better. Nevertheless, she extends the lead right now. Number in for Lauren Sandland, 393. And we're waiting on a number for the French woman, Laciaga, which I reckon is going to be pretty hefty. She sort of adjusted her turn part of the way through, didn't she? And just squeezed a bit more spray by pushing a bit harder. A lot of those turns when you're always going down the line, trying to kind of maintain your flow with the wave, maybe take your foot off a little bit in terms of how hard you're pushing, but she was able to lean into that one, and the number's in. It's the high score, 5.57.
Yeah, judges really love to see you just go top to bottom and pushing hard on those turns, and that's why we're talking about Camila Cardoso on last seat. She actually fell on the second turn, but the judges rewarded her 5.1 on the just a single turn on the outside, and even if she fell on the second one, judges still reward her. So they want to see strong surfing, and they want to see the girls pushing it hard.
Commit to your turns, go fast, surf with a little bit of authority. And these kind of guys, the size we've got right now, it's not loads of power out there. You can impose yourself on this wave at this sort of size. supposed to pick up a lot through the afternoon. We'll just see how that pans out. We've got some quite big numbers on the forecast, so it'll need to pick up pretty quick. Right now it's on the low, so it's just turned. And generally speaking, we'll see that pick up throughout this incoming tide now. So we're still a little bit away from low tide. It's about half an hour away till we get to that low water. We'll just pick up vision of a little paddle. It's from deep. It's Lauren Sandland. Nice wave from her, from way up.
Nice.
And she does really well to hang on there. That was a tricky section, wasn't it? Went for that two-turn combo and got it done. All right, here goes Lucy having a look. And again, she's a little bit behind the peak on that one.
And she lost priority.
Positioning tricky, right? We saw Lauren way up, got that wave, and we saw Sarah having a paddle down here, unable to get on. It's pretty random exactly where this wave's going to stand up on the bank.
Yeah, it's a big playing field there, and there's a few waves that break exactly where Lauren got this one. As we see here, she finished this one off, really committed the finishing turn, so judges will like that for sure. As we see here, she didn't push that hard on the first one, but it was like a setup turn to this one. Wham! Just almost guts it there. That whitewash that bounces from the off the bottom part of the wave. Sometimes it gets a little harder to land, and even you can get some injuries with those types of turns. And as we see here, Erica with the priority. She's a bit. Now she's good. Let's see. She's gonna come around this section. Nice cut back, waiting for the wave to wall up. Nice snap. Wave gets a little wide, but it looks like she's gonna do it one more. So nice wave by Erica Mendoza. Yeah, it looks super fun, Paul.
Here goes Lucy with some speed, and again, almost a sort of carbon copy of her early effort.
Yeah.
She'll be a little frustrated because, you know, if she gets a chance to get on the open face or go into the lip, she's going to attack it, but the wave's just running away from her a little bit. She's been a little bit unlucky with just not getting the waves particularly cooperating thus far. Plenty of time yet to go. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one. But everyone else is getting numbers and getting scores and doing maneuvers. Lucy, at the moment, is forced to just wait patiently for those opportunities to come.
Oh, she's got to be bummed because the waves actually look like they had a lot of potential, but she just gets caught up a little behind the section. As we see here, the wave of Erica, a two-turn combo, and then she gets a little lucky with this double up, huh? Out of nowhere, the wave just doubles up and allows her to go for one more turn. She's gonna probably improve on that 3.0. But yeah, very, very well chosen wave by Erica. See a couple cutbacks. Wave gets a little wide here, but she manages really well because sometimes it's not easy to get some turns done when the wave is this wide. But Erica did really good, and as you see here, Blue up and riding. Nice first cutback. She finally gets a wave that walls up and just opens up, allows it to do something. So it's going to be interesting to see how she turns this heat around.
Yeah, interesting to see that wave we just saw from Erica. It came to the inside, didn't it? And then it just slowed up, and it did double up. It hit that white water, as you mentioned. It just allowed that one to sort of peel cooperatively. The ones out the back on the edge of the sandbar really running away. A lot of them are.
A bit fast, yeah.
She, yeah, luck I guess will be part of it, but also, yeah, we'll give her credit for reading the ocean and choosing sections. At the moment, looking good for the lead. She'll get a 3 to go alongside her 5 from early on. Still waiting for that number for Lauren Sandland. I reckon it's going to be decent. In fact, the score's just dropping right now. We're just waiting for judge number 3. Bit of a spread from our panel for that second wave for Lauren Sandland. 5.07. It's decent. So everyone's got a 5, or 3 of our surfers thus far got a 5 or slightly over, and this is a really entertaining heat.
Yeah, it has been that strategy change from the whole surfers. They let go that little wedge because the tide is too low for that wave. I'm pretty sure it's going to be super fun with the tide coming in, but right now this is definitely the best spot to be surfing with, and yeah. It looks super fun, and the girls just taking advantage of these conditions. Clean. It looks like that morning sickness just calmed down a little, and it's a bit more clean and a bit more calm for everyone. There's a lot of opportunities, and the girls definitely surfing a lot better.
10.5 on the clock in this one. Our young Portuguese goofy, Erica Mendonça, at the moment with the lead. She's got the 4.9 for her last effort. So that was the score for that wave that went to the inside. She's got a couple of backhand hits. Decent lead from her. She's threatening double figures, 9.9 out of 20 thus far. Lauren Sandland, haven't seen loads of her at QS level. I like what we've seen so far. She's looking pretty good. She's got that 5.07 as her high number, 9 out of 20 for her two-wave total. Sarah Leciaga's got priority, the Frenchwoman. She's also got the high score of the heat as well, the 5.57. So as soon as she gets to work on the backup, she could threaten the top two. And of course, it's instant elimination. Third, fourth will bow out at this stage. And it's a long way to travel and commit and invest. Come over here. Certainly don't want to be going out early on. It's Gonzalez Echebarri getting ready. Janina Zeitler. And our next heat features, yeah, some names we've seen do well at this event in years past, elsewhere on the European QS. Of course, wrapping up the season here. Looking to send surfers to the Challenger Series, which starts real soon. Gold Coast next month, beginning of May.
I'm so stoked. That's got to be one of my favorite events of the year, because Snapper Rocks is such a fun wave. And it's going to be interesting because, yeah, the level is so high and everyone wants to fight for those 10 spots that go up to the 10 spots for men and 7 for women. 6
I think it's even less than that. I think it's 7 men.
7 men?
And 1 wild card.
For the World Tour.
Oh, sorry, for the Challengers.
I was thinking about the guys that come from the Challengers going to the Tour. It's 10, but the girls it's 6, 7.
Yeah,
it's something like that. We're gonna confirm that.
And then you only get 5 events, and you might get chopped as well.
Yeah. The cut in the middle. It's they're two surfs away, 2 events away from the cut. So it's gonna be interesting to see these last 2 events. We're gonna have Bells Beach, as we see Sarah Leciaga just looking at this nice little right-hander coming out. Oh, she got it. Oh, that's the worst thing you can happen on a bottom turn. It's just she mistook the weights on the board and she stepped on the back foot instead of stepping on the front foot for the bottom turn. You see a bit of a mistake. She's doing everything okay, but she lost it there. Oh, and then as soon as you get that weight off that balance of your board, it's always hard to recompose. And
it looked great early on that wave, and just unable really. That'd be a bit of a missed opportunity from her. She does have that big number, but she really needed to put some pressure back on there. So something of a missed opportunity. 7.5 to go. But yeah, we talk about the pressure. It's nervy. You know, like we said, a lot of surfers travelled quite a long way to come here. You've got 25 minutes basically to stay alive, and you're sort of scrapping for survival throughout.
Surfing is ruthless, man. Yeah, I always say this because I usually play other sports and I have friends competing for other sports, and surfing has to be one of the hardest because you're losing every time and you have 25 minutes just to show how good you are on a playing field that sometimes doesn't go your way, because you need that luck, but at the same time you have to fabricate your luck, and it's not easy because 25 minutes and you're all here. You can do one very good year, but in 25 minutes everything goes down the toilet. It's just because of that 25 minutes you were not in sync with the ocean. It's ruthless, definitely. But I think at the same time is the fun part of surfing. That's the big challenge of competitive surfing, is that those you have to adapt and make sure you do everything all right. Otherwise, you'll be back on the QS, back on the challengers, back on the regionals. It's not easy, definitely.
6 minutes to go in this one. It's been an entertaining heat with some decent numbers. A lot more energy coming out of the ocean. Here goes the French woman, Leciaga. and she needs to work on that backup. She knows she's got just a tiny throwaway of 0.77, and because of that, and because of the fact she was fourth priority, she doesn't even really get in the lineup. She just sits wide and looks to put something on the board. That won't come off, and that'll eat up a bit more time and put a bit more pressure on her. Be a small throwaway again, and by the time she gets in the lineup, it's going to be around about 5 minutes, really. Just looking for a 3-4-3. It's not a big number, but you need to get a wave that basically doesn't close out.
Yeah, that's the part where you start second guessing yourself. Like you made a couple of mistakes. You start wondering, all right, I don't have too much time. There's not too many opportunities. How am I gonna deal with this? And also Lauren just probably keeping an eye on Sarah, because now you have priority. You cannot be hassling around the other surfer, but you can take a look and make sure they don't get the good wave, especially if you have priority. But there's still 5 minutes. There's not too many opportunities, and this is the part where you start, all right, I have to do everything right. I have to make sure, because Sarah doesn't need a big wave. She needs a 3.43, so she just needs to put something on board. She's more than capable of it, as we see her paddling. That's the thing about the surfing. You have to make sure you find your opportunities, because she doesn't need a big score pole, and she just needs to stand up and do a couple of turns and make sure the wave allows her. But this is the time you have to remain calm. And
what she doesn't want to see as well is a big period of calm.
Yeah.
The surfers all getting close together. She doesn't have a good position with priority, and she'll have to watch potentially her adversaries take the best waves of any sets that come through. We've lost another minute 4 on the clock. It's still the young Portuguese surfer, Erica Mendonça, who's looked good in this. She put pressure on early on. That 5 came in the opening minute or 2 of the heat. She's never really looked back from there. Hasn't done much wrong at all. Hasn't ridden loads of waves, but she's just shown us a real good eye for this lineup, and also in terms of the maneuvers. That's why she's in the lead. Sandland still hanging on to that second place position. She's in white there, center of your screen. She's got priority as well. It's a good place to be from her point of view. In seconds, she's going to need to try and ride a wave, because she's not a long way in front of red Sarah Leciaga. Here's Lucy Campbell, who's a bit unlucky in this one. She's not had a great heat from her point of view. She's still got 3 minutes or so, but a 6.8 is a pretty big number.
Yeah, she doesn't have anything. So she's counting with a 0.73. So as soon as she puts something a little higher, that requirement was going to drop. But yeah, with 3 minutes remaining, you either aim for that 6.8, because you might not have time to do a couple of waves and put couple of scores on the board. So she needs to aim for that 6.8. As we see her up and riding, blue. Nice roundhouse cut back. The wave just disappears. It looks like they're running away from each other and just they're not positioning. You can see Erica, she's on a very secure spot. She's just sitting on the same spot she has been the whole heat, and all the other surfers are trying to find something, and especially Sarah, because she needs that 3.43. It's not a big requirement, but it's not easy. As we see White looking at this one, she decides not to go. Yeah, good call. If I was surfing in white, I would be probably all over Sarah Leciaga right now. And she's giving a little bit of space, and that might not be the good call. I think she needs to be on top of her and make sure she doesn't catch anything, because especially she has priority.
She's heading that way now. Pretty sure she can't hear you, but certainly the vibes have got through. And now she's seen the red singlet, and she's decided to show some proximity. But here goes the wave. Sarah Leciaga on the forehand now, into the lip. Oh, and it's awkward and it's incomplete.
That's jitters. She's nervous. You can definitely see when you know you need a score. 1.5 minutes remaining. And she didn't look too convincing, Paul. She went for the turn already. Just okay, I cannot fall on this one. And so normally, if you think negatively, it's something wrong is going to happen.
Short paddle back. Can she find another wave? 1 minute and 10 to go in this one. And after sort of sterling early work all round, pretty much, it's not been loads of quality throughout the rest of this heat, and it's a case now of Lauren Sandland. Will she use the priority? There she is, right of your screen. She's heading over to cover Sarah Lacey-Aga. And by virtue of the fact she hasn't ridden a wave, it just means she can command the lineup. If it's a case between those two, there she is. So any wave that Sarah decides to go, Lauren can basically drop in on it. And if a good one comes through, Lauren can just head down, paddle and go. She's sitting, yeah, she doesn't want to sit further out to sea though, does she? She wants to try and make sure she can watch what happens. Meanwhile, here goes Lucy Campbell here. Nice carve from her in the pocket and looking to build up some speed into the lip. She attacks it, much better stuff from her. She would have loved waves more like this early on in the heat to build a platform, but she's still swinging here. A little redirect on the inside. It's a pretty well surfed wave. I'm not sure it's going to be 6-8 she requires, and it's been a really tough heat for her.
A little bit too late, unfortunately. Lou doesn't look happy, and we're gonna, cause are we gonna have? No, we don't have. We're not gonna have any wave for Sarah Lacey-Aga. But this one was pretty. That finishing turn here a little stronger, and she connects well through all the way through the inside. Here another hit off the top. And yeah, unfortunately a little bit too late. She needed, as you can see, she got a 3 points with that one. And good job by the surfer in white. She hold on, and a bit frustrating for Sarah. It's nothing. It's one of the most frustrating feelings in surfing when you do the best wave of the heat and you ended up not getting through. So she had the opportunities. It's her own. It's on her own, because she had the opportunities. Unfortunately, she made a bit of a mistake, and yeah, she got that 5.57 and 1.13, and unfortunately, she is out of this competition. Erica surfed really good, and Lauren also, the British surfer, did really good. You happy, Paul?
Yeah, Costa de Caparica looking beautiful in the morning sunshine now, around about low tide out here. And Donza getting it done alongside Lauren Sander. We'll go to break. Stay tuned.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the beach. We're back live. Let's check out Gabriel Diniz of Portugal, Janina Zeitler of Germany, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri from the Basque Country, Teresa Pereira from Portugal. Costa Caparica looking north towards the Portuguese capital of Lisbon, and swell filling in through the Lisbon Bay, wrapping around and heading to, well, a long series of beach breaks with jetties in a variety of sandbars, loads of surfing opportunities on this stretch of the coast. It's just a short hop over the bridge from downtown Lisbon, but a different feel. Sort of in between one of those urban beach feels, and you head south and you get out into nature, into the countryside, a real beautiful part of the coast. Here's a great looking opening turn from Denise. And again, snapping hard, still swinging, gets a little caught on the third move as the wave goes deep. But the first two turns were solid. Gabriel Diniz wasting no time at all, and I like the strategy because we've seen time run away for surfers chasing scores. We've not seen loads have come from behinds thus far this morning, possible exception of Cardoso. Here's another look as well. She just swings. Good rhythm to it. The judges tend to appreciate. And there's not a lot of downtime between the turns. She's just slicing off the top. Here goes Etchebarri. The Basque with a real polished technique and some nice venom, a good bit of whip late in the turn from her. Zeitler pushing pretty hard. That's basically a closeout. So she didn't have loads of options available to her. Just went the deep bottom turn. Managed to tag it. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, Erica Mendonça. She's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Paul, just 3 waves to get the win. How did you feel that went?
I think it went very good. I talked with my trainer before, and he said, like, choose the good ones and do your serve. And it was exactly what I did.
How do you choose the good ones?
With training. It's like the past week I train here like every day, I think. And yeah, I know the place where the good waves are. And I'm from Portugal too.
And how have you been preparing aside from just training here for a whole week?
I don't know.
What else goes into training?
Like the psychology with my parents, my friends, my boyfriend, everything. And it's everything, like good sleep too. And it's that.
A lot of motivation from families and friends, right?
Yes, it was my first QS and I'm very happy to win the first heat.
Do you want to say something in Portuguese?
Yes. Queria agradecer aos meus pais, à minha família, aos amigos, ao meu treinador e a toda a gente que está aqui a ver. E bora Portugal.
Bora Portugal. Back to you guys.
Bora Portugal. Thanks, Joanna. A great job from Erica there. And it's the first event. Very impressive indeed. Wow. Big hits. Etchebarri. It's a quick wave again. Not a wildly dissimilar section to Janina Zeitler's basically close out left, but a good prod from Etchebarri. And she does have that board speed throughout the turns. She's on pretty small equipment and it's super maneuverable. Here she is. And she gets that board, we're going to say close to midday. Yeah, maybe 11:45. Teresa Pereira, patient off the bottom and swooping, clips it off the top and then engages the rail on the way back down. And as this wave goes to the inside and goes a little soft, it paces it out for her and that allows her just to wait for the sections to stand up. And as they do, she manages to put her board in the lip. Be a number in for her. So judges with the work cut out early on. The best of it. The best of the day. Gabriela Diniz from the get-go. 6-point ride for Gabriela. Decent. Real good way to start the heat. And that's basically by virtue of the fact that she went straight between her maneuvers with no downtime. Really. All right, good looking wave stand up for her. This one might run away from her. It's similar to what we saw happen to Lucy Campbell throughout that heat. The whitewater just grabs hold of your rail and can never really get out in the open face on those runners out the back. Denise already showing signs of some really sharp surfing with the 6. And she'll look to work on that. 25 minutes. It's not a long time. Particularly, we've got 3 other surfers in the water, all ravenously hungry for opportunities themselves, each trying to get 2 scores. It's the Caparica Surf Fest 2023. And we're in our women's round of 48, heat number 4 of that round. 8 heats in it. Getting towards midway point in this opening round for the women. And once again, a reminder, this is our last QS event of the season. The way things run right now, the season wraps up in spring before the Challenger Series for this year. And kick things off again in the summer on the QS in Europe. Some events around France and Spain in the winter time. Yeah, we mix things up a little bit, depending on scheduling. And it all comes towards a conclusion for Challenger Series qualification. Not a lot of spots up for grabs. A couple of surfers locked in. Those scenarios will update those situations as and when they're confirmed as we fly over the Costa de Caparica. a beach town just on the south side of Lisbon. And as I was mentioning earlier, it's quite built up in this part and quite busy. And you only need to really, well, walk, jog, cycle, drive, a couple of clicks south. And the road basically just becomes countryside. Got little beach tracks heading down, little dirt roads, unmade roads. Things get nice and wild and natural, and a bunch of surfing opportunities all around. This event's been a fixture on our European QS calendar for a couple of years. It's always great to be back in springtime in Portugal. 15 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this one. Next heat. Looks like Carolina Wolinska getting ready to take on Marion Philippe, Violeta Sanchez and Beatriz Costa. Our fifth heat. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be showing too many signs of nerves at this stage. Pretty relaxed. Surf's on the rise. Why wouldn't you be? All right, so leading this one, it is the Basque Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. Couple of numbers in for her. 2 scores. Good enough for the lead. Not a big lead because Denise, Portuguese surfer's got a 6. And she's just sitting on a real small backup score.
Time go now, ladies. 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, fourth priority with red.
Gabrielle Denise will be looking to shine on home shores. That's a Portuguese surfer. That little extra support and confidence from being at home. Familiar surrounds. And already with a 6 on the board, a great platform to kick off a heat. It's just a case then. Being pragmatic about a backup. Maybe don't wait for an absolute bomb. Just get something on the board. And then when you paddle back into the lineup, look at improving on that backup score. A little reposition from everyone in the lineup. Zeitler and Pereira. They're heading slightly south. What we don't want to do is get too deep on the bank, particularly as this picks up. And we are still just draining out a little bit, just about hitting the low tide mark. It's coming up in about 10-15 minutes or so. Don't want to get caught behind the section from takeoff. So I want to stay wide enough to just be on the right side of the peak. Denise keeping an eye on things, having a bit of a swing at this. She looks interested. Had a look down the line and realised she didn't have priority. Pereira in second prio, but a little bit deep. So Denise is actually in the better position there. She was in the right spot for that wave, but she couldn't go it. She was in 4th priority. Teresa Pereira used her priority advantage, and what she didn't do is put points on the board. So she uses up priority, not to great effect, and just a little bit too deep on that one. 13 minutes to go in this. Almost had half the heat already. It's absolutely flying by. And it's Gonzalez Echevarri who didn't waste any time waiting for great waves. Wasn't trying to get bombs early on, just being realistic, being pragmatic. Sliced a couple of scores out without really getting a great looking wave. She's got the lead thus far. Gabrielle Denise with the 6. Philippe, that's a great feeling when you can get 6 early on in a heat. All right, under 12 to go now. And that wave from Janina Zeitler. Judges will have a think about that. It's her second score, so it will count for her wherever it goes. Not loads of velocity to that surfing. That's just a reflection of the wave not offering much. So did well to get it on a rail. That should want a little bit more energy out of her waves from that. She gets a 3-2-3. It's reasonable at the moment. Good enough for second.
Yeah, nice first cut back. just hitting that foam on the just to regroup herself, and then another one. The wave gets a little smaller and fatter, but she did pretty well. 3.23 puts her on second place. Gabriela with the highest single wave of the heat so far. She just needs to put something, and here she is up and riding. Gabriela just hitting really strong on that first turn. She's a really powerful surfer. As I said, she just won the first stop of the national tour, so her confidence is high, and she wants to bring that confidence here for the QS. I managed to speak with her yesterday, and she looked pretty pumped. As you see her, nice bottom turn, hitting really strong. A lot of water coming out, just one single turn, but still it's going to be her second best wave.
I like it a lot. She looks great. She's got a bit extra, I think, in this one. Even the way she's pumping her board, you can just really see her motoring through the water, not really at the mercy in terms of just trimming around carefully. She's imposing herself on the wave, and that one turn is good enough for a 4.83. Nice spray off the top, release as well from the tail towards the end of the turn. Lines now stacking up. All right, let's see where our surfers can go in terms of positioning, because there are bombs out there and there are big numbers to be had. You've got to get yourself in the right spot, and you can be a meter or even less, just slightly on the wrong side of the peak, and it will go from being a 6 or better to basically a throwaway. Here goes Pereira on a left, great looking wave with speed into the lip, and she spends a little while up there, manages to pull it down. Nicely done. Didn't really come down with loads of authority, but nevertheless it's a completion. And she'll look to try and bring this to the inside.
Yeah, Teresa is part of the new generation of surfers. And she has been doing really well on the under 18s and under 16s. As you see here, she kind of hits it a little bit late, but she did pretty well. And she already has a 2.17, and she tried to bring this wave all the way through the inside, but unfortunately the wave didn't wall up again. But yeah, Teresa has been part of this new generation of girls coming for Portugal. There's plenty of them. I'm gonna have a girl that I coach on 2 heats after this one, heat 6 as well. They are all part of this new generation. Gabi being a bit older than this one. I think Teresa is 15 years old, so it's probably her first QS as well. Carlotta, the girl I coach, she's 16 as well, and it's gonna be actually it's gonna be her second QS. She already went to Morocco, and I think the main goal for them on this kind of conditions and this kind of events, it's to gain experience and spend a lot of time with the vest on and try to understand how it works, try to understand how a WQS works, and it's really important if you want to make a career of this.
8 minutes and 20 to go in this one. Gabrielle Denise with the lead. Decent numbers, 10.83. That's solid in terms of today. For a combined score out of 20, it's healthy numbers right there. Gonzalez Echeverri has yet to really show much in this heat, other than that 4.33, which is decent. She almost did that with just a real quick hit. You got a feeling if you get her on a runner, on one of these waves that opens up, she will go to town on it. Such a sharp surfer with all that speed and venom. Meanwhile, big number for Denise. Look at that, 7-point ride in for Gabby Denise. Massive numbers.
We didn't see it, did we? Waiting for the replay as we see Janina Zelder paddling for this one. Unfortunately, didn't get in, and she loses priority. But yeah, Gabi just showing how high her confidence is right now. Just a couple of big scores, probably the highest score of the day so far, and she has a lot of potential. I think, as you said, she has something different. She wants it so bad, and she just puts that extra little effort on the turns and on the wave, and judges love that.
Outstanding work from her already in this heat. And you'd be very surprised if she's not getting through with those kind of numbers. 13 points out of 20. Really, really good way to open up your event. Got a 6 early on, then she got a 7. This was it.
Nice first turn. Nah, I think this is the 4.83. Unfortunately, we don't have we might not have the replay of the 7 points. But
crucially, the judges saw it and they gave big rewards. Meanwhile, Zeitler pushing on the backhand. 6 minutes and 15 to go.
The battle for the second place is pretty tight. Annette with the 7.9 of total score. Janine with a 6.9 of total score. And Teresa a little further down with a 4.87 total score. She needs a 5.2 to go to second. So it's going to be the last 5 minutes pretty intense. There's a few opportunities out there. And let's see who gets that second place, because I don't think Gabrielle is leaving that first place anytime soon.
Gabriela Diniz just looking so strong so far in this heat. Just want to get her more waves and see what else she's got. Looking really, really confident and commanding, really. And finding the waves is half the job. But then being able to do the right turns in the right places. Currying the favour of the panel to the tune of 13 out of 20. Real impressive. Gonzalez Echebarri in second at the moment. She's a long way off first. She won't be too bothered about that. She just want to improve and consolidate and put a bit of daylight between her and Janina Zeitler, who only needs a 3.98. So that's the real danger element of this. Even Teresa Pereira, not a long way back to 5.2 required for her. It's very much a gettable score. As the time will tick away, Zeitler looks semi-interested in a soft left. Good call not to go. But look at these lines coming through here, Philippe.
Yeah, I was watching the ocean, and it feels like there's a bit more energy on it. And I think with the tide shifting, we'll definitely see bigger and bigger waves. It's super contestable, super fun size for the girls, and we're probably gonna have some oversized surfing for the boys, for the men after this. So it's gonna be interesting to see. But yeah, definitely a lot more waves than yesterday, Paul. But yeah, it's only going to get better. I think we're going to have a really nice week of surfing, because it looks pretty consistent, the forecast.
Yeah, winds look favourable as well. Weather looks, I'm going to say, delightful. Yeah, it's a little fresh in the morning.
Yeah,
nice temperature in the afternoon. It's not wax meltingly warm. We're thinking low 20s.
Yeah,
very pleasant indeed.
Typical spring day in Portugal. It gets pretty chilly in the morning, and then gets warmer throughout the whole day, and then gets chilly in the afternoon, and then some chill temperatures at night as well. So typical spring day in Portugal. We're not in spring already, but we're almost there. As we see Janina Zeitler up and riding. Nice finishing turn, a little soft, but super committed, and she made sure that she finished that one off and showed the judges that she wanted it finished. So nice wave by Janine. She doesn't need that much, a 3.98. Let's see what the judges thought of this one.
Here goes Gonzalez Echebarri, a little whip from her. Not sure she got much work done before that. And she's vulnerable, really, because Zeitler will keep plugging away, trying to get that 3.98. Judges going to give a score for, well, each of those two, but let's see where Janina goes with her number. Not a long way back, and those sort of numbers, you can get an in-between wave and just do enough to get a 4. Particularly if you push hard, as Zeitler does. Here we go, let's have another look.
Nice roundhouse cat back, and then finish. That finishing turn was all right. Could have been a little bit more powerful, but yeah,
get the number.
She'll get the number.
4.27. So turns the heat. 2 on the clock. Janina Zeitler goes to second place. Gonzalez Echebarri, who's unable to capitalize on her opportunity at the moment, under pressure, in the wrong place, third, not where she wants to be. The number's not huge she needs, though, chasing a 3.87 right now. That's the requirement for the Basque. And she's in the lineup. She's got third prio. Here we go. Here goes Pereira.
Yeah, Truzinha up and riding, just coming from behind the section the whole wave. Let's see if the wave provides something. Unfortunately, the takeoff zone was a little bit further down that she wanted, and unfortunately she didn't go over that whitewash, and unfortunately she didn't get the results she wanted on that one. And yeah, Gabriela Diniz just controlling that heat, which she has priority now. I would love to see her doing one more wave, just because I really like her surfing and I want to see her pushing harder and harder.
A minute on the clock here. Gonzalez Echebarri, left of your shot, not looking for a huge number. A high 3 is what she needs, a 4. It's an in-between wave with a couple of hits will get you there. Red having a look, Denise. Here we go. Gonzalez Echebarri, could this be the opportunity? A swoop from her, quick redirect. It's a soft wave and another little snap. And it's not very convincing. She's surfing sharp, but the wave didn't have much on offer. There wasn't a lot of steepness to it. 387 the requirement, Philippe.
Nah, I don't think so. The wave wasn't that good. She looks spicy. She has that body movement and she looks light on her feet. Different style, but with comparing to Janina, but the wave didn't allow her to go as big as she wanted to or she needed to. Nice little first carve and then another cutback. Unfortunately, the wave didn't have that steep wall that you need to get those big scores, so it's a 2.23. As we see, Gabriela just victory lap on this hit. She's probably going to be happy with that one, and I'm really happy for her because she really needed. I actually sent her a message when she won because she has been going through a tough time with results and all that, and I was really happy for her, and now I'm really happy for her again.
Yeah, she ripped this heat apart, really. I mean, no mistakes, no missteps, and looking really good. Confidence as well coming from those numbers, a 7 and a 6. Really nice scores. And Gabriela Diniz, very good value for getting through to the next rounds. And she wins that by some margin. Janina Zeitler, great job from her. Scrapped it out, got it done, got the number with her last wave and turned it into second. We'll lose Gonzalez Echebarri and Teresa Pereira. That was heat 4 of the round of 48 of the women. Caparica Surf Fest. Surf's on the rise, a slow tide right now. Sun's out, we're really enjoying the action. As we wrap up the QS for this season, we'll be back with more live action from Portugal real soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back. Look at those waves here at Costa de Caparica. That makes my heart sing. I'll tell you what else makes my heart sing. Being in the booth, Chico Alves. Every sort of 15 minutes it changes. The offshore kicks in a bit stronger. The waves get a bit bigger. Looks like we're in some fantastic conditions. This is your home break. How do you feel? What's it look like?
I'm feeling really good. to have you here with me in the booth. That's the first one. And after that, it's nice to see Costa with such a clean day and good waves. I think on the afternoon it's going to look amazing.
For the high tide.
I'm not going to tell the high tide because even now on the low tide on the next couple of hours, we're going to see the swell fill in, and on the outside we have a good sandbank that has been looking better and better throughout the hour. So I think that right end out the back is looking really clean. So I think everyone is enjoying their time here in Costa as we see Blue up and riding here.
See Valeta Sanchez up first blood today on this heat. Round of 48 of the women, the QS 1000. Obviously got another local hope, Beatrice Costa from Costa Caparica. So local hope there in the white. That was Violetta getting off the mark. Also we see we have had Beatrice get one wave, not a scorer. Some big numbers dropping in the last heat. Paul and Philippe talked us through those. So hoping for more action here, and this is the first wave from Violetta and not much to show for it.
Yeah, just a quick cut back there to start this wave off. She tries to find something on the inside section, but the wave just flattens out. So not a really good wave to start this heat off. And Beatriz Costa from Porto. She's from where I live now, in Espinho. She's actually, she lives in Espinho, Beatriz Costa. I know she loves a good right-hander, so she might be feeling comfortable out there as we see Red Marion Philippe up riding. And looks like they are having quite a hard time finding that wave with a bit of a wall out the back. And as we see Violeta Sanchez up and riding again, digging a rail and on a really soft wave. So I'm wondering where they are sitting on the lineup, because looks a bit soft now.
Yeah, you got to get the right ones. There's a lot of them, but still picking the right ones is difficult so far on these servers. Out the back there, it's a bit better shape wave, but Costa going down again. So a bit of nerves, perhaps. First heat of the event for these surfers, as they try and gain some valuable points for the qualifying series to get up all the way into the Challenger Series, perhaps. 1,000 points on offer can make a difference. See some of the big guns of European surfing coming in the next few rounds. Paul Menadoz has won here multiple times before. The new World Junior Champion, Vassalko. You know, that is incredible. What an incredible result that was for, you know, have another Portuguese World Junior Champion. And incredible. She gets a direct access to the Challenger Series because of that, which is important for her. And yeah, just how, you know, how much we've obviously got Teresa Bonvlo at that top level, but how important is to have those top flight Portuguese surfers surfing at the top level, Chico?
I think it's amazing. I said it yesterday, but I said it again today. I think women surfing in Portugal developed so much over the last 4 or 5 years. I think they're pushing a lot of boundaries in our country, and that's amazing to watch. I think Kika has been surfing so well. I saw her on the Nationals last week in Figueira da Foz, and she was reaping. So yeah, I can't wait to see her in action again here in Costa. And I just think she has the right mindset to competition surfing. She's really competitive and she's fearless. So it's great to watch her go-to attitude in competition mode.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, massive result, and just meant, I mean, she was always probably a pretty good chance at qualifying for the Challenger Series events anyway, but that's just taken care of. That automatically gains her entry, and yeah, great to see. So see how. Although the old days of World Junior Champion, you used to get, I think you used to almost get a CT spot almost, didn't you? You used to get quite a lot of sort of rating points if you won the World Junior Champion.
I think they would give you like one wild card for
maybe
one
a
event.
Wild card,
right?
yeah. So
I think back then you used to get like one wild card, I think.
But yeah, it just looks, you know, to beat the world's best
exactly. It was one
all
wild
around
card,
the world,
I think. Yeah, for one event from that sponsor, I think.
Yeah, maybe. But you know, what an achievement! So many great surfers from all over the world and together, and beat those you know, 20-year-old and under women. Yeah, incredible performance. So,
how good was the wave of the event that left?
Yeah, pumping.
Really beautiful place.
Yeah.
Never been there. Have you?
No, not me neither. But increasingly, yes, a bit of a hub. Yeah, such great waves, left and a right there as well. So really good competition surfing.
The finals day was the left, right?
Yeah.
And I saw the finals day looked really good, that left, so.
Okay, we see some Walinska, Karolina from Poland, just going down there. But someone who surfed incredibly well. Best heat of the day so far is down on the beach, the winner of the last heat.
Absolutely, Mondi. Everyone was fighting for second place while you were sitting comfortably in first with a 7 and a 6, one of the highest totals so far. How much of a confidence booster was that for you?
Yeah, it was great. I started with a 6, I think, and that gave me confidence for the rest of the heat. And yeah, it was nice.
And a lot of Portuguese girls have been going through this morning. What do you think that's about? Is it the local knowledge?
Maybe, yeah. We train a lot here. I think all of us train a lot here. And yeah, we know the place maybe better than the other ones, so it's good for us.
Do you usually train together? Are you good friends with all of them?
Yeah, we surf together a lot, and I'm good friends with them.
Do you want to say anything in Portuguese?
Beijinho para toda a gente a ver, para a minha família. E é isso, obrigada.
Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Joanna and Gabriela. Yeah, really confident performance. Just talking about the Portuguese talent pool, which is strong, all having a good morning so far. She's one of the best. Really good style and improving all the time, Gabriela. So
yeah, she won the nationals last week,
right?
So she might have a lot of confidence coming into this event. She ripped out there with a lot of passion, and yeah, she has been improving so much too. So
how'd you go?
I had a shock.
Did you?
I don't want to talk about it. Maybe we can. Maybe I have like just a bit of.
What happened? Was it strategy? Was it form? Lack of preparation?
It was just too hard. The ocean was really hard.
Was it
big and a lot of paddling and just like.
That's usually your go-to. There, you like it when it's.
Yeah, I like it, but it was just like out of the rhythm with the ocean. So I just caught a couple bad waves and
who won the men's?
Guilherme Ribeiro and second Afonso Antunes.
Okay.
So they were ripping, and yeah, they surfed really well. That event, Guilherme and Afonso have a bit of a good friendship, but at the same time, a bit of a rivalry in competition, and it's really beautiful to watch because they're really good friends, and when the heat turns on, they have a good battle. So it's a good sportsmanship to watch in Portugal.
Big set out the back. All the girls getting clean up. Bailing was a big wave on the edge of it. Well read from Marianne Philippe, French surfer. Just cracks off the top and just can't hang on. So did well to get the corner of that. What's probably one of the biggest sets we've seen today. And she just couldn't quite hang on to that last section. So swell increasing, tide still just on the low, so still really low. And then she came around the corner and she really foamy section, hard, difficult to deal with. And that's why she unfortunately went down. Meanwhile, on the left, was Beatrice. Couldn't quite see what she did at the back. So yeah, ever-changing conditions. New swell arriving. Some break further out the back, some on the inside. As the tide pushes up, surfers will have to make a decision. Will they on whether to sit out the back or maybe catch the reforms? At the moment, no. Pretty straightforward decision, hey, Chico?
Yeah, I think with the tide coming up, we're going to see a bit more push towards the inside. And the energy is going to all go to the inside. So I think it's going to be really fun in the afternoon. Yesterday, we didn't saw a swell rising swell. So yeah, when the tide really came up, the swell disappeared. So today, I think with the conditions tending to grow, I think we're going to see some really fun waves in the afternoon, and I think we're going to have a full day of action, which is something that for the spectators. They want a year, and yeah, no one wants to go to the live action and see it's on hold. So it's great when you turn on the WSL live and there's the Caparica Fest.
It's all go, absolutely. It's all go.
Mad.
It's all go all day. We've got the men's coming up after this. Trying to do potentially 16 rounds, 16 heats, sorry. It's going to feel like 16 rounds. It's going to feel like going 16 rounds with Mike Tyson.
16 rounds?
Yeah, 16 rounds with Mike Tyson. That's what it's going to feel like. It's actually 16 heats.
Exactly.
Potentially. We'll see. While the going's good, we're going to rinse as much as we can. I mean, the waves look good all week, but today, potentially one of the best days of the waiting period. So we'll see how we go. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still got 10 minutes in this heat. None of the surfers been really able to put up any half-decent scores here. 5.33 heat total so far leading this heat. It's a pretty average performance from the 4 surfers. They'll be looking to improve that pretty much drastically. Might not need huge numbers here to get through, but you're going to need more than that, you'd imagine. And just see, yesterday we made the estimation about how many waves we're going to get caught throughout the course of the week. And
I think you said something like 8,390.
Yeah. I mean, we could go back and watch it, but yeah.
I said 9,282. And I think Paul Evans stayed on the 7,000.
Yep.
I don't know if we spoke with Philippe about it, but have you?
No, well, yeah, it'd be interesting to get his take on it.
It's just funny how he keeps in secret his WSL team, fantasy team for Bells.
Does he?
Does he?
You're right. Yeah. He's a secretive kind of a guy.
He's not telling us enough in terms of information about his life, which is weird, but we keep our eyes on the action as we see a bit of a lull here with 10 minutes to go. We have Violeta Sanchez from Spain with that 3.33 being the best wave of the heat so far. So Violeta trying to get rid of that 2-point ride for now, as we see White paddling, having a look and not deciding not to go. And I think they're just waiting for that big set to roll in and put a major score on this heat.
Yeah, we need some swell.
Yeah, we need some swell.
We need some waves.
We need to tell them to come.
Show their true potential. So saw a bit of swell up there for the Rip Curl Pro Peniche CT event in Portugal. That was only a couple of weeks ago.
It was huge.
Yeah. Did you watch much of that, Chico?
Yeah, I watched it all. I couldn't go, unfortunately. I would love to give you a hug, Ben, but I couldn't actually make my way down to Peniche that week. But yeah, I watched it all, and it was huge. I think they performed so well in such tough conditions.
Yeah.
Because Peniche always looks great on the broadcast, but when you're actually on the beach and you feel the energy of the ocean, you can tell how hard it is for them.
Absolutely. Even when it's 4-foot, you paddle out and it's got this real
so heavy,
so fast, isn't it? And they were, it was 8 to 10 foot easily, and they were absolutely just going for it, packing some huge waves. No one pulling back at all. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Jack Robertson just getting 8 or 9 tubes every heat. As we see a right-hander trying to look for the tuber here. She goes, gets her feet a little bit stuck, just repositions them now. Nice turn there from Carolina. Can she hang on? She can. So that's her best wave. She took a little while to get her feet in position, but once she did, she finished off with a nice sort of finishing turn. So I'll give her a bit of confidence, Chico.
Yeah, she winds up off the bottom, adjusts her feet on the board, and does a bit of a snap here. So I think this is going to be her best wave at 267. So Carolina Walinska is back on this heat with this wave. I thought on that first section she had a bit more space to actually do a proper carve there. But yeah, last turn was great. And
took a while to get to her feet, didn't she? It was a bit of a slow, sort of didn't almost fall off, but it took a while to get to her feet, and that meant that she was a little bit sort of late to it all.
Maybe just a bit of nerves. She only had a 0.93 with 8 minutes to go, so maybe just a bit of some nerves, and that's why she slapped maybe her hand or her foot during her takeoff, so sometimes it happens when you're nervous. And
yeah, she got a 2.67, so still the best wave, but doesn't get her up into that all-important second place. It was a nice wave, well read.
She only needs a 197 now, so she's back in the game. And with 7 minutes to go, she has the time to actually make it happen. So let's see what Carolina can do on these last 7 minutes. As we see, Violeta Sanchez keeps in first place with Beatriz Costa on the second place. And a really low scoring heat affair overall. This wave, this heat has been really slow for the last 20 minutes. Let's see if we can see a flurry of action for the last 5 minutes of this heat. I would love to watch them surf. So as we see White up riding, and looks like White has third priority. So Marion jumped on her wave because she had second priority, so no problem for Marion to go on that wave. And Beatriz Costa had to bail on that one, as we see some lines approaching the lineup. So I think we have Violeta Sanchez in position for that one. As we watch the replay, we can see White going down the line and having to bail on that wave because Marion has priority. And yep, she had the right to really go on this wave. And wow, what a great turn for Marion there. Down the line, snap. Really good one for Marion. I think it's going to be one of the best waves of the lead so far.
I needed a 2.28 to get into that all-important second spot, so she thinks she might do that. Seeing Carolina Walinska still in fourth. She's an 8 times Polish champion. So obviously
amazing.
Poland, not a huge amount of ocean seas to work with. You get the Black Sea, I think it is, up there.
As you saw, Marion jumped into the lead.
And yeah, Marion's got a 3.38, not a huge number, but enough to get her in the lead. So she is up into first. Still only tiny amounts needed. Talking about the Polish champ, Carolina, she only needs a 2.67, so she's right in the mix. Beatriz Costa, the Portuguese hope, needing a 2.77, so tiny scores needed. So all these surfers just trying to get back in the game.
As we see some lines approaching, let's see if Violeta Sanchez is in position for this wave. Looks like a good one from our point of view. And here she goes, nice left.
Yeah, nice, streaking down the line. What she got? Oh, she just sees a big section. She couldn't hit it. Decided to pull out rather than try and go for the big closeout re-entry. So no points there. Nice looking wave though. And another one out the back. This is the local Portuguese surfer, Costa, trying to finish off here. She was in third place. It's a little sort of softish top turn, hoping for a bit of reform, not going to get it, only needing a 2.77. So the judges, very difficult to differentiate between all these surfers doing similar kind of turns, similar types of waves. No one really standing out as yet. We'll see if just a couple of twos are, you know, it's almost flipping a coin type territory for this. What do you reckon, Chico?
I think she's got it. She got a really great snap out the back, and here she winds up again and was able to actually have a second turn out the back. We haven't seen a two-turn combo out the back for the last 20 minutes. So I think for a 277, it's enough. I really enjoyed this first snap. So 307, and she's got it. So glad I was right on my call.
Yeah,
and
called it.
Yeah, Beatriz Costa jumps into second place. What an important wave for her to put her back into this heat. And as we see, Blue up and riding again. Violeta Sanchez trying to get rid of a 2-point ride. I think Violeta Sanchez had the opportunity there on that bigger wave to really attack it.
Yeah,
I thought she was going for it, and then she actually decided to
back at the last moment.
Exactly. And yeah, I just thought she had the timing, and yeah, she was with the flow to attack it, and she decided not to. And I think the mindset when you're in the heat needs to be more in attacking mode and just not going for it. So maybe a bit of missed opportunity there, but she has time. She has 2 minutes and 40 seconds, so a lot of time for her to regather and actually maybe try one more time.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities out there. Quick paddle, here she goes. It's Costa though in second place, trying to consolidate. It's a wave that's not going to help her, you'd think. It's a poor wave choice. She needs to improve. Just on a 2.57 out the back. Portuguese surfer paddling and can't. Oh, sorry, Polish surfer trying to get that one and just can't. And so she is going to go 2 minutes to go. The 8 times Polish national champion, living her dream, trying to up her game into the European stakes. See Marianne Philippe, she's asking, what have I got? What do I need? How long to go? She'll be happy that she's out in front, but tiny heats, total of 5.67. It's not what she would have hoped for going into this heat. She'll be happy with the placing, perhaps not with the scores. And she's waiting at the back. She has, I mean, she's in a great position. Chico, she's got priority. She's in the lead. She might be about to pull the trigger in this one. Lets that one go. The surfer's out of position. Now she resits, looking just to get something. They're all pretty much close together. Priority will play an important part. You see Marion just looking at that one. The drone footage showing one of those sets just coming through, taking out the whole field. I love the bailing technique on there from Costa. Good old-fashioned bail. Don't see many of those in professional competitions, you know, these days. Which is good. Out the back though, oh, Marion paddles for that, so she's lost priority, you'd imagine. With that little paddle, she has, or has it been? Yep, she goes to 4th. That's not going to be a massive problem for her. 8K wide, this is Costa in 2nd spot. Trying to improve on a 2.57. Nice open face. There's a carve. Nice looking wave. She hasn't been able to connect with any part of it. There's another turn. And this is the last wave she's going to get. It's a long wave. She's gone all the way down and finishes it off. So she's done enough to hold on to 2nd place. You'd imagine that wave had a lot more opportunity for scoring points. And out the back, the heat leader getting wave just maybe before the hooter. We'll see. That's a bit more aggressive, a bit more spray. See the difference in quality here in this wave compared to the last wave. And these are the 2 best waves of the heat in terms of quality. And Philippe all the way through. So this is his right-hander Chico was talking about, that gets a bit better out the back. She's happy with her job. Well done. Looks like Philippe and Costa are through. A low scoring and low quality affair, but sometimes you just got to get through, do what it takes, grind it out. Looks like Marion Philippe and Beatrice Costa have done that, and they'll be through to the round of 24 coming up tomorrow. So they get a day off, and we motor on through the round. Coming up in the next heat, we have Alian Bast, Ilias Tabai, Carlotto Chavero, and Carolina Santos. Round heat 6, round of 48 of the women's. We are going to move straight on into the men's after this. Official results there on your screen. Philippe and Costa are through, and they be pretty happy with that, as we see the sun shining, sand glistening, the waves pumping. But as we take a short break, we're going to come back with more live action from the Caparica Surfest 2023 right after this.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the sunny shores of Costa de Caparica in Portugal. Looking southwards down there to the southern reaches of Portugal. The sun is shining, the waves are pumping, those rains providing the banks up and down this whole stretch of beautiful coast. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Philippe Jarvis, and yeah, what an incredible swathe of coast. Waves all the way down that stretch, keep going. And, yeah, right now, the beach we're at, it's starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, there's a few right-handers on the bank in the middle of the beach that had a lot of potential, actually. But yeah, Costa de Caparica, you just need to find your corner, you need to find your sandbank, and you can almost surf by yourself. It's such a stretch of beaches all the way down until Sesimbra, so you just need to figure out where to surf. But meanwhile, we're here in Praia do Paraíso. We have Aline Vast. I think she's the sister of Kaoli Vast, isn't she?
She is, indeed, yeah. So yeah, Aline from Tahiti, surfing under the French flag. Her brother Kaoli, yeah, is currently leading the ratings, I think, on the European qualifying series to get back in that Challenger series. So yeah, really talented.
He's in second. Thiago Carrick is in first.
Ah, that's right. Sorry, yeah, stand corrected. And yeah, loads of Vast out there. There's a few more sisters. Yeah, really talented group of surfers, and Aliane's been on the QS for the last few years, slowly making her way up through the rankings. Really, really great style. Obviously knows her way around the tube. Don't think she's going to find any of those here today, but yeah, she'll be the top seed and quite dangerous. We've got Lily Estabai, she's from Morocco, so the African champ. So her backhand is absolutely lethal, going up in the right-hand points, and it's a goofy footer, so she'll be dangerous. Carolina Santos, local hope, also with Carlota Chaveiro. So two Portuguese up against Tahitian and Moroccan. So really showing you the breadth and depth of this sport that we love. And all there, just paddling, tell the intent. They're all sort of psyching each other out there, aren't they, Philippe?
Yeah, I should be out there being a coach, because Carlota, actually, I've been doing some coaching with her for the last 7 years, 5 years.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, here we go.
But no, I managed to get a bit of a feedback before the heat, because I was on. Chico was here with you, and we're talking a little. She was telling me she was nervous. I told her, like, no one expects you to do big. Just have fun and make sure you surf. That's the most important part, especially for their head, because the kids now they put so much pressure on themselves, and sometimes it's hard, and they forget the most important part, which is surfing. And Carlota, we've been struggling with that for the last couple of. She only started competing last year, so
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's this second year competing. She's still trying to figure out the rules and how to act as a competitive surfer, which is pretty different from a free surfing. But she has been doing pretty well. She's evolving, and it has been fun for me as well to be, as a coach, watch the contest from the outside.
Yep.
Because I think if I would go back on competition now, I would be a better competitor, just because I have to tell her exactly what to do, and I have to think for myself, like if I was in that position, I would do the same. And it's pretty interesting. It's a different feedback. It's a different look of the things. I've been having a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, speaking of people who have a lot of fun, you've got Chico Alves down there with Marion Philippe, the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Marion. Marion, how was it out there for you?
It was really hard. I don't know why, but I didn't find a good wave. It was really hard because it's so far from the beach, so you don't know where you are in the water. But I tried to do my best. It was really hard for me because we cannot listen anything also, so I just tried to surf, but it was not really good. But let's see for the next.
If you're telling me that you don't hear the scores, what goes through your mind when you're in the heat?
I'm just like, just surf, girls. You have to do it and just take fun and do what you can. That's it.
What's your goal for this event? High goals?
No, I'm just here for fun, take good wave. The forecast looks good, so let's see what's happened, but just here for fun and see friends and come in Portugal, eat some good açaí, torta mista, so that's it.
Great. I think it's a good strategy for this event. Good tosta mista and good luck for the next round.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, well, you were just talking about the main goal is having fun and, you know, keeping perspective. And it looks like Marion has got that kind of perspective for this heat, not thinking too far ahead, just trying to enjoy surfing and enjoy her time here. And, yeah, she should do well, I'd imagine, if she keeps that up. Yeah, it's a hard balance, isn't it, to get that competitive edge and, you know, make it fun and, you know, try and get all that balance.
So
it's like
hard.
that's pretty much the whole gig, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
I remember, as you see out the back, a big right down the hole from Santos. And I remember I was lucky enough to sort of hang out a bit with Mick Fanning when he was sort of in his world title sort of phases, and he'd always say, like, he had the ability to switch on and switch off.
Oh, yeah.
And that was the key to his success. He said, like, when he was on, he was just, that was it. It was all go, complete focus. But he said, the key is just going right. When you're not in that phase, to switch off, to have fun, to, you know, to not let it sort of take over your whole world. And that was how he managed to do it. I mean, obviously he was quite good at surfing, which helped. But yeah, it's so hard to get that balance when especially when you're new to it, right?
Yeah, when you're young, it's like you're still figuring out. You know, it's like you have to understand how everything works, and most of all, and that's what I'm saying to Carlota. I'll be back on that. Just waiting for the wave of blue, a little late. I'm always telling Carlota that the biggest difference between the guys that make it and the guys that don't make it, the guys that make it, they understand how to deal with the losses, because on surfing you lose way more than you want to win. So even Kelly Slater is the surfer with the most wins in the world. He still has more losses than wins. So it's the ratio, and the biggest difference is the guys that deal with the losses and see the positive side and learn how to deal with it and not take it too personally, because at this, especially in this age, you're still trying to figure out who you are and trying to understand what you want with your life, and then every time you lose, it feels like the world is gonna end, and that's what I'm keep saying. Like, understand that losing is part of the process. You have to lose a lot before you win, and just deal with it the better way possible, the best way possible, because it hurts. It always hurts, especially when it's harder when you don't surf that good. But because if you surf good and you lose, at least you did everything you can. But when you don't perform, that's the hardest losses. And for me, it was the hardest losses. I totally understand that, because you know you're capable of doing way more than you did, and that hurts a lot.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? You've got to match all up. You can match your performance. You can surf great and still lose. Yeah, and that's a bitter pill. You can make mistakes, and that's even harder to, you can play. That means you've got to go over it again in your head. But yeah, that's all the name. That's competitive surfing. Under pressure, under the pump. All these four surfers right now, no one's been able to do anything really, really off the money at the moment. Still loads more heats to come. No real big scores so far, except for the next heat. Eyeing it off as we see Tabai, the Moroccan. It's a bit more like it, comes around the corner. Whoa, and just sticks it up there. The board comes back and looks like hit her on the backside. And that's another incomplete. She's had a few of those. So Tabai just not really getting to grips with this heat at this stage.
Yeah, you can tell definitely that it's very hard to read the ocean right now, because as Marion said, it's a big playing field and you don't really know where to sit and don't really know what, because there's waves coming from the right side, there's waves coming from the left side. It's hard to be on the right spot and make sure you get the right one. But yeah, it's part of the it's part of the competitive surfing. You have to be able to adapt and do nice turn by Alina Vast. Yeah.
So Vast hangs on to that. So that was the first real aggressive turn of intent we've seen out the whole heat. It was only one of them, but it was impressive. Tall, rangy surfer, good style. Just managed to get that backhand up, give it a good solid belt. And Aliana, let's talk us through this. Probably the turn of the heat so far.
Yeah, I think she got this wave thinking about, I need to put something on board, even if it's just a one turn. I said that to Carlota. So if it's one turn, just make sure it's a big one. Exactly what the surfer in red just did. Because, yeah, judges like big turns, even if it's only one single maneuver. If it's a big one, all good.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of surfing you need to do. We'll see what that scores comes in for Vast, but it was well surfed. Look at the line starting to stack through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at least. So that longer period starting to kick in as well. Bit of a west swell, so it sort of marches straight in to this Caparica. It's quite sheltered from the northerly winds and the northerly swells a little bit, but sort of doesn't mind the straight direction. It sort of comes hits a pretty square, and hopefully some potential that comes with it on these banks. Vast, it's got a score up there. She goes up. Looks like it was a solid high range 4 or so. So it gets 4.17 for that one single turn, which proves your point, Philippe, that yeah, you know, if you're going to do it, do one big turn. There's still points out there for it.
You just need to be smart and need to adapt, because if you don't have anything on board, and it's already half the heat gone by, so you need to start working on those scores and make sure you get something. And pretty intelligent by Vast. Yeah, she's going to be in a bit more comfortable position, because all the other surfers are really small heats, really small scores. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be pretty much a 10-minute heat now, because there's not too much on stake right now. There's not too many scores, so it's going to be definitely a 10-minute heat.
Yeah, we're approaching the 10-minute mark. You're right. All these 4 surfers, with the exception of Aliana Vast, haven't really managed to nudge the scoreboard. While they have a break, and while the surfers get ready for their next heat, we're going to go for a short commercial break. We'll come back with more live action from Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Live action as we see Lilias Tabai finishing off a wave there. We might get the replay and see just how she went with that. It looked like she caught that wave for a while and might get back in the game. Was in second place, but only had 2 really, really low numbers. So Tabai, the Moroccan, here we go. Talk us through Philippe.
Yeah, nice bottom turn, straight into a nice snap, and then another one. And another one, a bit repetitive, but still nice line. Nice couple of good sequence of turns, and we also had a 2.07 by Carlota. Not much of a good wave. It's going to come around this section, just waiting for the wave to stand up a little. Unfortunately, the wave selection not that good. Nice cut back, and another one. And she's not going to finish this one off, so And we also had wave for Carolina Santos, the local hope, as you said. She has a really nice, really strong backhand. She's a really powerful surfer. A 2-turn combo, and then another one. I think, yeah, that's the difference. The wave selection by Lilia Estebai makes the whole difference. 6.33 on that right-hander, and yeah, it was definitely the best wave of the exchange. Carlota got not a good wave, and also Carolina Santos a bit of a flat wave as well. So Lilia's just getting the good position out of that exchange.
Yeah, she smashed it. Best wave of the heat so far. Good surfing, good wave, good surfing. As you say, a little bit lacking variety, but there was some big spray. She had found nice rhythm. And the only surfer in the heat that's been able to do that. So she goes up into the lead.
Eliana Vast now in second. Santos and Chavera, the two Portuguese surfers, chasing some numbers with 7 minutes on the clock. Just does show there are waves out there if you position yourself in the right position. And Lilias backhand is her go-to weapon. She used it really, really well there.
Well, she's a Moroccan.
Yeah, she's Moroccan, exactly. Yeah, Moroccan Debbie foot. You're gonna be, you're gonna hope your backhand's all right.
Yeah, we have a pretty good, example in the male side. Ramsey is one of the deadliest backhands in the world, just because they're used to surf all those point breaks that Morocco are known for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, there's the odd left. You know, there's some good lefts around, but there's nowhere near as many of the majority compared to the rights. Sweep down that incredible bit of coastline in the winter months. Been a pretty good winter for them as well.
Oh yeah.
February was, as it was pumping here, it was pumping down there as well. So yeah, and Lilias showing what she's got. Looking really, really strong. See if the Portuguese surfers can come back from it.
That's a good one. Oh, no one's going.
Okay, late takeoff there from Tobai again. That woman we were just talking about. Nice swoop. She's got a confidence back now. Not as good a wave. She's trying to impress on a 1.5, so she might see if she can do that. She just can't quite get around it. So nowhere near the sort of impact of the last wave, but still good positioning. Since she's starting to get a handle on this bank. That'll take time. I mean, you can free surf, can't you, Philippe? But it's not till you're out in the heat that you start to really work out, you know, how these work. And it needs a few heats.
No, it's different because even when you're free surfing, there's so many people. You just have to find your spot on the lineup. And sometimes on places like this, when it's only 4 people on the water, it gets a little harder to read the wave, as we see here. Alina Vast. Nice first floater. The wave has a lot of wall on it and nice finishing turn. So very good wave for Aileen Vast as well. Yeah, the two surfers, the Moroccan and the French surfers, just getting definitely the best waves.
Yeah, 2 big turns there. Real difference in style. Vast just being a bit more patient, more bigger turns and less of them. And, that wave was impressive. Well surfed. Trying to back up a 4.17, so she's going to be important. These two international surfers just showing a bit more class at this stage. 4 minutes remaining, and it's going to be kind of, you know, it's going to be different. It's going to be difficult, I should say, for Carlota and Carolina now to try and get back in the game.
Yeah, they definitely didn't choose the right waves today, and then on days like this, it makes a difference, you know, because even if you don't surf your best, but the wave is good, the judges will score it because it's a perfect wave and you can manage to get a couple of turns on it.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, right now, I think we're down on the beach. We've got Chico Alves, the man, the Prince of High Tide, they call him in this part. What do you got down there for us, Chico?
Hi, Ben. Hi, Philippe. I'm here at the beach just to tell you that it's fully low tide right now, and they are surfing way out the back. We can see here that they are surfing really far out, and that's why sometimes they are saying that it's really hard to find the waves because it's a bit all over the place. And what I have to say with this is that with the high tide, again, I think we're going to have the best conditions today, because where I am right now is where the sandbank is for the high tide. So I think where I'm right now is where the high scores are going to be made in the afternoon. So what a pleasure to be where the high scores are going to be made.
You hear me, mate?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So just to make sure, you think the high tide's going to be where the best waves are?
Yeah, that's why I just talked
okay.
about tides right now.
Gotcha, mate.
That's
Excellent.
That's
Love
a big
it.
call. That's a big
Thanks,
call,
matey.
Sheik.
Appreciate the work. And so let's just make this clear before you go. You're thinking the high tide's probably going to be when the waves would be the most. It's probably the best time to surf. Do you think?
Hashtag the high tide is the best.
Okay. Thanks, mate. Love your work. Keep
the booth.
Keep checking in, buddy. Appreciate that. Prince of High Tide, the King of Caparica, the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. And I tell you what, he loves is a high tide. I mean, I just cannot say it enough.
Yeah, he still thinks it's going to be the best tide. Let's hope he's
he
right.
said it yesterday, and the wave completely disappeared. He couldn't surf it. It was literally unsurfable.
Let's hope he's wrong, because we don't want to have that. The high tide with no waves.
Mate, I trust Chico. And here's a replay of action. Nice turn. So we're talking up her backhand, but Lilius, she's got a forehand on her as well. And meanwhile, Allianz Vast just coming around the corner. Nice carve. Another smooth swoop. And then here she goes. Can she finish it off? She can not. So came pretty close, but those two surfers well out in front at this stage with a couple of sixes and a four. So, yeah, they're not in any real strife with 1 minute to go on the clock. It's going to be pretty convincing heat win. Bit of a slow start there, Philippe, but it picked up towards the end.
Yeah, as I said, it was a 10-minute heat almost, because those first 15 minutes was pretty slow, and they were probably trying to still figure out the lineup, because it's not easy. And then it looks like the Moroccan and the French surfers both got the hold of it and figure out the lineup and where to catch the good waves.
Yeah, they did. And unless something remarkable happens in the last 40 seconds, they'll be progressing through to the round of 24. So a few more heats start get up into that sort of finals sort of range, as we see Carlota. So she's not going to give up, fighting to the end. And here goes the Portuguese surfer on a backhand, needs a high six, and she's not going to get it with those type of little bit sticky turns. That wave not steep or the size that her opponents have. So she's didn't give up, to her credit. That's what you'll probably have to take from the debrief.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's going to be, the talk will be about the wave choice, probably, because she didn't choose the right waves, because the surfing is there. She has a really strong backhand carving. Unfortunately, she didn't get that wave that allow her to go as big as we know she can. But still, it's always a learning curve, and everything. She's upset because she knows she can do better, but that's what we're talking in the beginning of the heat. You need to learn to deal with that and just think about the next one and work more, because we have been trying to work on that wave choice, and sometimes it's not easy because the ocean is a bit tricky.
Yeah, I reckon she'd sack a coach. That would be my advice to her. I'd say if she's got any sort of
she needs to find another one.
Any changes she needs to make, I would start with that. I think she's in the relegation zone. She needs to make a decision to get rid of the manager. Anyway, that's just my personal opinion.
Thanks, man. That's
right now, though, with the heat over and done with, we've got 2 to go with the women, so we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the shores of Costa de Caparica, Portugal. We are in the round of 48, heat number 7. 2 more heats of the women's round to go, then we march on into the rest of the men's. I'm Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by probably the UK's foremost surf commentator, recent CT member up there in Peniche, the man known as Paul Evans. Paul Evans, give us your hot take on just where your life has been and where it's headed.
There was a team of wild horses tethered together. There was maybe 6 of them, probably 8. They couldn't keep me away, Ben, from heading back down here to this commentary booth to watch this. I'm loving it, mate. I'm really enjoying it. I love the surf's picking up. It's a really nice temperature out there. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's just right.
Yeah, she's Goldilocks territory, all right. And
Twitter's blowing up.
Twitter's. I had to get a new phone because mine was overheating.
Dave in Bristol, we'll just watch these posts. Yeah, Dave in Bristol is enjoying the show, loves a QS, gutted that it's the last event of the season. But a question for Ben Mundy says, Alves, Jervis, Garnell, you can only keep one. Ben Mundy.
You're talking about our three colleagues and co-commentators.
Billy Jervis, Chico Alves, Joanna Garnell, 2 got to go, 1 can stay. I don't know if that means death or just exile.
Yeah. Let's call it exile. That's a little bit strong.
It's harsh, but
yeah, a bit harsh.
You know, hey,
off to Ascension
coming to
Island.
all of us one day, Ben.
Send him off to Ascension Island, where Columbus spent a bit of his time. Just see this wave as I take a look at that long left, and she goes for it, cracks it up high, Joelle, and just can't quite make it. Look, it's a tough one though. I'm really struggling with it. I mean, they're all incredible people, incredible.
Normally you pride yourself on quite a quick response to the Twitter questions as well. You do make a little bit of a thing of that if I delay, if I stall for time.
Deliberate.
And look, here we are.
I'm going to keep Joanna Garnell. Yeah, going to keep the Goanna. I'll get more waves, I think, off her. I think those other 2 just surf a bit too good for my liking. A bit too, so just based on wave count, I'm gonna keep Joanna. Not so much on personality, just wave count. That's what I'm based that on. But yeah, difficult choice. And thanks. Who was that from?
Dave in Bristol.
Dave. Yeah.
Big Dave.
He knows my weak points.
Dangerous Dave.
Dangerous Dave. Dave Ross. We're waiting for those scores to come in. But I do like that, 1 to keep, as we see. Nice drone action from the top. Surfing red again, just can't quite get around that corner. Instead, I've got one here from Kevin from Tyneside.
Why,
Kev is saying, as you see, a long left-hander. Marzak, big carve there on the forehand from Carolina. Another surfer from Poland. We just had the 8 times Polish champ.
Clay Marsak.
And Kev saying, look, he's in on this. He says 3 things, 3 innovations that have occurred in pro surfing over the last 20 years. He's saying priority. He's saying the cut. And he's saying the last thing he's saying out the back. Well, hold on to this. Come around the corner. Whoa, there's a... Whoa!
Oh, no.
That looked really, really dangerous as May went for it and did a head hit the board. That's what it looked like. I'm going to check she's okay. She's checking a board, checking her head.
Oh, it's horrible. That looked really, really bad. She bounced up, didn't it? And she normally just, obviously, you're hoping to fall next to the board, and she just fell right into it. And if you get on the stringer where there's no give, you can really hurt yourself.
Yeah, let's watch this. It comes around the corner.
Oh. Do you know, I think she just got the tail, so the board flicked up rather than just stopping dead into her. But I love the aggression, though. You've seen that early on, right? She got the left early on, Melis, and attacked it, landed a bit straight leg hard, and again there, but that's what she's going to do. And she'll just keep pushing really, really hard, and if she gets it right, she'll get rewarded.
Yeah, absolutely. She seems to be okay, which is the main thing. Check the board. Bit of a warrior. And carries on. So she's back out there, and yet showing aggression, showing some style. 2 things that Chico Alves is known for. He's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
At the beach with the last heat winner. You were telling me at the beach how happy you were when you were you got through in first place. You didn't earn anything the whole heat.
No, like we was like lost in the beach. Like anyone was known his own score. So when I go back, I was like, do you know like the scores? Aydan, do you know? No, I don't know. Okay, I was like, please tell me that just second or first that I passed. And when he told me you're in the interview, I was like, yes, I'm first. And yeah, after like I asked you like the scores and to know like my 6.33. So I'm happy to do like one good score. So yeah, let's do to the next round.
Talk me through that wave, the 633.
I was like, my coach told me just go easy, don't push so much, just surf, just like have fun in your wave. So I was like, just cool, be cool in your wave. So it was good. So I'm happy to do this good score.
And what's your goal for this event?
My goal is like because it's the last event, just to be in like the top 20 of this year, because it's just my first QS year. So just to do the maximum of this event and yeah, show my surf.
Looks like your coach gave you a good strategy. Good luck for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. And yeah, Tobias, what a classic. What a great smile, great energy. Yeah, coach saying just play it safe. Basically.
Don't like that. No, I'm not backing
message.
that. It worked that time, but yeah, don't know. I'd say go hard or go home.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and that's what Kevin's asking. So the three professional surfing innovations that he's counting, you've got the cut, you've got the priority, and you've got best two waves. They're things that have been introduced over the last sort of decade or so. He's saying you've got to keep one. He's a student of the game, isn't he?
Yeah, I'd say the cut. Keep the cut.
Keep the cut. So that means so there's going to be no priority and best four waves.
Best one score. No prio. Keep the cut. Easy.
Yeah, I like it. They could do some type of extraordinary annual general meeting and just incorporate those rules at Bells before the event starts tomorrow. I think the surfers would be up for that. Would you make the cut even harsher? Are you happy with the level of the cut?
I think we'd trim it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
I think we'd
down to 4?
16.
16.
Yeah, I like 16. I like 4-man heats on the CT, instant elimination, 4 heats of 4 to get things off. Just smash it out in a day. It's a one-day event. Yeah, lose 8 surfers in the first 2 hours. And then you got 8 surfers, and you got 8 of the world's best surfers in a whole day in pumping waves, basically. I mean, what's not to love about that?
Yeah, well, here comes the world's best surfers and pumping waves here. She just can't finish off the waves. Hasn't been able to get above the 2-point range. And she goes down again. Salgado out in front, Maria from Portugal. But yeah, it's been a bit of a sort of fairly common pattern in these heats all out for the day. Sort of slow starts. The surfers not really getting any type of quick scores or big scores in the first half, and they sort of slowly acclimatise to the bank and post the numbers towards the end.
Tweets still flooding in. Bruno in Guimarães here in Portugal. He said, Ben, last time out you mentioned that you were recognised on the flight out here by the in-flight crew, and he brought you free snacks and beverages.
Yep.
Possibly of an alcoholic nature. Any more sightings? You've been papped, you've been spotted? That's what Bruno wants to know. Been recognised?
No, is the answer to that. No, I did get a can of Australia Galicia, can of beer. I got some peanuts, and I got some serviettes. All free of charge from my #1 fan. Out the back there, look at this wave, looks beautiful. Frediani comes around the corner, nice backhand style, and there's a big head, looked a bit like Bells, and she's absolutely nailed it. So great surfing for Frediani. That's going to be one of the best scores off the heat. Look good. Yeah, no, I haven't been sighted, Paul. As we see this, what do you like about it?
Smooth. Look at the style, the patience, timing as well. You don't need to do too much. When the waves cooperate, you don't need to overcook it, over-egg it. And Bayer there, just setting up the first turn and being patient at the bottom of the wave, and you see that water drawing off the bank, and it just sets up beautifully. She goes into the lip and gets her board on top of it, which makes her recovery out of the manoeuvre that bit easier. And that just looked like a really fun wave to surf. You watch some people and they're kind of grinding it out and scrapping, and it's a bit sort of grinding through the manoeuvres. She was just in full flow there, Ben.
Yep, great positioning. great surfing. What about you, Paul? You've sort of made the CT up there in Portugal, a bit of, a profile enhancing kind of a gig. Get any more, massive Instagram followers uptick? Any kind of any high fives out the window when you're cycling down the streets of Capiton?
I favour the private account on the Insta.
Right.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get off it actually.
Yeah.
To be fair. I'm not sure it's really adding much to my soul and my being. It just sort of distracts me away from the important things in life, friends, and family, and nature.
Yeah.
So I'm actually trying to get off it, but it's not easy to do, and I still check it at least 200 times a day.
Yeah.
So I know I'm trying, but I'm failing essentially.
Yeah. Right. Okay. And so the answer that I didn't really ask about your own sort of personal relationship with
Well, I've
social
had a lot
media.
of follow
It's more about
requests,
you.
but I haven't really followed up on them.
right.
So there's a lot in there, but I just haven't declined or accepted. I'm just there in the waiting room.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Yeah. Leave them hanging.
Yeah, it's a
but we're not in it for the adulation, are we? We're in it for the love of the sport. We're not in it for the
adulation's
fans.
Nice, isn't it? I mean,
I've heard about it.
It is nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't want to read the comments because you start reading the comments. I mean, that is.
I read some of the comments.
You can go into all sorts of
on
terrible
your behalf.
places. So I avoided them, but then people told me that people said good stuff. So then I wanted to read them. And then you don't want to. It only takes one, and to really deflate you.
There was more than one, I would say. There was more than just the one.
Yeah, so I've sort of generally avoided it, but overall, I think you sort of have to sort of appraise your own work, really, not rely on the.
Well, on that note, Steve from Denver saying loving the commentary.
Hey, Steve.
He said a bit harsh on Monday with the old Alves Garnell kind of question. So he's going straight back at you, just talking about commentary. He's going to give you 3, Paul.
Oh, look out.
He's going to give you Kaipo. He's going to give you Strider. He's going to give you Turpel.
Yeah.
You've got to keep one. Banish 2 to the, let's say,
the
to the
land
pro
of Nod.
junior ranks. As you see, live action. This is some surfing, high-level surfing. Nice little kick out, bit of zip there. That 6.17 came in from Frediani for that big 2-turn combo on a backhand. So she's out in the lead. Other surfers struggling. Paul Evans with a big question from the Twitter sphere coming his way.
Yeah, that's easy.
Right.
Let's just watch this replay here from Meili Schuwalt. And a different approach from her now. You see she's been attacking a little too much. Right now she's going, let's be realistic about this. Let's finish my wave. Let's get points on the board. So it's not a high-scoring heat. And she makes sure she goes complete. Yeah, Keith Wasilewski, he's staying. Terps and Kipes, they're going to Pro Junior. Right. They're going to the longboard QS.
Just Strider. I think I'd rather go to Ascension Island.
Strider is in the water. He's mic'd up. He's bringing you, live updates, live crosses from the channel at the pipe, and all sorts of ways around the world. He's got to stay.
Out the back. Look at his right hand. That's smooth. Comes around the corner. Oh, and there's a big turn. And again, she just a little bit safer. Still,
I don't mind it.
Still hefty. There was a really difficult section to hit that.
Not an easy way to surf. It was running away. She had one turn. She had to make a quick call on the hoof. I like the turn, the snap in the pocket, digging in. It's not easy to do. Let's get a look here. See, she sees the section and throws up buckets, and she realises that'll be all. And just make sure she rides out smooth. So total contrast to those really late lip manoeuvres early on from Melis. And she's
obviously learned lessons, Paul. Like she's been whacked in the head very hard, but she's sort of said, you know what, I'm going to complete these. I'm going to get some points.
You're going to see her numbers really just go on the march. They started off with 1s, she got 3 1s, then she got a 2, then she got a 3, and she's going to get another number in now. And if you believe in patterns, it could be a 4. Let's see where it goes. But yeah, you can make mistakes on great waves and come really close to getting a good score and end up getting a throwaway. And I think she's realised this is going to be a low-scoring heat. To get second, you don't need to be getting 18s out of 20. You need to get a couple of reasonable numbers, and I like the way she's gone at this, and she improves again, Ben.
Yeah, she's just edging away into safety with 8 minutes to go. A couple of 3s. She's also playing to the heat scores. She knows that the other surfers aren't posting any big numbers at the moment. So, yeah, smart surfing. And now she might have a bit more freedom to attack it on the next one if she gets the chance. Frediani, just that 6-point ride, the real standout so far of the heat. And the drone shot, all relatively close together.
It wouldn't be if Paul had his way and got rid of the priority. It'd just be like a feeding, shark frenzy from up the top here. And we're seeing the patterns of the water, these sandbanks broken up by the man-made groins that stretch out along this stretch of beach. You see next heat warming up. So Blanchard, Blanchard, is the name we've seen in professional surfing before. And another cracker, Elise Barton, UK surfer.
Quick tweet in, Sarah in Farnham. In Surrey, South England. Ben, she likes You Can Only Keep One chat. You're in Portugal. It's famous for its cuisine. Bread, ham, cheese. You can only keep one.
Wow.
So imagine your breakfast bat that served at the contest this morning. 2 of the 3 key ingredients have got to go, and they're going forever. Oh, look, Mundy, he is stumped here. I mean, there's controversy. It's a real laden question. Great.
Ham's gone.
Can I say great question?
It's between ham. It's between bread and cheese, basically. I've narrowed it down.
It's a debate as old as time itself. Is it the cruelty of dairy, or is it the relentless monoculture of wheat?
Yeah. I mean, I'll keep the bread. Yeah, the bread's going to get me through. I mean, it's going to be dry.
Sick Monday.
It's going to be dry, but you just do what you got to do to get through. And yeah, I'm going to keep the bread. See, more lines approaching. Okay, Joyo, she's been busy. There's a nice wave. There's a nice turn. Almost gets stuck. There she goes.
Oh,
Tell you what,
she's got a picking amazing waves in this heat. Every time she stands up, you just see a thing trailing away, really smooth on the face. Almost the thought about pulling in on her behalf. Here goes Frediani.
Yeah, live action, 2 turns. There's the third. A lot of spray. Really impressive surfing. Just being calm, collected, not making any mistakes. A real less frantic approach than some of her competitors. That's a bit of composure that's been missing.
Well, look, that 6-point ride early on, that was all about the timing. And again, it's a smaller wave, and she pushes a little harder on the first. And again, the linkage is really good. There's no downtime. The back part of her turn, as she sort of comes out of the apex of it, she's able to push a little harder. I think, again, she's going to get a decent number here, and she's looking really good value. She's already in first before this came in, and she was sitting on a 0.6. So she's going to put up pretty solid number here, and she's going to have a decent total in this heat. This was Maylis, who's picked really good waves. Nice setup turn from her again, but because of that sort of snapping turn which stopped your forward momentum, that means the rest of the wave, and it is picking up speed, and she has an awkward sort of transition to make there, and you can see she just tries to deal with it. I mean, you think about choices of manoeuvres she could have done. She's going on a quick tag and then go try and hit hard, but I think I like the way she's just making sure the first manoeuvre's done. Okay, she's going to lose points on the second turn, but again, she's just keeping the pressure on.
Twitter sphere going mad. This is getting personal. Sydney from Stratford. He's gone keep one out of Bobby Moore, Harry Redknapp, or Declan Rice. You must know you're a Hammers fan.
Well, I mean, Bobby Moore's dead, so I can't.
Doesn't matter. You can keep him. You can keep him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's well within the rules.
Yeah.
Don't be such a stickler, man.
I mean, it's obviously Deckers.
You gotta keep
even though it's not going to be a hammer for very long. Yeah, he's not going to be a hammer for very long, but yeah, keep Deckers. Yeah, easy.
Right, you're not going to keep that. You keep Redknapp for sure. Hazard.
He's going to wind this window down and do a bit of transfer speculation and Sky News.
Imagine going on a holiday. Imagine going to...
Well, Sandra.
Imagine going to Marbella.
Sandra likes the lad. Yeah. Good topic, though. You can only keep one.
Yeah.
A lot of it, see a lot of those that you're centering around sort of the breakfast ingredients. You cook breakfast.
Yeah.
And things that don't belong. That's another great topic.
Yeah.
I was reading a bit about the hash brown yesterday, whether it belongs in the full English or not. A lot of people say no. Ben, I know you're quite progressive.
Yeah, well, speaking of progressive, look at this surfing, and I'll get back to that.
6-1-7 for Frediani. I tell you why, right here. Smooth as you like. It's aggressive at the same time. It's a big wave in the context of this heat, and it's surfed really, really well. And from there on in, with the confidence, now it's multiple manoeuvres but I tell you what it is, it's flow. And she's just swinging away between the turns. Almost got 5 of this, 4.93 on her wave. An in-between wave, basically half the size, and she got a massive lead. I love the wave selection from Maëlys, and despite going down hard early on, she's shown how much composure she's got and the tenacity. So she throws away the second turn, but she's getting the snap done early on in the steep part of the wave, and here she is live.
Yeah, finishing off there, Joao and Frediani just absolutely way out in front. It's been pretty much a case of these two surfers showing their absolute sort of just a different class, really. And, yeah, great surfing, great surfing. Yeah, I like the ingredients. I've got one for you, Paul, coming in here from Louisa from Rio. As we see this replay, that's a nice smooth turn. Just there we go again. Again, just making sure that she's going to finish this one off, maybe for the first time in the heat. And there she
nice.
goes. Lovely
yeah,
surfing.
Really nicely done. She's got a little stuck in the threes, hasn't she? And she'll get out of it there, I dare say. Look at the speed here from Salgado. She's absolutely caning down the line. That was really nice, digging the railing into the bottom. Really, whoa, really good technique. And crucially, I like it a lot, keeping the speed up. So not wildly dissimilar from Maëlys's wave, but it's offering up more.
Man,
she's
she
going
doesn't
a little
need a big number either. 4.23.
It's going to be interesting between those two, right? Because Maëlys will improve for sure. That's just a second wave for Salgado.
Yeah, that's right. So Maëlys got 7 waves, been frantic, made a few errors. Meanwhile, Maria Salgado, who you can just tell by her style, has got such a future, so smooth, so calm, and she's come back and she didn't need a big number. She surfed it really, really well. The judges taking their time with it. There's also a score to come in for the surfer in red as well, which will make that score even more difficult. So it's going to be really, really tight. Just what goes down here. So we think surfer in red's going to improve her score, and then that will make Maria's job a bit more harder. So we'll see.
Tweet, Chris in Rotterdam. Judges, jet skis, beach marshals. You can only keep one, Ben.
Oh, beach marshals. You can't have a comp without beach marshals. I mean, I don't even understand how that could even happen. How could you have, what, who's going to give out the singlets?
What colour am I in? I do not know.
It'd be absolute chaos.
Yeah.
It'd be like removing gravity from the Earth, from the Earth. I mean, everything would just wouldn't work. I got one from Louisa from Rio. Hummus, tahini, or nuts, she's saying for you. She knows you're a plant-based kind of a dude.
Well, tahini's a key. She's a little error there because it's a key ingredient in hummus.
I know, but
so I'll get her on a technicality there. But
she knew that.
Okay, I'll keep tahini for sure.
Oh, really?
Big tahini guy.
Get rid of nuts.
It breaks my heart to say it, man. You really put a gun to my head. I can't say no to tahinis. I can't imagine the future without it.
Okay, and those scores coming in. So it looks like Salgado with a 5.8 for that last wave has done enough.
Brilliant.
Surf from Red did get a 4.93, didn't improve the score, but Maria with incredible surfing, way beyond her age. She's come through with the goods, and she surfed incredibly well, and she snuck through, and that's going to be quite a hard one to take for that surf from Red, who fought really hard, got a lot of waves, and here we go. So right now, though, after all that excitement and that tweet, we're going to go for a short commercial break, come back with more live action right after this.
right? Yeah.
No way. And a very warm welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. That's Lisbon town, resplendent in the morning sunshine. It's a Tuesday on the QS. It's probably, I would say, Thursday evening in terms of the season, getting close to the end of the week. And that Challenger Series qualification. Let's check out our heat number 8, Alice Barton, Amy Tifiero, Anaïs Blanchard, Sigal Kroitov.
Someone is towing in at the Mar de Calle. That's a huge sandbank right there near the lighthouse. There used to be a prison back in the day, and someone is surfing this sandbank.
Is that GMAC? Garrett?
I don't think so. But yeah, it's normally sometimes it gets some really good out there with the sandbanks out there.
Necessarily feel like a jet ski kind of day today to me. Just looking at the ocean, it does feel more of a paddle day.
Oh, yeah, but there's so much current out there. You have no idea. You cannot be by yourself out there.
Yeah, not to me, mate. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, those arms.
You either got the shoulders or you haven't, bro. You know.
Yeah, Chico was telling us that he used to do a lot of barrels back in Mar de Calle near the prison. He's the man. Now he's gonna surf with the Midland. Perfect for you, Chic. But yes, we are back. Still some fun waves. The swell is taking a little longer to
great looking last heat though. Some of those rights coming in, just really would want to be on those waves. You see,
there's so many good waves.
Surfer coming off the bottom. You see the whole wall and just endless sort of possibilities in front of them. In a really interesting clash, that one. Baya Frederani looked so smooth and stylish. Meili Stewart will be unlucky to get out of competition, really, because she surfed well. A couple of mistakes early on, costing her. And then a brand new 25-minute clock. Of course, you may recognize the name of Amy Tifiero.
Is she the sister of Vane Fierro?
Yep.
All right.
Yep. And an incredible surfer herself. Also looking for good results here in Portugal. Here's Kroitov, great looking wave on the backhand. And that wave all just came crashing down all around her. And she just sort of panicked a little bit there, I feel.
Yeah, she saw the closing section and kind of pushed the eject button. And yeah, because she definitely... she was able to, if she wanted to get one strong turn, but yeah, she panicked.
I tell you, he'll like the look of these conditions. Alice Button from Wales.
She has been surfing really, really well.
Yeah, good both forehand, backhand, good weaponry, good aggression, speed as well. She'll look to find herself an opportunity. Just a tiny throwaway so far. There she is in reds, sort of center screen, having a paddle. Blanchard, here she is.
Nice little right-hander.
Yeah, patient off the bottom, a little flick off the top, and then a deep bottom turn, and she decides to take evasive action.
It felt like the fins weren't grabbing on the wall, and that's why she put the eject button there. And unfortunately for her, because that finishing turn had a lot of potential, a lot of commitment if she went for it, and judges will definitely like that. So a bit of a mistake by the surfer in white, but
yeah, you need to have your speed matching speed of the wave essentially. So anytime that the wave's coming at you a lot faster than you're going, unable to match,
that's gonna be
when things go wrong. So just getting out the way, but when things go right, you get big rewards from the judges. Someone that did that is Baya Frediani. She got a big total, 11.1 out of 20. She's standing by for a debrief with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, Paul, that's right. But yeah, I don't know if you remember, but last year you went up against Maria Salgado and unfortunately lost right in the first round. So it must feel pretty good to get this one through and to win first place, right?
Yes, it felt really good.
And you were saying you were a bit confused out there because there's a lot of current?
Yes, exactly.
Tell me about your heat. How was it for you?
It was a little bit difficult, but I had a really good ride, so I made 2 turns, and it made me more confident, and I had a backup, and that's all.
What has been going into your training for this event?
A lot of physical training and mental training.
Do you want to say something in French?
Merci à tous qui regardaient la compète. J'ai hâte de passer mon prochain hit et voilà, gros bisous.
Bisous, back to you guys.
Thank you. See Joanna. Great stuff from Bayer Frediani. As we saw a quick wave there from Amiti as well. Smooth on the backhand also. Those right-handers are setting up sweetly. If you can get your timing right, Philippe. Let's see what Alice Barton's got right here on the forehand. Really nice opening snap. Look at the flow as well. She just gathers speed at the top of the wave. Always looking at the section. Bang. Really, really nice. And there's no real frantic movements, no loss of energy. Her line is clean. You always know where she's going. And yeah, she looked confident on that one.
Yeah, the wave had a lot of potential, and she did surf really well. She started off with a nice first snap, and then, as you said, a nice line, very good weight transitions on the board. So that means that she always going to get some speed out of every single movement of the board. As you said as well, as you see the replay, she waits for the right moment, nice snap, and then a roundhouse cut back, just getting on the power source of the wave, waits for the right moment and hits it strong on the finishing turn. So very well surfed by Alice. She has been improving a lot as well, as we see. Haimiti on a nice little right-hander. Is this the replay of the 1.87? Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate.
Yeah, a little section outside, and then it ran out of juice, ran out of gas. Here goes Kroitov onto the inside, swooping back. Whenever you do that, this sandbank out the back, if you're surfing a right but you're kind of going left, that's generally not good news, because you're going to go towards deep water. You're thinking you're going to get an inside. It just gets deeper. The shallowest part is outside, so you're always running out of energy, and as a result, unable to do a lot of damage. Contrast that to Alice Barton's wave down the line. She's keeping it on a rail between the turns as well, which you just think about those subtle little differences, which give the judges a chance to show a bit more, rather than on the flats, kind of waiting for the whitewater to push you. She's always driving off the rail of the board, and I think the judges will take a good look at that, and I reckon she'll get reasonable rewards, and I know she's got a lot more in the tank.
Yeah, technically it's for the judges, because they like to analyze the technical part of surfing, and surfing on rail to rail is a lot harder than it looks, and I think the judges will reward that, because it's very hard to keep that speed and keep maintaining that momentum and not break at the point, especially on these waves, because it's not too powerful out there. When it's big and powerful, it's always easier to maintain the speed. But when it's like this, kind of soft, these waves, these outside banks, these outside waves, sometimes it's hard to maintain your momentum and speed, and Alice did really well. I'm pretty sure the judges, they're taking their time exactly because of that. I'm pretty sure they're looking at the technical part of surfing and analyze every aspect of it.
Solid numbers dropping in for Alice Barton. 617, great way to kick off. She's got that small throwaway prior to that, but her first legit wave goes right up the scale into the good range, and she's got plenty more where that came from. That was a wave, yeah, not one of the bigger ones. If you imagine if she gets a similar looking shape with a bit more energy, she could go right up, possibly even into the excellent range. Let's see how that all goes. Or she might get starved of opportunity and struggle. We've seen that happen with surfers get good scores early on. Here she is, though, in live action. Off the bottom, bang. Really nice speed and aggression. And again, a similar sort of combination. She sets it up with a cutback onto an inside, pushing hard. And she'll get a little runner onto the rail. And she does well to hang onto it. Does really well not to get stuck there. Finish again. And that is how you surf a heat.
That's definitely how you surf for heat. And for me, the most interesting part of that wave was the fact that the surfer in white actually let her go. She had the priority. She was a little bit on the inside, but it's weird because the wave had a lot of potential, as you can see, and Ali's just absolutely destroying. She read the wave really well. She chose the right moments to explode and the right moments to do the turns, as we see Amiti Fierro up and riding on a nice little right-hander as well.
Yeah, bang, nice hit on the backhand. Patient, deep bottom turn into the lip. So 2 turns, a bit of variety. First one on the face, a little bit under, and the second one, she had a good swing at the lip. It'll certainly be her best number. So a couple of numbers to drop. Be a good one for Barton. Let's see where Fierro goes.
Yeah, nice little cutback, and you see the wave just walls up in front of her, and she hits it really strong. Unfortunately, the wave shuts on her, but two-turn combo it's always good, and the judges will love it. It's a nice line, first cutback, waits on the bottom turn, and then hits it right. How's this drone angle? She almost hit the drone. But very nice wave for Amy Fierro as well, and look at the numbers for Alice. Let's check this out. Right moment here, wham! Hitting really strong on that one, straight into a cutback to position herself. Again, another snap. Just here, she almost lost it, but she did really well, and she managed to go over the whitewash and just finish this one off. Not too strong, but you need to finish those waves, and check this score.
Yeah, big number. This comes in as the 6-7-3. We'll get another look from above. The board is always flowing, always moving here, Philippe, and she looks so loose. At the same time, she knows exactly where she's going.
Yeah.
She looks like she's aiming real precision with her surfing, even in that tricky part of the wave where it went soft. She's light enough on her feet. The board's pretty small and narrow.
The board looks really good, because it's hard to find a good board for Costa de Caparica, because it's not too hollow, it's not too fat, it's somewhere.
A bit of everything on the same wave, right? You've got steeper sections,
exactly.
fat water.
You need a board that it's ready to go over the flat sections and ready to explode on the steep sections. So Hallie's board definitely looks really, really good, because she doesn't stop. Like, it's the flow that she shows throughout the whole wave, it's pretty impressive.
Halfway point of the heat, she's already posting one of the highest totals of the day, and she's got more yet to come. Still 11.5 minutes in this one, and it's been Alice Barton really in the ascendancy throughout. Fierro gets a good number though for her second wave. 4.67 for the young goofy foot. It's good enough right now for seconds. Anaïs Blanchard with a little redirect now, trying to get away, get a bit wider on the bank. So doesn't want to get too caught behind. Meanwhile, Sigal Kroitov right up the top. She's got priority. Yeah, doesn't have much score-wise though. Let's see how this wave stands up, where our positioning puts our surfers, and it looks like surf with priority.
Oh, that's looks.
It's Kroitov, great looking wave, nice entry, and she almost loses the bottom turn. And now the wave will go soft. So did really well to get herself in the spot. Then it all went a little bit wrong from there.
Yeah, the wave from the drone angle looked like it was going to wall up all the way through the inside like Ali's wave. But it looked like it was just the takeoff and that one single turn. So unfortunately for her, the wave didn't cooperate. But yeah, you can see that there's a pattern here. All the surfers have been on the interviews have been saying that it's a lot hard to read the lineup, and you can definitely see that, because they're kind of all over the place, and the one surfer that gets the best waves will make it through definitely.
10 on the clock. It's number 4 Kroitov. Account for her, it's not a big one. She's still looking for scores. Surfing green out of Netherlands. Seen a lot of Dutch surfers in this round thus far. Let's see if she can continue her participation by getting into the top 2. She's going to need to improve in the remaining 9 and 40. At the moment, it is the Welsh surfer Alice Barton who's looked really good value in this heat so far. Men coming up next, Sayam Nikritin of Israel. He'll be out in the water. Join us for more live action from Caparica right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. I'm right here in the athlete area, and you can notice that the guys' round is coming up because it starts to get a little bit messy. And also, we had a big crowd around Chico Alves because after his great report there on the tides, everyone just crowded around him asking for a lot of tips for their round. And if we come right over here, we have Aaron Strong, who is in heat number 2, getting ready. Hey Aaron, how are you? How are the conditions looking?
Yeah, it looks a bit better than yesterday. Looks like the swell is going to be picking up throughout the day. So yeah, I'm really happy to be getting in the water, and conditions look really good.
Well, thanks for your feedback and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Joanna. Good buzz around the athlete zone. Surfers getting ready, swell on the rise. That's what we like. We're enjoying a finishing manoeuvre there from Anaïs Blanchard, France, who's looking to get a score 4.38, the requirement to jump to seconds. Attack the number of Aimiti Fierou. She has a good chance of improving, though. She's sitting on a low number. Is to surf out of French Polynesia, so as soon as she can improve on that. But look at this opening bowl.
Nice first snap, and then this wave comes from the... It's so hard to land these turns because you don't have that much momentum, and sometimes you hit the whitewash just with no speed at all, but she did really well.
Seeing some great opportunities from takeoff to attack. Surfers taking risks, get rewarded with points. If you can attack the lip on your first turn, not only will you get good points, it gives you a lot of speed if you come out the top part of the wave into the next section. Surfers who get it a little wrong off the bottom turn from the opening are never really able to recover. These aren't particularly long waves, so not really a lot of margin for error. As we see some paddling efforts. No takers, slightly confused lineup. Has been feedback from a lot of our surfers getting interviewed. I mean, we're interviewing the winners, right? So these are surfers that have figured it out, so to speak. But even they're saying there's current, we're not really sure where to sit. So
yeah, it's a big playing field.
A little bit random out there.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see if that little wedge with the tide coming in, if it's gonna do something there, and it's gonna be more of a point break instead of a big playing field. Because that wave yesterday looked like it had a lot of potential as well, but still, there's look at the wave behind Alice. She has the priority. She's gonna catch that one, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it has a little bit of a double up in front, huh? It's weird, but yeah, there's still plenty of really good waves out there, and but I'm curious to see because I really like those wedges. It makes the surfing looks fast and spicy.
Fierou, a wider, softer one. Alice Barton didn't like it, just let it go. And Aimiti, she knew she's on a small number, the 187, as the backup, wants to get rid and just sort of consolidate in that second, because Blanchard with the 4 is coming back at her. So she took that wave, it was a little softer, nicely surfed. Don't think it's gonna go crazy in terms of a score. She gets a marginal improvement, 2.03. So a reasonable call to make. It's not going to eat up a lot of clock time. It's a relatively quick paddle out. And she does just put a little bit more, but she'll want much more of a cushion than that. The requirement for Blanchard, 2.71. So a real gettable score for whites. Alice Barton has been composed out the back with a big heat total. Here's Kreuthoff. And a much better wave from her. And she's attacking, pushing. See that deep water? And that means if you commit to a rail and you get the body away from the board, as it goes softer, well, that can get troublesome, and just lost the speed.
Yeah, when the wave gets a bit softer, you cannot make mistakes. You need to make sure you have that momentum and speed to go over that flat section. And unfortunately, she got a little bit off balance, and then just, yeah, it's gonna kill you if you don't do the things right when it gets that soft.
4 minutes on the clock. Here's Alice Barton, who's looked great so far in this one. Here she goes, pushing hard off the top on a softer wave. First real mistake we see from her. Wasn't loads on offer anyway. Just see that wave run away. Not loads to be done there. So she'll go down.
It's interesting because she needs to improve on a 6.17, and the thing that she has in her mind probably is, I'm going to do something different, and you could actually see that, as we see very important wave for Anaïs Blanchard. Nice roundhouse. Unfortunately, I think the tide is starting to put some water on the sandbanks on the outside, because you see they're not connecting that much anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see the surfers repositioning themselves on the lineup. But yeah, but I think it's interesting to see Alice trying something different, as we see the replay of Anaí wave hitting off the top. And then a nice roundhouse cut back. She has the strap, the leash strap between her fingers. That's the worst feeling in the world, Paul. Surfing with the leash in between your front foot, it's weird. But she did manage really well. So I probably would go out of the wave if the leash was like that around my fingers. It's weird.
So Blanchard still looking for the 217. Let's check out the story of this one so far. It's been our last heat of the women's round of 48, and it's all been about the Welsh woman, Alice Barton.
Yeah, Alice just choosing the right waves, and most of all, just surfing really, really well. A lot of flow, a lot of speed, a lot of commitment. And yeah, as I said, she chose the best waves. Look at these right-handers. Wham! Strong first turn, straight into a cutback. Just trying to read the wave as best as possible, hit it one more time there, and then here she almost made a little bit of a mistake, but she regrouped herself really well, and she ended up
almost looking a bit Caitlin Simmers-esque as well through some of those turns. See the arm position and the flow.
I understand those that comparison. I totally understand that, because maybe Caitlin is a little even more laid back, their style, but Alice has some little touches of Caitlin Simmers, but very well served by Alice.
Yeah, she's looked great in this, and that's a big number as well. 12.9 out of 20 to open up your campaign on the QS. And what a story that would be if she can go deep into this event. Still a lot of rounds yet to come, but the confidence from a strong performance early on from her, I've got to say, it's been the outstanding performance of the round, really, for what we've seen today. Just the way she surfed, she looks really in control. And now with a minute or so on the clock, she just needs to do anything crazy. If a good-looking wave comes through with priority, she'll take it. Doesn't need to get involved in that scrap for second. At the moment, it's the surfer out of French Polynesia, Aimiti Fierro. She's in second place position, looking to try and get into that spot. Is Anaïs Blanchard, also Sigal Kroitov of the Netherlands. She's not miles back, 4.8 is her requirement. She's been a little bit unlucky, a couple of mistakes from Sigal. Let's see if she can make amends in the final 40 seconds or so. We'll split the peak. Fierro on her left, it's soft. And she has to just nurse a little cutback snap just to stay in the pocket. It'll get deep in here, doesn't get a connection. She won't add. I don't think she'll improve on the 2, so where's Anaïs Blanchard? She's got 15 seconds or so. She's got priority as well. What she really wants is a wave. She only needs a 2.71. She's got to take off.
Yeah, Amity did really well, because Anaïs was looking for that wave, and she only needs a 2.71. So obviously the wave didn't allow her to do anything, but very well played. She had the priority over Anaï. We also had Alice Barton on a wave. A nice little looking right-hander. Hits it strong. Just a single turn wave, but very, very well played by Amity. She secured the second place with that call.
Yeah, exactly. Just held our adversary off the wave. The wave scores to come in. It's not going to change our situation. It's not going to be the massive number Amity required to go first. And that woman will remain in first. Alice Barton, a pair of 6s, looking fast and sharp and confident. And that confidence will grow as well through the rounds. She'll improve her read on conditions as she surfs as well in the later rounds. Looking forward to that. We've got men's competition coming up real soon. A great looking heat to kick off the men's round of 96. Join us for more live from Caparica real soon.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to the QS. It's the Caparica Surfest 2023. It's the men's round of 96. We'll bring in Siam Nikritin, João Mendonça, Kepa Uset, and João Cipriano. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Chico Alves. How are we feeling, mate?
I'm feeling really good. And you, Paul?
Yeah, great. Waves picked up. Scores are heading in the right direction. Some meaty sections out there. What are the boys going to do?
I think it's on. I think the waves are looking bigger and bigger throughout the day.
It's definitely on, mate. Yep. Good call.
I think it's even more on.
It's more on.
It's more
on. It was
on
on before, but now it's really
on. Yeah. I just love to tell it's on. So everyone that is watching knows it's on. Great carve there. Really stylish surfer. Siam Nikritin. A quick carve there, as you see. João Mendonça, one of the Portuguese prodigies coming up. João known for a really good barrel skills. He loves a huge barrel, but also for his technique in small waves. So João is a really good all-around surfer, which is something that judges love, right?
Who's the best of the next crop of Portuguese surfers, Chico? Put you on the spot. Who
the
should
best
we watch
one.
out for? Who's the next?
The best one or my favorite?
Who's the next kick-ass? Well, both.
My favorite one.
Yeah.
You want me to put me on the spot, right?
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
You know what? Let's keep the surf art in suspense.
Yeah,
think about
thank you.
Let's go and hear from Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, boys, thank you. Heat winner, 2 great scores in a row. How did you manage to find such great waves in the middle of that messy lineup?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty fun out there. Like, there was a couple of good ones, and I've been here for a week just surfing like loads, trying to keep myself out of the water actually, because the waves are so much more fun than home. And yeah, it's been really nice, like just like chilling out, surfing with everyone, you know, prepping for the contest. But yeah, it was good. I'm so stoked to find 2 good ones. Yeah.
And who are you hanging out with? You've got a big crew with you, right?
Yeah, I'm actually soloing at the moment. My parents are back home. Hi, Al. Hi, everyone. But yeah, it's it's really nice to have all the boys here from home. And yeah, Pat's been my caddy for this heat. So yeah, thanks to him and Beth. So yeah, no, it's been really fun. I'm really enjoying.
And are you looking forward to the next round?
Yeah, definitely. Excited to surf more heats and yeah, just show some surfing.
Well, we can't wait to see you there. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joan Alice Barton, looking great in that heat. And the waves are looking really nice, smooth as you like. Alves has been thinking about his favourite young Portuguese surfer and also the one he thinks is most likely to succeed. I asked him, who's the next kick-ass? Let's find out.
I think it's Matias Canhoto. I think he's ripping
Hang on,
so
are we
hard.
talking your favourite or the most likely to succeed, or both?
Both.
Okay.
I think if you watch him surf, you're gonna understand what I'm saying. I think he's got all the skills to really improve and actually make it happen. I think he's that good. So Matias is for sure top 5, one of the best up and coming over the last 10 years in Portugal.
Who else do you like?
I think it's a different generation, a bit older than him, but I'm gonna go with Guilherme Ribeiro, Joaquim Chaves and Afonso Antunes. João Maria Mendonça is part of that pack of generation, and I think they are setting some really high standards in terms of surfing in Portugal. Other than that, there's other names, of course, that I might be forgetting because there's a lot of them in Portugal right now. Before, I think we could tell there's like 1 or 2, and now there's a lot of them. And all of them are that good because yesterday we saw Martin Nunes also, the Goofy footer, reaping, and I don't know, there's a lot of them. And I didn't mention, but from the generation of Matias, there's a lot of surfers that are really good too. I know there's a couple that are really young now, and they're going to be that good. So I think we are in safe hands as we see the replay of João Maria Mendonça with that Larry layback, stylish surfing from João. Really good carve there. João, he likes to draw some really good lines on his waves. He's not a shy surfer in terms of selection of maneuvers. He really puts a lot of pressure in those turns, and he likes to draw some beautiful lines. As we see, he comes off the bottom, nice layback to set that wave up. Here he does like a quick check turn, and I like the extension of the arms and the look back on this carve. So João showing us that he has all the bag, all the tricks in the bag. Yeah, João is a really impressive surfer.
Yeah, link that
overall.
one really well together. Here's a replay of Nikritin.
On a bit of a frothy wave here, real harder wave to surf, but a nice snap there. Looks like the wave is going to flatten out, and he had to bail, so not the best wave selection there. As we see, green with a nice carve there. João Cipriano, another one. We saw him yesterday having a good hit. He was stoked on his hit, and he was celebrating the first round win. So we know for João Cipriano it means a lot to be here in Costa de Caparica, and those couple of turns looked really good. So
yeah, different energy as well. You've put yourself in his position, you're stoked. You threw your first round heat when it was small and tricky. You got loads of momentum. If you're one of the surfers coming into this round, you're thinking, I don't want to lose out here. Don't want to lose first heat. And like, it's all about avoiding potential mistakes. And meanwhile, Cipriano is just loving it. He's enjoying himself. He's throwing spray. He's going fast. His tail will be up. He'll be confident.
Yeah, he's got the momentum from the first round, so he might be feeling with confidence, as you said, and well said, Paul. I love when you touch on the right point of, in terms of action. And yeah, as we see some more lines approaching the lineup, I think we're gonna have a really beautiful afternoon in Costa. We can tell it's getting warmer. This morning was a bit chilly, but now it's feeling a bit better on the beach. So I think we can invite everyone to come down to the beach and really enjoy the action from the beach, because it's a beautiful day. As we see, white.
Yeah, priority here with the young Basque, Usay. Nice carving turn on the rail. Beautifully done. Keeps it smooth. Has a little wiggle for speed. And tags the lip. Really nice. So stylish and polished. Good power and aggression out the back. Gets a little tag to finish as well. Let's check out Cipriano right here into the lip. Displacing a bit of water. And then this is the downtime. So you contrast that with what we just saw from Usay. And there's a bit of room between maneuvers here. He's just sort of joining up the dots, so unable to really explode too much. Surfed it pretty well. He's got a couple of scores to come in. We've got that previous from him. And then this one, so 2 numbers. This is the second of them.
Yeah, I think it was a really hard wave to surf. He was always behind the right momentum of the wave. And as the wave is so white, with a lot of froth on the face, it gets really hard to get speed throughout the whole wave. So I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. I really enjoyed this first turn. It was really beautiful and smooth, and right on the pocket. And this last turn, he made sure he finished that wave off. I think in terms of comparison with the 5 points of João Mendonça, I think this wave was a bit more cleaner and a bit bigger. So let's see how the judges compare these 2 waves, because it's go time for these surfers, and it's interesting to see where the judges set that wave. As we see João, wow, with that beautiful carve to set this wave up. Another beautiful snap. I love the extension on the arms, the way he uses his arms to really make sure that turn is looking good, and a nice layback for João. So a good back-to-back battle of waves in between Cap and João with a nice backup score. Wow, that first carve was beautiful. All the way around, gets another quick snap there, making sure he keeps the momentum throughout the whole wave. João knows this place. He has been surfing here a lot over the last days, and he has competed here before. So Nikritin here, a lot of action, trying to answer to those two waves of blue and white, and Shiem here with a bit of a slower wave to build something out of it, which is something that it might be a little bit frustrating for him because he's really good.
A frenzy of right hand ripping. If you're just tuning in, no, this isn't Winky Pop. This isn't the CT from Bells Beach. This is Costa de Caparica. Some really fun looking right handers in blue water, blue skies. The best qualifiers from around Europe and a couple from beyond in the draw in the round of 96 as well. Just ramping up throughout the afternoon, possibly getting bigger right up until sunset tonight. It's not even lunchtime yet. It's coming up to 11 local time. Some beautiful clean lines wrapping in and all sorts going on score-wise. Mendonça, we're waiting for a number for him, but even prior to that, he's in the lead. Cipriano, his numbers are in. Couple of twos. Kepa Usei, he's got a decent number of 5.83. And you feel like he was just dialing that back a bit as well. He can push a lot harder than that. Very cool customer. Being patient on that wave, getting the finish done. That last score from Mendonça, the 5.73. He's getting rewarded for his carving. Just opening up the board, putting some good amplitude into his turns.
So the judges rewarding Kepa's wave in terms of size and the quality of the wave, because it was not the quantity of turns he did. He only had one major turn, but that carve was so beautiful and the wave was really beautiful. So something that surfers should look at, the wave selection for the next heats, if they are watching this heat, is the quality of the wave that he got, and maybe they should be looking to that kind of wave on the next few heats.
I feel like we're shifting a bit here in terms of where we are. We were right out the back on the low tide sandbars. Now it's coming in, and it's a dynamic playing field. Things are on the move.
Do you reckon he's going to get better on the high tide?
Well, mate, it's funny you should say that, because yes, I do actually. I'm saying you weren't wrong yesterday. You were just early with the call. You were correct, factually correct. It's just the wrong day. I think today it is going to be good on the high. Here's live action. Here's Nicky Tin. What's he got for us? He'll get a wrap off the top. And the wave, yeah, turned it into a finishing maneuver without pushing too hard. Here goes Usei off the bottom with speed and fizz. Let's see where that took him. 10.5 to go in this. Been a frenzy of activity, all sorts of turns going down, multiple maneuver waves. Interesting to see the high score was just those two turns from this guy early on. Here he is, Kepa.
Quick layback jump there, winds up again, and a better one here. So that last one was a bit more dynamic. The first one was a bit just set up the wave and really get speed down the line. And the last one, he jammed it with a bit more power, and that last layback looked a bit better. So let's see where the score is going to fall. But that last turn looked really beautiful to me. As we see White from the next seat getting ready.
Jakub
Kuzia is looking calm and collected, warming up his ankles, making sure if he throws a huge rotation, he doesn't break his feet. So making sure everything is ready. And as we see some good movement of the upper body and the legs, as we see 6.5 for Kepa Used. So Kepa jumps into the lead with that last layback snap, so the judges love that last turn.
Yeah, he's making it look easy as well, isn't he? He's not having to try too hard just to unlock good sections. He's finding the juice. When he finds it, he's squeezing it. Judges are drinking it.
Yeah, they are drinking it. They love a good Larry layback on the last section, and as he said, he's making it look easy, as we see João Cipriano up and riding with that first carve, and now he's trying to milk something out of this last section, but often there's nothing.
Milk and juice don't mix, mate, do they? Not very well.
Loved it. And as we see, the sun hitting the lip of the wave with that offshore wind. What a beautiful day. Probably best conditions we've seen so far since the start of the Caparica Surf Fest. So a great time to be alive on.
Oh, speed there from your heat leader in white, Caparica, and unable to unleash. So he'll just kick out. He'll do it fast and with authority. Here goes our Israeli surfer, Nikritin, who has to be patient at the bottom of the wave. Bang, that was really nice.
That was better.
Opens up into the lip. Whoa, again, decent. I like it. And the little dismount there from him. He has a standing leap. And he's enjoying himself now. So rather than just getting stuck on the face, going through the motions of slow cutbacks, a chance to take on the lip.
I feel he had some... he was a bit more aggressive on this wave. We're going to watch the replay now. Here he looked a bit disconnected, actually, but here he connects, boom. Then he winds up again, a bit of froth on the face, and he was able to actually release the fins there, which was quite risky, but he managed to pull that one off. So great wave for Nikritin, and I think he's going to be back on this heat with that wave. With 7 minutes to go, I think he's back on it, and he needed that wave. So pressure time, as we see, the last of João Mendonça. A great hit off the top there, winds up again, and boom! Wow.
That was
really,
cool.
Really big turn for João Mendonça. I think that's going to be the best score of the heat so far.
Technical, wasn't it? As well, got the release at the end.
It was a meaty section, and he risked it all. So I think it's going to be the best score of the heat so far.
Oh, okay, good. I like it when you make big calls.
I think João really approached that last.
What? It's in 6-7.
Yeah, he got it. Because if you compare the 6-5 from Kepa, the Larry layback, with that last turn from João, I think that last turn from João was a bit more critical than that.
So did the judges, mate. They agreed with you. He's in the lead right now.
Stoked.
He goes to first. Big numbers in this heat for two of our surfers. Two struggling relatively, but we're getting a number for Nikritin as yet to drop. Meanwhile, an important wave. Cipriano. Big hit. His speed, what can he do with it? Not a great deal. The wave will go soft, he'll kick out. So a crucial number for Nikritin to keep him in this heat. At the moment, he's a 9. He's not going to get that, but he'll get a mid-range score, and that'll bring his requirement down. So here it is. It's in 5-5-7. Now he's looking for a 6-7-6.
Yeah, Nikritin quite in trouble with 5 minutes to go. 6-7-2. 6-7-6, sorry. There's potential for that, actually. The waves are looking really fun out there. So great hit on our ends. First hit of the round 96, showing that each round gets more difficult. Bigger scores, high surfing skills, and good matchups. So great hit to watch as we see the last one of white. We haven't seen this wave. Great carve off the top, and boom.
Oh, no.
He throws the tail there, but couldn't make it. So I think that wave could possibly put Kepa Uset Esponda in first place, but he had the fall there. So a bit of a mistake there for Kepa to get his lead back, as we see Nikritin sitting a bit further to the inside, showing some signs of frustration there. And
yeah, he just got a small wave, didn't he? Just a throwaway number. He's in the hunt, though, and he needs to get busy here. And I like the approach. Just keep getting waves. Keep trying things. Don't sit there and pickle. And time will just tick down, waiting for the perfect bombs. Just try and get something on the board. So he'll keep doing that with a little fire in his belly. It's a throwaway for Usei, but he's just showing signs. If he got that last maneuver done, he's looking sharp, in good form. And looks like he's got a really good read on these sort of conditions as well.
He's not digging any rail. He's surfing so fluid and connecting all the dots. And João Mendonça too. So similar kind of like approaches from both of them, but still different styles, and that's how amazing surfing is, right?
Opening heat of the round of 96 for the men. Let's check the recap, see how it's gone down. It's been a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, Kepa started off this heat really well with this highest score of the heat until then. This wave was a beautiful wave, well surfed by Kepa, and then he was able to back it up with this 6.5, with this Larry layback at the end, putting a lot of speed and dynamic there. Rail, so really spicy surfing from Kepa, but João responding to him with this type of maneuvers with tail out, going through the motion of the wave with a lot of style. And that last turn was a bit of a flutter with fin release and nice power surfing by João Mendonça.
3 minutes to go. Priority with Mendonça, not interested. Cipriano likes it though. He's got some speed from the takeoff. Beautiful section. There's a wrap off the top. I think he needs to be a bit more aggressive. It's nice surf and it's smooth, but getting nice doesn't necessarily get into the next round. And he needs to really attack the lip. And he's looking polished and dialed in, but it's a little bit lateral and just a little bit conservative, I think, at this level. So, nevertheless, he's going to ask a question of the judges, but he needs to go to the excellent range. He needs an 8. Didn't see that there. Okay, a purposeful redirect from Nikritin. Look how distance he's paddled to get himself here. He's got a bomb. Here he goes off the bottom. Great looking wave, big turn. He needs another hit here. Digs in really hard. Nikritin now being patient, stomps the tail, lets the wave stand up, bang, for a finish. And has a little look in. It was a great wave. First impressions here, Chico. Did he slightly undersurf that wave? Is he pushing hard enough for you?
Well, from what we saw earlier, that last hit from João Mendonça and Kepa, I think he's going to be right there. This first wave was first turn was a fin release, and then here he got the carve. Here he waits a bit, and he gets the layback at the end.
Mandy likes it.
So I think he's looking good. I think
so he could have maybe just pushed a little harder.
If you compare with the 5.57, it's going to be higher. If it's a 6.76, I don't know. But I think it's going to be close. I think he surfed that wave really well, and it was a. Can we say it was a set wave?
Yeah, for sure.
It was a set wave, right?
What I loved about it as well,
I think he's going to get it.
He got himself really wide. He got himself really wide to get in position.
If you see the first turn, he blows the tail out. So I think he's going to get it.
Numbers in. Drama goes to first. Judges liked it 7-1-7. So he gets the score, and is that 5.57 prior to that sets it up. The 7-1-7.
You got it.
So he goes to first place in the heat.
He's dangerous. Last year, I think he dodged a couple of bullets too in heats. He's a fearless competitor, Shem Nikritin, and he showed some passion here with a minute to go.
Wow.
Catching a wave under priority.
Big numbers there.
Third
One judge went 8. Wow. It was an absolute bomb of a wave. Thought he might get a little penalised by the judges from just a little bit flat maybe on the first turn, but they didn't think so.
I think the first time was good.
Yeah, okay.
I really enjoyed the first one. The second one wasn't the one I thought was
There's
the one.
There's 5 people crucially who really enjoyed it, and they put him in first place in the end of the heat. We knew he had to get a hustle on. That's exactly what he did, and he was nowhere.
Great job.
With 8 or so minutes to go, and he's turned it completely with that 5, and then the big 7-1-7. It's terrible news for Kepose de Basque, who goes to 3rd place, and that fall on that final maneuver, it's those narrow margins that can cost you. Cipriano surfed pretty well, didn't really attack super hard, nevertheless. He would have enjoyed himself out there with plenty of opportunities, some good waves on offer, and I think competitors in general, when there's a bit of surf, a bit of size, they get a chance to express themselves. Even if you lose out, you're disappointed, but you had a swing, you had a crack. And we'll just keep rolling on through the rounds here. Costa de Caparica is our venue. It's round of 96 for the men. Nikritin and Mendonça get it. They're through to the next round. We'll keep rolling with the heats. A great looking next one featuring Aaron Strong, Ido Arkin, Jacob Kuzia, Manuel Fernandez Lopez. That's going to be our second heat of the rounds of 96 for the boys. We'll go to break now. When we come back, we'll bring Monday in for the call. See you soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back. Look at those picturesque scenes down here in Portugal. The sun is shining, the offshore breeze is blowing, the waves are coming, and we are in the booth here, happy to be a part of what is the final qualifying series on the European leg. My name is Van Mundy. We've kicked Evans out. I think he's going to go for a quick body surf. Still joined by Chico Alves. And mate, the good times just keep on coming.
Yeah, what a hit start the round 96 we had. Shom Nikritin showing some passion and turning that hit around with 1 minute to go. Posting a 7-point ride as we see lines filling in. Wow.
So up and riding, Udo Arkin. Oh, there's the first nice little snap, and he goes to go for it. Oh my gosh, he got absolutely blasted. Went for it, came unstuck. I hope he's okay, because that looked pretty brutal. Did go for it though. I like that about it. Still just waiting to check he's all right. Strong lady, should be fine. I'll tell you what, he didn't muck about. And there he is. He's paddling. He's fine. So fireworks from the get-go. Ido just went for it. Israeli surfer. I'll tell you what, he doesn't get many of these type of waves in the Mediterranean. So when he did, he decided to not hold back.
That was a huge closeout turn. If he made that, I think judges would award him with a great score. As we see white there, Jakub Kusia from Poland. Just an in and out with a 0.57 and 20 minutes to go. And looks like we're gonna have a good afternoon as we watch the replay of Blue. Winds up, quick check turn there, and wow, he really tried hard to be under the lip there and get the board back under his feet, but yeah, it was really
just right at the lip, and then he just the fins disconnected, and that meant the nose came up with an offshore breeze, and he was all out of sorts. And yeah, he looks all right.
He fell over the board actually. I thought he just was able to disconnect from the board, but yeah, he was all over that board.
Yeah, disconnected. Speaking of making a connection, I think Joanna Garnell's down with the winner of the last heat.
That is correct. And what a dramatic heat with the fairy tale ending. And you were just saying that you were about to leave the heat. What happened there? Tell us about it.
I wanted to say it. I wanted to be surprised that I said, but it's okay. No,
you can tell us the story now.
No, I was so nervous that I honestly forgot it's 25 minutes. And then I was like, fuck, you lost, that's it. And then I was looking, I was like, hey, you have 5 more minutes. And then I think it was kind of good because I was like, wow, it like all of the hits that you lose, you're like, if I was just having 5 more minutes. And now I just did by mistake and it went well. I don't know how. I'm gonna make sure I'm not gonna do this mistake again because it's not the most smart, but yeah, I'm happy to pass it somehow.
Did you imagine you get that 717 on that last wave?
I was actually hearing I needed 7 and I was like, you're capable of doing this, you know? I'm gonna just do a 7, like let's go. And I was lucky the wave came and that's it.
So that's your strategy. Just think about a number and you get it.
I had a strategy, it all went wrong and somehow I made it. But honestly, next time I'm gonna come more smart, that's for sure.
Sounds great. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, awesome there. What a story.
What a nice day to be alive.
Yeah.
Having a strategy not going well and making it.
I mean, one of the most basic errors, but it's sort of paid off, and that just goes to show, like, sometimes you get a bit of luck. You've got to make the most of it. Here's Aaron Strong. Comes around the corner. Oh, it's a big turn. And another one. Cracks it. So great surfing from Aaron. Really interesting character.
really loves the juice. And that is really just a two-turn combo, Chico, but really well done, especially that was a foamy end section.
Yeah, a lot of aggressiveness in his surfing. I think judges will reward that. As we see the replay of Jakub Kusia. Bit of a slow start there on that first section, trying to milk something out of this wave, but not really. There's nothing on offer at the end there, as we see the replay of Blue. Great off the top there, quick snap under the lip, and another one. Let's see if he can make it. Oh no, he fell again on that second turn. So Blue, Ido, Arkin having a bit of trouble landing that second turn, which is really important. And yeah, Aaron Strong starting this heat well with a 517 with some variety of maneuvers on that wave. First carve showing a bit of a spice, and then the Larry layback to finish that wave off for a 517. I think the wave itself, in terms of score-wise, was a bad wave, but Aaron made the most of it, and that's why he got rewarded, because the wave wasn't that good and he surfed it really well. So 517 for Aaron to start this heat off, and Aaron starting on the right side.
Yeah, really well strong. Really interesting story, Aaron. I don't know if people are aware of it, but he was diagnosed with a pretty rare genetic disorder when he was quite young. Well, when he was born, basically, Alpha-1, it's called. And that's a rare genetic disorder that can lead to all sorts of problems with your liver and your kidneys. He's had a few seizures in the surf, and he's doing everything he can to make a healthy lifestyle and pretty much live his life as he can, because he's really battled with his illness all his life, and now he's up there surfing Nazare and really overcome a lot of really crazy stuff to be where he is. So always put surfing at front and centre, despite the various sort of obstacles he's faced. Really determined,
really positive,
really. He's really intense kind of a character. He just, he needs to be moving. He needs energy in his world, partly because of those obstacles he's had. So anyway, I mean, that's an interesting backstory for the surfer in red. UK parents, but he's born and grown up in Portugal all his life and surfs Ericira. Good at Koshos. As I said, he's having a bit of a crack at Nazare recently, just to get involved. I was talking to one of his mates. He said he paddled out from the shore the first day to surf it, like the old sort of school guys did, to get a handle on it. And so he's doing his best. He's got a score. Arkin, if he'd managed to hold on to that last turn, would have been in for a really interesting crack at it. But we've seen these waves come in. There's going to be big scores. I think we saw that encryption in that last heat get a 7, high 7s as these conditions improve. I think I don't know if you've said it before, but do you think it'll get better on the high tide, Chico? Do you think?
Well, that's something we haven't spoken about
enough
the last few hours.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to get good on the high tide.
Yeah, it's going to be cracking.
I think it's going to be so fun on the high tide today. I think today it's the day I can tell by the looks of the ocean that on the high tide it's going to be fun.
I think the high tide might be okay. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
As we see, the conditions are so clean. That stiff offshore breeze, the left-hander, rare left-hander. I haven't seen many of these. And Kuzia, and that's probably why there's a reason for that. Goes into the sort of deep water near the groin.
I think with the high tide we're going to see more lefts.
Really?
Yeah. I think we can see some lefts near the shore too. So
I like
some
that.
ramps.
That'd be good. It's offshore breeze. How's that work with the old aerial surfing? It's traditionally a bit harder with the offshore breeze. Is that true? Is that still a truth in surfing?
Well, I think it depends on the surfer we are talking about. I don't know if Medina reckons the same, but yeah, the common surfer don't really enjoy offshore winds to throw airs, but the onshore wind normally holds the board a bit better on the air. The south wind is better for the backside airs, and the north wind is, or the onshore is better for the...
Well, I think it's been one of the sort of leaps and bounds in the last sort of 5 years that surfers, can do massive airs even in offshore sort of conditions now. Seen them even do them at places like at Bells.
Quite different, because they throw it to the front of the waves, so the offshore handles the surfboard. Instead of throwing up, they go to the front. So we saw Kelly a couple of years ago throw a huge one at Bells at the ball, and was a lot of offshore. In
you get a bit of hang time
too. Yeah, he had a huge one. But if you see both of them, he throws there to the front of the wave, so the board can stay under his feet, and that's something the pro surfers know how to do. It's the angle they need to really jump. Not jump, but when they leave the water, the angle they need to put the board in so the board doesn't fly.
Here's a question for you. Do you think Kelly Slater is underrated as an aerial surfer? Is he the best ever aerial surfer?
Of course. I think if you put him anywhere in the world, comparing him to anyone, he can do anything too. If you see clips back then, you would throw huge airs.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit forgotten, isn't it? Yeah, a bit forgotten that he kind of led the way, didn't he, in that regard, and did it in competition, and sort of, I mean, he's achieved so much, so it's probably some things get forgotten. But yeah, just as an aerial surfer and pushing the sport.
Was he the first surfer doing a 540?
Yeah, he did it at Peniche, wasn't he? Yeah. And that when he was about 45.
Yeah. You want something curious? I was surfing that day.
Were you?
Yeah.
At that beach?
Yeah. When he threw that air.
Wait,
I didn't saw the air. I was there surfing.
You were there?
With him, yeah. And it was so hard to actually surf, to actually have like a snap. When I saw that clip, I was like, okay.
Yeah, this guy's good. Yeah.
He's the guy.
Yeah, this guy's good. Yeah. So, Kelly, still going? He's in surfing in Bells.
Hopefully, making the cut.
Yeah.
Because we all love to see Kelly surf on the city, and we don't know how long he's going to stay there.
Yeah, well, I had a bit of a chat to him.
What a pleasure.
Yeah, it was actually. Ben. Yeah, I did. Sat down with him for 20 minutes.
Do you know him well?
I know him well enough that he knows my name.
He knows your name?
Yeah, he'll say g'day Monday.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I know Kalani's his girlfriend, reasonably well. So we sat down and had a bit of a chat for something I was doing. And yeah, he said he didn't rule out coming back next year. He never does. But he was saying that this could be his last event in Portugal, the one we just had in March. So that was, he sort of hinted, what he's like, that he might...
a bit of a goodbye?
Yeah, potentially. He said that he remembered coming to Portugal way back in 2010 or 11, actually, when they had that really good competition. He said back then he thought that would be his last trip to Portugal for like surfing, like for competitively. And he was saying that 12 years on he was still here, so he's been wrong before, but he loves coming here. He's a massive fan of Portugal. He's been coming here for 20-25 years, loves it. But yeah, whether we see him next year, well, he's got some work to do. Bells isn't his favourite wave, but he has won there 4 times before. So, but that's a different rankings right now. We've got the rankings for the qualifying series. So this event is one of the last qualifying series event that leads up into the Challenger series. We've got, there you see the rankings. Tiago Carrique, who was a wildcard up there at Peniche, Kaylee Vast, Gattin De La Haye, Jürgen Cousinet, Joanne Giroux. And I think Gattin may already have actually been qualified for the Challenger Series. He's injured for this event and couldn't surf, unfortunately. Joanne Drew right in the mix. We've got the ones after that right on the bubble. Because Guilherme Fonseca, the man we just saw, I think he's there or thereabouts. Marco Mignon in 6, Timothy Bissau in 7. So that little line is the cut-off. Those 7 guys will go to the Challenger Series, which starts in the start of May at Snapper Rocks at the Superbank. And then Luis Diaz, Marco Lacamon Ramsey was already on the CT, so he's already qualified for the Challenger Series courtesy of his CT ranking. So yeah, some big names there, all going to come down to this event, Chico, isn't it? I mean, 3,000 points on offer. There can be some big movers in this. If you get a win, 3,000 points, you can rocket from way down in the rankings and up onto the Challenger Series. So there's a lot on the line for every heat, for this event. These guys in this particular heat probably not going to factor into that qualifying series, but we'll start to see them come through, and yeah, it's gonna be a lot on the line each day.
Yeah, 3,000 points. 3,000 points. That's a lot. I think the European leg is not. It's really competitive, and the last A few names we saw there are names that I can't wait to see in snappers. Guys like Tim Bissot. I know how good he's on his backside and on his front side, but his backside is vicious. And Marco Mignon also.
They both did well here last year, didn't they? Timmy and Marco, so they know this wave well.
And Marco, I know he's been training here for the past month. So taking this comp really serious, Marco. Has been training with Mario, the physical trainer of Vasco, Riberto. He has been training a lot of the guys from the QS in terms of physique, as we see live action here. I'm going to hold that thought as we see Ido here with a nice wave, well-surfed wave. Wow.
Hangs on. A lot of surfers coming out of Israel. I think Arkin, one of the most smoothest, most polished of all the Israeli surfers, really big talent. One of these days, one of these guys is going to burst through. There's so many keen surfers and such a strong culture. And he's got a really good style, hey, Chico?
Yeah, he has a mix of styles. He reminds me a lot of guys, goofy guys surfing, but yeah, nice, smooth surfing. And he has been drawing some beautiful lines on this heat. He just had a bit of a couple of falls, which is sad, but you can tell he's got all the skills to actually throw some excellent numbers on the board. As we see Manuel Fernandez Lopes from Spain trying to milk his way towards the inside, and I think he got the connection. Wow, this left got really good. That section was beautiful, and he was able to get one more in there, but he fell. So as we see Aaron trying to put something on the board too, there with that last hit off the top, just one turn.
Yeah, that's his only second wave. He's been patient. It's going to improve his score, but not a whole lot. Really, really close. Yeah, so Bissot, Marco Mignon, they're your kind of picks, early picks. Such a, strong level of surfing in Europe. Jürgen Kuznet's been so close many times. And the Challenger Series kicks off, and yeah, they go all over the world. There's Australia. There's obviously a big event here.
France has been in good force this year, right?
Yeah, the Frenchies are absolutely powering. Yeah, Thiago.
The top 7, they're French.
Yeah, a lot of
all French.
A lot of French surfers dominating the rank, showing Giroud. Jorgen. So Portuguese on their home turf could come in strong. See Dylan Donegan there. I think young
So Dylan
surfer.
Donegan, the mother is Irish,
right,
and the father is Brazilian.
Right, there you go.
It's Dylan
Donegan dos Santos.
Exactly.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I had a bit of a chat with him. And
there you go, live action. Oh, there's Arkin right in the pocket again. And there's a second one. He just can't complete those final turns, which is costing. Well, it's not costing him. He's in the lead as it stands, but I don't know if he can keep it forward to making mistakes like that. Someone will pounce as he paddles back out. Yeah, right, classic. So Irish-Brazilian mix.
Yeah.
Couple of...
And he lives in Lanzarote.
Right, and lives in the Canaries. Classic.
Yeah,
he's a surfer
it's a
of the
bit
world.
of a mix.
Yeah, he's only young, surfed really well yesterday. This is the way. What went wrong here, Chico?
I love that first approach he had. The way he does his bottom turn is really, in terms of technique, is perfect. And I think he just got a bit late to that second turn. And with this offshore wind, maybe he needs to get a bit earlier. So he turns the board earlier and he doesn't get caught on the lip. Because it's really hard to make those finishing turns with that offshore wind. Your board gets a bit caught on the lip and you can't really come down first. So he has a 4.6 and a 4.77, but in terms of score potential, if he had made those last two turns of both waves, he had 2 6s. So he has almost 10 point total with one turn wave each. So you can tell he has the technique and the power, because the judges are really enjoying his power and technique on the waves. But if he completes that second turn, he's going to improve a lot, that score total.
Yeah, absolutely. It's already... he's in a good spot, but he could be a lot safer with less mistakes. He's been pushing it quite hard. And and surf of his ability. I'll give him that first one, which is a crazy heavy lead. That was almost impossible.
Really hard.
The other ones are definitely makeable. But he's in a good position here. Strong's got priority. He's going to use it. Lovely looking wave. As he comes around the corner here, first turn's crucial. Gets it up in the lip and sticks it. Drives around again. Oh, there's a nice carve. Almost comes up, but sticks with it. Regains his feet. Another one in. So powerful surfing. A little bit sticky in some sections, but just trying to improve on a 3.77 and really good wave selection. He likes it. He went for it. Just a little bit off balance in some of those turns, but they were all big. So definitely going to help his cause.
I love the approach. Like the first turn was really critical, the way he really put himself under the lip there to hit it. Nice carve and then the layback Larry there. So I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And I think Aaron is going to jump back into the lead. So great wave by Aaron. And as we see the drone angle, this first turn was behind, under the lip, hit off the top. Nice carving snap there all the way back to the power source and the layback. So a great mix of turns actually. He had the first hit off the top at the back and then the carve and then the layback. So he was able to mix it up. So I think we're going to be looking at a really healthy number for Aaron Strong on this last one. I think Aaron was needing that wave, and I think it came on the right time because it's we have 2 minutes to go, and most likely Aaron is going to jump into the lead. So
yeah, I think it's going to be a big number. And he waited a while. He's been patient, and this is how he's got here.
Yeah, he started off with that 5.17 with a bit of a Larry layback to end this wave off. Boom, quick hit off the top. Starting really strong and quick, so I thought Aaron would be in a much safer position. And as we see, Ido with that huge floater that almost broke his board in two. And then he kept delivering some big turns with snaps like this. And great style and approach to the wave. He has been surfing really good. And nice polished surfer from Israel. Great surfing by all of them, and this was the last wave for Aaron Strong, 7.5. So Aaron jumps into the lead with this wave with turns like that, and what a beautiful wave this was. Offshore wind kicking in, and beautiful, well-connected wave by Aaron Strong to finish this wave off. So Aaron here with a 7.5 right at the end.
Big number.
And jumps into the lead. So
yeah, good recap. Thanks, Chico. Yeah, he just came back strong. One judge went as high as 8. 3 massive turns. Like he said, that first turn was really critical. He didn't have to go that big, but he did, and that's what you got to do, even to get through these early rounds. You know, you might as well start out as you want to finish. And Aaron Strong, yeah, smashed the draw in this heat. So you see it here. Jacob hasn't quite been able to find his, doesn't have the smoothness or the aggression of some of his competitors. Goes down the hole there. So he needs some big numbers now, as does Manuel. Both Strong and Arkin been just a bit too good. Better waves, better surfing, and have put themselves in a pretty commanding spot. That's the end of the heat. So Strong with a massive score, heat total of 12.67. Well surfed, it was patient, and then when it made it really, really count when he came through. So Strong has booked himself into the round of 48. So he might get a chance to surf again tomorrow. And he'll be happy about that, as does Ido Arkin. Live to fight another heat. The waves keep pumping. The wind straight offshore. We'll get loads more high quality action coming up. We're going to go with a short commercial break and come back with the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this.
got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back, bird's eye view of the break wall, the groin, the puntal.
The puntal, nice.
Puntal from above, the kind of man-made structures that define, get a bit of definition to these sandbanks at the Costa de Caparica. Fishermen going off the end there. You can walk out there and watch the surfing nice and close. Incredible views of the Aljala moving up to Lisbon in the north and all the way down the reserve in the south. So that's where we are right now. Incredible kind of setup. Once again, Ocean Events is putting on an incredible show, beating hard at Portuguese surfing or competitive surfing. Always make one of the best events on the planet of any country. And we've got great waves and straight up and into it. So Jean Cocaine coming around the corner. Give your foot up from France. And then out the back, another one, Glatzer. Leon Glatzer. Oh, we know that style. Big hook right in the pocket. Unfortunately for Leon, just couldn't get in the second turn, but that first one was strong. Surfs for Germany, based down in Costa Rica. Pavones is his wave. Really strong aerial surfer.
Really strong aerial surfer.
And yeah, so strong start. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Philip Jervis. Yeah, a little break there. What you've been talking to the competitors? What intel have you got for me? Anything I should know about?
Yeah, I was just at the competitors area with the Portuguese boys. We were talking about with the Gui Fonseca for a minute, and it just looks so fun out there. Like it just feels like the swell is kicking in. These offshore winds are perfect, and there's some really good right-handers. I think all the surfers are pretty psyched to surf. The tide is getting higher. I was talking with Gui Ribeiro, the local prospect here, and he said that with the high tide, the little wedge on the right will be really, really fun. As we see Gui Fonseca, also a Portuguese legend, small but built and strong. Guilherme Fonseca, the surfer from Peniche. Yeah, the vibe is really good at the competitors there. Everyone is psyched. Everyone is watching the surfing, and it's fun because you can see this. The people are spread out throughout the whole beach. You have people in the pier, people in the beach, people in the just watching the conditions. As we see Dylan Duchantre. Yeah, the conditions will change a little because the tide is starting to fill in, and it's a big tide, 3.7 meters. It's pretty high, but I think. If Gui Ribeiro and Chico Alves are right, the high tide should be really fun as well.
Absolutely. So Dylan, as we say there, coming off the corner, just gets one turn in, that's all for him. Just mentioned, Chico mentioned, as we see Fonseca, both sort of similar sort of ways, just one turn only. Probably score fairly similar points. It was one turn, you know, well surfed, but not much fin release or not a whole lot of flare. So Fonseca go back out. Yeah, Peniche, really gifted surfer. Really good in the super tubes. Been there or thereabouts and got a pretty good run here last year. Surfed well from memory, and obviously knows the break really well. So he'll be dangerous. Dylan Donegan dos Santos said Irish parents. Sorry, Irish mum and a Brazilian dad, but lives in the Canary Islands, so he's got it all going on.
That's, yesterday we were talking about him, and yeah, that's a good intel because I was really excited to know his background.
Yeah.
Irish mother.
I think Irish, definitely Irish and Brazilian mix. I'm not sure if
and then he's Canary. He's
he
from the
lives down
Canary
there
Islands.
in the Canary Islands. So yeah, he's got some pedigree. all pretty good, you know, surf cultures and waves. He goes Fonseca though. Comes around the corner. There's a little carving turn, swoop turn. This looks a bit more laid out for him. He's driving down the line. Not a very steep wave, so he's looking for some action down the line. He's working hard for it. I think he might get a little end section here. He's got some speed. Now he starts looking left. He's put a lot of effort for not a lot of points at this stage. Here we go. Warms up in his backhand. There's a nice crack. So spent a lot of juice to get that final sort of whack, but it'll be into his scoring. Got a 3.17 for that one-turn wave. That wave was very different. I'll get Philippe Jervis to unpack it after we have the winner of the last heat, who's down there on the beach.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Aaron Strong. Aaron, you did the 517 on the first 5 minutes, and then you struggled a bit to find that last one, the gem. Talk me through that heat.
So, yeah, I tried to get a quick start and got a little score. I knew it was going to be my backup, and then I tried to get a little rhythm from that start, and I struggled to get really in a good position for the good waves and was getting a bit caught behind. So yeah, I struggled a little bit, but I stayed calm and trusted that I was gonna position myself better in the next set. And yeah, it came through for me, it worked out, and got a 7-5, I think, for the second wave.
Did you feel any nerves standing on that wave and risking so much on the first turn?
Well, actually, I felt like confident and that I had a solid stance on my board. My feet were stuck to the board, and yeah, I felt really solid on the board, and obviously a little bit nervous knowing that it was a good wave, but I think I managed to keep my nerves a little bit controlled and managed to get a good score.
I saw you doing a lot of breathing. Is that part of your routine before your heats?
Yeah, well, I've been looking at the CT guys, and also out of the water, I've been working on my breathing to kind of relax and stay in the moment. And I think it's been working out for them and for me as well. So I think I'm gonna keep it going, and yeah, breathing is really important.
New boards are looking amazing?
Yeah, really good. Working with Americ, the shapers in South Africa, and yeah, really good boards.
You're looking really good and happy to be here, so can't wait to watch you on the next round. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Chico. Good to see you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, great interview. Thanks, Chico. Yeah, lots to unpack there. You know, he took through his heat, how he had to stay positive and back himself. And then, yeah, well, let's talk through that, Philippe. You know, that bit about, you might not see him, he went really hard on his first turn, but he just felt good. His board was playing well. Sometimes you just got to trust your instincts, don't you?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what he said. He said that trust the process and trust the positioning himself on the last set would be good. And sometimes that's all you do. Obviously, you always need a bit of luck, but reading the ocean and reading the lineup is very important. And you sometimes you kind of fabricate your luck, and you just be on the right spot at the right time, as we see Guy Fonseca's right-hander. He started off with a nice carve, and then he rolled around, just tried to figure out what to do. He managed to connect to the inside, and then he looked left, he looked right, see where the potential was, and he thought, all right, I'm gonna go left and hit it strong, this one. Yeah, nice finishing turn. It's a 3.7 because he didn't have nothing major on the outside, but still, yeah. We also had this wave from Dylan. Nice carving. This style is so sharp. Just waiting for the wave to stand up again. Nice carving. It's a small kid. Do you know how old he is?
I think he's about 15 or 16.
Really?
Yeah, so he's really young, but yeah, really technical. You can tell by his style that
Very technical.
Got technical, you know, really nice style, and he's been coached well. So yeah, looked really good for a young guy, just lacking a bit of the power. That'll come, you'd imagine. Speaking of power, Fonseca can't get that one. And the other thing that was brought up in that interview with Aaron is the breathing. I think it's probably Jack Robertson's been quite vocal, well, not vocal, but you know, on record as the way he's been meditating and breathing. Also, Griffin Colapinto has been doing a bit of that as well, so I think he may have mentioned that. And yeah, obviously breathing is quite important. Without it, well, with dead for starters. but you know, I think surfers are sort of coming around to the fact that how much you need to, if you control it well and learn to use it, better, you can have amazing sort of results.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not that much into it because I don't know. Obviously,
into breathing. You don't breathe.
No, I do breathe.
Oh,
otherwise, I would be.
I was making me nervous, man.
No, but the whole breathing routine and getting some breathing before and after the heats and all that, I'm not sure how it's going to help because I'm not into it, but I'm pretty sure it will help because sometimes, because I do some, not meditation, but some breathing exercises before I go to sleep just to try and sleep a little bit better, just to calm down a little and make sure you focus on the right, as he said, focus on the moment. And yeah, I'm sure it helps because everyone has their own strategies. There's people who are a bit more laid back, just talking with everyone. They don't need to focus on breathing or everything. There's another type of competitors. They need to be on the bubble, and like Mick Fanning, he was just right on the bubble for a long time before his hits. But that's something you have to learn throughout the years, and you have to learn what your body feels and what your head needs to get over that pressure, get over that jitters, get over that little. Sometimes you get overpsyched, and the breathing might you calm down and all right, let's focus a little bit. And I think every surfer needs to find their own strategy, because we're different individuals, we have different characters, and it's very important to understand what's the best strategy for you to feel good and be on the spot for the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, find your way, find out what works. Constant evolving process, of course. But yeah, that breathing is more and more becoming part of most professional athletes' repertoire in terms of how it can help. And yeah, you can see Aaron just trying to find ways to improve himself. See those breezes still blowing directly sort of northeast, east, quite strong, nice and clean.
It's very clean.
And still solid waves, nice period, kind of about the perfect size down this sort of stretch, and plenty of opportunities. Although, it hasn't been reflected by the heat scores here. We've got, Leon Glatzer, he's got 4.67 for that one big turn, basically. That was all he's done the last 15 minutes, so he'll be starting to get a little bit nervous. One of the top seeds. Went to the Olympics a couple of years ago, representing Germany. Really electric surfer, really competitive, really professional. So he's out there just waiting for an opportunity. Doesn't need a big score, but he might pull the trigger on this one. And it looks like he is. Glatzer on his backhand. There's another first turn. He's going to try and finish it off here. Swooping, kind of cut back off the top. And unfortunately for Leon, not a whole lot of opportunity apart from a bit of a foamy kind of fat section at the second turn. Surfed both sections really well, and he just needed to back up a 4, so it will help his cause. But he would have been hoping for a bit more steeper face.
Yeah, I was talking about just let's check this one out from the front angle. Yeah, me and Pedro Coelho, we were talking about the competitors area, how these finishing turns are a lot easier for the regular footers because you can do something different like a layback or something, because it's the wave comes in your direction, but you cannot go as big as you want, especially on your backhand, because otherwise the board will come out of the wave, and that's why he didn't even hit the lip. He had to kind of carve it down, which is on your backhand. It's gonna affect your score definitely. On your forehand, you can go for a layback, and we saw plenty of those on the last couple of heats. The regulars just attacked the section on a different way, so it's not easy. But I think Leon did pretty well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at 3.83. He's his backup, so he's still the second best wave of the heat.
Yeah, pushes him into first place, so enough. And back out there with plenty of time to go, 9 minutes remaining. So Leon just consolidating. Had priority, kind of had to go. Wasn't really worth waiting any longer. Pulled the trigger, got a score. Now he'll be just all about maybe separating himself from the pack a little bit here and trying to improve that 3.83.
Yeah, with these kind of conditions, it's kind of slow. There's opportunities, obviously, but it's kind of slow. You have to make sure you get a couple of scores on the board, and now he's going to try and sit and wait and try to get over that 3.83. So he needs to stay calm and get a bigger wave with a lot more potential, or even a left and go for the air, because we know he's really good at it. And yeah, as you said, he's a bit far away from all the pack and try to get away from all the mess. And as we see, the tide gets higher. And yeah, the outside peak will start to crumble like this. Yeah, the outside banks, it's not as shallow as it was in the morning. So we're gonna see some different strategy for the rest of the day, definitely.
Yeah, Jean just having a crack at that with priority and just fatted out. A lot of water and not a score, so that ain't gonna help his case. Now we've got Fonseca in second place, but with priority, and Dylan Donegan dos Santos right breathing down his neck. Young kid, bright future, leading relatively low score.
Yeah, I think surfers will start to have a look, especially with their coaches on the outside right before the hits. They're gonna start to have a look at that little right-hander wedge again, because the water is filling in, and it will definitely be the best call for the next couple of hours. As we see here, Guy Fonseca too deep. Leon goes. He has to give a priority to Dylan with a nice-looking right-hander.
Yeah, showed some maturity there. He knew he had priority, and so just waited and pulled the trigger, but unfortunately it just didn't work out for him. I think a 2.87. Don't know if that's going to cut it, so maybe if he'd gone a bit bigger on that first turn, but it looked like a really nice wave. There's no reason why he shouldn't have went. It's a good decision, just didn't quite work out with the wave. And he goes back out, trying to get a small score of 2.87.
Yeah.
And he got a 2. So let's see, Glatzer out in front, but not by much. Really tight heat. And let's the recap. Talk us through it, Philippe.
Yeah, Leon started pretty well with this huge turn of 4.67, and he backed it up with this is Guy Fonseca, one single turn wave, just a couple of turns. This is Guy's Guy's best wave at 3.7. He managed to connect all the way through the inside and then do a little bit of redirection here. He's looking at the left, he's going to look at the right. As you see here, this drone angle is pretty nice. He just chooses to go left and hits it really strong on the inside. Still a 3.7 because there was nothing major on the outside. And then this is the second best wave of Leon. Nice first turn, and then, as I said, really hard for the surfer on your backhand to attack that finishing turn, but he did pretty well, and now he's sitting on the first place. As we see White up and riding on a good looking wave. Let's see.
Yes, Frenchman coming around the corner. Can he get high in the pocket? He does. Nice turn. Hoping for a bit more though. It seems to get that little fat section in the middle here. S turning around. See the breeze blowing in his face. Gets one more in. Doesn't need a big score. He's still got a bit more. It's just foamy, unfortunately. A lot of texture, a lot of foam on the face. I don't know if that's going to be the 4.37 he needs.
Yeah, but it will definitely improve his situation. He only has a 2.5 and 1.17. So he's going to put a 2.53 and still needs a 4.34. So I think he was a bit conservative with his surfing because the wave looked pretty good. Unfortunately, he played it a little safe, and we know that judges hate to see surfing.
They don't like it. They don't like the safety aspect of it.
No, not really.
And we'll see. I mean, 4.34. So we'll see. Here it is. This is first turn. Probably where all the money was.
Even here, he could have gone a bit stronger, and then yeah, the wave just gets a bit fat. A bit of a mistake there. He connects all the way through here. One more cut back. He's looking to the left to see if he can redirect. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do anything special. But here he got cut up a little bit behind the section, and he actually hit it on the right spot, but it was a bit conservative. It was not a huge turn. It was just a nice little off the top, but then he reconnects a lot of wet water on the face of the wave, and he still surfs. But yeah, it's 2.53 as we see Guy Fonseca up and riding on the left. Huge turn, unfortunately goes down, just a 1.13 on that one. They're all kind of struggling. To look at the scores: 5.03, 6.57, 6.87, and Leon with 8.5. So pretty tight heat, very close situation. You can see Guy Fonseca all of the surfers trying to reposition themselves, and Guy will have an eye on Dylan for sure. Dylan has the second priority, Guy Fonseca has the third, so he needs to stay calm and make sure Dylan doesn't get the best wave, because even Leon has the first priority. So yeah, Guy's trying to run away from all the guys, try to see if he finds an opportunity further down south.
Yeah, he's moved away. He's left. Yeah. He didn't have priority, so he's gone, you know what, I'm not going to wait for the set. I'm going to hope for the best when I get down the beach and try and improve his score. A little bit problematic, leaving his opponent, Donegan dos Santos, on his own. Here he goes. We'll see if it's a master stroke or not. Paddles hard. He's into
like
it.
A good one.
He's going down the line. So this could be one of those decisions that experience counts here. 2 turns, bit of fin release and hangs on.
Okay.
So probably going to try and definitely improve it on 3.17. Look for a shorey if you can as well. Add a little bit of icing. Couple of points, doesn't get it, but still.
It's probably his best wave, huh? I think so.
Would have rattled the young dos Santos. It's pretty hard watching your opponent just paddle straight past you. There goes Cocaine.
As we see Dylan.
Okay, so this is the one.
Whoa.
There's a big turn. He hangs on. Can he get a little finish on this? There's more green face. Smooth style. A youngster. And yeah, right near his opponent, he'll be watching that going, Fonseca going, is that, he didn't need a big score either,
Connected
so he's
all
still
the way
going.
through the inside. That's really, really well surfed by Dylan.
Under pressure, a young kid with a bright future. He can't do any more than that. He's going to come in. He won't have time to paddle back out. He's chasing, well, before Fonseca's last wave was chasing a 2.87, so you know he's going to get that. It's just whether Fonseca's last wave is going to make that a little bit harder, but well surfed, waited, was patient, second priority and used it wisely, so really impressive temperament, competitive strategy under pressure, and we'll see how he goes.
He definitely doesn't look old, as you see here. He had the priority over the surfer in wide, nice first carve, and then hits it strong, but that's the money turn. Wham! A lot of speed, a lot of release, a lot of power. That's what the judges love. And somehow he managed to connect the wave all the way through the inside. As he goes by Guy Fonseca, he's probably fuming with himself, just thinking, oh my God, my place is in danger. And finish it off with this 2-turn combo. Very well surfed by Dylan. A lot of maturity on his surfing. A lot of it looks like a veteran. Because it was not easy. As we see, Leon got a wave as well. Nice cut back, setting up this one. Hits it strong as well. So Leon might improve on that 3.83. Let's see what the judges think. Once 2 seconds remaining, it's going to be a buzzer beater.
Yeah, 3 scores to come in. It's going to be, you'd imagine, mostly about that surfing green and his score. Dylan Donegan dos Santos. I think the Frenchman there in white, he's out of the picture. We think Fonseca's going to improve his heat total, but then I think Dylan is going to probably potentially get enough here. He's come up to have a bit of chat with the Brains Trust about exactly the situation. Judges taking their time with this one. Glatzite, go to the air maybe in here. He hasn't shown us yet. There he goes.
Oh,
Not
Pretty rare that you have a whole heat without seeing Leon go into the air.
Yeah. It's a good weapon. He can, it's a strength of him, definitely. Especially on beach breaks, you can just go for the air and get a big score. So
there you go. There he is, Dylan on that Bradley 1 model.
Waiting
Christian.
for scores.
And he's waiting for the scores. Pretty hard to pick. And the judges still taking their time. So there's drama on the beach. Next heat won't be able to start until these are locked in. Oh, I like how we're going on the drone, just in on that. Go deep into the judges. Look into their very soul and see what they're thinking.
Check out, there's still one judge remaining for Guy Fonseca. He's going to go to first.
So Glatzer could be in trouble here, potentially.
Yeah, but he might improve on that 3.83 on the last wave. We'll see.
The first score comes in for Fonseca, it's a 5. So as that stands, Dylan Donegan needed a 4.51. So that upped his requirement for that wave he got. Now Dylan's scores come in, and that's got a 5.17. So that's pushed him up into first. But now Glatzer needs a 4.04 for his wave to move into second. So suddenly, and it's about that, he's a 4.04, and Glatzer, that last wave was a 4.3. So he moved up into second. So in the last 2 minutes,
everything changed.
There was a deck of cards getting shuffled around. And at the end of the day, well, it's Fonseca is the one that gets shuffled out. And he misses out by a whisker. The young Dylan Donegan DeSantis, I think we're going to see a lot more from this kid. Really bright future. That could be a really important win for him. He's through to the round of 48. So even that's a result for a kid of his age, up against some experienced opponents. So pretty well under pressure. Surf with style. So great work there from the kid. Right now though, with that drama, we're going to take a short break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to the beach. QS action live from Praia do Paraíso on the lovely, delightful Costa de Caparica, Portugal. Let's check out Paco Alonso, Dorbiton, Connor Donegan Santos, and Hugo Cornet. And Paul Evans joining. But Jarvis, hello mate.
Hello Paul. We went for a little head dip.
Little swim.
A little swim.
Lovely, delightful, delicious. Yeah, it's cool, it's crisp, it's clear. It's quite a lot of waves out there, mate. Live action, Alonso, bang. Not really bang, more of a off the top as he puts a half turn in on a soft section and then he has to swoop back. Realises where the juice is, trying to swing onto this inside sandbar now. Here's the wedge coming at him. What's he got? Goes right. Cut back, more arms involved than rail. And then he goes into the lip, so he gets his first legitimate turn. There's another with the wingspan. And by that time, the legs are feeling a little bit fatigued. He goes down on the inside.
Yeah, the damage was done already. That's why I don't think that's going to be a problem or affect the score in any way. But very well served. He connected really well, went to the left and then turned right. And there's not too many waves that allow you to do that. So Paco Alonso doing pretty good. 3.33 to start off this heat. I think he could have gone a bit stronger, a bit faster, and that's why the score went that low.
He went a long way for 3 points, didn't he?
Yeah. This is a nice carving. It looks at the wave, tries to see what's going to happen here. It tries to reconnect to the inside, and then he sees that this wave is going to wall up on the right-hander. As he does a little roundhouse cutback, hits the lip here, hits the lip as well, but a bit soft, and then this is probably the best carve, and then he ended up falling here. But yeah, 3.33. He has a long paddle all the way back, but it's part of the game, and he's probably paddling back thinking that he needs to push a bit harder on those turns.
Right-hander on the backhand for Cornick. Squeezes one off the top, kicks up the heels, and that white water goes for a bounce. The little cross wave comes at him. He goes deep, he goes down. So sticking to the out the back section, and at some stage, possibly during this heat or the next one, you think things might shift quite a bit inside. We're still out the back. What are we, 25 past 11 local time, so 2 hours after low. They tied in an hour, and this whole arena might shift quite a long way in. And it could also be pretty solid when it does that, because at the moment we've spread out the swell a bit. And these lines could hopefully all really compress on our inside sandbar. It's a dynamic playing field at the moment. Just reflecting on that score of the 3.33 for Alonso. Judges generally, they don't want to see a quick hit out the back and then a long bit of downtime and then milking it all the way just to squeeze up a final turn. They kind of want your turns to be one after the other. Generally, that will suppress your score a touch. It's not necessarily in the criteria, time between turns, but you just think along the classic speed, power, flow, you want to try and link those maneuvers together.
Yeah, definitely. The judges want to see those big turns on the outside. I've been listening to that and comprehending that since I started surfing and I started competing, because they really like to see a huge open turn. Obviously, not always it's the wave allows you to, but and sometimes it's the inside check these right-hander.
Oh, the drainer for Cornick, nicely done. Puts up a backhand hit. There's another.
I think this right-hander inside, this insider is the wedge is gonna start to wall up, and with the tide getting higher, I think we're gonna see some really good right-handers on the inside. Let's see if he actually caught this one on the outside, or he just stopped on that little wedge. And now he's surfing there. So we're gonna see every minute that passes, there's gonna be more and more water, and he's gonna start and not breaking that much on the outside. And
paddle there.
As you said, everything's gonna be concentrated on this inside wave. So it should be fun.
Cornick's got to go right now. So he's got himself on the inside of that sandbar. He's going to try and go around it, get into that rip, take it out to the right of your shot. It's quite a long way. The current's going with you, make life a lot easier. And if you're not duck diving, you get blown up at the same time. 18.5 on the clock while we wait for that number to drop in. Let's go hear from the winner of the last heat. He's with Giovanna Godel.
Yeah, that's right. Conditions definitely picking up since this morning. How'd you feel after that win, and especially after that last wave?
Wow, I'm super happy. I was really nervous. I just wanted like a wave to come in so I could at least get a chance to try and get the score, and it worked well for me, and yeah, really happy.
Do you think you've got some kind of advantage having competed yesterday, so you sort of got a feel of the ocean?
More or less, the conditions are really different than yesterday. Now it's breaking more towards the outside, and my heat, like the tide is going up, so it's like in the transition from the outside to the inside, so it's kind of difficult to pick the right one, but yeah.
But it gets you into the competition mode, right?
Yeah, it does, definitely.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Great stuff from the young lad. Big smile on his face and a well-earned smile too. That was a tough heat. Look at this absolute bomb door bit on as he swoops down. And again, nicely timed. A little sticky off the top, perhaps. And this will get soft here. What's he going to do? He's going to kick out. He's going to milk it to the inside. Let's see. Here he goes. Still swinging. Not earning loads of points with these redirects. Just being a little patient. Kicks up the tail of his board to just take him back into the juice. And gets a nice little finish as well with a wee bit of slide. It's nicely done. He'll look just to bring this all the way in to get back out. He wants to get into the rip in here. Get on the other side of the wave. Again, it's one of those long waves. Probably not loads of points, but it looked dreamy at the beginning.
Yeah, that bottom turn was really nice. Unfortunately, I think he got a little bit far away from the critical section, and that's why that first carving was a bit slow. I think it took a bit too long on the bottom turn, but still very well served. He milked it all the way through the inside, just to this, as you said, a little fin drift on this finishing section. Zam. That's pretty important. Judges like to see that. You open well on the outside and then bring it all the way through the inside. If it's worth it, it's worth it, and you have to do it. Otherwise, might as well just get out of the wave and pedal back.
Benton going a long way. Also for a similar order of magnitude, 343, his number. Yeah, he travelled a bit for that. And it's going to take a bit of endurance, a bit of physicality right now. Got more swell, it's bigger, there's more energy, there's all sorts of waves and little rips popping up in all kinds of places. If you can use the rip to your advantage, it's going to save you time and energy if you get on the wrong side of it. It's a bit of wind blowing as well, and it's a bit of feature whenever it's offshore. Normally when it's onshore, actually, which is the way this sort of cross shore is blowing and everyone is sitting just a touch north of our setup. Quite hard for them to hear exactly their situation. So surfers sitting way out the back might not necessarily know what they need. And Philippe, I just want to ask you, how hard is it to surf a heat when you don't really know your requirements? Are you just every wave trying to get a 10?
I used to love it, honestly, because sometimes you get caught up on those scores and you need a 3 and you surf for the 3, but no, you need to surf at full force all the time. And I remember competing when it was stormy and you can hear anything, and for me sometimes it was better because you just take your head off the scores.
Free surf mode.
Yeah, free surf mode. You take your heads out of the score. Obviously you always like to know how the things stand, but you just take your focus away from the scores and just focus on your surfing, and that's what everyone has to do. It like it's just go for the highest score possible and surf with speed, power, and flow and commitment, and the scores will come no matter what. So, and you know what? Inside the water, you can kind of see what the other guys are doing. So you kind of have, there's so many years of experience, you kind of have the notion what's going to happen and how you're standing on your heat. Sometimes you're wrong, but most of the times with the experience, you definitely know how you're standing, even though you don't have the scores.
Look at these lines filling in here. This is a fresh swell that had been promised to us several days out. It was going to pick up considerably today. Pretty much double in size, really, from prior to the low tide this morning.
Oh yeah,
by dark tonight, which will be also on low. It's really picking up not only the size of the waves, but just much more waves in the set with the new swell. Here's a paddle from Alonso. Great looking wave. Look at this. It's a screamer in that offshore. What's he got for us? Has to pull his turn down a touch. Doesn't get to unleash. There he goes into a nice, holds the rail for a long time. Not a massive point scoring maneuver, that one. Then it'll go soft in here. So maybe that very first section is the one where he could have got points. He just couldn't quite get there in time. He's still going here though. And he'll go up into, yeah, just a sort of a tap on the lip really, with a little bit of tail as he lands it. His nose up in the air.
Yeah, I think the judges will be a bit critical because of that first turn, because he could have done at least a lip slide or a lip floater or something like that. See, he has the huge wall in front of him. He set up really well. He could have hit there, I think, but he decided. The carve was really beautiful. He held the rail for a long time, but I think that the first section was the main one, and he kind of missed it. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges will reward that. He also got one tap here, nothing too major.
And how could he got at that lip quicker? Maybe just an extra paddle, just quicker with a harder bottom turn?
No, I think it's for me it was lack of confidence. Because if you're confident on yourself, you just go for it. Obviously, it's the offshore winds a bit harder to hit the lip on the right timing.
Yeah.
But if you have the confidence, you're gonna put the board there and just get out of there with as much speed as you had already, and then just go for the carve, because he could have gone 2-turn combo and he just did one huge carve, and you can see the scores. Judges really don't like that. It's a 2.93, so a little bit of a mistake by Paco Alonso, but it is what it is, and he needs to understand that he needs to go bigger. Yeah, judges want to see big turns, and you just needed to do maybe a setup turn or a lip floater or something like that, just to give that extra speed and just put a bit more power on that first turn. Unfortunately, he went around the section, and judges don't really like that.
All right, live action here. We're checking out Connor Donegan dos Santos as he swoops, picking up the end of a wave for him on the backhand. And here's live action from our Réunionnais, Hugo Cornec. Again, it's in the rip, and that wave goes from running fast and steep to going soft real quick. See surfers fade back, try and go left, stay with it. That left on the inside might come into play soon. It's not quite there yet, but it's quite a big tide, over 2 meters of swing. And we're getting up to mid-tide as well, and it will push in fastest. So let's see if that inside left comes into play. We could be having solid wedges on the inside, under the judges' noses, really, in the mid part of the afternoon. Out the back, it's another good-looking wave. Here goes Alonso again with the speed into the lip now. So exactly what we thought he needed to do in his previous wave, and he's patient, and he doesn't really attack the lip. He just kind of nurses the turn a bit, but crucially, he got the completion. It's a nice combo. It's better.
Yeah, you're gonna see the difference in the scores, because he attacked that first. Even though it's not a huge turn, it requires commitment, as we see here. He just puts the board there, comes in the air, battling that offshore wind, and then here just making sure he finished that one off. Nothing too major, but I think we're gonna see the difference. That's what we were talking on the last wave, and he now just committed to that first turn, and I think we're gonna see the difference in the scores.
Let's see where this one goes for him. It'll be an improvement, almost certainly, on his backup. His high score is just the 3-3 as well, the long left, right at the start of the heat. So that'll be his third wave. We've somehow lost over half of this one. 9 minutes and 45 to go. Time is absolutely flying up there. As quite often happens at this stage of competition, 4 surfers all ravenously looking for waves, and somehow 25 minutes just feels like a blink of an eye. So time will tick away, and we'll now have everyone with a situation. No real major numbers yet. We haven't really seen a lot of quality. They've seen some good looking waves, but they're quite hard to read, and it feels like the sections that are there, they're not there for very long.
Yeah, this is typical. Chico is sitting down by my side, but I'm going to say this anyway. This is typical Costa de Caparica. It looks like it's going to be a powerful and beautiful wave, but at the same time, it gets a bit mushy and fat. But yeah, the Caparica locals don't like they don't really like we say this kind of stuff. But yeah, for me this is typical Costa de Caparica. It's like
they know. They know, mate. Come on.
He's looking at me like I'm gonna kill you and all the locals who never surf here again. But yeah, obviously there's good waves. I'm joking. As we see last wave of red.
I mean, this is the best surf we've had on the QS this year, right now, right? It's the best surf. Think back to the last year of action we've had around Europe. I can't think of a better day than this. We've been really unlucky from last year. Final State was pumping here. Thank you, Chico. I was in the background eating this lunch. He's representing Costa Caparica, and quite rightly so. This is a replay of the Israeli Beton.
He finished this one up actually pretty strong. He didn't have a lot of momentum, but the finishing turn was really nice. A bit of a drift on those tail, as you see here. He just waits to get that speed, and then here, wham! A little bit of a fin drift. I really like these turns. It's really hard to do that on your backhand. And that's why we saw Leon Glatzer on the last heat just having to carve instead of hitting that foam section. But yeah, Dora Beton just surfing really well. So, almost got a barrel there.
Santos backhand, joining the dots.
Oh.
Big tag. That offshore wind adds A little bit of visual flair to it with a big spray, and he does well to hang on. It's a little tricky on the landing, and he's not a big guy. He did really well to steer out of trouble. I think he went quite a long way without really doing a manoeuvre before that one, but he's keeping at it. That was his third wave. That 4-1 drop for Alonso, that's the best of it so far. No one's really attacking this heat so far, but this is nice aggression.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit too late, but he hit it really well. And just the airdrop finished that turn. I think the judges are like that. He's in a 4th place, but he only is a 3.17. What are you thinking? Paul, what do you think?
Yeah.
It's going to be something around the...
You think in terms of taking on the lip, we've seen a lot of cutbacks in this heat so far.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of face turns. We've seen turns big delayed at the bottom, but not in terms of being more aggressive, but in terms of being safe. I think everyone's a little bit tentative, and there, for once, we got someone on the attack. You know, we got aggression. He accelerated into the lip. The judges liked it. High score of the heat, 4.77. Guess what? 4th to 1st. How'd you like that?
That's how you change your heats. That's especially in these small scores, these low-scoring affairs. Hits, anything can change in like the snap of a finger, and that's exactly what Connor did. We're 4.77 straight from 4th to 1st, and he's got to be happy with that. And now he has to be thinking about improving on that 3 points. As we see, you say it's weird that Ugo Karnik is on the right-hand wedge. There's not too many opportunities, but we saw him getting a pretty nice wave, but still it's a bit lower. The tide is a bit low still for that peak. I think it's going to be really good in a couple of hours, but right now I think on the outside it's the main spot. So let's see. Ugo is just battling the current and battling all those whitewash that come from the outside. So I think the surfers will still have to wait a couple more hours to surf this little right-hand wedge.
5 to go in this one. 5 to go. And it's Conigan dos Santos in the lead right now with modest numbers. Alonso in 2nd. They will remain vulnerable while they're sitting on 3s and 4s. The stuff that you would hope would be a throwaway in your ideal heat in real life. It's all about just coming 1st or 2nd. Here goes Paco Alonso. Nice, deep driving bottom turn. Opens up with a carve high on the face. And then this is where it all goes a bit wrong. It gets sticky and soapy. And he's covering deep water. Looking a little bit lost as to where exactly he wants to be. He's being patient. Manages to squeeze a little flicking roundhouse. And it might get a little finish in here, but it's going to be a smaller section. Here he goes, nice and steep. He does well. He tightens up the turn a bit. He went a long way for that, though. And again, he's squeezing the juice out of it, but it's not classic hard surfing. Let's see where that goes score-wise. He only needs a 3.68 for 1st, though.
I really like his technique. He just waits on the bottom turn for so long, and this first carve was probably the best carve he did the whole heat. And yeah, this is the hard part. You just have to connect. Try and connect to the inside. You don't do anything major. You're just trying to figure out if it's worth it or not. As he runs out, roundhouse cut back, he hits the lip pretty well. Now he just waits for the wave to stand up. He's going to improve a little bit the situation. It's a 3.83 this wave. It's not that easy to fabricate scores. Judges are getting... Oh, he was just grabbing his legs. I imagine how tired it is for getting all the way from the outside to the inside. And he already did it like 3 times this heat, so he must be really, really tired. As we see, surfing green on the inside wedge. Nice turn. Unfortunately goes down. Yeah, let's see. I'm pretty sure this wave will be really sick in a couple of hours. I think we're going to see some really nice, strong, and fast turns.
Alonso gets the number. The 3.83's in 1st. We've got 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this. It's heat number 4 of the round of 96 of the men. And it's just unloading out the back. It's this fresh west swell. Hits Costa de Caparica. It's groomed by pretty brisk offshore. And it's dreamy, really, in terms of conditions for the QE. where we don't have massive waiting periods. We pretty much have to run most days. Pretty much every day have to do something really, considering we're dealing with tides as well. And we've been blessed. Small yesterday, went off in the afternoon, and it's picked up, ramped up a lot. It's pumping out there, and there's all sorts on offer. And this heat is absolutely wide open. 4th place only needs a 4, as does 3rd. This is anyone's game this season. We've not seen aggression, we've not seen attack. Feels no one's putting particularly loads of power into their turns, Philippe. And they're all playing a little bit safe, and maybe it's part of the fact that it's not really obvious where the waves are.
Yeah, and maybe we're obviously we're being overcritical here because we want to see big turns, and obviously the judges want to see as well. But sometimes the wave doesn't cooperate. You're thinking about you saw Paco just did a huge bottom turn, and then is coming off the bottom, and that wave just kind of dives off. You don't see those. Obviously, Paco had some opportunities to hit the lip and surf a bit stronger, but sometimes the wave doesn't cooperate as much as he wanted to, and it can be a bit frustrating. Maybe he's trying his best. Obviously, he's trying his best, but I'm pretty sure he wanted more. But the waves sometimes don't cooperate. But still, yeah, if you want to get in those mid-range to high scores, you need to attack a lot stronger than this.
It's a long paddle, looking to paddle into waves at the moment. Biton, Cornet there, in limit, going out of competition. If things remain in 50 seconds from now, as they are, they need to get to work on the scoreboard. A 4 is the requirement for each of them. 4.35 for 3rd place, Biton. 4.18 for 4th place, Cornet. Let's see where that goes. Priority is with Dor Biton, the Israeli, and he paddles hard into a wave, chin down on the stringer. Not enough, it goes soft under him. The 8 leader out the back. He spied something because he is motoring sort of west-southwest outside.
Look at the current.
You see that juice just ripping through the line up here, and those arms are swinging. He's more or less just holding position, really.
Yeah.
He's not making great progress. What do we got here? This looks like our 2nd place surfer, Santos.
Oh, 5.6 not going to be enough. There's not enough time because there's a couple of waves coming from the outside.
There we go. And that'll wrap things up. So a low-scoring affair, not a classic. One of those in-between moments. I think our interview for the previous heat summed it up pretty well. It's right between tides right now, and it does feel like that. The scoreboard certainly surfing in that one, yeah, not great. Good enough to get you through. That's what it's all about. This guy wins the heat. The Frenchman, Paco Alonso. He'll come back into the next round along the youngster, Connor Donegan dos Santos. We're going to get a break. When we come back, we're going to bring you Ben Mundy into the studio. That's the great news. We've got 4 rippers out in the lineup too. We'll see you soon.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action from the QS, the final event of the season. For qualifiers, we're going to send surfers to the Challenger Series. Who are we going to send? Some names are locked in. There's plenty of spots up for grabs for surfers looking to go deeper into the competition. the Polish Maximilian Michalewski taking on Gonzalo Gutierrez, Francisco Mittermeier also, Nesta Garcia as well. Joining myself, Paul Evans, Ben Mundy.
Hi,
hello.
Paul.
Hi.
How you been?
Yeah, good, good.
Energy levels good?
Yeah, a bit of a slow heat that last one.
Yeah.
It's getting up towards mid-tide, getting a bit between. I think it's going to pump real soon.
There, I went up and had a little walk on the edge of the pier and up to the end there, and that little crazy wedge that we've been off talking about is starting to spit, Paul. I've seen a few little crazy ones. It's a bit of a tricky decision if they want to go and sit on it. It's a bit wobbly, but every now and again there's some crazy little nuggets. So I'm hoping someone's got the bravery, the dare I say it, the courage to go and sit on it and see how they go. We'll see, Paul. We'll see.
25 minutes to get 2 scores. It all sounds pretty easy when you say it like that.
Tell you what I saw as well when I was out there, Paul. I saw a plane with one of those signs with the big Twitter handle.
And it said you can only keep one. Hashtag you can only keep one.
Yeah, and I flew up and it flew back. I was looking at it and then I saw everyone sort of going
beep, beep, beep.
And everyone was going like on their phones, and I could feel the Twitter just going absolutely insane.
Did you then close Truth Social and go onto your Twitter app to check?
Yeah. So on Truth Social yet. Actually got one straight in as we see this replay from Maximilian Michalewski. And it's from Percy in Capriton. He's gone straight in. He's gone personal.
What's he got?
He's got Paul, your dog, your wife, or your kids. I mean, that is gnarly from Percy.
I need a little time to think about that. We'll watch a paddle and no ride there for Gutierrez. Let's go and hear from the winner of the last heat, the Frenchman, Paco Alonso.
Yeah, boys, congratulations. You made it through your heat. You were saying that it was actually fun, right?
Yeah, it's pretty funny, but it's very, very slow heat, and that's it.
It's your second year here at Caparica. How are you enjoying your time so far?
Yeah, there are beautiful sun. It's very cool to be here this year, and I am ready for tomorrow.
Do you want to say a few words in French?
Merci à tous. C'était cool. Maintenant, j'ai tout donné demain, quoi.
Paul, you can translate that, can't you?
He's gonna give everything
Merci.
tomorrow.
Tell you what, breaking boards, breaking hearts, that one, isn't he?
Yeah. Wife, kids, dog.
Yeah.
They've all got to go. I can't keep one. I'll just say, you know what? They're all gone. I'll change my life. I'll start walking from here.
Sounds like you've thought this through before.
Yeah, I'll walk to the Ural Mountains. I'll turn around. I'll walk back, and I'll just, be on a different thing. Go beard.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not adhering to the rules of the
game.
game.
I'll try and find an internet cafe when the QS is on, and I'll tune in just via a desktop computer. Just so I can stay abreast of professional surfing in Europe at QS.
Feeding the coins when the Dawn Patrol's on.
Yeah, QS level. But other than that, I think I'll just go, just zig when everyone else is zagging.
So you didn't actually answer. The whole rules of the game is based on choosing one. Otherwise, the rule.
No,
the whole Twitter.
I think on that particular case because
it's not me. It's Percy that's the one that wants to know.
Yeah, he asks tough questions, doesn't he? Really does. 19 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Nothing really major to bring you scoreboard-wise. Loads of tweets filling in, though. We do our best to get through them. Please don't get angry if we don't read yours out. Obviously some of them for taste and decency reasons aren't really broadcastable. Other ones...
We don't want to answer them in private. Well, DM those ones.
Other ones, sometimes we do hear from legal and just say, best not to touch that one. Get a couple of warnings, don't you? And then it's kind of like final warning time.
The fact that two of the legal department now sit in the booth with us is somewhat concerning.
When you've had as many disciplinary hearings as Mundy, he's pretty much schedules it in as part of his working week. He's in front of the panel Monday morning, cap in hand.
I thought that's just normal part of the working week.
Backtracking heavily, just trying to row it back.
Doesn't everyone have those Monday meetings? Got another one from Zach up there in Capriton. He's saying he's a bit more. He thought that was mainly a bit close to the burnout last week. He's gone, what? You got to keep one of the the singlets. He's saying one of the colours of the singlet: red, blue, white, or green. He's just gone really basic. You just got to keep one. It's got to be on, and that's going to be the only singlet used at all events from then on. I think he's getting at. Pretty basic, but that's sack for you.
Live action from Garcia. Bang, that's nice. I like it. And again, thank you very much. I'm going to keep green.
Going to keep green. Not so good for football teams. Good for surfing.
Yeah, well, goalkeepers used to wear green, and they don't really do that anymore. And I'd quite like to bring that back.
Match with the turf. Is that a problem or a potential thing? This is this little wedge I'm talking about, Paul. I'll tell you what, the reason why I like it is it's got real punch, real power. And old Nestor, he found it. He connected with the juice. First turn was great. And probably going to be best wave of the heat so far. I like it. I like his courage.
Yeah. So as we go, 17 on the clock. Check out Gutierrez. Here he goes. Great looking wave for him. No, it's not. Thought it was good. It was terrible. Quick flick out. Tweet in Louise. He's in.
David.
No, Louise in Rotterdam. Can he keep one? Ben Mundy. She's specifically at you. The Great Barrier Reef. The Amazon rainforest.
Yep. Is there another one? Well, sorry, was there three?
Yeah.
I missed the first one.
Or the giant redwoods. California. Yosemite, she's actually saying. She's quickly just correcting her own tweet. Yeah, so you're going to keep the Yosemite, the High Sierra, you're going to keep the Amazon, you're going to keep the Barrier Reef, Ben. You're going to keep one. I don't know what's going to happen to the other two, but concreted over, I would say.
Probably don't have to wait too long. It's going to be a moot point, I might add. Well, it's the lungs.
Lungs of the planet.
Lungs of the planet, but the Great Barrier Reef is supremely important to the world's marine ecosystem.
90% dead or something already?
Not 90%, no, that's not that much, but it's a lot. I think the Amazon might be more crucial in terms of good old sort of carbon CO2 thing, so I'm going to keep the Amazon, but it hurts. It hurts a lot.
The entire nation of Australia just groaned in pain as Matt Mundy turned on his own homeland.
Half the nation have been voting for people that have been destroying it anyway, so I don't know what they're carrying on about. Anyway, yeah, I'll keep the Amazon, or what's left of it. Nestor Garcia, a 4.5, that two-turn combo.
Yeah, it's good.
Off the right wedge, liked it. Judges liked it. Good style. Looked confident straight off the bat. We've got here another one up there from Eddie. Eddie in Darwin.
Hello, mate.
Massive reader.
What time is it? It's late there.
Yeah, Darwin. Oh, man, it's a city that never sleeps, Darwin. Absolutely never sleeps. Hold that thought. He's sort of gone your classic authors. He's a reader.
Yep.
He goes, he likes his American readers. He's going, you got to take one. Your Hunter S. Thompson.
Yep.
Your Philip Roth. Or your Hemingway.
Yeah, well, keep Hemingway.
Going to keep Ernest.
Never read Philip Roth.
Never read Philip Roth?
No. Hunter S. Thompson, I like. Bit overrated, I would say. It's part of that sort of era of kind of, yeah, just a little bit overrated. Some good stuff. Yeah, Fear and Loathing's okay. I quite like the one about the Democrat conference and the Kentucky Derby, but it's a bit samey for me. Hemingway's one of the all-time greats of writing in the English language and other languages, actually.
Never read Philip Roth.
So no.
Yeah, you should do, Paul. You really should.
It's only so many hours in the day, Ben. Keeping abreast of professional surfing, trying to save the planet, and just generally kind of working on myself. There's only so much time. What are some of his hits?
Speaking of hits.
Mittermeier going to town. Yeah, what's Philip Roth done? You're on the spot there, aren't you? Eddie where was Eddie? Darwin.
Yeah, Eddie in Darwin.
Big reader.
Massive reader up there, late in Darwin.
Inside with the air conditioning on, I imagine it's quite warm.
Sabbath's Theatre is one of his well-known books, which is very, very good. It's called the Newark Trilogy. It's 3 books. They're all good. His early stuff especially. Some a little bit raunchy in some spots, so we'll caution some of the younger readers to be forewarned. But yeah, a bit of a titan of the American literary scene. I'd recommend him.
Still in Australia, Gemma in Adelaide. Sporting questions for Ben. You can only keep one. Don Bradman, the Don. Kathy Freeman. Shane Warne.
Oh,
Warning.
that's not
Don.
fair. That's
Cat.
worse. That's way worse than
Gnarly.
Percy's kids.
So we're
doggle.
talking the torchbearer for the Sydney Olympics, and we're talking arguably the two greatest cricketers of all time with the bat and with the ball. Ben, it's two got to go, mate.
I thought.
And can I just remind you, Australia is still in shock about the Barrier Reef call, so just tread carefully here, mate. I advise caution.
I
think
that's worse than Percy's call about the wife and the dogs and the kids. You know what? It's not the Don. As great as the batsman was, he was problematic in his administrative career. Put a lot of bit of it. He wasn't a nice man, to be honest.
Okay.
So I'm going to get rid of him. Then you got Warney versus Kath.
Look at this wave! Oh, wow! Oh my God, this thing is mental. What just happened? Maximilian Michalewski is ripping a right-hander apart. And he only wants to keep one other surfer in this heat because he wants one to be him. And he's going a good way towards that. He was ripping that wave. Only needs a 2-0-1 to move up. And could be on our way to the high score of the heat.
Yeah, this was incredible. It just came around this corner. This first turn is huge. Oh, that's a big hack in the corner. And just that open face. He stayed busy. He would have liked one really last little steep section here, but he still did well. It's all about those first two turns. Well, there's only two turns, so we'll see how that goes. That's his best wave, probably the best wave of the heat. I'm going to keep Kathy Freeman. Mr. Garcia, meanwhile, in live action. Drone shot on that wedge. He's sticking to it. None of the impact or the size of that wave that we saw from Michalewski. Yeah, I'm going to have to... Look, Warney, I'd love to bring him back if I could, obviously, but I think Kathy, for her commitment to the First Nations cause, for the awareness she raised and the good she did, our Indigenous culture, I'm gonna keep Kathy, absolutely.
And also just in terms of the event, 400's tough one. I mean, it's...
Under pressure.
Yeah.
She was under so much pressure. She was a flag bearer. And yeah, what an athlete. Actually, she's been helping our good friend Andy King, got Kathy up for the, when the Australians were going to the Olympics, Surfing Australia. She came up and did a few sort of inspirational speeches to the Australian surfers. Didn't do him any good, didn't win any medals. But
Hamish in Inverness loves He Can Only Keep One. He wants to keep it all things transport and also the name of a great film. Ben, He Can Only Keep One, planes, trains or automobiles. So assuming now you would have to, well, you got to get home first of all, so have a think about that.
Yeah.
There's a body of water to cross, there's some land masses. You can only keep one out of cars, choo-choo trains or metal birds in the sky. What do you fancy?
Well, I'd keep trains. I think if we kept trains, that's all the only form of transport.
So in order
the world
to
would
get
be
back
a
to
better place.
Kent, you'd be training up to Calais and then swimming across, would you?
There's a train across the channel that goes underground. That'd be a great.
The technicality.
That'd be a great little trip. I mean, you have to tack on a bit of extra time.
Yeah, you surf much by train, Ben? You get the train to the beach often?
That's all I do.
Is that okay.
Yeah. No, I think it'd be good for the planet. You know, automobiles and planes aren't necessarily. I know it would cause. I mean, it's a difficult question.
Great movie as well. Classic John Candy, Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, good film. Very good film. Out the back, live action.
Your heat leader dropped a bomb for a 7. He's going again, swooping off the top. Got a huge number for those two-turn combo, the 7-point ride. This one a touch sticky. Good work done out the back, but he's built up a head of steam. He's looking to work on the 3. That's the backup. And he's shown us really the only real quality in this one. Brilliantly surf wave prior to that. How'd you like this backup?
Yeah, it's just his wave selection's been incredible, and he's matching it with his surfing. So he's got a really smooth style. He got a 7 for that last wave, as you said, and he's just in sync at the moment. Is Max really impressive? Really impressive. Okay, well, speaking of the Olympics, it's coming in. They're coming in thick and fast in the Twitter sphere. Keep one. I've got here. Wait, hold that thought. Live action off the wedge.
Garcia, what's he got for us? quick turn on the rail, out the top. It's a little bit side to side. Our drone gets bamboozled. Wow, he got a good old flick there. He hit it hard. Is that going to be deemed complete? Question A. Question B, what did he actually do?
Yes, well, let's watch it closely here. He's got that little chip in here, comes around the corner. He's a tall, rangy fella. He digs in the rail. This is the turn here he wanted a little bit more spice on. And then if he could just finish it, that was a steep section. And he just got stuck. When he came down, his inside rail got caught, and that was a waste of a section because that had a real juicy finish there. Let's come round here. We can see a nice last turn. We've got a tweet in here from Ian. Let's just see, live action doesn't stop, does it?
Here goes Mittermeier. Needs to get his skates on. Doesn't need a huge number, though. Prior to that last score of Nesta, looking for a 4-1-1. It's all a bit going through the motion so far. He's just kind of swinging. He's not doing much wrong. He's not doing loads right, though, crucially. You do have to score the points. Here he goes onto the inside. Gets a nice little tap. I mean, in terms of the wave, he did it really well. It was smooth. It was controlled. Not the most aggressive or explosive surfing we've ever seen. It's going to be probably a modest number, Ben.
Yeah, he left points on this wave. I think you'll find nice little cut back. I just think he could have showed a bit more aggression. I mean, it's pretty fat here. There's not a whole lot you can do off that lip, so he's just biding his time. That's probably makes it all the more reason to try and go a little bit bigger on the inside because he's just done a lot of S turns here, and this is the only section he had to really try something to elevate the score into a half decent range. He just tapped it, and it was a really soft tap at that. Yeah, he didn't need a huge score, but
are you going to read this tweet out before we die?
Well, he's talking about it's Ian from Singapore, and he was talking about like the Olympics chat, like Kathy Freeman said.
Hang on, Maximilian belts it.
Tweet out.
Maximilian hates Monday in his tweets, and every time Monday starts to talk, he just starts ripping a wave apart. Bang again into the lip. He had a short section. He didn't have loads of room to swing, and he made the most of his manoeuvre. Get it out, Ben. Go on.
He's doubled up. In this time, he's got two. I'm going to give you two straight off the bat. Olympics, he's got gymnastics, athletics, swimming, and then he's gone re-entry, cut back, floater.
Okay, keep athletics, obviously. For my money, it's the only real legitimate Olympic sport. All the rest can go.
Swimming, it's amazing.
Boring. Boring sport. Don't like it. Maximilian isn't boring, he's ripping.
Yeah, he just keeps picking off these long rights out the back. Actually, not only does he not like me, he ignored my advice to hit that wedge, and it's paid off handsomely. He's got the best three waves of the heat, surfed them really well, and he's got a substantial, or a fairly considerable heat lead, and a well-deserved one.
What was it, cutback, re-entry, or floater? Yeah, let's keep the floater. Float some
It is the mainstay of your surfing repertoire, to be honest. I was going to throw in a barrel, but I knew that was just silly.
Yeah, no thanks. Don't like him.
Last minute. What do you reckon he's asking there? Wait. There you go. That was impressive.
Luis Poluro.
That would my abductor groin would snap if I did that.
Yeah, that looks very convincing. Here goes Garcia, second place, looking to play a little bit of D. Doesn't do it though there. Michalewski, his numbers are all in. We're all caught up. He gets a throwaway for his previous. It's pumping. It looks a bit like sunset right there. It's huge. How big is it, Ben? 4 foot? 5 foot?
4 foot. Solid 4 foot.
3 to 5?
Solid 4 foot, I would call that.
Okay.
I don't like to get in the fight like that.
I
will use 5 foot if I have to, but I prefer not to.
Gutierrez, double up. What's he going to do? Jam in the pockets, and then a little tag. Yeah, Monday doesn't like it.
He's caught in 2 mines, wasn't he, Paul? We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've been caught in 3 mines.
Could only really keep one of those turns, didn't he?
Yeah,
really?
You either had to commit to one, or maybe work harder on the 2, and he completed it.
Yeah, to do his business or get off the throne, to paraphrase a popular expression.
Yeah,
and he didn't.
Yeah, he left some in the bowl, and we'll see how he goes. He doesn't need it. It's his first sort of scoring wave of note with 3 minutes to go. He's got to get up in at least get himself back in the game.
Yeah,
it's important.
James in Cardiff, Ben, you can only keep one. Beer, wine, gin and tonic. He know. Does he know you? Is he? Is he a friend? Is this? He hasn't said that he hasn't mentioned that he's friend or family, but I've got a feeling he knows your tipple, Ben. Beer, wine, or the classic, refreshing G&T. Which one are you going to keep, Ben, for eternity, for the rest of your days?
Yeah, I'm going to keep made up. I'll tell you what, Nesto. I'm going to keep wine. Yeah, I think wine might be the choice of the moderate.
Even though this event is proudly sponsored by Australia Galicia, you're going to remove beer for all citizens on the planet forever.
Before it gets removed this week, I'm going to have a real good crack at it, I tell you. I'm going to make sure I really
refreshing
enjoy
G&T, your go-to.
Yeah, but you can't have that every night for dinner, do you? Every glass. 3 glasses of gin and tonics over dinner doesn't always work, does it? I mean, it would work. It does work for some people, but no. I'm a bit more
okay, fair enough. Good question
but I like where he's coming from.
2 on the clock in this. It's our Polish surfer who's ripped this one with the 7. Massive numbers. Back up small, modest. It's good enough for first, though. He's in double figures, 10-6 out of 20. Who's going along with him as we stand into the next round? Well, it's one of our Spaniards, Nesta Garcia. Doesn't have a big margin, though. And it's Francisco Mittermeier with hot breath on the nape of Garcia's neck, just looking for a 4-1-1. The other Spaniard in blue, Gutierrez, looking for a touch more, but not a big number either. 4-6-3, 90 on the clock, Ben. What's going to happen? Is Nesta going to hang on? Is Mittermeier going to make a move? Okay, Gutierrez come from behind.
Yeah, I think, well, he goes, oi, the old Max. Well, that's not going to help. Now, the priority is the issue. Gonzalo and Francisco both without it. That could be the pivotal issue here with 1 minute to go. I don't think they're going to have time to be able to pick off the right wave to get those scores. They haven't shown enough throughout the rest of the heat to change their mind, but we'll see. I've seen a couple of buzzer beaters. Nickerton early on in the day was probably one of the more dramatic sort of waves on the Hooter. 45 seconds, can't see it happening.
Priority with Nesta Garcia. He's in the second place position. He'll look to kind of control. Who do you sit on, though? Do you sit on Mittermeier? Do you sit on Gutierrez? What do you do if you've got Prio and you're in second place, Ben? I mean, you can't sit. You could try and sit on both, depending on where they were, but they would, I guess, try and get away from each other.
Yeah, if you're close enough to Mittermeier, I think Garcia would try and get pretty close.
Just drop in on everyone at the same time.
But I don't think it's an issue here. He's too far away. You can see him scanning the waves. He's pretty safe, at least for now. 10 seconds on the clock. I think it might be largely irrelevant, unfortunately. So last wave ridden there by Nesta out the back. I'm not sure if that was ridden before or after the Hooter for Gutierrez. I think it might be after the Hooter. So looks like that man there, Nesta Garcia, along with Maximilian Michalowski as the 2 surfers. They're going to go through. So it's been a tight battle. Maximilian, that 7-point ride, just wave selection, too good, too strong.
An interesting heat, loads happened, loads of waves ridden, a lot of ground covered. We've seen that right-hand wedge really come to play, and we've seen the wave selection of a Polish surfer really absolutely spot on. Here goes the attempt from Gutierrez, though, Mundy, looking for 4.63.
Yeah, it looks like this was before the Hooter. So it's a long right. He's getting a bit more aggressive. Can he finish it off? And I don't think he's going to be able to, or can he? All the way to shore. He didn't die wondering, but you can tell by his body language that he doesn't think he's got the score. He didn't. And that's all over, she cried.
So, a really entertaining heat. Beautiful looking waves come through. Most of them went the way of Maximilian Michalowski. That's why he gets the heat win. Good numbers for him. Otherwise, not a classic 4s and 2s and 3s. Stuff like that. Not really good enough. Nesta Garcia manages to squeak through. Mittermeier and Gutierrez be gutted. Didn't do loads wrong. It's all about finding the right waves. They'll have to come and think again. Beautiful scenes for a bit bat and ball on the beach to watch professional surfers from across Europe to soak in the Caparica vibes. That's what we're doing here, as it's lunchtime on a Tuesday afternoon. Still bright and sunny and delightful, and still plenty of waves pumping through this fresh swell that we were promised That's been delivering, and the scores have gone up to match that increased energy. It's been a really enjoyable morning thus far. We've got loads more of live surfing to bring you from Caparica Surfest 2023. We'll be right back after this quick break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
It's been quite a tricky season this year because we've had like not the best conditions at a lot of the events. Newquay was tricky, we had to do double banking there. We had excellent waves in Lacanau, that was probably the best waves we've had so far. Anglet was fine, and then we had problems in the Azores. Now we've come into the second part of the year, we've had Anchor Point, which was okay, but also a tricky forecast. And now we're going to finish in Caparica. And it's a place where traditionally it's beach with waves that are, it's good for competition. So it's got plenty of opportunities. So I think for finishing the season, it's an ideal location.
Well, Rob Gunning's got it spot on. There's loads of opportunities at this beach. The surf is pumping. We're just having a short couple of minute break while we readjust some of the camera work and make sure that we're all exactly on point for what should be an amazing afternoon. So there's still waves. Chico Alves, you've been out there checking this high tide you've been talking about since, what, ages ago? It looks pretty good out there, mate, doesn't it? The surf looks amazing.
How good is the high tide here?
So good. It's famously good.
I just checked the surf for 2 heats now, and it's amazing. We almost can tell we are in Bells Beach, but we are not. And the waves look really good. I saw some really good surfing on that last heat. The waves look really smooth, and it's a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day, and someone who got some incredible waves, some big right-handers right there was the winner of that last heat. And he's down there with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, he is, Mondi. With a 7-point ride, do you feel a bit disappointed you didn't get a good back-up score, or are you happy with the result?
No, I'm very happy I passed. Obviously, I would rather have as well a good backup, but I'm happy that I passed first. And I'm happy with the 7 as well, so it doesn't matter because I passed. So.
And we were chatting just before the interview that you were saying you're a bit confused out there. Talk to us a bit about that.
Yeah, before it was kind of the outside had more wall. Now it's kind of getting fat, the waves. So it was really hard to find the ones with like big wall that you can do like proper turns. So it was hard to put like a proper score on the board.
Are you excited about the rest of the competition?
Yeah, it looks like the forecast should be fun waves. So yeah, I'm excited, of course.
Well, congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. Yeah, great surfing. Mikulowski, really on point. Got the best waves, surfing really, really well. And has booked a ticket into the first round. Sorry, the round of 48. Still loads of surfing to come up. We are in the round of 96, heat 6. Some big names coming our way, and also some incredible surfing. Who's sort of taken you? You know, who's impressed you the most today, though, Chico? Who's really blown your tiny brain
today?
Just today.
I think overall we have seen a lot of good action. I love the way Aaron Strong surfed that 7.5 he had. I think he showed a lot of aggressiveness, and I really enjoyed to see João Maria Mendonça surf too. I think he showed he's on the right path on this contest, and I think this type of waves suit his surfing really well. So those two names stand out first, but we've seen a lot of good surfing, and yeah, we are almost halfway through this round, and I think we still have a lot to see.
Yeah, and here's a stunning view. So that's just over the corner, around the corner to Lisbon. Caparica is probably a 20-minute drive, 25-minute drive from the centre or the heart of Lisbon, over the bridge, over the river and down to the southern-facing shore. It's a stunning, stunning part of the world. It's kind of crazy, Chico. I know you grew up here, and to think that can be this vista, these waves, and have Lisbon just so close. It's a unique combination, I would say.
Yeah, I think everyone from Lisbon kind of tends to come over Costa when there's good weather and spend the day at the beach. So it's really close to it, and I think it's a good venue to surf, to enjoy your day at the beach, play football, have a good açaí or a good tosta mista, and yeah, I think Costa has it all, and I'm glad to see Costa, the Caparica, develop so much over the last 5 years and see it growing as a community, and it's really awesome.
And do you feel, as a local, does he feel connected to Lisbon, or is it's such a different little part of the world? They're not so close. It's sort of almost its own little world down here, isn't it? Or do you feel like you're a Lisbon sort of Lisbonite?
Well, I've studied all my life in Lisbon, so I felt that my education part in terms of school-wise was all developed in Lisbon, but my sport part was all developed in Costa. So I had both sides of the good sides of it, and I loved it all because I could come from school and actually enjoy a good run from my house to the beach, and that's something that any surfer that wants to become professional wants, is to live close to the beach. So I had both, and I got used to the life
amazing.
in Lisbon, the city life, and also the beach life, which
Best
is
of
great.
both worlds. And this is basically one of the an old jail this was used as, and when you fly into Lisbon, the airport's right in the heart of Lisbon as well. It's so close, and when you come in, you kind of fly in over there, and you see this little landmark there, and you also see the right-hander. There's a few waves that sort of break in various spots. They're kind of a little bit secretive and really hard to find, really hard to surf. But yeah, you peer out your window and you just see these incredible coasts. You sort of Cascais up there to the north, way in the distance, with those sort of red roofs, I think, which is another super wave-rich region. Down there around the corner to the north is also Carcavelos. It's another crazy city beach with incredible barrels. So yeah, what an incredible coastline. And on days like today with a bit of swell and some incredible offshore breezes, it just it just looks incredible. Here we go, down the main drag of Caparica. You own pretty much, what, 40% of the town, don't you, by now, with all your influencing and stuff? So you own that you own that block flat.
I actually saw my mum at the shower there. I don't know if you saw it, but
no.
I saw her having a bit of a shower on the yacht. No, but yeah, this is the center. This is basically the main road when you get to Costa. If you go all the way straight from the highway, you're going to pass towards all the surf shops and all the cafes where you can eat all different things. And I used to spend a lot of time here with my mates when we were young, and I remember surfing here and just playing all kinds of games on the streets, and it's incredible how much Costa has grown over the last few years.
Yeah, amazing. There's a long promenade. We go out to the park. This is the contest site just to the left of us on the southern side. I had a surf out here on the northern side before. It was some crazy left-handers coming off there, and then as the tide comes in, there'll be little rip bowls form. So incredible
scenery, and the bank's sort of always changing, but always here. And they look to have been pretty good neck, or good quality for this event. We've been pretty lucky to have the swell and the banks all firing at once, and then we just start heading south. And this is like being on some type of joyride, isn't it?
Yeah, what a beautiful drone view we are having. I think the jet ski guy today is having a good time. Look how sunny it is.
Sitting out the back.
Sitting out the back, having some sun, seeing what's happening from the outside, which is always great. And here we have a couple more piers to the left of the contest site, which is Nova Praia. And then there's the long stretch of beach to your left after that last pier, which is only sand. No more piers, and it's only sand. And it gets really good on the high tide, especially. It works a lot on those high tides with a bit of swell. And yeah, this is the hotel.
Yeah, that's where I'm staying. That's a great hotel right opposite the beach, as you can see. So there's loads of kids staying there, all sorts of sporting facilities around here. So there's loads of UK sporting teams and Portuguese young football athletes, and they pack up on the bus and go to the world-class sporting, like football and rugby union facilities that here. And we come back up to the event site. See all the crowd there. Just
I love
waiting.
it. They just showed us Costa in like a matter of.
I know. We've seen it all.
We've seen it all with the drone.
See, there's that little
what a
right
beautiful
hand
shot we are having from Costa. Contest is on all.
Yeah, we're just waiting just to sort of a few technical issues, just so we get the camera sorted, so that the judges and the viewers get the best view of the waves they're moving around. There's probably 500 yards, well, that's 300 yards between the piers where the contest site is, so they've got plenty of room to move. So that little left-hander just peeking there. They'll start to break out the back and then reform on the inside. There's Mundy's left, just breaking off that pier there. So, and you see there that promenade, which is like the pathway that runs all the way from a couple of miles along the very edge of the beach. Is great for jogging and cycling, and all along that promenade is bars and restaurants, every type of food you can imagine. It's incredible at the end of the day to sit up there on the and have a cold beverage or a smoothie or a beer as the sun sets in the Atlantic. Pretty special spot. And well, I mean,
I know who was excited with these conditions. Red, Luís Perlouro.
Right,
can't wait to see him stand up. He had a good contest last year. I think it was his best result ever on the QS event. And I know he's been training a lot. His backside is looking really good. And yeah, I can't wait to watch the next hit. Yuri Uziel, I saw a couple of clips of him too. I know he's a vicious regular footer. And yeah, conditions are looking great for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're about to kick it off again. Just a small little scenic tour of Caparica. Well, we sorted already now. Yeah, so Lewis out there looking pretty good, pretty strong. We've got Kaitan Foray, Frenchman. Uri, as I said, Uri Uziel from Israel. And Brando Giovanni from Italy. The hooter has sounded. We are back into live action. And we are go. So I enjoyed that little break. Enjoyed that little sort of scenic little tourism joy flight of this wonderful part of the world. But now it's back to business. Lines approaching. Surfers having to make a decision on exactly where to sit, whether to hit the inside bowl. It looks like Ferret gets this heat underway. After the break, goes for a bit of a flyaway pull-out, can't make it, and goes down. So he'll be out of the picture for that particular wave. Liz's priority. As you see out the back, here's Perlo. He's the man that Chico was just talking about. Strong backhand. Oh, there's his first turn. Super strong. Might get a little reform here. He knows this bank, as you say, pretty well. So one big turn at the back, now to a little section. Nice little floater. Unfortunately for Lewis, that's all there was in terms of a bonus section. But as you said, looked sharp from the get-go.
Yeah, the backside turn looked really good. really technical approach on the lip. And Luis is a surfer that surfs with a lot of technique. He works a lot on his movements when he's not competing. He winds up off the bottom, boom, gets up there, throws the tail, and makes it. So I think all the score is going to come from that outside turn. And here I thought maybe it was something down the line we couldn't see here, but actually the wave didn't offer much. So yeah, Luis starting off this heat really well with that with that wave. We haven't seen the scores yet, but I just said a 6. I don't know why, but
yeah,
that turn looked so good.
Yeah.
I thought it was a 6, but no.
We'll see.
It's a 4. Okay.
Yeah, 4-point ride.
I think he would get a 6 if he gets another turn like that in. But other than that, good start for Luis. Great backside approach. I think the other 3 surfers are sitting on the outside, and Luis is the only one sitting on the inside. I don't know if we can get like a shot from the panoramic view of where the surfers are sitting, but I think Luis stayed on the inside, or nope. I think he's paddling to the outside. So now it's a bit in between. I think surfers are kind of like trying to understand, where do I go? Do I go to the outside? There's still waves breaking outside, or do I stay on the reform? So it's quite a sketchy part of the event. As a competitor.
It's hard because out the back on those wide ones, the waves are bigger and they can stretch out and offer opportunities. But then on that inside, the waves are a bit smaller. You can see where Lewis is there, but they're loads more punchier. There's that wedge right there. He's going. So straight away he's into it. And I think it's got that factor. When you take off, you're never exactly sure what's going to happen. But the other maybe advantage of that is that there's a lot of them. You know, it's a rip bowl. There's sort of quite a few. You don't have to wait for the sets almost to get those little punchy wedges.
Yeah, you kind of like, I think he's going to get a bit more opportunity on the rip ball, and on the outside you can get the bomb, which is like the excellent wave. As we see waves breaking on the outside, let's see if someone can catch one. But Luis looks like he's the solo rider there on the rip ball right-hander, as we see Blue in a good position for this wave.
Yeah, so Ferret comes around, looks at his first turn, a little bit staggered, hoping for it to set up again. Doesn't exactly pay off. So that wave was an example where the right-hander, the bigger wave, just didn't run off on the bank as he would have liked. And unfortunately, he couldn't get any real points. A 4-point ride, still the only score of note. As we see, it's a bit more quiet, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit of a lull. I'll tell you what we've seen on this bank, we get little 5 minutes of action, we get 5 minutes of energy, we get a load of, I don't know, just junk sometimes. Right now though, well, unlike Lewis's approach, I think that little wedge might offer a bit more scoring opportunity, especially as the tide's coming in. I don't know if we've mentioned that. And
we just got a question from Twitter.
Oh yeah, good.
From Cascais.
Oh yeah. Who's it from?
Elizabeth is asking, what's the best tide for Costa de Caparica?
Oh right. Oh, well,
I think you can answer that, Ben.
Yeah, well,
because I've told you already.
Clearly, Elizabeth hasn't been following the webcast.
Yeah.
She had been. She'd know that Chico Alves thinks high tide.
High tide,
is
right?
the best. Is the best way.
I think we haven't spoke about that too much over the last course of the 2 days.
We have been
event.
doing the Twitter that has been going ramping up. I don't know if you've been following it. You got to keep 1 of 3. It's called. You can only keep 1. So, for example, if I were to give you out the back, hold the line. Lewis, there's that sharp wedge. Boom! Massive turn and finishes it off. He liked it. He got a 4 for 1 sort of turn before. Interesting where the judges put that one. And Kaitan coming 2 around. He's still a bit wide. This is
A bit more steeper. There's the section he needs. Little wrap. And just energy, just draining a little bit off these waves as they run down the line. Sticking with it though, hoping for a bonus section, something that he can pull off at the end. He can't. So yeah, really showing the difference between those sort of two different parts of the bank. One running off a bit bigger but a bit slower, the other short and sharp.
Yeah, quick snap out the back. The wave looks really soft out the back already, so that's why he's having such a hard time generating speed and actually putting some more aggressive turns out the back. So Louis there with maybe the right option for this tide. As we see the drone view of this wave, beautiful shot. The wave looks beautiful, but not too much scoring potential on this one. So yeah, Louis there alone on that ripple. I think he had the right choice for this tide, I think, because that last turn looked vicious. So as you watch a replay, he winds up off the bottom and boom, throws the fins a bit. I love the climb to the sky. And yeah, I think he's going to get a really healthy number for one turn. I think judges have been clear over the last few contests. They want quality and not quantity. So Louis making sure he doesn't do too many turns, but when he does, they are big. So 6.67 for Luís Perlouro, one turn, and what a turn.
Yeah, huge turn. Massive number for that one turn wave. You're right. The judges always reward radical. They like the spray. They like a bit of wow factor as opposed to a bit more safe surfing and lots of it. And yeah, it's on the right part of the bank. I think the other surfers might start to twig that there's better waves up there. Once those scores start dropping in, they'll know that Surfing Red's on his own, catching waves and posting numbers. And, you know, a one-turn wave can still do that. And that's because there's so much punch, isn't there, Chico, on that little section, that little wedge. It's just got more drive and more push, even though it's not long. It's quite concentrated.
Yeah, but all the energy is coming from the outside towards that little part of the bank on the inside. And it always pushes you a bit more than the outside. The waves here in Costa, when they break too far out, normally they are quite softer, but when they get to the closer to the shore and they get all the energy from the outside, they don't break, and they only break on the sand. They get a little bit more punchier, which is what Louis is looking for, and I think he's doing well on that strategy. But what a call from him, because it was sketchy anyway. They can turn on the outside and they catch a few bombs and they get the numbers. So it's always a hard task to manage this type of tides here in Costa, because you don't know where to go, if you should go to the inside or actually go to the outside. So he's doing well until now. And as you said before, surfers might be asking themselves, where is he getting these waves? Because I've been, Yuri Uziel has been sitting for the last 10 minutes wondering, where is he getting those waves?
Yeah, exactly. They'll hear the scores coming from the announcers and going, whoa, what's going on there? And you're right, it does take courage to do something different.
Exactly.
And sit on a different part of the bank. It's also kind of depends a bit what type of surfing you like, you know. I reckon there's like high tide surfers and low tide surfers. Some like the sort of waves break out the back and a bit longer. I reckon there's high tide guys that like a bit more punchy and a bit more shore break kind of style. Oh, yeah, I don't even have to ask you what type of surfer you are. I reckon you're a high tide guy.
I love low tides.
Oh, you're a low tide guy?
I hate low tides. I just love high tides and ripples. As a goofy, I think any goofy loves a good ripple.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the Twitter spheres coming in. You can only keep one's a hashtag. And I'm going to give you Chico. I'm going to give you Federico Kikash Moraes. I'm going to give you Saco Perez, Vasco Ribeiro. You can only keep one. The other two get banished to the other side of the world.
I think they're going to go to a short commercial break, and I can answer that. I can answer you.
Yeah.
I think they're all great.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You put me on the
So who
spotlight
you gonna-
to choose
you gotta keep one.
out of the 3 best surfers
You
out
gotta
of
keep one.
Portugal on the last 20 years
exactly.
of existence of
Yeah.
the sport.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you can only keep one.
okay, I'm gonna go. Okay, can I separate
No.
by turn?
Huh?
Can I separate them by turns?
You can
Kind of like Thiago barrels,
You can just pick one.
kickers, frontside
You
carve,
can, you can just keep one.
Vasco aggressiveness. That's it.
Are you choosing Vasco?
I'm choosing all.
No, I'm afraid you can't. I'm afraid the game. The Twitter handle is you can only keep
Yeah,
one.
it's a hard question from Twitter, but
So what's your answer?
let's see if they throw something for you to
Oh,
choose,
yeah,
like
I
maybe
got loads.
Joel, Mick, some of
Paul-
your mates
Paul had
to vanish
well,
from Australia.
someone wrote in to Paul and asked him his wife, his dog, or his kids. So yeah, so
way.
they're difficult questions, Chico. But if you don't want to answer, that's fine.
What did
See
Paul?
some live action. Uri Uziel is going on this one. Natural footer, fanging down the line. He'll be disappointed. He can't get his teeth into this heat whatsoever. Had priority, and he just wasted it on that wave. It closed out. You can see those right-handers. Meanwhile, that's a stronger backhand, and he comes unstuck. So these guys are having a bit of a nightmare. Except for Luis, he's got his nose way out in front and be pretty happy with himself. So the other guys just, it's all open for grabs. The second place is there for them. It's got to maintain a bit of composure, stick to their original strategies.
Wow,
Wait for
there's
those
some
open
really
face.
good lines approaching the lineup. Look at one where I think I see Blue maybe in position for that one, or maybe a bit too far behind the wave. I think he's just a bit too far behind the wave. But yeah, it looked really good from our screen, the wave coming. I don't think it's Blue because Blue is just here. I think it's green. So a lot of
Really spread out across the whole bank, that wave. See, that's a problem. Not the problem, that's a difficulty. That was a big set. Came through, it didn't really hit where the surfers were positioned. And we've got a bit more action here. Uri looking at that one. Ferret, he says no. Not quite sure where Louis is. He might be a bit inside still, trying to get those reforms. So all sorts of different approaches going on. Only one working at this stage. For the Portuguese surfer. The rest in a little bit of strife. 11 minutes on the clock. As we see wave out the back. Can he scrape into this one? Giovanni has a look at it and he's up. He waits for it. Looks for the tube almost. Goes to the tube and he pulls in. You could see him eyeing it off from the very start. Probably the first barrel we've seen of the day. Fair play to him. But unfortunately, there was no exit. So, out the back here, meanwhile, on that same little section, that little rip bowl there, it was Louis. And that's, you know, Chico, that for all the talk about how it's working, that's the problem, isn't it? Some of those rip bowl waves just don't, you know, you don't really know what's going to happen until you take off in some respects.
Yeah, as we see the replay of green, looks like a barrel. And the wave just didn't open up at the end there. So beautiful wave, but no exit for Brando. And yeah, as you said, Luis sitting there, he always needs to kind of go on anything, because sometimes those ripple waves, the ones that look bad, they actually open up, and the ones that you think they're going to be good go completely flat. So yeah, but he's fine because he's surfing alone there. So I'm wondering if they are all surfers sitting there, if there's opportunity for the fall, actually, because we haven't seen Luis taking off on anything else after the 15-minute mark. So
yeah,
it's quite hard to where he's sitting. So one turn wave, not too many. So if they were all sitting there, one would get that 6. Yeah. So he might be stoked to be there alone.
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving around. As you see him here, he's looking, it's getting busy here. Well, the other advantage is completely on his own. He can pick whatever wave he wants. That wave looked like it could be okay. He'll be wondering
just what to do. I tell you who else is wondering, Greg from Madrid, who asked a question about the three surfers that Chico hasn't answered yet. He's just tweeted again saying, so what's the answer?
I think Luís Perdouro.
No, I think you might remember the question on Twitter was
I just forgot.
Saka, Kikash,
we
Vasco Ribeiro.
We spoke about so many things now that I just forgot about the
That's why
Twitter
Greg
questions.
from Madrid has just retexted.
Greg from Madrid. My good mate.
Oh, no,
he's so
okay.
cool, Greg.
Well, I don't know. I don't know him, but he's posed a pretty good question. I
just need time.
Just waiting for an answer.
I'm gonna call them and ask them what they think.
Okay, next heat right there. See, Keone Lassa getting ready. Just waxing up.
Blue Alcana Ateni
going in close. Some good waxing going on there. And we've got 7 minutes on the clock. We've still got these tiny sort of scores for the three servers. This current heat leader, he just can't get the edge of that. Looked nice on the takeoff. You see Chico groaning. That looked like it was going to be a great little wedge, but just ran off fast. Meanwhile, Katan, Brando and Uri just haven't been able to get any waves whatsoever. That second place still completely, utterly up for grabs. The highest score of 2.5 between all three of them, which is not good enough at this level. So they'll be desperate. Meanwhile, he just keeps pulling the trigger. Oh, and he just keeps coming unstuck. So, Louis, he's had some opportunities to just put himself, well, he's well out of trouble, but just to really shut the door completely, and he hasn't been able to do that. So we'll go back out. Meanwhile, Set's approaching out the back, and we'll see if one of the French, the Italian, or the Israeli can really start to capitalise on some of the mistakes these other guys are making. Beautiful waves coming through there. You'd think somebody on that would like to be on that wave. Look at that, just rifling through. And there is someone paddling. Sun shining on a glistening, lovely wave. And it's Uri, the Israelis, goes for it. That's more like it. That's aggressive. There's a nice carve as well. Can he finish it? There's a one more. And yeah, so that's what we wanted to see. So we talk about waiting for those waves. Uri did wait for the wave. And more importantly, not only did he wait for it, he didn't go too safe on that wave. I think that first turn especially was pretty critical, and the judge is going to like that.
Well,
Talk me through it.
I thought he really risked it. He risked a lot on that first turn. He almost digged the nose on that turn. This carve was beautiful. He had a lot of pressure going into this wave, and I think he managed so well the pressure. He sat there for almost 25 minutes. There's 5 minutes to go, and this wave looks so good. Bang, throws the tail. This carve looks really beautiful. He surfs really well, and yeah, he just needs the opportunity. So making sure when he gets the opportunity, he puts a good score on the board. So I think,
yeah, sets it really well. Really good style. 5.5. Thought it was going to go a bit higher than that, but it's enough for him to move in the second spot. So still solid scoring. He needed that. That pushes him up into second, and that means now that Kaitan Ferre and Brando Giovanni needing not huge scores, but needing a score. They haven't been able to post any up till this stage. They've got 5 minutes to turn things around. And at the moment, he just can't do it. Out the back, Louis going again. He's just lost his way a little bit after that solid start, but here we go. There's the trademark backhand he's been using all through this heat. Don't know if that wave's going to be better than his four, but he's picking off the nice waves. They've got those real steep sections, those critical sections, and he's looking like he's got this heat locked up, Chico.
yeah, that first step looked a bit off balance, but this one was the money turn for me. I think it will improve slightly. I don't know where the score is going to go, but I don't think it's going to be huge. And this is Brando out the back with a... I don't know if this is the end of the wave or if he did something out the back, but the end part of the wave looks like he got into the inside and throwing the fins there and falling. So hard one for Brando, 2.7, so nothing major out the back. With 3 minutes to go, we have Luis in the lead, Yuri Uziel in second, Killian Foret in third, and Breno in fourth. So a bit of a quiet heat for the guys sitting out the back, but when they come, they are really good, the waves. So you need to be really patient out the back. So 6.33 for the last of Luis. So judges really loved the approach on that second turn where he attacked it really vertical. So Luis really comfortable in the lead with a 13-point total. Good strategy. He might be stoked about his decision to sit there on that rip ball right. So good score total for him. And Yuri Uziel sitting now in second, needing a 7.5. So really hard hit overall for the other three surfers. And as we see, Blue here having a look on this one.
Yeah, live action. Had priority, he's used it. First turn's a little bit safe. Drives around the corner. There's going to be another section here, so that's... Can stick with it. Not sure if that's a wise move given the score he needs. Goes in. Only did 3.38. Yuri Uziel sitting out there with a 5.5, but no backup, just a 0.37. So Kaitan, he might just, it's possible, sneak into second place. Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't get enough, 2.37. So still needing that score. And Uri, now with priority, he's got 2 minutes just to try and put anything on the board. Anything will help. Just that first turn was going to be pretty crucial to that wave, and he didn't really get it, did he, Chico?
Yeah, the wave was really soft overall. You could tell by the energy at the start of the wave. So Kaitan trying to do the best he could on that wave, but not really offering much. So in terms of wave selection, looks a bit hard out the back because the surfers are struggling to get the right one. So
they're stuck to their guns, though. They haven't moved over.
Yeah.
So I don't know if, if that's the right strategy or not. Sometimes do you want to stick to your original plan, or you always got to have a plan B up your sleeve, right? Surely.
I don't know if they can ear, because most of them say they cannot ear anything when they are sitting out the back. So I think they can, because it looks like a bit closer than on the low tide. And as we see Luis again on a really good wave. Bang, good first turn, carves, nice fluid style. Always really composed on the way he approaches the wave. And what a great hit for Luis.
Yeah,
he was my pick actually before.
Yeah, you were. You called it. Yeah, I will give you that.
I said someone was excited to surf this type of waves, and I think his surfing suits this type of wave with space to actually unload. And boom, big turn there, winds up again, and the wave just flattens out. But Luis with a great hit total. He might be stoked about his hit, and a great confidence booster for the next round. And this was White out the back, just trying to post something. And yeah, he's going to get his backup score, which is really important because Kaitan only needs a 3.38. So this wave for White was really important.
Yeah, smart surfing from Uriel. He needed just anything to get a bit more. Anything he got was going to improve his position. 5 seconds on the clock. Brando is going to run out of time. There goes the hooter, so that's up the hooter. So that was a convincing heat win there for the surfer in red. Not a whole lot of drama in that heat. It was pretty much a one-horse race. And Louis, too good, too strong, and also picked the right section of the bank to surf, which was crucial. So it's all paid off for the young goofy footer. And yeah, really well surfed. You see Brando just coming in to the shore. Doing a few more turns. A bit too late there, unfortunately, for the Italian surfer. So put up a fight, but we'll have to come back next year, potentially, and hopefully have another crack. That man there surfed that wedge well. There we go, all over. She cried. His heat number 6 of the round 96. I think there is some type of plan to push on and get as many heats of round 96 as we can today, maybe all of them. There's another 9 left after this. The glare might be an issue. We're trying to wrap things up before that glare comes in, but that's a way away. Right now we're going on a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this at the Caparica Surf Fest 2023.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica, just south of Lisbon in Portugal. We are here for the final event of the qualifying series, the European qualifying series. All these surfers battling away to try and get points to get to the all-important Challenger Series, which in turn gets them to the dream CT. It's a long pathway, but I'll tell you what, one man who might be on that road is down there on the beach right now with Joanna Garnell.
No, with Chico Alves. No worries. You started off where you left last year. Is this a place where you feel comfortable competing?
Yeah, for sure. I come here a lot. I live right here in Lisbon. So I think it might be the closest one, this and Carcavelos. And I come here a lot. I surf here the piers or even the beaches more south or even São João. That's a little bit more north. And I love this, and last year was a good year for me. I felt good, did some nice hits, so for sure this is a place I feel good.
Was this a hard decision for you in terms of strategy, staying alone on the inside, knowing everyone else is going to go to the outside?
Yeah, a little bit. Just before the hit I was looking at the ocean with my coach, and we were not decided where to go, and we eventually decided just 2 minutes before the paddle out time that I should stay on the inside because the tide was pushing, so the outside wave is getting mellower and mellower, and the inside is getting better.
There's a lot of points on offer on this event. Is your goal to qualify for the Challengers?
No, not this year. Even if I win, I don't think I could. Next season might be my year to try that.
Okay, you're looking really good. Good luck for the next round, and congrats.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Yeah, well, he talked about, the decision to sit on that inside bowl, and I'll tell you what, someone who was sitting on that inside bowl and it's just paid off was Barnaby Cox.
That was not
the UK surfer got absolutely throttled, and he was happy about it. The first successful barrel of the event. Interesting to see where the judges put that. Going to lay down a marker, but it was a pretty sick little tube. Talks through, Philippe. Look at it.
Oh, it was so well positioned. It came out right after the speed, and it's you know what? Well. Look at this angle. It was pretty deep. Oh, yeah. You know what? It's not that common in Costa de Caparica to have barrels.
No.
There's a few spots.
That's the first one in 14
Look at
years.
this. That's a bomb. He actually got pretty deep. Very, very, very cool.
Look how happy
But Barney, he was so happy.
He's a good kid, Barnaby, and he's happy about that. Really solid surf. And meanwhile, out the back on a different style of wave, S-turning. It's Huamana Atini, Tahitian. Just looking for a little section here. Comes around the corner. All sorts of different waves on offer at the moment.
Oh,
and
nice.
Atini just cracking off at the end. So, yeah, real contrast in styles. So Barnaby Cox, the first wave was 7.17. So that's where the judges put it, fair and square. That's about right, we think.
That was insane. Probably one of the best barrels I've ever seen in Costa de Caparica.
Wow. One of the best barrels I've ever seen.
No, not I've ever seen. I've ever seen here in Costa, especially on this beach. Obviously, there's a few moments like everywhere, every beach break, but like this, that was a perfect little wedge. It dropped right on the right spot, and then it wasn't a difficult barrel. He had enough speed. He was right on the money spot, and that was sick. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, he loves
there's not too many people that actually can say they got barrels in Costa de Caparica, especially on a contest.
Exactly. Meanwhile, out the back, a nice right-hander, different style, bigger right-hander. Ela Sassi comes around, another Israeli surfer. We've just seen his compatriot, Rui, do well. Just makes a mistake on the end. Bit of inexperience there. And you see there also Keone Lassa from the Basque Country.
I was looking at
Here he goes again, Cox. Oh, he's all over this wedge. Can he hang on? He can. Hope for something a little else. So not a bad backup, but just, again, right in the money, right in that little power pocket. And yeah, I thought it was a good decision to sit there in the last heat by Lewis, and it paid off. And I'd be surprised if some of those other surfers won't be getting involved in that.
Actually, there's only two here. There's only two surfers on the inside right now. Honestly, I was looking at the ocean, and if you look from the outside, it looks kind of weird where they're staying. Obviously, there's a few moments as we see this layback a little late, but yeah, but still, he managed to do really, really well. It was not an easy section to deal with, but yeah, there's definitely some potential. Also a little late. I think he came all the way to the bottom turn and didn't need to. But yeah, you see, this wave has a lot of potential, and it's on the outside as well. So it's a tough call. But if I was a competitor, I honestly wouldn't know what to do, because there's some good waves on both places.
You know what I'd do? I'd sit in the middle and be so confused, and I wouldn't get either. That would be my approach.
Because you know what, staying here, it's a lot of work. I was watching Luis, and he just keeps on duck diving and waiting and duck diving and try to choose the right waves. Obviously paid off for him, because he knows this wave very well. One of his favorite spots is up north. It's just a little wedge like this one, and yeah, Luis read the ocean very, very well, and obviously he's paying off to Barnaby as well. But you know, I don't know. I honestly wouldn't know what to do, because this wedge has some potential, obviously, but
I think the wedge is the go. Personally, if I was to make a decision, I'm an expert, but I just think it's got more power.
I understand
showed
that.
in the last heat that he got the best scores, and he only needed 1 or 2 turn combos.
Yeah, that's it.
We've just seen Barnaby Cox get it barreled out of his brain, the first tube in Caparica in the last 14 years. So I don't know what more you need.
Yeah, that's true. That's
I don't
true.
know what more information you need, mate.
It means that the
What do you want? You want it back to what more do you need to make a decision?
Now, I honestly, after watching Luis hit and knowing that there's obviously potential out there, I would choose here, because it's easier to get scores in 2-turn combo, powerful, fast, and instead of doing cutbacks on the outside. I understand that. So, yeah, I'll probably choose the inside as well, but which is not easy, because you have to read the ocean very, very well, because there's not too many opportunities. There's
I suppose also if everyone went there, it would be a much difficult proposition.
With
if it was
four guys there, it would be insane.
It might negate the whole, the advantage. So with 2, it's doable. With 1, it's absolutely, you got the advantage. With 2, it's sort of probably even Stevens, and as soon as a third comes in, you probably lose your advantage. So it's in flux. And so far, the 2 surfers sitting on that wedge. 1-2 though. Well, Barnaby out in lead, trying to back up at 7-1-7. Meanwhile, you see
That's the problem with the outside.
But also it's getting more higher tide, so you think the higher tide would help the wedge as opposed to not the other way. So
Yeah,
you're hoping it's improving. Look at this thing coming in.
Yeah, every minute that passes by, those white washes on the outside will stop, and the wave will come straight into the sandbank on the wedge. So it might be really good in a few moments, 1 hour, 2 hours. Otherwise, it's hard. Huh? It's because you see a lot of wedges and a lot of movement on the water, but there's some weird waves. Some of them are just close out. Some of them have a second wave right in front and just die off. But other than that, there's a few ones. As we see here, Barnaby up and riding on this wave. It looked like a good one.
Yeah, Cox comes around. Nice first wrap. And just makes a mistake, but you can tell he had the confidence from that tube. Just still yet to back it up. 14 minutes to go, plenty of time. But yeah, nice style. Hung out a bit with Barnaby, really pleasant. Nice fella. Hangs out with Patrick Dark from Wales. And also Logan Nicol. They were travelling together with the Azores. Good little team. All support each other. And they'll be pretty wrapped. I think that claim was basically for them. Meanwhile, Eli Sassi comes around looking for a big section here. He's just really late. Somehow managed to come out with a bit of a trademark claim there. Who does that? That looked like the Ito Ferreira kind of...
Just standing there.
Two arms out in front.
Making sure they're right in front of the wave.
It's familiar.
Yeah,
Who is
that's
that
true.
claim? You wait, you see it. I thought it was a bit late here, Philippe, but he managed to come out.
Here, he kind of mistimed it, and yeah, he was late, but somehow he put the board right on the money spot and hold on to it. I think judges will like that, even though it was a little late. It was a critical section.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't easy. He dealt with it really well. Two-turn combo. Just fighting back. 7.17, a bit of an outlier at this stage. And that's what you're talking about with the actual work you got to do on this inside. These roll-ins come through, not all of them work. Move water around, make life difficult for you. Hard to stay in position. And sometimes they just don't work out. The other problem is, Philippe, sometimes you never know what you're going to get when you take off. You know, you're unsure of what you're going to get. But
kind of, honestly, because with a bit of local knowledge, we can totally understand what's happening. We can, because we've been, normally me and Perloto, and we're always trying to find this wave that sometimes the banks are not good, but it's very similar to this, and you just know which ones are the good ones. And you could see Perloto, Luis just did a 13-point score, so he definitely was pretty comfortable. As you see here, a bit of an air mixed with a floater re-entry, mixed with, that's for your ACL, that's not good.
No, that's the other, as you see at the back, nice carving turn from Huamana. Can you finish off? He does. A nice combo there.
Very nice style.
And looking hopefully for some type of reform. Says couldn't find it. Wasn't one there. Kicks out. And he'll go back. Didn't need a big score, 2.57.
Look at
those
this
outside waves so nice on the takeoff though, don't they?
So beautiful. You just look at the waves and it's pristine offshore, 3 to 4 foot. What do you want more?
No,
not really. Nothing else.
I don't want anything.
And you already surfed today.
Well, yeah, I've got. I'll tell you what. I've had a surf. Yeah, if I had my way, I wouldn't be sitting here talking about it. But no, it's absolutely spot on. We've been skunked on the European qualifying series throughout the course of the year. We've been a bit unlucky. The UK was really average. Morocco was difficult. Like either side of that waiting period was 6 to 8 foot perfection at anchor point.
Before and right after the contest finished, it was,
in the Azores, we got smashed by us. We didn't even have the event. It was 20 foot onshore, literally 20 foot onshore the whole week. So that got canned. So yeah, it's
the tour deserved this.
Yeah, we deserve it. All the people that work so hard to make this happen. Every now and again the sun shines, and deservedly so. And there's more to come.
We've got loads of action, just not only today, but the next couple of days. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Back to live action, up and riding here. Eli Stacey just comes unstuck and can't quite finish it off. Current situation sees Barnaby Cox out in the lead with a 7.17. Got a tube right off the bat. Hasn't been able to back it up. He'll be nervous about that. I'll come back to that with you, Philippe Jarvis. Eli Stacey in second. Huamani Ateni needing a 4.28. And Coyote, and then the break just happened. Look at that wave.
Oh my God.
So we talk about this wedge, and there's an example of perhaps why people are sticking out the back.
Yeah.
Because there's these incredible long right handers just winding down from way out the back. We only saw that very end section where he came on cropper, but he got some nice turns at the back and got a 4.83 for that.
Yeah, but I think honestly, you have to take advantage of that first turn. Even though it was a good one, I think he could have gone a bit more vertical and attack, because the wave gets soft really fast straight away because of the high tide. So you really need to take advantage of those big sections, and I think that's why this wave is just a 3.27, because honestly, he probably knows he can go a bit vertical, as we see here. Oh, we mistimed it.
Yeah. Only Lassa, so that's that chunky wedge section. They are much more difficult. It's a big section you got to hit if you want to come out on top. We saw Barnaby go down a few times. Just saw Coyote not handle it there. The power, there's a lot of sort of water moving to the left of your screen, and then it hits the right, coming the other way, so it's difficult. There's a nice first wrap though from Mateni, and another one. Need to finish it off here. This dead water in the middle just causes problems. Puts his weight on the back foot, waits for the end section. He's got a bit more of a steeper section here. Goes for the layback, a bit of body torque, and then another wrap, and then he just finishes off. So only needing a 4.28 prior to that wave. We'll just see how that pans out. Length of ride used to be a criteria, not anymore. And see how that goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because I think judges are being over, not critical, but they have been. You really need to go big on the outside so you can get a score coming from there. So because the wave gets super fat, and you have to. Oh, his back foot came off.
Going on there, wasn't there? Managed to hold on there, Eli, and then another one. That's a better finish, and I like.
He's happy.
Drive out, so he was in second. Going to increase his point total, no doubt.
As you see, the last wave of blue, it's just at 3.93, as we see here the replay. Just a fat little wave, waiting for it to stand up. And here, this is the moment. He's going to push too hard, and his back foot is coming off right the track pad. He manages to hold on somehow. And a couple more turns, and this one, wham, that's a good one.
That was smooth. Yeah, it's a bit of a wobble in between. Did well to stay with it, and then fought hard to get that last turn in. And yeah, you're right, this wave here, that first turn again.
It's well served. It's not. I don't think that the guys are not surfing well enough, because you can see the scores. They're not high scores, but it's a 3.93. But you look at it and you know there's something's missing, you know, and the judges are being extra critical on that. They want to see those huge turns on the outside, so you can actually get the score. So Almana has to be stronger and more critical than that, as we see Barnaby on this inside as well.
Cox trying to update his 7.17, the massive barrel he got. And now he has. This is going to, doesn't, so still can't really improve on that 2.17. I was going to say, is there any worse situation where you're under threat, you've got that one massive wave, you can't back it up? That is so frustrating when that happens, right?
That's got to be one of the most frustrating situations you can have on a heat, is that where you have the best wave of the heat. He's in a pretty comfortable position still, but if you're not, it kind of sucks, because you need a good wave. You just need to back it up. That 2.27. It feels like nothing, but at the same time you're not finding anything. So it can mess you with your hair a little bit, definitely. As we see here, White up and
There's that wedge coming around the corner. Oh, I thought it was going to barrel, and it kind of did, but it went off too quick. So
yeah,
almost, but not quite that wave at the moment.
It kind of opens up the discussion again, inside or outside. See, because there's not too many opportunities down there. I think Luis actually read the ocean very, very well. It's not easy to find a good corner in there. So, and obviously, Barnaby's first wave, a barrel, it's a 1 in a million.
Yeah, since
he's having a hard time just trying to back it up.
Yeah, you're right. So since that little flurry at the very start, those two guys, you know, and they're even starting to move away from it a little bit potentially. So yeah, they haven't been able to put any big numbers on after that initial flurry. I think Cox is going to stay on the bubble. And he's lucky. Well, he's not lucky. He surfed really well to get that first wave, but he does need some, you know, some bigger numbers to back up that 7.17. Otherwise, could be in a bit of strife. Out the back, see a nice looking wave come in. Sassy goes under that one. Still some real energy in the ocean. Sort of picked up and it's sort of maintained. Hasn't sort of picked up even more. It's just sort of held its sort of, you know, its 4 foot kind of status, which is about right for these banks.
I actually thought it would be a lot bigger, because it looked like on the forecast looked like it was going to be oversized, but maybe the banks are good enough. So it holds, and it's super clean. Sometimes when it's like this, but it's onshore and it gets a lot tougher, but it's super clean. You can always find something, even if it's too big for Costa, because there's a size in Costa de Caparica that sometimes gets a bit oversized, but I think this is the perfect size. Maybe a little bit smaller, especially on this bank, because you see there's a lot of white wash throughs, and I think this bank with a bit smaller conditions will be absolutely bumping.
Yeah, you're picky, aren't you? You've seen the first barrel in 400 years at Caparica, and he wants it to drop just a little smidgen.
For that high performance, you'll have the greater conditions, as we see here, the set approaching the wedge. Is he going to get barreled again? Oh, look at this one.
That was a barrel.
That was a barrel for sure.
See, there you go. On out the back. So Ken Atini, he needs a number, needs a 4.4. It's a big wave. He goes for the Larry layback, hangs on. Good surfing, but unfortunately no more other turns than that. Had to sort of manufacture a bit of body torque to try and get some points. 4.48, you don't think that's going to be enough. So as it stands, Cox and Stacey out in front. Barnaby with that tube hasn't been able to back it up, but he's in the spot. And it's look a nice wave, but it just didn't quite pan out.
It was too deep. It was a good wave, but I think it was too deep, and then he actually did okay. It was not an easy section to do that, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be the score, unfortunately.
Well, his current second place get up. That's a bit more vertical. Can he finish it off? A little bit unsteady on his feet. Lacking a bit of power because of it. 30 seconds on the clock. He checks the time. He knows he can't do much more than that. I don't think that wave's going to be the one to improve his score, but that's all he's done for now. There's the kids on the beach just finishing it off. A bit of paddleboard. And it's, you know, sports on the beach, and he's just coming in,
at the moment.
It's a summer day almost on the
summer, mate. Every day's a summer day. Every day's a Sunday. We name spend Monday. Now at the back, we see this is his last shot of the dice. 5 seconds on the clock, and he needs a 4.48. He's not going to get that. He's fallen off. So Cox, there on your screen, he's still bouncing. He'll be happy with that. Won't be happy he didn't back up his really strong start, but he'll be happy with the first place. I think the UK surfers have had a lot of luck or results today. Not luck, just haven't had many results. So that's one for the UK team. And he's through along with another Israeli surfer. So those two progress to the round of 48. Cox is happy with his tube. I'll tell you what, whoever's doing the interview, I want to talk about that claim. That should be the first question. I want to talk through it, the emotion. It was the finger point. What's the symbolism? You know, had he pre-planned it? I want all that. Whoever's doing the posted interview, I want to get all that from Cox. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind sharing.
He's going to be stoked.
He's a sharer and a carer.
He's going to be stoked for sure.
He's over the moon.
It's not every day you get barrel at Costa de Caparica.
I think he's the only Barnaby that's ever been barreled. I can safely say that. I can't think of another Barnaby that's been barreled. Even that.
Yeah, that's not a common name, is it? So yeah, probably it's the first Barnaby.
Yeah, your first barreled Barnaby. And we can, you know, if there's any Barnabys out there in the Twitter sphere that
let us know.
Sean Barney Barron is close, but it's not a Barnaby. So no Barnaby, no barrel, no go. There he is there. The Tube Slayer, as he's known. And he's happy.
It's going to be a stacked hit the next one.
Going to be able that dismount. But right, big stacked hit coming our way. Barnaby's best mate, Logan Nicol, Enrique Pirate from up there at Ericira, Steph Van Norden and Ian Costa. Right now, as we see the tube there from Cox, we're going to go to a barrel. We'll come back with more action just like that after this break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to live coverage of the Caparica Surf Fest. It is absolutely pumping in Portugal. The round of 96, Heat 8. We'll check out Enzo Cavallini and Paul César Distinguin, France, taking on Gabriel Ribeiro of Portugal. Also, Thiago Stock rips in the early rounds from Portugal of France. Portugal clash. Great waves out in the water. Evans and Jervis in the booth. We're just enjoying the show here, mate. This is really fun.
It's really fun. As you said, it's absolutely pumping all over Costa de Caparica. Even on the contest, it's really good. As we see here, white apron riding, Gabriel Ribeiro, the local surfer from Ericeira. And it's interesting because I think the surfers, they left the idea of being on the inside. I think all of these four surfers are on the outside right now, because even though we saw Barnaby's barrel, there's not too many opportunities there.
Yeah, that power that was out the back and was spread out across the sandbar. Now just really unloading on the inside, making for steep wedges and sort of dramatic action. So a few good wipeouts with boards falling out the lip of the wave all the way to the flats. Surfers putting it all on the line here. Last QS of the season, trying to get the Champions League, trying to get into the Champions League, trying to get the Challenger Series. Speaking of which, let's go and hear from Barnaby Cox, the Fox in the box. He got barreled and he's standing by for a chat.
Yeah, Evans, you could get your rap on. Barnaby, so your first wave is you get barreled. Was that part of the plan?
Definitely not part of the plan. I didn't even think that there was really that many barrels out there. I just wanted to try and do some big turns. But in the end, I didn't really do any big turns either. I just got one nugget. It was a big wedge, and I had to go. And I was stoked. It was so unexpected. Like there was so much. I felt so much pressure like coming up to this event, and kind of released when I came out of that barrel of it. Didn't mean to claim it. I kind of wish I didn't, but it all just came. Couldn't even think what was like going on. It was a good vision and beautiful blue color. Yeah, it was a good wave.
You weren't even out of the barrel and you already had your hands up, so that was a lot of emotion right there. And did you feel very confident after that wave, or did you feel the pressure trying to find that backup?
I knew I needed to get another wave. I didn't feel like particularly confident. I was just happy and relieved, really. But yeah, a bit of confidence. Happy, yeah.
And how's the mood at the UK house? Because you've been hanging out with the boys that are also competing here.
Yeah, they're all great. We all support each other, and we just surf like all day and cook together, go out together, and have a lot of fun. It's good. Same.
What are you cooking? What's part of the meal plan?
Porridge every morning, like scrambled eggs, omelets, and then we go to the mall in the evening. There's like loads of food places, so it's pretty good.
Traditional.
Yeah, love it.
Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Great job, Barney Cox, getting barreled, loving his life. Meanwhile, Cavallini ripping down on a wall with some speed. The Frenchman out of Guadeloupe. And off the bottom, into the lip, goes late to that and didn't really get enough of it and got pinged back down. There goes Paul César on the backhand and using his experience, his competitive edge to make sure he got the finish, crucially. So just compare those two waves, a sort of reasonably similar magnitude, but obviously that big finish there from Paul César. That's going to pay off in terms of points, Philippe.
Oh, definitely. That's what I've been pointing about the whole day. Judges want to see big turns on the outside. They're all surfing on the outside, so they have to go big. Otherwise, the judges won't put up the scores out there. And yeah, Paul César has been competing since my time. It's funny to see all the boys still doing it. I retired myself, but this season. Really nice carve by Enzo. He hold the rail really well. He almost went too deep because he kind of missed it there, and then the wave got a bit of white. He ended up mistiming this one. Yeah, it was a difficult section to work with. So, but the first carve, I really liked it. A lot of style. It just holds on that rail for so long, and then here almost got barreled there, and yeah. This last part of the wave was not an easy one because there's so much water moving. It's really hard to do everything okay. As you see, Paul César's nice first turn and finish this one off really strong as well. That's going to be a really good score.
Great surfing.
Yeah, it is.
The way he linked those two turns together with no downtime. Look how he holds the bottom turn, lets the lip project, and then just seamless, really. The patience there from him. And that's not an easy maneuver to do on the backhand. Your ball gets away from you, the lip's thrown out, you're traveling down the line. It's a really dynamic turn, and it sort of makes it look deceptively easy because he's really smooth. But actually, that's really technical.
It is.
I wouldn't be that surprised if the judges go excellent for that.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks because you have to go kind of upside down. Otherwise, the board just goes over the wave, over the lip, and it's very technical. You have to time it really, really well. So we already have it. You almost got it right. 7.5, last wave of Paul César.
Yeah, one judge said 8, one said 7, 3 said 7.5, lose the high, the low, take the average 7.5. What a way to start the heat. There's the spread from the panel. Brilliant surfing from Paul César. He will have certainly his tail up early on in this one. Not even 8 minutes gone as he gets close to the lineup with a massive number already locked in.
That's what you want to do on these conditions. Is on the outside as well. 2 big turns. It just proves that it's obtainable because the scores have been kind of low the last couple of heats, but the potential is there, and you just have to commit to those turns.
Wave will offer you so much in terms of potential. You got to match that, and then you got to try and put extra points on if possible with your surf, and that's exactly what PCD was able to do there. And he'll be feeling really confident about trying to find himself another wave of similar order. Everything does feel much more dialed in the same place now. We can expect that with the higher tide. It's less of a guessing game in terms of where to be on the bank. I don't think we'll see many sprints up or down the beach. It'll be more of a compact peak with probably certainly priority playing an important role as well, Philippe.
Yeah. Right now, everyone's sitting on the same place. We have Thiago Faria a little bit more on the right side of the screen, but other than that, all the surfers are pretty much on the same place, and you have to take advantage of that priority and make sure you get the good ones, because they are there. They're definitely there.
Cavallini's number's decent. Well, he's actually, sorry, that's 2 scores, his number, excuse me. So 5.7 for him. He's got a 3, 5.3 and a 2.17, so a couple of ways for him. At the moment, good enough for second. There is the ever-handsome Logan Nicol, representing Wales. He'll be coming up in a tough next heat that Monday previewed, taking on Enrique Pirate, Steph and Muren Ian Costa. That's about 15 minutes time. They've got a 3-minute paddle out, I believe, maybe 5, so a little bit of time to take on some last-minute instructions from the squad. All right, here's a look at our lineup. This swell has been promised to us several days out, and it's delivered. Bright sunshine, crucially the offshores as well, so it's really clean on the face. It's groomed. Our sandbar, yeah, that's the one variable that's maybe offering a few more difficulties for surfers. Positioning throughout the day with the lower tides is a bit of a question exactly where to sit right now. It does seem much more of a sort of natural peak. Obvious where to be in this lineup, but because it's pretty big, it's off the beach, so they'll take off quite a long way out, and they can ride this pretty much all the way into the shorey. Probably say this morning low was after 9, 10 o'clock, was it?
Oh yeah, something like that. As we see a wave coming in, yeah, something like that. And I was not expecting to see waves breaking out the back with this high tide, but actually it's almost as good as it was with the low tide. So it's just pristine conditions. It's really, really clean, and I think that's the surfer's dream for every competitor. Because honestly, most of the times competing, it gets a little challenging with the conditions, and when you have good waves, it makes it a lot easier for everyone, because you just want to surf, and if you lose, if it's because of a few mistakes, but other than that, you just have to surf. As we see this right-hander approaching, is anyone coming? Oh, look at that. That's
barreling.
Really,
looks like wants to spit, and it does. That thing just throaty. And just stayed open for several seconds.
That's as good as it gets, Costa de Caparica, guys. So this is not that common. It gets really fun most of the time, but this is really, really good conditions.
Absolutely pumping for a final QS event of the season, and you can't say we don't deserve it, because it's been a really tough year. We've had events cancelled altogether for storms. We've had events with pumping waves before the waiting period and after. Let's get another look from above. This is that wave we just watched.
Oh. That could have been a score, but I don't think anyone was on the right spot, though.
Cavallini was out there, was he? Oh, he was on the inside. Thiago stopped way out the back.
Well, yeah, way further. It was way too deep for that one, so that was definitely one of the best waves that we've seen so far. So unfortunately, no one's on the spot for that one, but there's going to be more for sure.
So far, it's Destengam with the quality in this, the 7.5. He'll be breathing easiest out of this quartet. He's got numbers locked in. And this glassy looking wall on the inside. So here he goes in second priority, and he's up. Beautiful looking right again. There's the patience off the bottom. A setup using the rail, not loads of juice in the first turn. This is nice and steep. Watch this. Bang. Again, he goes a little safe on that one because it's not as steep as he wanted it to be. The wave did just transition away from him. And onto the inside, linking it together, puts a little more fizz into the last turn. He had to just dial it back a little bit there because of the wave, but what he's done is he's got himself a backup.
Yeah, that was very well surfed by Paul. It was, the wave didn't offer that much, but he just needs to put something on board, and he did really well. Just nice carving. It looked like the wave was gonna wall up in front of him. He set up the turn that way, but unfortunately he had to do a bit of a carving. Very well served. And this one, this is the menu turn, I think. It just waves. It just waits for the wave to stand up and then just push it a little harder. As we see a guy out the back just doing a kick out, making sure he's not in front of the competitor. But yeah, very well served for Paul. This is gonna be a really nice backup. This one. His bottom turns are so nice, just times it perfectly, I think. And then one more cut back, and then he just waits for the wave to shut down, and zam, a little stronger on that one because the wave allows him to. So, yeah, everyone at home was competing. This is the way you want to surf a heat, as we see Enzo Cavallini on a bigger wave. Oh, I hate when that happens, when you mistime it and you just feel you're gonna smash yourself against the board.
Yeah, look painful. Anytime you're going down to the flats, going full speed with your board underneath you with nowhere really for it to go is nasty. I hope he's all right. Seems fine.
It's already on the outside, and we have a 5.83 though, so that's the perfect backup score for this kind of conditions.
Absolutely, and the wave was slopey for 3/4 of its life, that wave, and he just was so patient, never forcing it, never arrived too early. So I often see surfers get too early and get caught high on the wave, get a bit stuck and have to pump down. He didn't do that. He just carved his way back down, and on that drone view, just looking dreamy. People go on surf trips to get surf waves, and they're stoked to get waves of lesser quality than that. Looked like a really fun wave just to surf.
Yeah, that's true. There's plenty of surf trips that you don't get like these conditions. The water is kind of warm. It's not cold, but it's not hot as well. It's the perfect temperature if you surf with the 3 millimeters, 4 millimeters. It's okay, and it's a summerish day, isn't it? So we got pretty lucky. I think it's going to be like this for the whole week.
Absolutely beautiful scenes at the Caparica Surf Fest as we'll wrap up the European QS season. The Changas start next month on the Gold Coast. They come thick and fast, head down to Sydney. All sorts happening in that race to get the Championship Tour. Of course, we opened up on the Championship Tour with Bells Beach. Last night, our waiting period kicked off. Didn't get competition underway. It's a bit small. Let's see what happens this evening in Europe. That'll be tomorrow morning in Australia. Cavallini takes on a section.
Judges will love that. That's what you like to see. The boys just happy with that one. The French crew just, because, yeah, that's what you want. As we see Gabriel Ribeiro looking for something, a bit of a floater. Straight into a nice carve. He has a really good carving as well. Just his surfing was made up in Iriceda's point break, so you know he's gonna do well when it's a right-hander. Another one, just trying to see if the wave just offers him something, and unfortunately nothing happened there. But Enzo's maneuver, Paul, that was a sick one.
Yeah, he does that. He's really good at arriving late in the lip. You see him often almost surfing the curtain on the outside of the wave in transition, and he's got amazing balance. We're getting another look here at Ribeiro. It's nicely done. There's that carve you talked about, but it's kind of stock standard surfing, a touch conservative.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I've been watching the whole day. Just this normally doesn't get past you the 4 points, 5 points at least at tops, but this one, what do you think? This is going to be an excellent score? I think it is. He's late. That's a critical section.
He covered a lot of ground as well. You can just flick the board up and put it there and let the lip ping you back down, but he actually traveled a long way. Let's get another look here from above.
Oh, that was a really good turn.
Disappeared under the avalanche there completely, and then just comes out at 100 miles an hour.
People,
has a little look back at the crew and the judges.
People have no idea how hard it is to do turns like that. You have to have the perfect speed, the perfect timing, and strength on your legs, because you're gonna fall right on the flats with a big turn. So it's pretty impressive. It's obviously I think every surfer likes to do a turn like that. It's just coming right off the top with a lot of speed, and when you land it feels super.
The other
super.
thing that's impressive as well, the maneuver in itself, but you think he just went down really hard. He fell early on a last turn on a wave, and he could be forgiven
that's
for
true.
just playing it a little bit safe, going, okay, I've only got to get
Definitely.
second to get through. I don't have to get 2 10s, you know, just maybe surf for a 6. He didn't do that at all. No conservatism.
Yeah,
and the judges tend to reward that, and they're having a good old think.
Yeah, especially after a tough wipeout. You normally don't attack the situation. We don't attack the critical part of the turn so hard, because you just had a wipeout and kind of might mess with your head, but that wasn't the deal for Enzo, and the numbers are starting to drop in, and I think he's gonna be happy.
He needs a 3-3 for second. He's definitely going to get that. Let's check out Thiago Stock's been really quiet. I don't know where he's been in this heat. Here he goes. Great looking wave for him. Opens up with a wiggle on a high line. This is a beautiful bowl for him to hit here and tags it. That was the comparison I was making. It's nicely done, but he just put the board up and tweaked it, and the difference between the amplitude and the turn from what Enzo was able to do, I think that'll be reflected in the score, but much better stuff from Thiago. He needs more where that came from. 5 or so minutes. Judges drop a number. 7-7 for Cavallini. This is Thiago Stock.
Yeah, I think he kind of ran away from the first section, and then here there's a lot of white water because it's not an easy turn to do, and he did really, really well. Unfortunately, he went down there, but I think it's going to be able to make it as the judges will count it as a make. This is kind of a setup turn. As you see, there's a lot of whitewash on the wave, and it just hits it really well. Yeah, it's a different turn that we saw from Enzo Cavallini, but still a very good turn by Thiago. I'm afraid it might be a little too late, but he still might be there in the mix, because Enzo only has a 3.53 as a backup. He'll need to improve on that one, and Thiago will be right there in the mix, hopefully, and try to find a bigger score, because they are there. We've been seeing excellent scores this year.
Cavallini spread from the panel for a 7-2-7, and it's got him in a solid second place with a big bit of daylight, because a lot of those difference between second and third, even second and fourth throughout this competition so far is 4s or 5s. I'll often do it for you. Well, third place right now needs a 7 to get up. Thiago Stock, well, he's got a number to come in, but at the moment he actually needs a combination for second. So quite significantly, both surfers in first and second have got a cushion. Here goes your heat leader, Paul Cesar. Again, patient off the bottom. That's really nice. Just opens up the body, gets the rotation with the shoulders, the hips follow, and then, of course, the surfboard. And it's smooth and it's controlled. Good number in for Stocks. 5.8 for him. His body's number down now. Looking for the 5.01, but as you mentioned, a great point. Cavallini needs to improve, and he only got a 3.53 as the backup. If he can get a work on that, he'll be out of sight. Let's have a look at Paul Cesar.
This is a really good turn. He was kind of late, but still managed to put the fins out of there. Unfortunately, the wave closes out, but yeah, Paul Cesar just showing a lot of commitment and a lot of surfing. And yeah, as you said, Thiago 5.8 on the last one, so he's right there again. Oh, are the judges giving the priority situation on that one? Because Gabriel just tried, as you see, Thiago is running away from Enzo. Tried to getting something from a little bit deeper on the peak. He still has 3 minutes, and he only needs a 5 points, so that's not a big requirement. He just needs to make sure Enzo Cavallini doesn't improve on his 3.53, otherwise it will get a lot harder.
Just absolutely dreamy from above. Look at that watercolor, how smooth the surface is. And on a sunny day at a beach break when the weather's warm, you'd be forgiven for anticipating a bit of onshore after lunch. So far, so good. It is super clean out there. We've had big barrels in the previous heat, Barney Cox. And then this one, we've had hammers on the lip. Cavallini attacking and smashing.
Look at this wave. Thiago is going, but I'm pretty sure the surfer in red will use his priority. Yep.
Cavallini's going to fade him here. He uses that priority, and he's got speed. There's the carve in the pocket. He keeps it real close in the pocket as well. He's improved his 3.3 already, you'd probably say. And he'll swing down towards the inside. And pushing It's a little slopey wave, and as a result of that, he squeezes a little extra out of it, so it's going to make a more difficult requirement here.
Yeah, I think he's going to improve on that 3.53. I'm pretty sure of that. And you know what? I think he surfed really, really well. The wave was really good, and even the rebound on the roundhouse cutback was really...
Just a little extra sauce, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot on that wave for him. He didn't have many angles to attack, and he found one there, and it's those little differences.
I love a good rebound on a good roundhouse. It feels like it's a backside off the top, but when it's as clean and spicy as you want, it looks really good. We're gonna see on the replay.
Yeah, 90 on the clock. Let's check out the story of how this one's gone. That's been a really enjoyable heat. This guy's smooth as you like.
Yeah, that's this one. 2-turn combo. Finish it off really strong. He has been the most informed surfer of this heat so far, and this is a 5.83. A combination of a couple maneuvers, just going with the flow, as you said, just not too much movement, just waiting for the right moment to attack the lip, as we see here. He knows the wave's going to wall up, he just waits for the right moment to wham. Nice little snap to finish this one off, and then this is the money turn of this event. Look at this. That was a really hard section.
Where is he?
Oh my God, that's a really, really good turn. No look climb. Nice, it's a 7.27. And now with 35 seconds remaining, Thiago needing a 6.98 because Enzo Cavallini actually improved his situation, 5.5 on the last one.
Yeah, at the moment it's France 2, Portugal 0.
Oh.
Heard that scoreline before, haven't we?
No, don't say that.
Alvis doesn't look happy
say
in the
that.
background. All right, what do we got here? Ribeiro needs a number, needs a 9.24, big turn. Pushes hard. Don't think that's going to be the 9, and we're going to count down here. And a really enjoyable heat, that one. Ribeiro didn't get many opportunities. Neither did Thiago Stock. Our French pair found the opportunities. They took him. Cavallini's improvement was the 5.5. He'll stay in second, and those two will swing into the next round. And we're pretty much perfect stage of the tide. We did actually diss Chico yesterday for saying it's going to be good on high. Well, he's turned out actually.
Yeah, today I think he got it on the spot.
He had something there. Yeah, he's
but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he thought he thought it would be on the inside, and actually it's breaking on the outside.
When we brought up the tide shot, he went pale because he was like, oh no. Okay, but actually, yeah, he turns out he does know Costa Caparica. It's been a really enjoyable heat. They're going to keep coming thick and fast. Join us some more live action. We're going to bring Alves into the booth as well. We'll be right back.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back to live action from Portugal. It is pumping at Praia do Paraíso, Costa Caparica. It's the Surf Fest. Let's check out the Welshman Logan Nicol taking on Enrique Pirates. Stef van Noordenen from the Netherlands. Ian Costa from Brazil. Mr. Costa de Caparica. It's Chico Wells. He's back in the studio. Hello, mate.
How are you feeling, Paul? Stoked to be here with you.
Yeah, mate. How good is the surf right now for round here? Because Jervis has been kind of giving it a bit of a tough time. I don't think he's a massive fan. He's saying, oh, it's too big now or too this. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I just think Philippe had a hard time getting through some meets here.
Yeah.
And that's why he has a bit of a relationship.
Bits of lemons.
Yeah, let it be. I think this is going to be a good one. Logan Nicol, the big guy, loves this type of conditions. As we see White here, Steph trying to do a snap off the top. We have Henrique Pirret, the big man from Portugal. He loves these conditions too.
Loves the backhand attack, doesn't he?
Yeah, he likes a big wall. Can't wait to see him stand up on a wave. So, and we have the standout of the round one, Ian Costa. So what a good matchup. Round 96, 8-9 we've got on our end. So stoked to be here. It's a beautiful day. The beach is packed actually. I was just like walking by the whole beach, and everywhere there's people watching the comp. So it's great to see everyone watching and enjoying their time on the beach. It's really hot out there. I might go for a jump on the water after, because it's really warm and really good to be around.
Really enjoyable afternoon, and we're only just getting started for this competition. I think it's Tuesday. We're going till Saturday, so 4 more days plus the rest of this afternoon to come. Here's a look at Logan Nicol.
Yeah, good wraparound cutback. This was during the break. This was a 4-5 for Logan Nicol, so slow wave at the start and bang, good layback snap to hand this wave off. So one turn, 4.5, and a beautiful one. So great start for Logan Nicol on this one.
20 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this. Let's go here from a winner of our last heat. Paul Cesar Distanga is with Joanna.
Yeah, guys, one of the highest scores of the day so far, but Enzo was right behind you. Did you feel him catching up to you?
Yeah, like we are really good friends, so we always surf together. So it was fun to have a hit, and yeah, I had a really good one, really good wave at the beginning, and then Enzo had another one, so it was like a battle between us. But that was fun. We like it.
And you were watching the waves right before your heat. Did you feel inspired? Were you looking at something specific?
I was alone in my corner. I was looking for opportunity, just to get one big turn or 2 turns, and that's it. So I went to the place I saw when I was watching, and it worked. So I'm happy.
What kind of preparation are you putting into this competition?
Not much, just surfing, a little bit of physique. But yeah, it's the last one of the year, and my ranking is pretty bad right now. So it's just for fun, get the rhythm for next year.
Well, congratulations, you're on a great start.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Great start from Paul Cesar. We caught vision of a finish from Pirret on the insides. Just kind of tagged it to finish with a little bit of a spank. Let's get another look.
Yeah, beautiful wave from Henrique out the back. Quick carve there. The wave looks quite soft out the back, but as we saw there on our screens, he managed to milk it all the way through the inside. So Henrique here just trying to see if the inside has something on offer. I just think he spent a long time to actually build up for this last turn, which I don't think is going to factor in too much. Maybe save up some energy to stay on the outside for a better wave. Might be the good option, but he saw something down the line, and he kept going. As we see Ian here responding to that first wave of Henrique. Looks really flat to me as well. Let's see if we can find something on the inside, but well, I don't think so. So I feel like all of them kind of stress a bit at the start of the heat, and they want so much to make something out of nothing that sometimes it's just milk waves that don't have that much potential all the way in. And it's been really clear, judges don't want you to do a lot of stuff. They want you to do major stuff, and that's it. So I think if you kind of stay out the back and really wait for that
heavier and punchier section, you're going to get the score. So we see white here with a bit of a fin release and another carve there. I don't think it's going to be a major score either, but as I said, I think we saw on the last hit Enzo and Paul really being selective and throwing some big turns out the back and getting those sevens. So I think surfers that go on the next hit, which is this one, might take notes from that one.
Yeah, Van Noordenen having a swing. Tricky wave, soft at the beginning. There's a little section offered up, and then by the time he got his momentum up, he went into a hole and went deep on him, went soft. It'll be a small number for him. So advantage from the opening exchange with the Welshman, Nicol. Gets the 4-5, Pirates 3-1, and he went a long way for those points. He did well to stick with that. And all the way to the inside for that final tagging manoeuvre. Gets him something on the board. Costa was having a look around. Feel like Costa, just based on what we saw of him last year, he's got that real well-rounded repertoire. He can really surf to the conditions. He's going to need to do that here. It's a rapidly changing situation, it feels like. We saw barrels a couple of heats ago. Now we're looking at kind of soft running right. So it really is a situation in flux. It's all about being versatile. It's about doing turns as well, mainly. Getting down towards 16 minutes. And really that early wave from Logan Nichols, the sort of flash of quality we've had in this one. No one really threatening the scoreboard overly significant. You just, yeah, you don't see loads of dive-offs as opposed to duck dives in the QS. But there was one from Stefan Noordenen.
Yeah, that wave looked a bit bigger than usual. And I think sometimes they just bail the board off because they don't get thrown too much.
Yeah.
Towards the shore.
We've been getting a lot of tweets in, Chico. I don't know if you've been following the Twitter feed, but people are asking a lot of questions. A question for a commentator. One of the hot topics is you can only keep one. So you got three options. You can only keep one. There's a question in here from Joanna in Porto. She says, question for Chico, you can only keep one. Mundy, Jervis, Garnell. Who are you keeping out of the commentary team? You can only keep one, Chico.
Well, I think
you can think about it if you want, mate. For a while, I'll keep commentating on my own. You can just mull that one over.
Yeah, I'm gonna think.
If you think it's too gnarly, you can just whisper it to me, and if you don't want to say it on air.
Yeah. Can we do it? I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna keep Mundy. Okay. Yeah, good choice.
You said it?
Yeah.
You said Monday.
Yeah, Ben.
Oh, you said it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay. Let's check out Dean van der Waal waxing up.
Wow.
Getting the traction done. He's got a tough heat. Taking on Jose Ribeiro, João Roque Pinho, Fantin Abashi. He's coming up next. He'll be relishing this challenge. Well, the Belgian surfer, by way of Central America, spent a lot of time over there in warmer waters than the North Sea.
You see how long it took Enrique to get out the back?
Long paddle for him. He's used to that. Comes from Ribeiro Dillas.
Yeah, he is.
Big sweep there, pushing you down the point as you paddling back. So he's definitely got that paddle energy.
He's a big guy, so I think he's got a lot of energy still in the tank. His dad, a great paddler himself, loves a good paddleboard around Ribeiradilhas.
Dominates Ribeira.
He loves a good paddle around on the paddle surfing. He paddles so much. He does the, how do you call it? The wind paddling. And he does.
Look at this for Nicol. Beautiful wave for the Welshman.
Wow.
Great turn from him. Opens up on a rail, straight off the bottom. Bang, hit, make it. And just goes down on the second turn. Surfing with spice and sauce. He enjoyed that. He'll be disappointed not to make the turn, but I like the way he's on the attack, and I think that's what it's going to take here. Don't play it safe. Just go for it. Nicol pushing really hard there. What a beautiful looking wave when he paddled into that thing. It just drained off the bank really sweetly for him. Let's get a look here, Chico.
I just think he had a bit of a bobble at the end of the turn. At the end there, you saw he kind of disconnects the fins. And I think he had a hard time getting in time for that second turn, but the first carve was beautiful. This one here, all the way here, I think you saw there that little like disconnection from the fins, and was harder to keep the line going for that second turn. That's why he kind of got there late, I think. So really hard second turn to make. Other than that, he tried. So that's beautiful from him. And the first carve was on point, as we see green on. Wow, great first turn for Ian. Bit of a floater re-entry, which is something that looks always really nice on the mid section. We've seen over the last years some guys getting some huge scores for floaters, like Adriano Souza in Rio. You remember that backside floater you got?
It's a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember that though. And a couple of guys used to throw some huge floaters. I remember CJ Obgood used to throw some huge ones on his backside in J-Bay, like flying down the line. So a floater is always really dynamic when the section is really big. So Ian there with a great floater re-entry, and the score is showing like judges appreciate.
Yeah, he's a danger man, isn't he?
That solo turn, look, bang, 377, and he's right there on the outside, so not much paddling for him, and a 377.
Do you know who did good floaters in Portugal in competition? See if you can guess. Guess the surfer. Not known for the floater, but should I tell you? Italo. Remember Italo at Gincho on those lefts?
Yeah, I remember.
And he was doing those sick floaters down to the flats, like probably the best floaters ever.
Yeah, he does some huge ones. Medina had a huge one in Sunset a couple of years ago too, where he landed on, like on a layback, and he does some gnarly floaters.
You have to make it about Medina, don't you? Here's I'm picking up Italo, so give him a bit of love, and there you go.
Ben, I know Ben Mandy loves a good floater. I think he's from the times where floaters would be.
Live action, here's Pirate. Good first turn, just swooping with speed. Bit of whitewater, nice snap from him in the pocket. Nice and steep, bang, that was really nice. Pirate, he's back at this now. So a quiet start from him and a really well put together wave. It was tricky, get to deal with that foam up the face. Kept it nice and in the pocket. Can be a bit of a temptation to go out. Meanwhile, here goes Nickel. Has to just be patient for the first turn. Finds himself a little wide on the section. The wave will steepen up here using the rail. So Nickel staying busy. And numbers to come for him and for Pirates. Here's Ian Costa. I really feel like he's going to show us something. Just giving him a section. And he will flare up. Ooh, and just as we say that, a relatively standard float re-entry type maneuver goes down.
Yeah, that wave had a lot of froth on the face, so really hard to actually manage all that froth. But the first wave looked really good. As you see, there's a lot of white water under his board, so it's really hard to navigate through that white water. This one, much cleaner wave for Logan. Really beautiful first cut back, and then he winds up again and gets a carve, but the wave kind of flattens out at the end there, so no major maneuvers on that one. And this was the best wave of Henrique, I think. First snap looked great, and last turn, bang. I think this is going to come as the best wave of the heat so far, in my opinion, because really well surfed wave. He has a lot of power, so looks great on this type of conditions with space. And this last turn was actually really hard to manage, and he did a really good job to get vertical there. So I'm calling it. I think this is going to be the best score of the heat so far, but I have to watch this one because under the lip snap for Steph and a cutback and another one. Stylish surfer, great style, really low center of gravity, and he's milking all the way through the inside to see if he can get a left connection, and he got a right actually, so quick snap there again, and he bailed. So long wave, but yeah, Henrique Perret looks like judges are locking in the score, and it's looking like a healthy one for him. So Henrique showing
that big A-frame work is doing good things for him.
More tweets in, blowing up. We got Laszlo in Madrid. Another question for Chico. You can only keep one. Dogs, cats, or afternoon naps? What are you keeping?
Dogs, naps, all the animals, mate.
Okay. You don't want to play. Fair enough. You're doing that, are you? Doesn't want to play. He wants his ball back. Just going to walk off, go home, kill the game.
Kill the game.
7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this. Enrique Pirate goes to first, to 5.93. Great
Well
surfing
deserved.
on the backhand.
Well
Yeah, good number. Goes up into first. Logan Nicol with priority. He's in second right now. 4.54 for first. Ian Costa is not a long way back. He doesn't seem overly hurried as he makes his way back to the lineup. He's just cruising into the lineup. There he is, right of your screen. He'll just ease his way into a third place priority position, also third in the heat. And Stef van Noordenen got a couple of twos. He needs more. Doesn't need to go crazy. A 5.4 actually, the requirement, so that's very gettable. He's capable of that. You don't like the you can only keep one game then, Alves?
Not really. I think it's not fair. I just think it's too hard, mate. I'm not ready for that type of game.
Yeah, fair enough. In life, it's important to know your limits.
Yeah.
And recognize them. And
do you surf today? Did you have a dump in the water already?
A swim, yeah. Yep. Refreshing. Brilliant. Really
Can we
nice.
tell our viewers that you like to do like a cold shower in the morning, and today at 6 a.m. in the morning you had a jump in the water?
Yeah, a little
alone?
swim. Yeah, a little swim. Just wake yourself
Can
up.
you explain what actually does to your body?
Not really, no. Just makes me feel good. I don't know how.
No, because people say it gives you energy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's good for your health.
It's impossible to be in a bad mood
when you have a shower.
If you're grumpy, if you're feeling a bit sad, it's impossible after you jump in a cold, icy sea on or around sunrise when you emerge not to feel stoked. Whoa, big hit, Pirate. Look at this. This is his conditions. He loves this. And he is on fire here, the heat leader. And another good wave. Here he goes. He'll go left and tag it, go incomplete on that maneuver, but the backhand hits were solid. And he's already got that number just below a 6 to 5.93. And look at paddling straight back out. Let's get another look at the replay here. Good stuff on the backhand.
Yeah, good wave selection and big snap there out the back. Winds up again, gets a bit of a push back there, and boom. He was able to be aggressive on that last one too. So here I thought he wanted to milk the wave all the way through the inside, but he couldn't. But I think all the hard work was done on the outside. So great stuff from Enrique Pirret.
Yeah, he'll extend his lead here. He was sitting on a 3, so he's going to go in front by about another 1.5. 4.67 it comes in. So Nicol looking for a 6.1 for first. Of course, 1 and 2 go through. Crucially, Ian Costa, his requirements still the same. 4.56. 4 minutes on the clock. Van Noordenen looking for 5.4. Those are gettable numbers. Time isn't on the side of surfers in third and fourth, though. Beautiful looking wave coming through. Nicol with priority. He's going to need to use it wisely here. There's going to be some waves right now come through, and he'll look to try and get on himself. He doesn't have a big cushion. His scores aren't amazing. 8.33, it's reasonable. He'll want more. So he'll try and find himself a decent wave. Surfers without priority, like Ian Costa, will just try and go something. Okay, here's Nicol. He'll head a little bit wider, and a great looking bowl will stand up. Logan Nicol looking to consolidate his position in the heat, gets a double up section in front of him, and he goes on the rail, stays in the pocket crucially, doesn't get too far out in front. And this wave will get squeezed a little soft here. Can he keep the board moving? He has to go around Van Noordenen. And he gets a little bit bucked off by some turbulence. Not sure if he added loads to his numbers. 3.83 is the backup. Do you feel he improved?
I don't think so. I didn't saw like a big turn out the back, and I think you will not get rewarded as you would like. because that first 4.5 he had a big layback out the back. So on this one we see that the wave is quite flat. This curve is beautiful, but other than that, after that the wave softens a bit, and here he has to avoid the other competitor, and his front foot just slips off. So I don't think he will improve. So 2.27. But that first scarf, you can tell if he gets the opportunity, he will unload and get some high numbers. But yeah, it's been really hard to pick the excellent number out there.
Just over 2 on the clock. Nickel doesn't seem in an awful hurry to get back out the back. It's with Ian Costa. Priority is also the onus on him to put points up. He needs 4, 5, 6 or better to stay in the Caparica Surfest. And here we go with a ton of speed and a great looking wall. Goes onto the rail. It's a little sticky. What's he got for us through the inside? The wave goes a little mushy. And he'll get a rebound and still looking to swing. The wave's not super cooperative, just in the sort of energy that he finishes with. Let's think about that number of 4, 5, 6. Thumbs up or thumbs down, Chico?
Well, I have to watch it again, but I don't think it's enough either. I think the wave was really flat. This turn was more like a cutback kind of setup turn. This one was even a bit more flat, and then there's no like major turns, so I don't think it's enough.
Okay, Nickel, for the time being, will have dodged something of a bullet. He'll stay in second. It's a 3-2, so Costa still looking for something. This is a replay of Van Noordenen on the left. So this is the wave behind us, Chico.
That first time looked nice. Then he had a bit of a carve here. This wave had a different shape on it because we haven't seen many lefts.
Yeah, it's a little fat, isn't he? He's looking for a 5-4.
Well, for a 5-4, he needs a bit more on the inside, I think. But on the outside, he had the first snap was nice. Here on the inside, he gets another snap, and then a closeout turn on the sand. So I don't know. I don't think there's...
He's giving it everything though. Look, he's knackered. I like that as well. You want to see that. He brought it all the way to the beach. He's absolutely cream crackered on the inside. He's having a little giggle as well while he grimaces and just tries to take in some oxygen. But that's what you want to see. Give it everything. Have a swing. Have a crack. At least ask a question of the judges. You don't just be sitting there out the back waiting for a wave. So he gave it a crack. And the judges will have a think. So they got scores for Costa and Van Noordenen to throw down. That's the beach scene here. It's just hot, sunny. The sea's turquoise. The waves are absolutely cooking. He's going to come in short. 3.93 is the number. Not enough. So Costa still looking for his last score to come in, but I think it's going to be quite a bit short by a couple of points. And it looks like it's going to be Parhate who ripped those 2 opportunities on the backhand, and also Logan Nickel got the strong start. There we go. Numbers are all in. So we'll remain after that last exchange as we were coming into it. And it will be those 2, Logan Nickel and Enrique Pirate, advancing through to the next round. This guy here, be disappointed, just wasn't able to get it done, didn't make great choices out there. And he only really showed flashes of what he could do. He's got a lot more in the tank. Got a bright future, though. We'll go to break now. When we come back, we'll bring in another great looking heat. We'll also bring in Monday into the studio for yet more searing insights, red hot takes. Stay tuned.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Welcome back. Look at that dreamland, we call it, Caparica. The Costa de Caparica, we're in heat 10, round of 96. Surf is absolutely cracking. The beach is absolutely thriving. The vibes are through the roof. We've kicked out Evans. He's going shredding as well you might. It's one of those days on the coast. You've got to get amongst it. And I'll tell you what, who's getting amongst this one? Dean van der Waal. Love his style. Smooth, natural footer. Fantin Abashi. Bit newcomer to the sport. Good to see him around. Jose Ribeiro, I should say, my mistake. João Rocco Pinto. Portuguese represents. I'm represented in the booth with Chico Alves. He represents. He doesn't want to play any fun games. He just wants to talk about surfing. That's all he's up for. What have you got for me, mate? What's your hot take? What have I missed?
Well, the last heat was quite slow.
Right.
And I just got the news that you got barreled.
I did. I got a tube.
That's amazing. How are you feeling, Ben?
Have you ever lost 20 cents and found $1? That's how good I feel right now. Borrowed Paulie Evans 6'8", twin pin, went out, shredded. Waves like that, no one out.
Wow.
Perfect. That looks like Uluwatu. Impossible. How is that? It's the best ever wave of Caparica in the history of the beach. It is. It is absolutely firing. I tell you what, someone who knows a little bit about pumping Portuguese waves is Enrique Pirate. He's down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Congratulations on going through that. Just 3 waves and you got the job done. How did that feel?
Thank you. It was really hard out there because there is some fun waves, but it's really hard to find it. We have to pedal a lot. You get like a little bit lost in the middle of the ocean. And I didn't surf here before the heat and not the last couple days. It's my first day here. So it was a little bit hard, but it was fun. I got lucky to get these two good ones.
So your strategy is kind of a surprise factor. Go a whole year without coming to Caparica and just try your luck.
Sometimes it's better because if you used to this wave and then if it's a little bit different, like you are used to ride, you get lost. So I was like expecting nothing from this. So I just watched the waves before and let's do this was like what I was thinking.
So what's the plan for the next rounds? No plans?
No plans. Like, of course, like do a good surfing, catching 2 good ones. Of course, I want to do well on the comp. But don't think too much because sometimes when you think too much, like you get lost. So just go, enjoy, and catch some good ones.
You don't really have a lot to lose here, right?
Yeah, of course. Like I'm really far to qualify for the Challenger, so I think it's an impossible job right now. So just get points for the next season and enjoy in home, so I can sleep in my house. I don't need to travel around. Don't expend money. That's good as well, and enjoy Caparica.
Well, great job. You're in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that strategy. Nothing to lose. Enjoy the waves, enjoy the time, enjoy the fact that he can sleep in his own bed, not spend any of his hard-earned dosh. And he's through. He's dangerous. Whenever the surf gets chunky, Enrique always steps up, doesn't he? Like, it's a bit of power. Grown up in that Ericeira reef break, so he'll be dangerous if this waves stay sort of powerful and sizey. And with some replays coming up, that's a nice looking wave. He didn't really connect with this, did he, Chico?
Yeah, quick step there out the back, and he winds up here, and quite late there to that last turn, but he was able to make it at 267. Hopefully, it's not going to factor into his score line at the end of the heat, but it's a start. And we've got a good heat on our end. Dean van der Waal, Fantin, Jose, and João. So really good heat on our end. Jose and João are the ones I know better because I've seen them surf a couple of times, and yeah, they've got both really good backside attack. Dean van der Waal is no stranger too, right? He's been around for a while, and we know he can throw some big turns too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got a really good heat on our ends, heat 10 of the round 96, and yeah, plenty of action to come. Looks like there's some lines on a rising. Let's hope for the sun not to bother the judges too much on the afternoon, so they can keep seeing what's happening in the water.
Yeah, and the glare is an issue.
Yeah, the glare.
And it can come in. We've got Fantin Habashi. He's also from Switzerland, Geneva originally, but he's based himself down in Hossegor. So he's a Swiss transplant. Van der Waal, similar story. I think based himself in Central America and Costa Rica, but has Belgian heritage. So we're just going to see how he gets on. Habashi, stylish, natural footer, solid on his backhand. Likes the sort of tubey waves of Hossegor. Throw a tail, can ride a tube. So we'll see how he goes. He'll be happy. He'll be at home in these type of conditions. And Jose Ribeiro is a smooth young Portuguese surfer. So yeah, plenty of talent. This bit of a showcase for for young talent. These events, often you'll see someone come through the ranks that you might not have seen before, or it's just sort of suddenly hit their straps. It's always quite exciting. When was the last time you were at an event, Chico, and you saw someone that was really sort of surprised you hadn't seen before? Someone that really, shook you up and thought there was a real prospect. Do you remember? You see a big backhand hook, hanger, and gets obliterated. Any event, local CT, could be QS, could be anywhere in the world, could be online, where you thought, wow, this is someone new, someone's going to shake up the sport.
Well, I remember watch Reef Iselwood in the first comp in what's it called? Not Snapper, the other one,
Diba, yep.
Event, and I was like, wow.
I got a wild card, didn't he, into the
CT, and he was just like throwing some huge airs, and I was like, wow. I've heard the name before, but I haven't really visualized it, and it's fun when you haven't kind of visualize what a surfer can do, and he goes and he throws some huge airs. And yeah, that contest, I don't know if he made the semis or something.
Yeah, I think he did really well, yeah.
He did really well, and I was like in shock. I was like, wow, this guy has CT level. And he has CT level.
Oh, absolutely. It's mind-boggling that he's
insane.
not on there, that he hasn't
I think he was really close, like 2 years ago, to qualify.
But he hasn't done it, and like you say, you're right. That's how hard that Challenger Series is. He's incredible aerial. He's incredible forehand and backhand. He's an incredible tube rider. He charges, absolutely charges. And yet, with all that package, he hasn't been able to get it all together. He's real straight edge. His parents are pretty hardcore Christian. He's a Christian. Doesn't drink, doesn't smoke. He's really disciplined. And even with all that, he still hasn't managed to crack it. He will. He has to. He's just too good not to. But so that's just an example of just how hard.
Did he actually do the Challenger last year?
Yeah, I think he did.
I don't think so. I think he did 2 years ago, because I remember seeing him in Ribara, and he actually had a really good comp
that year, wasn't he? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't make the qualifying. Yeah, I'll have to check. I'll double check that with Rick.
I'd love to see him on the CT, because he's really, really good.
Good shout, like it. Yeah, good shout. Well, we might see.
So that was the first one I remember, and another one was I was really young. I was in Burley Heads on the juniors event they ran there, and a couple of heats, and I saw Mitch Cruz when he was really young, surfing really, really well. So, and then he qualified. So
yeah,
and he was ripping that event. So
okay, so there's Ribeiro staying busy. And these right-handers out the back, comes into the inside. Oh, that's a nice turn. A lot of spray.
He's got a low center of gravity, but when he has this chance, he really explodes on the lip. So Jose has a really good technique on his backside. You can tell. You see how close his feet are on the board.
Yeah,
He surfs, but he holds the rail a lot. Bang. So quite a unique style in terms of foot positioning on the surfboard. But then when he actually does the turn, you can tell. Oh no, the foot is on the right place because the turn looks really good. So I think it's going to be the best score of the
Who else has their feet
4-1
close together? Who else sort of surfs like that?
Like I remember Edgy surfs a bit like that.
Yep.
Nathan Edgy surfs a bit
very
like.
Very good comparison. Yeah.
Surfs
Nathan,
a bit like.
Quite close, but still engages the rail, didn't he? Like just managed to low center of gravity.
Yeah.
Burn around.
He surfs a bit on the back of the board.
Yeah.
But manages to put the rail in really well.
Another guy called, he might be a bit old for you maybe, a guy called Simon Robinson from as a free surfer from Billabong from Newcastle. used to surf with Lockie and Margot in some of the Billabong movies.
Mick Campbell used to surf with the...
Yeah, Campbell was pretty narrow.
Yeah.
Pretty narrow.
I remember he used to surf with the narrow...
Oh, and they're all sort of real powerful surfers as well, so it shows. Yeah,
I've got some really good inspirations when I was young, actually, like Philip McDonald. I remember watching the Oscar Combe.
Yeah.
He used to be vicious. And
more wider
as we see David Raymond here giving some tips to Martin Nunes, a really good goofy footer, up and coming from Portugal. Lovely style, Martin. Really good technical surfing he has. So
he's quite young, doesn't he?
Yes, he is. He's like 20, like 9. I don't want to say, like 19, maybe 18. I don't know. They all look really young because I know them since they're really young, like 12, 13, and then in my mind, they keep being like 15 forever.
Yeah.
And then I'm like 45.
Yeah, it happens.
And they grow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, maybe they're a bit older.
Yeah. And what about the future European surfing? Who, talk about those young surfers that can sort of blow you away. Hold that thought. See out the back, 2 surfers up and riding on the same peak. See surfing green, Pino, just rack it up. Meanwhile, that's Fanti Nabashi. It's a Swiss surfer from based in Hossigo. Smooth style.
Yeah, you know, guy I miss seeing surf from the city. Danny Wills.
Willsy.
Wow.
Yeah.
He used to be so good.
Quite narrow of stance.
And Trent Moreau too.
Who?
Trent Moreau.
Oh yeah.
With narrow stance too.
Yeah, but powerful as well.
Yeah, so powerful. I remember him winning on the left with like 16 turns.
If you follow on Instagram Justin Gain or Pulse?
Pulse, TV, yeah. I follow them.
So he puts up all the... he was a great surfer, still is, a filmmaker from Australia, and he chronicled all that sort of edgy...
generation.
Trent Munro, Margot, all that generation. And yeah, he still puts up clips of Trent Munro. Just hold that thought. It's a big, nice turn from Hibashi. And there's another one, real smooth. Yeah, and he puts up footage of like Trent Munro from like early 2000s, 2001, 2002.
It's amazing.
And it's still like, it is state of the art. It's so tight and powerful. You're like, crikey.
You would win with that surfing still.
Yeah.
Events.
Absolutely.
Seriously.
Just really like, especially in small waves, you generate so much power and speed in like 3-4 foot waves. Won bells, of course, when it was held down at Phillip Island.
But my favorite of all time surfer, my inspiration when I was young, was Sean Cansdale.
Yeah, Cans, what a great surfer. Yeah. Also a bit narrow of stance. You're really on a roll here. Yeah, Key was what.
You didn't know I had this on the box of memories, right?
No.
You thought I was a bit younger for that.
The strongest pointy rascal was narrow.
No, my dad used to watch everything.
Yeah.
And he used to teach me like, hey, you need to watch this guy if you want to surf good, or watch this guy to surf good. And I used to watch all the movies.
Yeah, easily one of the talented surfer of his generation, Sean Cansdale. Like all those guys guys like Ace, Micro, even Taj, although they always said he was the best surfer, in terms of natural talent. There's a big backhand turn from Van der Waal, and another. Throwing some spray in that stiff offshore, and another.
Bang.
This left, I'm not going to big up Chico Alves. He said the lefts might come into play on the high tide, and that is some serious zigging.
Great wave.
Steering, zagging. It's still going. If you can finish this off, and he has done so. He's not even done yet. So a leg burner, and he is absolutely rinsed.
I think the wave is going to stand up again. Is he?
I think your work's done there, mate, but he's going to paddle out next to the thing. So that was serious shrouping.
Great wave from Dean. 3-turn combo out the back, and lovely surfing from him. We haven't seen much from João, and he might be sitting there with priority, waiting for a good one. As we see, bang, throws the fins there, connects with this one, extended carve. I like when guys really extend that carve on the backside and wait again on the bottom to link to the next turn. So great technique from Dean here. I think the judges will reward the rail surfing he did on this wave, because it looked really smooth to me. So I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. And that first turn looked really clean. So great surfing. Nothing really crazy, but just the connection of the wave was
pleasing to watch.
You might just get underscored a little bit just for lack of variety, perhaps, but there's not much more to do. And yeah, as you're right, that first turn was vertical, and yeah, the way he delayed that bottom end turn, as you said, Chico, just really adds style points. So yeah, great surfing from
They should score style.
DVD.
They should score style too.
I think it's kind of in the criteria, isn't it?
It is, but in a way that sometimes you don't feel it.
It's hard. I think so. Very subjective, isn't it?
It is. But that one was done with style.
Yeah.
So great wave by Dean. And yeah.
Who's your favourite? Who's the most stylish surfer on the CT?
Right now or
now.
before?
Men and
before was Ron Machado all day long. I used to love him surf, like seriously.
Yeah,
he could not do anything on the wave. It would be pleasing to watch.
Exactly.
Now, I used to love Julian. Julian was like, really
Julian.
pleasing to watch.
What about current CT members?
Now, Ethan Ewing is just, he's got that. It's impressive.
You know, he's one of those guys too. When you see in the flash, you see the clips, you know how good he is, and then you watch him. I've been lucky up in the CT. He had a few free surfs, so he was out there. And he just, because you forget how powerful he is as well, and the style, he's incredible to watch. Doesn't make, a bit like Rob, doesn't make every turn looks good no matter what he's doing. Even like the
even if
little
the wave is bad.
cutbacks, like, oh, that looks good.
Wow.
Yeah,
it looks like something else, you know, like other guys just need to really surf hard to look good. Him is just like the opposite. Don't make it look too hard because everything looks good.
What about woman surfer? I hold that thought. There's a good set coming out the back. Looks like Roca Pino has got priority. Pulls the trigger. Here he goes. Look at that wave. He comes around the corner. He's got a big section and he hammers it. He only had one section
turn.
and he dealt with it well.
Great turn.
That wave looked so Indonesia-like. It was crazy.
João is a big kid. And he's got some power. Before he was really thin, and now he's building some muscle. So I knew he would love to get one of these. Bang! Judges will really appreciate this big BT section, and he attacked it. So great wave choice with 6 minutes to go. He needed this wave, and he made sure he made this turn. So this is going to put him back on this heat, and it's a low-scoring affair until now because even Dean, he has a 6 and a 1. So João is going to be right in the mix. So great wave for João with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, great surfing. Only one turn.
On the women's side, you were saying the style.
Female surfer
Yeah,
CT.
I have to go with Steph.
Yeah.
I just feel like in terms of style, I don't know what Australia has, but there's a lot of surfers surfing with style.
Well, those ones we mentioned sort of grew up on point breaks, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it's growing up on point breaks.
Spent a lot of time on the point. Steph grew up at Cooley. So same with Joel and Mick. It's just those point breaks make you focus on your style. You got so much time to think about it. You got so much time to think about your style
and like make sure your technique is great.
And there's also loads of you're watching great surfers with great
all
style.
The time,
Like just free surfing with them all the time. So yeah,
you kind of grow up watching like how a good style is, and you kind of like have references as a young kid growing up. Even the kids you watch surf like 8 years old, they already have style. They already have like the knee, kind of the knee inside and the arms and everything. So, but it's hard not to try to copy guys like Mick and Joel and Taj, guys that you saw growing up all your life. So and Julian and all those guys. So yeah, it's really hard not to actually grow with a great style surfing there every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 5.33 for that stylish one turn from Roque Pino, and that means he goes up into second. So Jose now chasing a 3.17, 4 minutes on the clock. Abashi, it's only 3.84, so he's been wave starved. Then he caught 2 waves in the whole heat. 4 minutes left to rectify that. He has priority, so he's got a bit of time. And who's your least stylish surfer on the CT?
That's that one I'm not gonna answer. You tell me.
Well, I asked the question. You're the colour guy. I'm asking.
You guys just keep asking hard questions all the time. That's a hard one, mate.
It's not hard at all.
It is. It is hard. because I think they all try their best to have a good style.
Yeah, it's not about trying your best. That is the least stylish. Out the back, you see Ribeiro trying to get some style points himself. A little bit safe. Chico's going to think about. Oh, no, I'm just
You are.
interested.
You're trying to put me in, you know, those roads you see the signal after you turn, and there's no turning back. As you see the replay of José. Quick hit there. Really hard wave to surf. A lot of white water on the face of the wave. So José here trying to make the best out of this wave. He only needs a 317. So this last turn was really important for him to actually have the chance to make it. And this is João again. Bang, snap. Great snap there. He needs to get rid of a 2. So
Actually, right at the back. What do you think about this one? Left-hander.
Quite late there.
10. He waited a long time for that one, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. He waited a bit, and I think the fins disengaged a bit on that bottom turn. That's why he had a hard time connecting to that last turn. And here he's trying to milk something out of nothing, is what we call.
Yeah.
And all the...
It's not done yet. I mean, these little inside waves don't really much, so that's... Into 3.84. You can see the disappointment. He's not really happy with it. Milked it all the way down to the very, very southern edge of the corner. But although there was a lot of length to ride and a lot of effort, I don't think that's going to be enough for him. So you see Van der Vaart with that only backing up at 6-point ride with a 1.5. Low heat scores still, despite the conditions. And we'll see.
So João jumps into the lead now. 287 is in the lead, and with that last effort, the snap, so great wave choice by João, puts him in the lead, which is something great in terms of seeding wise if you get through, because you're gonna get the second place of the next seed, which is something you might think about, but there's still time. Dean had a look, couldn't get it, and there's a wave behind. Let's see if he can catch it, or if he's too far in for that one. No, I think he will be able to catch it right in the corner there. He decides not to go. So let's see if there's something behind for him.
Yeah, unfortunate for Van der Vaart. He's still in second. He's going to go this one though. Have a look at it at least. The last wave on his backhand. Gets it up high. Big one turn. Don't think it's going to do much more than that. Just coming in. I think he's done enough. That wave might improve on a 2.87 or a 1.5, so it will. So you'll get a bit better score than he thought, and you'll probably move into potentially in the first place. We'll see. Still bumping and weaving, jumping and hopping. And that's a wrap for Van der Vaart. There's your current heat leader, the local. One with a single big turn, really, just one big turn on a big wave, and that was enough to get him into the all-important top 2 and into the round of 48, I should say. So it is tight at the top. Only a 9-point heat total getting him through. Disappointment etched on the face of José Ribeiro. The two mates coming together, and that's a wrap for them. So official results there at the bottom of your screen. Van der Vaart and Pinot going through. But while there's a short break, we're going to go for a short commercial break. Come back with more action from the Caparica Surfest 2023 right after this.
Yeah. No way.
And welcome back to live action. The drone shot looking down on the breakwalls that make this section of the beach so great for surfing. We've had incredible waves all day. The waves are pumping. The offshores are blowing. Philippe Jervis coming into the booth to join me. Ben Mundy. I'll tell you what, another stacked tee. Sterling Norman, Daniel Nobrega, Erwin Bluan and Martin Nunes. Now a bit more about the Portuguese surfers. Being a Portuguese surfer yourself, Philippe, what's one of these two guys got in their locker? What's their strengths?
Daniel, he's part of the group of my ex-coach, Rodrigo. He has been improving a lot the last couple of years. I don't spend much time with him because I think he's from here, because every once in a while he's training in Cascais with Rodrigo, and I see him surfing, and I know he has improved a lot. And Martin is part of the new generation of surfers in Portugal. He was one of the standouts yesterday, 13-point score, and definitely one of the best surfers of the new generation in Portugal. Okay. Super sharp, super clean, very nice style. He spends a lot of time in the water,
Okay, well, speaking of the next generation of hot Portuguese surfers, Chico Alves is down on the beach with the winner of the last tee.
Boys, yeah, I've got Dean with me. Dean, you've got that beautiful left to start off, and then you struggle really hard to get that back up. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was a lot of paddling after that left. I rode it all the way inside, and then I think it took me like 6 minutes to get back outside. And I knew I had like maybe one more chance to get the score. And I got lucky, I kept looking and went for a closeout turn at the end.
Is it firing or it's not that good?
Like, it looks firing, but it's definitely harder than it is. And it's a lot of paddling.
Stressful last wave?
Yeah, I knew I just had to like hit the lip and try to land it. Because on the wave before, like one of my first waves, I fell really hard trying to do a backside turn. So I was stoked to land this one.
You look great, congrats. You had the backup, so good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Chico. Thanks, Dean. Yeah, bit panicky. No, not panicky, but had to wait and got it. Meanwhile, at the back, a lovely looking wave on his backhand. Frenchman. A little bit, not a steep face, but he's ready to roll. If he can get a connection, he can't. Stanley Norman, here we go, Stanley Norman, there's a big floater. And has plenty of hang time. Unfortunately, as he dropped out of the sky, reconnected with the fins, and he went over. So, big wave, big connection. Good attempt, but unfortunately Farley just checks everything's in working order. And stand back out. Try again. Talk us through this. It's a big wave.
It is. Yeah, his body was it was off balance when he came down. I don't think that would be a great score because judges really like big turns, but floaters, it's not that it's not that thing. But still, it would have been maybe a backup score or something like that, as we see here. See his body positioning when he's coming down, he's facing the wrong way, so it was hard to land. But still a good effort, as we see Martin Nunes trying to close this one off. The wave just kind of disappears.
Yeah, a
couple of ones for everyone.
Yeah, a lot of ones. Yeah. I've seen a few of those. It's been, no massive. We have to get some of the numbers up in terms of the biggest heat scores, but a couple of high 13s. I think it's only been up into the 15s or excellent range for their heat scores.
Yeah, I don't think so.
As it shows, probably like Dean just said, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, that's
and
what
it is, but it's trickier than it looks.
No, it looks really good from the outside, but definitely, if you're a surfer, like it's not easy to find the good ones because it's a little bit all over the place. But there's some incredible waves, and so, yeah, we already saw some nice scores. Yeah, I don't think we got in the excellent range yet. We got a couple of 7s. But yeah, it needs to be something special. The judges are getting more and more critical as we see Daniel Nobrega up and riding, waiting just for this wave to stand up. Nice little turn, setup turn to finish this one off. This is more like it. Judges will like that finishing turn. That first one could have exploded a little more, but still might be a good backup. But the first real wave of this hit.
He was pretty calm, wasn't he? Just sort of was patient, didn't force it too much.
Yeah, the transition was really good.
Finished it off. So yeah, solid competitive surfing from Danielle. You just see it here. Just came around the corner and there's a nice clean wave.
He
could have been safe that first one, you're right. And then he had this big section, hit it, came out. So
it's going to be a score, but potentially not huge.
Yeah, because
been coming in. You've been out there. You've been reading the room a bit out there. You must know the Twitter's just been going mad, but you've got to keep just one.
What's that?
Haven't you heard about it?
What's
going
on?
The street. Oh, it's going crazy. Yeah, we've been doing tweets about the fact that you can, it's hashtag, you just got to keep just one. We'll give you 3 options, you just got to choose one, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's been some good ones. We'll think. But
I don't have a Twitter, honestly.
Huh?
I don't have a Twitter.
Oh, yeah, well, don't worry. They come into my feed. I'll let you know some questions. Yeah, I'm going to give you, if you can keep one of these things, I'm going to give you Gabriel Medina's aerials. I'm going to give you Ethan Ewing's style. And I'm going to give you, well, hold that thought, see out the back, a massive turn there from Nerey's back into it, Daniel, and he's coming around the corner, another
nice.
One. Trying to get a finishing off, he didn't get before. And just waits for it, and can't quite finish off. And Jack Robertson's tube riding ability. Oof. You only keep one, you can't have all 3.
Oh my God. Well, Ethan Ewing style is just the style?
That's all you get.
Not the flow and the transitions?
No, you got to keep just one of those 3.
I might go for the Jack Robinson's barrel technique.
Taking his tube riding style. Okay, tube riding technique. There's a cut down from Stanley Norman. Another one here. Can he finish it off? Nice click off the top. And he's got one last. Just make some mistakes. Couldn't quite get around to that last section and finish it off, but well surfed. And what happened here, Jarvis?
Yeah, he waited for the right time. Yeah, unfortunately, he went a little bit too late on this one, but this connection, he manages to explode a lot harder on that one, and then one more carve. It's going to be one more average score for Danielle, but still, with no one has nothing with them, so it might be a good call for him. Just stay active, and this one was good, but it was kind of late, and that it didn't allow him to explode as much as this one. So very well surfed. Yeah, Danielle he improved a lot the last couple of, I would say last couple of years, because he's surfing a lot better. Rodrigo is doing a really good job. But yeah, coming back to your question, yeah, I'll definitely, I think I would choose Jack Robinson's technique on barrels, because
yeah, it's pretty good.
I like my airs, even though they're not the biggest nor the wildest, but style, I love Ethan Ewing's style. I do love it, but I wanna be like Ethan, like the complete package, not just the style, because you want those transitions, that speed, and those carves. So yeah, I know I get some good barrels, but I know it's just Jack Robinson is on a different level.
Okay, that was easy. Next one, they're coming in. They come in fast, these ones. They're going, okay, that's fine. Paul Evans, Chico Alves, Joanna Garnell.
Which one do I keep?
Yeah, you got to keep one. Hashtag.
You put me on the line, man.
Yeah, that's what the tweets are. It fires up. They make the hard questions.
Who do I keep? I might go for no personal thoughts, but I might go for Paul.
Right, you're going to keep Paul.
Yeah, because he has the experience and he has been doing this for a while. Yeah, and yeah, I think no hard feelings, Joanna and Chico, if you listen to this, sorry, but yeah.
Quite possibly the strangest decision you've ever made, but you know what, it's a personal opinion.
I think Chico will be pretty pissed off with me because he has been my friend for the last 15 years.
They're like bottoms, everyone's got one, so that's fine.
Well, you didn't explain, I can keep one for what?
No, well, you're too late now. You made your decision. You made your bed.
Don't tell me that.
Okay, out the back, live action. We got a big right-hander. We got blue one coming around. He missed it all. It was a big wave. It didn't have any opportunity. He had a 1.87. That's all he's got. So he's way down there. Nunez in a bit of strife as well. Martin can't quite hold on to his waves either. He's got priority. At the moment, it's not doing him a whole lot of favours.
The wave, that wave for Irwin was really good. Unfortunately, he took off a little bit too deep because he had a lot of sections to hit the lip. Unfortunately for him, it was kind of too deep for that one. So Martin Irwin, well, it's a low-scoring affair here, but Daniel Nobrego with a couple of a 4 and a 3.17 is on the first place. And yeah, the second best wave of the heats belongs to Stanley. That little one with a couple of floaters.
Yep. Oh, okay. Jarvis, he likes the game. He plays the game. If you play the game, you get more questions. That's the way it works.
Okay.
Got one here coming in on the Twitter sphere. Hashtag you only keep one, and it's from Joanne in Windale, Australia. And Joanne says, wetsuit, wax, or leg rope?
I can only keep one.
Yeah, you only keep one.
I'll go for the wax. You can't.
Go for the wax.
Yeah, you can't surf without wax.
Right. Come from Portugal. Come from
that grip. Yeah, that's true.
Coming from Portugal. So you're going to hang out with Paul.
I would move somewhere warm. I would move somewhere warm.
Portugal with no wetsuit.
Yeah. I would surf somewhere. I would move somewhere warm.
Look. You make your own decisions you like. And I don't want to question them.
I feel like I'm losing at this game.
Yeah, there's no losers in this game. But I'm just saying, you know, sometimes you make poor decisions.
Yeah, because I was wondering, I can move somewhere warm. I can surf without a leash, but I cannot surf without a wax.
This guy's got wax on his board. He's got a big wave ahead of him.
Oh, that's a big one.
And Smart Team has been waiting a long time for it. Can he get one section?
Up there. No.
He should have hit that. You can see Jervis is upset that he didn't actually crack that. It's 11 minutes to go. That's his first scoring wave of potential. He didn't hit it. He'll be disappointed. Out the back, there's another big right. Bit foamy. He swoops his arms down, swoops his arms out, and just gets one turn, and he's already in the lead. But as we say, these heat scores are pretty low. I think they should be much higher for
the conditions that we have,
96, given the conditions. But it's tricky because look at this. It's a solid wave, and it's a bit foamy, hey, Philippe?
Yeah, that first wave, that Martin Nunes wave, just left this trail of whitewash for the rest of the set. So I don't think that's a good call by Daniel because he lost priority, and the wave didn't offer that much. But Martin's wave also a bit behind the section. It was a big one and a fast one as well. But I think he could have gone for a one turn wave. But he felt like he wanted to go around the section and try something different. But yeah, he still has 10 minutes. It's going to be a 10-minute hit for both of for all surfers, honestly, because we didn't see that much yet. But for Mati and Irwin, the things are looking a bit worse.
Yeah, they've had a slow start. Well, it's not even a start anymore. They've had a slow heat. And Nobrega and Norman. Here he goes. Speaking of Norman, he's not afraid to hit it, but he just keeps coming unstuck.
Yeah.
Just trying to back up. Just a real low score of 1.07. That won't do it. So he'll go back out. He's hanging on, but with a heat total of 4.64, he knows that that's not going to be enough. And just see his right hand is getting a little bit more defined now. I think as the tide goes back out.
It feels like the wind shifted a little. It's not east anymore.
Yeah, that right hand wedge is kind of gone, we think. Erosion McDade out there, the Irishman coming up next. Elia Short, Peter Hagag and Nemo Perez. There's Elia. Wow, look at that guy. Chico, he's doing well down there. He's doing a cross. And that's called the Superman. That's my favourite.
He's a gymnast for sure.
He is a show-off, is what he is. He's an absolute show-off, and he should be removed from the beach and taken away.
Yeah, you think you put that right in front of the judges' tower to make sure the judges watch that. He's trying to get rid of the attentions. As we see here, Martin Nunes on a really good-looking wave, especially watching from the drone view. A nice first carve. It feels like it doesn't have a lot of wall on it, but nice couple of carves. It looks like it's gonna wall up on the inside. Nah, not really. But yeah, first proper surfing by Martin on this seat. He still has 8 minutes. Yeah, you can see definitely that the wind has changed a little. It's a bit more from the north, but look at this wall. Oh, it's hard. It's hard, very hard to surf these waves on your backhand, because on your forehand you can always go and do a big carve, and on your backside the carving, unless you're Bobby Martinez, always look weird, because Bobby just had that drive coming from out the bottom and just hit the lip and carve all the way into the inside. But this wave just kind of soft and...
Yeah, he couldn't do a roundhouse, could he, and sort of hit the foam?
Yeah,
he didn't have that option. It's just a bit of a slopey wave, and so he's left, you know, he's got a 2.67 for that, despite the size of it and the length of it. Getting closer, chipping away, and he needs a 2-point ride. So it's all just basically going to come down to who gets the best wave out of the last, well, probably all four surfers, to be honest. Danielle's got a bit of a lead, but it's not much. 7.27 lead total is...
Yeah, Stanley only needs a 3.71 to go to first, and Martin only needs a 1.98 to go to second. So it's pretty close. It's going to be a really tough and tight final 7 minutes of this hit.
Yeah, it's so clustered. All the surfers spread out in terms of their positioning, but the scores are really, really bunched.
It feels like it has been like this for the few hits. Always tight, always everything changing on the last couple of waves, and it makes it a lot more interesting. But you like to see those big scores and those big waves as well.
Yeah, I prefer it was tight with big scores rather than tight with small scores. But you're right, it's interesting. There's so much in it, you know, and there's so much on the line as well. So that wind has just, you're right, just swung a bit around to the north. Adding a little bit of texture. It handles it well here, especially
it handles really well. And it's not that strong. You can see it's still pretty clean, the face of the water. So as long as it keeps like this, we're fine.
And we've got the heat recap. Talk us through, Philippe. Started off strong.
Yeah, Daniel Nobrega just leading this heat with a couple of big turns like this. This one is a 3.17, and he managed to back it up with this 4.1 on the last wave. A couple of turns, nice one, a bit late on that one, but he managed to do really well on this bottom turn, just hits it a bit more strong, and then nice roundhouse cut back. Unfortunately, the wave didn't cooperate. We don't have that much, as we see Stanley's best wave, also a 3.57. I really like this first carve. He holds that rail really well, but here I think he makes a little bit of a mistake. That puts him off timing for the rest of the wave. As you can see, he has to run behind the section, and obviously doing foam climbs is not the same as hitting the leap, and the judges know that, so they're going to be ruthless on those scores because of that. It's a 3.57. He needs to improve on a 1.07.
Yeah, he left some points on that wave, but as it stands, he's in second place. He's got priority, which helps his cause. 5 minutes remaining in the heat, so some work to be done. Tide just starting to go out now. Crowds are huge down on the beach, massed on the beach, all up on the promenade watching, all sort of nationalities, all sorts of ages come down to watch these incredible surfers. Real festival vibe, being a Caparica Surf Fest, and it's going to go all week. That's the good news.
Oh yeah,
we've got plenty of heats to run. I'm not exactly sure how many we're going to try and run today. Potentially run the whole round. Should be no small achievement. Out the back as Norman. There's that same cut down. Similar style wave. Can he finish it? And he can. That's way more connection with the lip. A bit of tail release. Not quite sure this is going to serve him any purpose. And he kicks out. So we'll get Jervis to talk us through the technical aspects of that, because it's just a little bit more thought through and a little bit more well executed.
Yeah, those two-turn combo, it feels like it had a lot of similarities, that first one, but this one, it didn't make any mistake. He just pushed the rail and pushed it as hard as possible, but the transition to the second turn was actually really good. He held on that bottom turn and straight into a finishing turn with a bit of a tail release, as you said. We're going to see the replay eventually, and we're waiting for scores. He's going to improve on that 1.07. I even think it's going to be his best wave, though.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Needs a 3.71. You might get that, move up into first, would make his last 3 minutes a bit more relaxed. That's the word. Here it is.
Yeah, this was a nice double up. He pushes, holds the rail really well, and here just bottom turn straight into the lip, a little bit of fin release, and he was trying to look if the wave was connecting with the inside, but he felt like, nah, it's not worth it, and yeah, it's gonna change the situation, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we'll see. A wave coming in also for Luan, so he's got a score to drop in, which could change things. As we said, it's all tightly bunched. These two scores are going to be pretty crucial. And we've got some more sets approaching. Bit of movement in the lineup. All three surfers we can see starting to scratch into position. Surfer in blue has got priority. He can choose whatever wave he wants.
Everything changed now. Erwin got a 3.13 and went to second, and then 4.5 for the last of Stanley Norman, and he goes to first now. First red, second blue, Daniel Nóbrega, with Erwin and Martin Nunes just super tight, super close, needing a 4.14 and a 4.6. So
yeah, Norman did enough with that second two-turn combo, a 4.5, goes up into the lead. You see Danielle now in second place, but a slender lead, and yeah, Uwan needing a 4.14, and as you said, a 4.6 for Martin. Both those two surfers haven't really executed their waves good enough. They might get another chance. As we see some action out the back, a big wave rolls through the lineup and catches them all out. So that's going to make life a little bit more difficult. To get dragged back into the foam pit. Still got some power.
That was strong. That was powerful. Both of them got super dragged away from the peak. Especially Martin. Martin even got to grab the board in between, because he probably got caught up in the middle of the whitewash and the water. So that shows you how powerful the ocean is right now.
Yeah, it's relatively, you know, shallow. It's kind of, see sandbanks go a long way, don't they? So it takes a bit away the power. It's not as forceful as some of those deep water sort of reef breaks up the coast, but still, yeah, it's got a decent period, this swell.
Yeah, it's
decent
pretty
direction,
big for Portugal.
So there's real energy in the ocean.
We don't see that much of a 15 seconds period of swell, so it's pretty uncommon, and you can see straight away when it's powerful, and as soon as that wave period grows up, yeah, the power of the ocean here in Portugal just it shows up definitely.
Okay, so 50 seconds on the clock. Here we go. That's Nunes. This is his wave. Is this a chance? Needs a 4.14. He's not going to get it on that. That was his second priority, so now he's back down to fourth priority. So that might be his last throw of the dice. That's probably why he had to swing. Didn't have too many options on the go. Meanwhile, Nóbrega, he's out in the lead. Sorry, he's in priority, but he's in second spot. Clock is ticking down, 20 seconds to go. And these guys desperately trying to finish something. They've had a pretty poor heat. Heat totals of 5 and 4.27 are never going to get you through any type of rounds on the qualifying series at this level. And as time ticks away, Norman is through. The Brits have had a pretty good day with the men. Joins his friend Logan Nicol through, and you can see the frustration there from Nunes. Only young. Our team will come back, but that's the lesson learnt. That's all you can do. And we press on. So the wind may have swung a little bit around to the north, but the conditions still look pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Still
waves
fun.
out there. We see this might be Norman. That's from the last heat. He comes in. He'll be happy with that. So he's done his bit round of 48. Starting to get down to the nitty-gritty somewhat. One more heat, and start to think about points. Right now, though, no points on offer. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action from Caparica Surf Fest 2023 right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. The brand new heat hits the water. Heat 12, the round of 96 of the men, and it's been an absolutely pumping day of competition. High entertainment value. Some drama going down as well. Some big numbers, some scores relatively modest too. It's all about getting through these 4 surfer heats. Surfers 1 and 2 advanced, 3 and 4 are out. I'm Paul Evans, joining Philippe Jarvis. And we're getting up to 4 p.m. local time. It's a Tuesday afternoon, it's warm, the sun's out. Hey, key ingredient for any surf contest, waves, we got them.
Oh yeah, that's the dream. Good weather, good waves, a lot of people on the beach, surfers doing really well. And that's the dream conditions for a contest. And it's only the second day. So it's only going to improve from this point forward as we see this drone angle, the guys just paddling, as we see the white Israeli surfer, Igu Agdad. Oh, that's an explosive first part of the turn, straight into another carve, waiting for the wave to stand up. It looks so fun out there, and he's going to finish this one off really strong again. That's a really good way to start this hit. It's been a while since we saw a wave this well ridden.
On the attack on the front foot with loads of speed throughout. Ido Hagag just ripping that one all the way to the inside to get the strong finish as well. That's crucial. None of that downtime between, which can plague certain areas of this bank. So Ido, one of our strong Israeli contingents. Let's have another look at this. Patient at the beginning, but just unleashes.
It puts the wave, the board with so much power on the top of the lip, and then just carves it all the way back down. And then here, one more cut back, just waiting for the wave to stand up, and he finished this one really strong as well. So really well surfed by the Israeli surfer. I admit I haven't heard from him ever, and that really impresses me. It feels like there's a new generation of Israeli surfers. They're just improving a lot. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely, and they're strong. There's a lot of them, and they're highly competitive.
Oh, they are.
And they're gaining experience every season. Results are improving, the performances are strong. Let's see a good-looking wave stand up on the bank here. There's a hard paddle, might get a little left behind. I think that was Kairos trying to get a piece of that. As we're swinging towards the high, I think we're on high tide right now. It's pretty high. Not loads of beach left, but we're still breaking out the back, and that's because the swell's thick and big and powerful. As you mentioned in the last heat, that a long period. There we go, high tide was 20 minutes ago. So it's pretty much the top of the tide right now. Really enjoyable afternoon. Hasn't brought the action much closer in terms of the takeoff, but the finish of the wave can go all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, there's so much people on the beach just playing football, volleyball, just catching some tan, getting some tan, and yeah, it's amazing. It's perfect conditions for a contest. And the first wave, 5 points. I thought that would be a bit higher, but yeah, I'm not a judge.
22 on the clock in there, so 5 drops in for Hagag. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Stan Norman. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Congratulations, you're into the next round. How did that heat feel for you?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous. Just I started off and I fell, but it was nice to get the ball rolling and onto the next round, so it's pretty good.
It looked a bit hard, and the scores weren't that high. What do you think was missing?
I'm not too sure. I was definitely a little bit nervous, but hopefully in the next round I'll be able to prove myself and show more of my better surfing.
What kind of mistakes do you think that you'll bring into the next round, that you'll correct?
Not falling off, obviously, and maybe my wave choice. That can be better, but yeah, on to the next round, I'm feeling pretty stoked.
What sort of preparation at home do you have before the competition?
Not much. Been in the gym loads. I've got a good routine with lift coaching at the moment, but I don't change my routine too much in between contests. I just like to keep it pretty chill. But yeah, it's good.
Well, you're looking great. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Norman's pretty chill. On the backhand, McDade, one of his buddies. Beautiful technique, really nice. Vertical backhand hit. Great wave, just draining another one. Really nicely done. Big score for George McDade here. That was great stuff. No downtime between the maneuvers. Full amplitude, off the bottom, off the top, hard with speed. Where are the judges going to go with this?
I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, J-Mac is a really good surfer. I really like him, and he's a really cool kid as well. As we see, just this first carve, just to set up this vertical hit out the top, that's a really good turn. And then even with all this foam, he managed to do a really strong finishing turn with a bit of a fin release on the back. But yeah, that's definitely one of the best waves. And here we see the Israeli surfer a little bit off balance with a wave that looked really good as well. Yeah, 617.
Yeah, good number. Good number for G. That's solid. Great way to open things up. Hagag, just get a quick throw away to go along with his 5. Well, those two with the early running. No action as left from Elijah Shaw of France. Here goes Neymar Queiroz, the Brazilian. Just swooping off the top. Young lads. What's he got for us here? He's aiming at a section. And he prods it. It's not super convincing. He's wiggling through the insides. Can't really get in clean water, but he gets the make nevertheless. And I think it's a good choice just to get away. Made sure he finished it. So he ticked a bunch of boxes. It's not going to threaten, I don't think, anything like the upper order of the scoreboard, like that 6 of Garroch, but nevertheless, he's got a score on the board.
Yeah, he has such a nice style. Just this timing is really perfect. His arm positioning, his body position is really good. But here, I think he could have gone for a bigger turn, and I think he wanted to go over that section instead of doing a huge turn to finish that one off, and ended up being half a turn. But yeah, good way to start at 2.5. It's going to put something on the board and regain a little bit of a confidence.
So the ball now in the court of Chaw, who sits there with priority, with no waves ridden. He's been pretty patient. He's been a little selective. We've lost 7 minutes or so off the clock, just shy of that. It's about time to make a move. Don't want to be too selective.
Oh, yeah.
4 surfers out in the water. Essentially a bit like surfing with a pack of piranhas in a feeding frenzy. And you kind of got to get involved in it at some point as well. Just get your rotation, take your ticket, and just keep doing reps. And if you do that, hopefully you find yourself an opportunity. That man there from the Republic of Ireland, George McDade, was real patient, finding his wave, and just the way he approached it. Didn't do too much, but did enough. He did attack. Nice spark to his surfing. A spring in his step off the bop turn. And seemed to be feeling pretty happy. His buddy Stan just won the heat before. So that travelling squad that we talked about, we mentioned the Israelis, they're in a strong pack.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think they, I'm pretty sure the Israeli government is putting some improvement on the conditions and for the surfers and traveling, and because they just out of nowhere, there's so many of them, and they're really starting to surf well and to do well on contests, and I'm really happy to see that, because
all supporting each other as well, giving a little feedback. And yeah, same thing with the British and Irish crew.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Think of Barney Cox get barreled when his heats.
Oh, the boys just clapping.
Stan, Logan Nicol got through. So when you're all hanging together, obviously you want to just keep that energy up and keep positive, keep supporting each other. And I think that's been something that we've seen. One of the keys to success on the QS. It's not all about that. You need to do a bit more than just that, but that's a good foundation. Build a platform. You kind of want as many things in your favour as you can possibly get. You know, any little advantage that you can squeeze out of the situation of travelling, it's worth doing. Final QS of the season. There's high stakes here.
Yeah, there's people that like to travel alone. Also, there's people that like to travel as a group. But I think the British crew is pretty strong. The Israeli crew is pretty strong. There's a few different French crews, as we see here. Elijah Short, I got a little caught up on that first turn. Yeah, you can see there's different Portuguese crews as well, different groups of training, and it's good. It's good to see, and always, obviously there's always the lone wolves that like to be by themselves, and because you know what, everyone has a different approach to competition, and people like to be with a lot of people around and listen to different advices and have your friends by your back. Other people just like to be focused and chill on the beach, just remaining by themselves, making sure they make every good call and they're focused. So it's pretty interesting. It's yeah, everyone is different, you know.
Getting a number in for the Frenchman. Elijah Short comes in as a 3.17. It's pretty modest. Just going to need a bit more where that came from. It's our surfer in blue, the Goofy, out of Ireland at the moment with that number, and a bit more quality in terms of him versus everyone else, barring the opening wave, of course, of Ido Agag. He went all the way down the long right to get that 5, and this one just settling down a bit now. It's not been loads of sets bombing through. You can just see a little bit more texture as we've had a cross off. I'm going to call it cross off rather than cross shore. Just a slight ruffling out there, but still real clean and delightful, really, when you look at the sea. See that smooth surface with lines marching in. And it looks like maybe we'll dial down a touch tomorrow in terms of the swell, but we got waves for a couple of days at least.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be waves for the whole week. Yesterday was definitely the worst day, but it's part of the job. The ocean is not always cooperating, but yeah, we're gonna have, as you can see on this image, fully packed beach and a lot of action going around. Skate park, we have volleyball, we have, I don't know, surfing. There's so much to do and so much to see on this beach. Just came around, and all the kids are on vacations now because it's spring break. We call it Easter vacation. So yeah, it should be a really fun week for everyone.
Always a pleasure to be in Portugal any time of the year, but particularly in the spring, I just think it's got certain appeal. Gets that, obviously, that earlier spring, just because of the climate than everywhere else. It sort of shortens the winter, you get that longer autumn and then the early spring, which is really nice.
Yeah, the time has changed already. The days are longer. The weather is nicer. So I think it's. Oh, look at this left.
Great looking wave for Elijah. Reached at that one. There's a big section. It was hefty. Gave it a tag. And it runs away, but made sure he got down the wave and got his completion done before he ejected.
Yeah, a bit of for me, a little bit conservative on that one. It looked like he was gonna go for a big turn, but then just right before hitting the leap, he kind of had second guesses about it, and you can definitely see on the turn. So as we see here, it's a big wave, but here it looked like he was gonna go big, and unfortunately he didn't push as hard as he wanted to. I'm pretty sure, as you see here, nice bottom turn. He puts the board there, but then yeah, the section wasn't easy. It kind of got off balance a little, but the judges liked it. It's a 3.7.
So just chipping away at the scoreboard. He's in the lead right now with those 2 ways. Garoja's only got 1 ride though, and it is the high score of the heat, and he only needs a 0.7 to go back to first. So also Namor Kairez doesn't have 2 ways in yet, so no real situation, particularly in terms of the lead thus far, but obviously surfers with the 2 bigger numbers. It's Irish and Israeli surfers and the advantage thus far. Other than that bit of quality early on, it's been really slow this one actually. 6 ways ridden between 4 surfers in 13 minutes, just over that. So yeah, not loads of action thus far. We'll see that perhaps on the high, just slow down a touch, and then obviously after high tide it's going to drain back out again, and might get a few more of those rips going. Just some of that rip bowl energy, a few waves breaking, maybe some of the smaller ones will hit the sandbar. Let's see how that plays out. It's ever part of the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the main thing we're going to see the difference is there might be a lot more closeouts on the bigger ones, but the medium-sized ones will have a lot more steep walls. You know, they're going to have those steeper walls because it's going to be a little bit more shallow, and you're going to have those big. Because sometimes these waves get a little fat. That's because of the high tide. It doesn't go on the sandbank as well as you want it to. But that tide going a little lower is going to drain out a little bit more, and we're going to see some steep walls and some nice waves as well.
Top clock ticks away. Priority is with our Israeli, Agag. He's sitting to the left of his shot there in white. He's buzzing around a bit, just trying to find his position. Let's see if he uses that priority. It looks like McDade in the spot. He's not actually, and slightly inside. K-Rez having a good paddle. Here he goes. And he'll fade that takeoff to get himself into the bowl as the wave goes a touch soft. But he keeps the speed going crucially. What's he got for us here? Into the lip. Nice tag. Collects that. A little bumpy on the bottom turn. And as a result of that, it's a little bit nursed on the carve. And it's soft through the inside. He'll look to set up a finish here. He's in no great rush. Just needs to make sure he beats this section. And then in with a little bit of a layback. Not putting loads into that. But again, making sure he got the finish.
Yeah, a lot of control on that finishing turn. The fins just looked like they were going to keep on sliding, but he controlled it really well. It's going to be interesting to see. He got a little fade. Yeah, this one is just a setup turn, and here he's going to hit it really strong. Almost got the nose there, and here, as you said, just a bit bumpy on the bottom turn. Unfortunately, it didn't came out of that bottom turn with enough speed to explode. And then here, I really like this finishing turn. It's nothing major, but a lot of fin drift there. Just it showed a lot of control. So nice wave by Namor Queiroz, the Brazilian surfer. He only needs a 3.68. Let's see what the judges thought of that. As we see the replay, yeah, this is a money turn, I think. The wave gets a bit steeper. He's going to hit it strong. A lot of spray on the water, a lot of spray in the air, and then nice little wraparound cutback. And here he's just waiting for the wave to stand up again, just waiting and waiting. And then he's going to finish this one off with a bit of a layback, with a fin drift. I really liked it. He showed a lot of control. So, yeah, nice wave by this Brazilian surfer.
Joining up the dots pretty well. Judges having to think about that. Meanwhile, let's have a look at a replay of Higag out the back.
Just a single turn. He went a little bit too late on that one, but still a nice turn. I don't think it's going to improve on that 3.07, but yeah, Geroid looking at the ocean and just he's still in. Now he dropped to third, but he only needs a small wave. Yeah, he needs a 0.7 to go to second, and I can only imagine he needs something like a 2 to go to first. So pretty interesting to see. We don't want Geroid not catching any more waves throughout these last 7 minutes, so he needs to start and stay active because there's a few opportunities out there and he feels like he has the priority for forever.
Oh, Seth Morris with a smile, getting ready, making sure the ankles are nice and limbo. He's got a tough heat. Matteo Calachi, we saw vision of him earlier on. Daryl Barrier, also Pedro Coelho out in the water in that one. 7.5 to go here. It's not been loads happened actually. It's started off flattered to deceive. We had a banger from Agag early on, and then McDade just blew it up. And since then, it's gone real quiet. 7 minutes and 15 for McDade, who finds himself in the strange position of having the high score, being in last place in this one.
He lost priority on that one.
Yeah, the paddle could get on.
Did he?
Maybe he's deemed to be the only surfer in the lineup because he's still got the P. Hagag thinks he should have lost priority. He's having a wave.
Yeah, he lost it. Yeah, it went to
there
third.
we go.
He went to third priority. A bit of a mistake.
So yeah, mistake there.
Geroid.
He needs a 0.9 to get into second. To get into first, he needs just over a 2. So doesn't really need to think. You were talking earlier about not surfing for requirements. Such doesn't need to think about that. Only maybe if you got down to the final minute or 30 seconds, you start surfing for 2s. Other than that, just find a wave. Pick your best number up possible. He'll keep a cool head. He's got a lot of experience. Darryl Barrier. Coming up next in white, heat number 13 of this round of 96. According to my calculations, it's going to be 16 heats in the round. Sound about right? Yeah.
I think it's 16, yeah. It's a long day. We've been here for long hours, and surfers have been waiting for the right moment to go on the water. As we see, Geroid just trying to run away from the competitors because he really needs that one wave. He only needs a 0.9 to go to second. So the surfer in white, the Israeli surfer, he knows that everything can change in a blink of an eye. And as we see Geroid looking at this one, yeah, he doesn't want it. The wave head looked really good, and so Namor Kaider's got a 4.57 on the last one. So he's in second now, and anything can change with just Geroid doing a stand-up. Everything will change. So he just needs to make sure he got a bigger score so we can get away from the other competitors. As we see him battling for this one, no one's going. It looked like it was a good one, but obviously from the drone shot, it's never easy. Elijah is looking at this one. Fortunately, the wave shuts off as well.
So, priority chat. We saw a good vision of that from the drone there. Elijah span around, looked at the wave, but he didn't actually paddle for it as such. He kind of paddled for position, he had a look, but he didn't swing his arms, so he doesn't lose priority, am I right?
Yeah, that's it. It's a fine line. It's a very, very thin line between losing priority, what the judges think it's a proper paddle for the wave or not, and sometimes there's a bit of a rough time for the judges because it's weird because what the rule says, if you show commitment, and to show commitment you need to paddle at least a bit hard. So that's why we saw the Geroid's losing priority, because he actually showed a lot of intention on getting on that wave. Unfortunately, he didn't, and he lost priority. Elijah he was looking over his shoulder, trying to understand if it was worth the paddle or not, and he decided not to paddle with intention, and yeah, it didn't change.
Let's get interested in here because we're ticking down now. So just over 3.5 to go. McDade with a high score. He's added nothing to that. The entirety of this heat is in last place right now. He needs a tiny number at the moment, a 0.9. It's basically stand up, do a bottom turn, you get yourself a 1. Meanwhile, here goes priority of Elijah Short, and he'll tag it with speed. This is a third wave from him. And he's still swinging on the inside. Interesting decision to bring this all the way in. By the time he finishes surfing, there'll be 3 or something on the clock, so he might not have much time to get out the back. Let's see where he's going in. He must be thinking about bringing this in because
probably.
It doesn't look like there's a lot here on offer, and he's not in a position right now. He's in third, so unless he feels that score is certainly the number he needs, he surfed a long way. Now he's just got to turn around and paddle back out. So curious choice. Speaking of which, a decision needs to be made by McDade in blue.
He's in fourth.
He's got to go something now because time is ticking away. And if this set, for example, say it was a closeout, we'd have to wait again for another set. So he just needs to find something.
The blue is going on
priority.
This one.
He'll use it. Great looking wave for the Israeli. He's absolutely tanking down the line late into the lip. That one just running away. You probably have to say he was a little deep. McDade was better positioned but couldn't go. So there we go. Let's see what Garreau just got next. He needs a wave here. He's just ridden one in 23 minutes. And he's asking for situations, but mate, you've only ridden one wave. You must know that. You just got to take off.
Don't ask for the situation. Maybe he was asking for the time, but don't ask for the situation. Just move yourself and try to do something.
Generally, most of them have watches on, right? So they'll have the time on their arm, normally speaking.
1:63, it's a cutback. Just with 2 minutes remaining, I don't want to.
Elijah gets the improvement and goes to second, crucially. So with that last wave that he beat, well, he didn't beat, we thought he might. He actually turned around and looked like paddling back out. He got a 4-1. So a 1:63 is the new requirement for McDade. His second priority. First priority, Cairez. This is nervous moments now because we're getting down 95 seconds to go in this heat. Brazilian Cairez. He doesn't need a huge number himself. 3-2-3. If he gets himself a set wave and does a couple of hits. He's on his way to that score. Real nervy close of this. And what McDade would be hoping for is a two-wave set, essentially.
You cannot lose like this. That's
all right.
It doesn't even make sense.
What do we got here? Waves rolling in. Let's see. Garoj makes a move wide. This one will go soft in front of him, but he gets on. Here he goes. He's got speed. Oh, he attacks.
Wow.
Big hit he needed to land that.
He's happy. I'm pretty sure he's happy.
Turn for him. 163 the requirement. That's the number that he needed. It was so important that he landed that turn.
What do you think?
Gets it done.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I think he's going to get the number for that. You think about one maneuver waves that we've seen.
That's a critical section.
Some nice sort of airdrop after it. He didn't do much on the way up, but on the way down, there was a little bit of surfing to be done, and he did that. But meanwhile, hey, let's stick with this guy, K-Rez, swinging. Here we go. He might have a new requirement, and he's laying into it. Some variety of maneuvers. It's a little softer wave.
Now what?
Bring that in, the final 10 seconds. So crucial numbers, McDade's number. If he gets the score, he'll put a requirement for K-Rez, the guy we're watching now, further up. Before McDade's number, it was a 3-2-3, the Brazilian required. So it all came down to that. The last minute, we'll be on hold for the next heat because the judges have got a little bit of work to do here. First of all, well, let's have a look at this replay here from the Brazilian K-Rez.
Yeah, it's one of those waves that doesn't have a steep wall. It's just a combination of cutbacks. That's a really nice and really clean surfing by the Brazilian surfer, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And yeah, Geroyd's wave, it's enough.
Goes from fourth to first, does the Irishman, gets the 3-8. An absolute elation from him. He kept a really cool head. He didn't look flustered, just rode two waves. And his scores put him in first in that heat. The number drops for K-Rez. He'll be disappointed. It's a 2-8. It does go in his top two, but not by enough. And he'll bow out of competition. And this guy here will be absolutely delighted. How valuable was that right-hander he got early on, and those two cracks he was able to do. And then he just didn't do any surfing. He just sat there for 20-something minutes.
It'll be interesting to hear him talking about it on the interview. But yeah, he
just about getting through. I think he's saying, I have no idea what happened there, but he'll find out soon. He got the win. He's through the next rounds. And the strong contingent, his squad, they'll be happy. We're going to get a quick commercial break. More live action from Caparica. Going to bring Monday in. We'll be right back.
I got it right? Yeah. No way.
Season is in Caparica, Portugal. Yeah, beautiful scenes on a Tuesday afternoon. Let's check out Seth Morris from Great Britain, Matteo Calacci of Italy, Darryl Barrier from French Polynesia, Pedro Coelho from Portugal. I'm Evans, he's Mundy. Twitter's blowing up. Should we get into it, Ben?
Yes, please.
Right, this one comes in from Caroline in Inverness, right out there in Scotland, in the Highlands. You can only keep one. She loves you can only keep one. Question for Ben. Stevie Wonder. Bob Marley? Who's the third one you think? What's she going to say? Can you guess?
I don't know.
Jimi Hendrix. You can only keep one, Ben. Marley, Hendrix, Wonder.
That's a bit of a no-brainer for me.
Is it?
Stevie Wonder.
Really?
All the way.
Wow, no, that's the wrong answer. No.
Well, the greatest musician of our time.
Overrated,
basically.
mate.
Oh my goodness.
Let's check out Barry A in live action. Whoa, that was nice. I like the way he held that carve on around. That's a really technical turn. Oh, and he just gets thrown off. Yeah, good carving there from him. Tries to attack the lip.
I like the Darryl professional surfing.
Don't get a lot.
It's been a while. Been a long time.
Yep.
That was a massive turn, wasn't it? Went for it like that as well. Darryl. Obviously nicknamed Reef. He goes around here. He's got one thing in his mind. He just pulls this a little bit short. And then here it goes. It's a big meaty section. He doesn't hold back and just gets clipped on the way down. That looked dangerous.
Yeah, still just coming back on Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
Good musicianship, I'm with you there, but I just don't like the songs.
What?
Yeah, they're not terrible, but I don't know why he gets...
through his canon, have you?
Yeah, I've heard
he's got a lot of albums.
I know, I just don't think he's as good as everyone else does.
Yeah,
I like a couple of tunes, I just don't see him up there in the real rarefied territory.
I don't know if you've sort of investigated his canon enough. Because what, Jimi Hendrix, I got time for Jimmy, don't get me wrong.
Live action, here goes Morris. What's he got here? Beautiful looking wall. Lays into it with a carve with speed. Now he needs to hit the lip, which he does with a swooping turn. And again, he's keeping the venom through his maneuvers. And a flick off on the inside.
I also like his role in producing other songs, songwriting, his role in the sort of civil rights movement. He's got a lot going on.
Let's park that chat for now and go and hear from a happy Irishman, Garoja McDady's with Garnell.
That's right, my fellow Irishman. I mean, it took you 24 minutes to get a backup score. That must have been really scary for you.
Yeah, that was a pretty frustrating heat. I started off well with a 6 or something, I think, and yeah, I was kind of just like, oh, I just need to get another one of those, and just seemed to be out of position quite a lot and missed one wave with priority, and then yeah, I was freaking at the end. I looked like it was gone flat, and I thought I was done. And but luckily, I got a little floater and got through at the end.
What's the sensation spending 24 minutes with that in mind?
Oh, stress and anger if you lose it, I suppose. But yeah, no, I got lucky. I definitely made a lot of mistakes that I can't make in the next round. But yeah, delighted I got through all the same.
And every one of your buddies have been making it through as well, so that must be very motivating.
Yeah, it's sick. All the boys I'm staying with from England and Wales, they're all gotten through so far. They've all been smashing it in their heats. Sets in the water now. We got Luke coming up in a few minutes, so yeah, it's pretty great. If everyone gets through, it'll be a good day.
It's the magic porridge.
Yeah, the magic Irish porridge, can't really beat it.
Well, great job. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, great interview, love it. Good stuff, good vibes from that squad. Keeping it rolling. Of course, this is only round of 96. We've got loads of surfing yet to come. We've got loads of tweets to read out as well.
Yeah, I've got some coming in for you, Paul.
I thought you might.
Yeah. I've got one here coming in from Alana.
Where's Alana based?
Dudley.
Dudley in the West Midlands?
No, in Australia. Dudley in Australia.
Right. Glad we
she
cleared
said
that up.
to you, Paul, she's gone, World Cup, football, Premier League,
okay,
or the Ashes. Got to keep one. She was going to throw in the Euros. You can choose, she said. If you want to keep it football-based.
Or 1 of 4.
Or no, 3.
Mate, rules are rules.
You want it Euros or Ashes, you can choose between if you want to throw one in. What would you prefer? Keep it football-based?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, just...
Okay, Ashes, World Cup, Premier League.
I mean, it's got to be Prem, isn't it? Just because of the relentlessness of it. I mean, there's just so much of it. It's all the time. It's a long time to wait. It's a long time to wait 4 years.
I'm going to change it. World Cup, Euros on her behalf,
or the Olympics
and Ashes.
There's no real contest there. It's got to be World Cup. I mean, the Euros are a pale sort of imitation of the global stage. Generally, quite often disappointing as well. The Euros. There aren't loads of classics, generally speaking. The last one was decent, obviously, for obvious reasons, but yeah, it's not. Generally, it's a little bit underwhelming. The Ashes, I mean, it's easy to miss every other one, at least because it's on in the middle of the night on the wrong side of the world. So, you know, it's fun when we do well, which we haven't done for a long time. So, yeah. This summer, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
Summer
coming
in
up.
England.
Yeah, absolutely. In the UK.
Tweeting here, Deborah in Oslo. Monday, can you keep one? Tattoos, piercings, socks. Great question. I mean, they serve different purposes. Some are functional, some are more just to sort of augment your look. What are you hanging on to, Monday? Let's hang on to Daryl Barrier with speed. And just as we start to commentate his passage down the line, he kicks
Gotta be
out.
socks.
You surprised me there, Ben.
I've got no tattoos or piercings.
You'd
So
like a
but I
future-
do like them. I like them on other people. I like the fact that they're an artistic sort of representation of how people want to, you know.
Yeah.
I like them, but for me personally, a life without socks is a long, hard life. I say, in the cold
You'd be wearing
European winter.
You'd be wearing a lot of loafers, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
A loafer without a sock is fine.
Be Ugg boots, pretty much.
Yeah, or a loafer or an Ugg. It's from one extreme or the other, isn't it? Essentially, that's what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I thought you surprised me there.
Our friend Wes wouldn't like it, would he? Because we went sockless for the rest of my life. I mean, maybe I'll get some tattoos of socks. I don't know. It's never been done before. Be onto something there.
Okay. Seth Morris, 2.9 and a 2. Those are his scores. Barrier's got a 2.23. Qualo's not got a wave yet. Kalachi's just got a small throwaway. And we are looking at still clean lines swooping in out of the Atlantic. This swell jumped up today. The entertainment factor's been really fun. And we mentioned on numerous occasions the challenges of the QS this season, the last 12 months. We don't do a calendar year. It's more of a financial year, actually. I think that's just a coincidence that the QS follows the financial year, but not a lot of payoffs in terms of good conditions so far this year until this event, Ben.
Yeah, I'm just moving this event to the end of financial year, if that's okay. Yeah, a lot of payoffs coming, big points coming out, you know, on offer. These guys all in the early rounds probably can't make the Challenger Series unless something truly miraculous happens, but they're going to get points, get rating points for next year as well. The next event's coming up, not too far away. So, yeah, there's a lot on the line. More Twitter coming in as we see the... Oh, this looks good. Down the line, a green wave and a late hit. This one coming in from Nigel in Nottingham. He said you can have one of these three: the Parthenon, the Colosseum, or the London Stadium.
All right, Kalatri on the backhands. Just swooping and slashing. A weird wave for him. He had to be really patient at the bottom to make sure he got work done. And he eventually finishes off after giving it a couple of cracks. I've been to 2 of those. Yeah, but I've never been to Greece.
All right.
I've been to the Colosseum in Rome.
Yeah.
You know I've been to the London Stadium because we went together. You got the tickets.
The Cathedral of West Ham, the Cathedral of Stratford.
Well, also that, you know, let's not forget Super Saturday in 2012 as well, Ben. Yeah. It's called the Olympic Stadium then. Let's get a replay first of all from Kalatri. What do you think?
Yeah, he was a little bit loosey-goosey. That one was a little bit caught up. Threw a bit of spray and did finish it off. So, you know, he's going to get himself in the game. No one able to get any type of breathing space. So, yeah, he's in.
No disrespect to the Elgin marbles that were sort of plundered, and there's a negotiation about being returned.
Yeah,
so
I think they will
the
be
Parthenon's out. So it's between the Colosseum and the London Stadium.
That old chestnut.
Because if I love Mo Farah, I'm going to have to go with the London Stadium. With everything that happened on Super Saturday, plus obviously the glory of the Irons,
the
Hammers.
Yeah, get rid of
it's
the Colosseum.
the London Stadium.
Get rid of one of the crucibles of civilization for that round. Soulless.
Similar atmosphere though.
Bowl.
Similar kind of intensity, I'd say, from the crowd, baying for blood.
Baying for ball boys' attention. Yeah, good question though.
Great question.
See that texture. Still, it's gone a bit round that wind, swung a little bit, but still so clean. And we were a bit worried about the glare, but even that's not an issue. Push on through. The next 3 heats after this, potentially. Although we will get an update. 20 to 5 local time. Started at 7:32 on the dot. big day, Caparica. And plenty more waves coming. These guys are caught in that soup. Look at that milkshake there. Goes under. Again, it's low scores, Paul. What do you think's causing these exceptionally low scores? I mean, there's waves out there. These surfers are good. I think it's been suppressed.
I think some big nerves going on. I think some nervy surfers. It feels like we've been here a long time. It's only our second day. This is only the round of 96, so surfers coming in at this stage. And what they don't want is don't want to lose. And you can't obviously win the event today. All you can do really is survive or get eliminated. And obviously the form of those is the preference. I just think there's some nerves going around for competitors. Also, when it's bigger, yeah, it's great when it goes well, but you get the wrong side of a bit of whitewater and you can't get in front of it again. And speaking of being on the wrong side, looks like Seth here's got to go inside to get into the rip, just to paddle back out because he's just taking waves on the head.
Got a tweet here from Jamie in Liverpool. Simple question: John, Paul, or George?
So just Ringo's just erased from history, is he?
Yeah, no, everyone likes Ringo.
It's the least
I think he's purposely let everyone picks Ringo. Well, see, Paul doesn't go into 3.
Yeah.
Famously,
true.
he was not even the best drummer in the Beatles, so if you can't even get into the...
Yeah. Well, it's obviously Paul, isn't it?
Why? To you, it is, obviously. I'd like to show me your workings, thanks.
Well, he's still alive, for one.
Yeah, but that does...
Got good longevity. Services to vegetarianism would be 2.
Yeah.
Just the overall musicality, I think John Lennon did some okay stuff, but I don't know if he had the range of McCartney. Who knows what he would have gone on to? We'll never know, Ben.
Never know.
Just never know, will we?
We'll never know.
Yeah, great Twitter topic. Really enjoying it. 10:20 on the clock. Morris at the moment leading this, not by big numbers though, but it's not necessarily what it's all about. It's twos, a game of twos really. Pedro Coelho, where's he? Been really quiet. Just one wave for a 1-2-7. Is that him on the inside? Having a scratch. We're watching Barrier, the French Polynesian, dip under a wave, assessing the lineup.
Another one coming in here on the
this?
On the surfing.
Who from?
This one is coming in again. I'll tell you what, it's a hotbed down. There's a lot of surfers down in Jan Jac, Torquay region at the moment. It's coming in from Doug. Doug from Jan Jac is saying...
It's about 3 a.m. there, so big QS fans.
They just... It's on the big screen at the Bird Rock pub. They stay up all night and then wait for the...
Breaking all the licensing laws just to catch this.
Yeah, it's called a lock-in. If a QS is on, it's a lock-in. He's saying... he's going... I think his theme, from what I can gather, is backup venues. He's going Winky the Box or Molest in Peniche, which is the harbour, the wedge in the corner, which you recently won a heat at.
Right. We can only keep one.
You can only keep one.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Moleste, it's not you.
Welcoming haunt of surfing culture.
Between the sort of, a decent but a sort of relatively run-of-the-mill sort of running reef point that works when it's small, or between one of the best barrel sort of gnarly, original kind of slab waves anywhere. Yeah, I'd probably keep the box, I would say.
Would you?
No?
Or because you're famous for your back end.
Well, I don't have to surf it. I'm probably, realistically, I'm not going to spend much time at either venue between now and when I finally meet my maker. So just in terms of just as
if you did surf the box, that's where you would meet your maker.
Yeah, as a fan, I'm keeping the box, Ben. I think a lot of people can get behind that decision. I wouldn't say that's controversial.
No. So Winky's underrated. It is a great wave. Does hold 8 to 10 foot on its day. But I respect your decision. Look at that, Paul. I mean, even if you just count the number of balls in the air, you're looking at a good solid 150 people having fun down there. And then you had it's the Portuguese. It's a working day, obviously, but it's also school holidays, I assume, and they've all come to this fabulous part of the world. And I'll tell you what, I was just having a bit of a chat with the UK contingent. They were like, "How good is Portugal? The actual words were, "Is this the happiest place on earth?" As they surveyed the scene of all the crew kicking balls and having fun. Like, well, I kind of agree with it.
Well, no would be the answer. Is it the happiest place on earth? Did you not read the article recently? Finland, apparently, the Finnish people are the happiest. Did you read that one?
I did see that.
Did you see the key? Why? They had a little bit of explainer. Low expectations. It's all about just keeping the expectations dialed down. Being pragmatic.
Before they joined NATO.
Don't get your hopes. Oh, I love this guy, Luis Haley Batista. What a ledge.
Happiest person on earth, mate. I'll tell you right there.
We expect, every time we see him, we expect entertainment. That's coming. We know that. Lock it in.
He's doing the classic pat down there. Security pat down.
Making sure he's not carrying anything untoward before he paddles out. Can't bring that in here, mate.
He's looking for his keys.
Yeah, he's a fun guy. He's an entertainer. He's electric in the surf. Good guy to have around. Good energy. Great looking heat, that next one. Just 3 surfers in that. Got an injury, so Luis Haley, a decent chance of getting through. You can take 2 out of 3. You can only keep 2 of those 3. Let's see what it's going to be. We'll find out in just over 6.5 minutes' time. A line rolling in. It's a bit of bump on it. We got any takers? Anyone going to surf? Let's find out as we'll sweep from round the back. And no, that one will just slip under. Oh, here we go. Here's Pedro Coelho. Patient. Not sure if he got much done out the back.
No, I don't think he did. We didn't look like he did. We'll see. Only netting a 2.04. This is quite possibly the lowest scoring heat that we've had so far today. Guys are struggling to find their position in the lineup. As this tide drags out, the wind comes up a little bit, not getting any easier. Still, at this stage, 5 minutes on the clock, you'd start to come up with some type of decision-making process that gets you a few points on the board, you'd hope. It is quite a big lineup. Obviously, the typical unit of measurement for a lineup is a football sort of sized field, is what they like to use, or a blanket. This is two sort of. There's nothing kind of in between, is there? Really, when you're measuring the lineup size. Sunset famously as big as a couple of football fields. The box, more blanket.
The box is more like your 6-yard box, really, isn't it? It's a much smaller area.
Yeah.
5 on the clock.
Huh?
5 on the clock, Ben.
5 on the clock.
Has anyone got a 5 on the scoreboard? No, they haven't.
No one's broken the 5. You know, the 5-point barrier. And even Daryl Barrier hasn't broke the 5-point barrier.
Great.
And yeah, they got to pull some fireworks out here.
Tweet in here, Rod's in Stockholm. Not one of your classic Swedish names, but I don't know if maybe, yeah, who knows the origins of that. Ben, Monday, question for you, can only keep 1. Porch. Oh, let's stick with live action here. Streaking down the line is Morris. Look how fast he's going. Has he got a turn off the bottom? Bang, really nice. Good rail work from Seth. And Morris dancing across the wave face there. Calatri now into the bowl. Cash as you like. A little wrapping turn. Taps it, flicks off. So the better of that, you'd probably say, is the heat leader Morris. 4.9 is 2 heat total.
Yeah, he just waited for this. It looked really promising at this stage. A little chip in. He's like, here we go, we're on here. And then just drained off into some deep water.
Rod in Stockholm, real quick. He wants to know, Ben, let's just have a look at Morris before we get into that tweet. Look how fast he went.
Yeah, racing down the line. Had one section here to work with, and he dealt with it pretty well. Just tagged it, came down smooth. And you got a 3.43 for that. So he did improve his slight lead. At the back, see a bit more action.
Tough question from Rod. You can only keep 1. Portugal.
Yep.
The entire canon of prose and poetry in the English language, so just every sort of written word in the history of the English language.
Yep.
And the UN Charter on Human Rights.
Right.
So human rights, literature, or Portugal, Ben, you can only keep 1.
Tricky. Who was that from? Rod?
Rod in Stockholm.
Rod's got too much time on his hands, I would say. Out the back, though, hold the phone. Ooh. That's a big wave.
Barrier. Oh, that was really nice. I love those swoops he does. And again, gets some power, doesn't he? He's not a big guy. Then he swings the sharp blade into a tricky section. He gets disappeared and exploded. I know you like Portugal. I know you like human rights. You also like the written word, Ben. So I know this is You're struggling a bit here, aren't you? I can see you're uncomfortable.
There's no winners here in this
where
one.
where I like you to be.
I'm going to have to, unfortunately, get rid of the human rights.
Human rights are out.
I mean, I do like human rights. I think the treaties...
There'll be other ways.
There's people who are already ignoring that on a daily basis, which I don't like, but anyway, so that's gone. It comes down to the English language, basically, or the prose, the canon.
Only the written, yeah.
Which I sort of apply my trade in, to be honest. Oh, that
was a great question.
That would be my canon.
Yeah.
Would be gone. Which, I mean...
I'm not sure if Rod had that in mind when I don't think he thought that was the sort of real jeopardy in losing.
You know what?
The entire canon of English literature. I didn't think Monday in mind, but hey, you've included yourself in that's fair enough, mate.
Hey, it's
Portugal or...
There's a lot of words in there.
Portugal or literature?
I'm going to keep Portugal. I'm going to keep it. Yeah, it was a tough line.
Way to the gallery there, isn't he, Mandy?
Well, as I said, I've said it a million times. Look, I like Portugal. I just don't like the people. No, it's not true at all. I could not come here to Portugal. It's my favourite surfing part of Europe. So yeah, I'm.
Coelho wrapping it up here at the end of a left. It'll go soft. He got a little bit of work done out the back. Now he wants to finish. Needs a strong one. He's not done a lot in this heat. He's had a bit of a nightmare. And he'll go all the way to the inside, looking for 4.23. Meanwhile, with speed, Calatri will pick him up, tagging, throwing up some spray into that now late afternoon sunshine, getting close to 5 o'clock. And Seth Morris will be in the back with priority. We'll stick with an effort to bring this to the inside, which is ultimately unsuccessful. I'm not sure if he's got time to paddle back out. Let's see where he ends up, the Italian. We're caught up with numbers, I think, for our surfers in first and second. Here's another look at Calatri. That was nice.
Yeah, nice tag there.
He only needs a 2.91.
Well, I think he's on his way if he finishes this off.
Oh, man, he's getting that all day long.
So there's some scores coming in. While we do that, a quick tweet that they like the geography down here. We've got Roger from Reykjavik, and Roger saying Southern Pacific, Southern Atlantic, or Southern Ocean. 3 oceans, all based in the Southern Hemisphere. You got to keep one.
Because of Darryl Barrier and the way he surfed this here, I'm going to keep South Pacific.
Can you keep South Pacific? Yeah. Fair play.
Under 30 seconds to go here. Morris out the back, all on his own. Calatri gets the jump, gets the 3.27. And Barrier now in third and needing to find something. Where is he? Is that him just duck diving there? That was possibly the wave he needed. 10 seconds on the clock. And he just couldn't get himself in position. Can he spin and go here? That's him. I'm not even sure if that's him more than just the next heat. Meanwhile, Morris, he sees it home.
It's after the hooter, but it's not going to matter.
But he'll just have fun and surf this in. And it's another solid result for the Welsh and the British contingent. Seth Morris making it through out of the round of 96. Been a decent day for that squad.
Yeah, they've done well. I think that, unfortunately, maybe lost your free surfing sparring partner, Lucy, in the women's round. But yeah, I think all the guys from the UK are through so far. Seth, and I'll include Giroud.
Clutch decision from this guy. Didn't do much in the heat, but crucially got that number at the end. Backed himself, tagged it, went complete, nailed it. That's heat 13 wrapped up. Morris, Calatri advanced. Barrier, Coelho, they'll bow out at this stage. We get a commercial break. When we come back in, more live action from Portugal. Just 3 heats to go. We'll see you soon.
I got it right? Yeah. No way.
Welcome back to the western-facing shores of the Atlantic Ocean. Portugal, Costa Caparica. My name's Ben Mundy. We've booted Evans out for a well-earned rest. We've brought in Chico Alvarez to bring the energy, to bring the local knowledge, to bring the laughs, to bring the experience, to bring the expertise, to bring it all. Chico, can you deliver on all those fronts, yes or no?
I don't think so, Ben.
Wow.
I think you actually made a really pleasing introduction about someone, but I don't think you were speaking about me, maybe.
Well,
but what a great wave to start this off for Green. Looked like a really good one, but he fell on that layback. Oh, what a wave. Oh, no. He almost got hit by his own surfboard there. And what have you been up to, Ben, over the course of the day?
Lots of Twitter chat. Yeah, you don't play games, so we can't do that. That's unfortunate.
But what was
really enjoying that. Been surfing. I've had 2 surfs in between breaks, just so I get better knowledge of the lineup, and so I can kind of work out, how to sort of put myself in the surfer's shoes, so to speak. I've had chats with various surfers and administrators of the sport. Pretty much had what you would say probably the best day of my life. I mean, if you could add all those together professionally.
You got barreled today.
I got barreled. I didn't even mention that.
Did anyone see it?
Did anyone see it? I saw it. Yeah. Guy in the water.
You know what? Do you know what?
I don't even know who filmed it, but I saw it. And someone else in the water saw it. Huh?
We're going to have 8 heats of women, 16 heats of men, round 96. And you know who got barreled?
Yeah. Well, Barnaby Cox.
Ben, Mundy, and Barnaby Cox.
Yeah. Often indecipherable in many ways sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I'll take it. It's been one of those days. Every now and again, a broken clock. It's always right twice a day. So you can have your fun. You can be professional in the booth. You can enjoy the sport, enjoy your work, you enjoy your friends and your colleagues. If there was just one mark, one slight, one tiny...
Was the eye tight?
Tiny edge, but probably just drags me down a little bit, is one of my close colleagues that didn't want to play the game, that we all wanted to play. But apart from that, it's been an endless sea of positivity. And right now, I'll tell you, it's positive. Someone down there on the beach right now, Joanna Garnell, the winner of the last heat.
That's right. Seth, everyone comes out of the water the same way that you just did. Very confused, with no idea that what just happened. So you didn't even know you came in first place, right?
No, it's pretty tough out there. Just lots of water moving, and it's quite hard to hear because you're so far out, and it's quite a lot of water moving, but good to get a few waves and manage to get the win, which I'm happy about.
How do you think your heat went?
It was pretty challenging, one of the most challenging heats I've had. Just had to grind it out, just lots of paddling, and just managed to get a few ones that raced down the line and just get some turns in. So yeah.
Have you been watching the previous heats, taking some inspiration and trying to find out the positioning and everything?
Yeah, I've been watching it all day, and the waves have been looking really good all day. And to be honest, there's a lot of people that are making it look pretty good out there. But I wasn't expecting it to be so challenging. But yeah, there was definitely lots of waves on offer there.
And now you wanted to say a few words, so take it away.
Yeah, just want to say big thanks to my mum and dad, family and friends back home for supporting, my sponsor XL, and my coach Phil Sadler, Pembrokeshire Surf School, for all the support and help.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, you're in the next round.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Brilliant, Seth. Yeah, shout out to his parents and his support. I thought they were going to do an interview in the Welsh language, which would have been interesting, amazing, but he didn't. He just said the people out that have made him who he is, and I'd love to see that. I've got a question for you. What I like about you, Chico, well, I like many things about you, but is your detailed knowledge of surfing, and I'm going to ask you your favourite surfers with earrings over the time. Seth had a lovely little earring on there, which I quite liked, little stud. What about you, mate? Looking back over the history of professional surfing, who's really stood out?
I know you're going to laugh straight away because Gabriel is the first one from my generation.
Yeah, he rocks it pretty good. Yeah, I'll put him in there. Okay, I'm not going to need a few more because that's your answer to every question about anything they ask. It's Gabriel, but
no. He actually
No, I know, and I like it too. A little cross, I think. Yeah, cool. I like it. Okay.
We just parked Gabriel. I know that's a difficult thing for you to do.
But from
someone else apart from Gabriel, Athena. Anyone else? The 80s were big for it, and the 90s.
I think Dog March.
Dog March, yeah.
Yeah, one.
Yeah. Yeah, loads of them.
I think...
Get about 50 of them in one ear hole.
Did actually Mick Campbell use it?
Mick Cambo? Yeah.
I think he had 1 ear at the time.
He had one in his nose, did he?
Did he? Eyebrow.
Oh, eyebrow.
I knew it was something near.
Yeah, eyebrow. Classic.
The eyebrow one.
Classic Cambo. Just comes in with the eye piercing. Really freak people out. Like it. Matty Branson. Used to rock some serious
earrings.
Earpiece. Yeah. Yeah. Good topic. Like it. Yep. Italo? Yeah, he's definitely got some earrings on him, hasn't he? Surely to goodness.
I don't think.
Surely, yes.
Does he? Or necklace only?
He's got an earring. Absolutely. Wears it well as well, I might add. And out there now, you'll notice in this heat, particularly, only 3 surfers.
I remember one that used to use it a lot, Creed McTaggart.
Creed McTaggart, great surfer. Yeah.
Used to be the...
Yeah, you still got him. Out the back, though, live action. As we see, Ali Batista. Boom. Oh, there we go. We told you he was an entertainer. He does it all the time. He likes conditions like this. Oh, my God. If he'd pulled that off, it would have been amazing. And he didn't. He went over the handlebars and just got smoked. What a combination from Halley. We were talking up the entertainment factor of this man. And I'll tell you what, he delivered there straight off the bat. Really, really strong surfing. First turn was great, and he really went for it. Could have played it safe, but he didn't. Chico?
Yeah, the first one was really dynamic. Bang, layback jam there, and he went for it again here. And he made a really good effort there to make the last turn, but the section was just too heavy for him to make. But I love the go for it. He got a 5 for that first layback. Imagine if he lands this one. So we would be looking at for sure excellent score. So good start for Ale. I've seen some clips of Ale surfing in Algarve, and he loves some big meaty sections. He can attack it. So he's good in small surfing and good in big surfing. So Ale is a danger man all the time.
Yeah, he reads the ocean so well, doesn't he? If you ever, he's a lovely guy to surf with because he's always so positive and so happy to see about it. Geez, he gets a lot of waves, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he just reads the ocean well. He's always in the right spot at the right time, full of energy. And, surfing well over a really long career on the qualifying series. Veteran, now does a lot of work with other surfers as a coach, mentoring. So,
good is that wave?
Right-handers.
Wow.
A bit like Kira.
The one behind looks sick too. Look, I think White is trying to get into position for that one, but it's looking like a good one.
He's a bit too deep. Meanwhile,
but I think Green is going to be on the good spot for this one. So.
Right on the button. So here he goes. So Seifert banging down the line. A little bit mid-face that turn. You can see the difference between him and Ali. Just not getting it. And there's another layback, but just not in the critical top of the lip. Kind of down below. But he does finish it, and he's happy with that. So Julian Seifert putting in 3 solid turns, showing a little bit of variety. And we'll see the replay. And what do you reckon here, Chico?
Yeah, the first carve was a bit under the lip, kind of just to set up the wave. This Larry layback was quite cool under the lip again. And this one I thought it was a bit late for that last section, but he made it. So he's going to put something on the board, which
He was happy with it, wasn't he? Bit of a narrow stance as well, Chico. We were talking about like this before, and I was having that carve looked a little bit better from that top, but you're right, just under the lip, not right in the top of the pocket. Even that one, you could see be in that top third of the wave is where you really want it. A nice finish, so well surfed. Yeah, what about wide stance? Some surfers with a wide stance out there.
Philip McDonald.
Phil McDonald had a wide stance. I would say Aussie right.
He has a wide stance.
Yeah, he got a really wide stance, but a great surfer. Great wide stance surfer.
Matt Wilkinson.
Matty Wilkinson. Yeah, very wide, very front foot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Tommy Carroll? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Not
yeah.
really, actually.
Yeah.
He was
We'll go
a
with that.
back-footed.
Yeah. Let's see. Luke Dillon. Yeah. Getting ready for E-seat. There's the English connection. Luke, been on the tour for a long time, very experienced. Also now throwing his hat in the ring in terms of coaching and helping out the younger generation. Always relaxed. Look at that. Just giving his mate a pat on the shoulder, saying, "We got this. We got this team." Real close-knit group. I saw Barnaby Cox in there. He's sort of filming a little on a handy cam. He's kind of planned to do like a snake tails kind of with the UK guys on the QS. That's what he's going to get together. It's a little handy cam, and he's sort of, yeah, getting stuff together. I like it. Good concept. So he's got you're a bit of a YouTube phenomenon. You reckon that might catch on? Barnaby Cox's YouTube kind of snake tails riff?
Yeah, I think people always love to see what goes around a surf con.
I thought a name could be Cox in the Box. Could have been a good name, or
the mystery
Fox in the Box, but
or Mystery Cox.
Yeah. Cox goes large. So it's definitely, there's all sorts of great names for Barnaby Cox. So we'll see how that works out. I'm really fascinated to see how it goes. And I reckon he's on to a winner. He's a personal chap. He got barreled today. And I'm going to see him have a crack at it later on. And, go to Barnaby Cox's Instagram or social pages, and sure, I reckon a week or so there'll be something on there to get your teeth into.
We need to ask him how it's going to be called. Called.
No, we should workshop it for sure. Yeah, let's see what he comes up with. Right now, though, Seifert, that last wave, 4.33. So, edges him into the lead. Ali Batista, just with that 5-point ride, but hasn't backed up his score yet. You'd think he'd do that. Only 3 surfers. One of the surfers was injured, and that's why we've only got 3 in the water as we count these down. Right now, though, 10-minute mark approaching. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more fantastic waves like this right after this break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, back live action here. We see that beautiful lines just coming in, that wind veering back around a bit to the offshore kind of region. Still got some incredible waves. Look at all those banks up and down. Every beach has got waves at the moment. It's really crowded too, like so many waves. And I think just go and pick a peak. 5 foot, clean, lefts and right-handers. Amazing conditions today. We'll see a replay as we were on the break. That's Batista. There's a night. Oh, wow. That's the kind of stuff we like to see. Just a bit of spice, a bit of variety. Could have been a normal kind of a cutback, but he just added that little fin release. That's why we really love his surfing. That's a great wave.
They gave it a 3-point, 1-0. I thought could go a bit higher. That first turn was something different from what we've seen all day. And we see White behind on a good-looking wave during the break. Let's see if we can finish it off. Yeah, nice snap to finish that wave off. Last of Francisco Ordóñez 4.33, so he's back in the game. and that was an important wave for him because he had a 0.5 and 183 until then. So a really important wave for him to get back into this heat. And in the lead we have Ali Batista with that first wave.
Yeah.
He fell at the end, but great surfing by Ali.
Already these surfers have managed just to already get some solid scores in and still backing up. Eduardo Fernandez getting ready for his next heat. Paddling out next to the groin. Live action. Batista again. Drives off the bottom. Oh, just clicks it off the top. And another. Oh, he's going for it. He's going a bit crazy, which I don't mind. He's got the confidence. He does, I would say, the only kind of flaw in his character, not his character, his flaw in his surfing is that sometimes he just manages not to hold on to some of those big turns, and he couldn't finish that one off. But I like the commitment. I like the attacking intent, and he's still out in the lead. So we'll see. Hopefully that won't be punished too heavily. 7 minutes on the clock, and refreshments all round. It's been a long day here today as we go through this one. What did you like about this?
I love the bottom turn, the way he attacked the first section. He went really vertical, sets up again, and boom, blows the tail out. If he had landed this turn, this score needed to go excellent, in my opinion, because the approach of Ali in terms of what we have been seeing over the course of the day, it's different than the others. He has been a lot more aggressive than everyone else. So that's one thing about Ali and his attacking mode in this heat. The angles he's putting in those turns are different. He's surfing a bit more in the pocket with a bit more aggressiveness, and that's what we want to see. Wow, what a good looking wave we see now from White.
Overhead, drives around the corner. There's Francisco, he just belts in the top. And there's another one, grabs the rail almost there, and there's a nice turn. So there's two big turns. Kicks out, that'll be enough for him to back up his 4.33. Good wave selection again from the young Portuguese surfer. I like that little delayed bottom man turn. And really ripped in, a lot of spray off the back. Only 2 turns, but yeah, well executed. So let's see here. Look at this wave, Francisco. Beautiful.
Here he puts up there a really good carve, kind of snap in this, a bit more like an horizontal carve, but the wave was beautiful. So I think it's going to come in a healthy number for Francisco. I think on that first section he could possibly be a bit more aggressive because he had a wave too, and on your backside you can go a bit vertical, and the wave was amazing. So I think most of the score is going to come from the quality of the wave. And
yeah, got a 4.3, so moved him up into the lead. Still really tightly bunched between all 3 surfers. Talked about Batista surfing well and surfing aggressively, but he's just left the door open with those few mistakes. He's just pushed it so hard, he's fallen off. Just had another earring kind of thought. Robbie Page.
Robbie Page.
Pagey.
Oh, what a wave.
Out the back. This is a nice right hander. So here he goes again. That's Seifert. Oh, he's got that under the hammer. Just can't get it. Got him in between a layback, then I thought about the tube, and then kind of didn't do anything. If he just committed to that one turn, perhaps, he may have got more points. But what a fantastic wave. It's solid. You know, almost double overhead, reeling down the bank. But just, again, it's that mid-face angle to it, isn't it? Not really in the pocket, not high up in the top third of the wave, and that's what the judges might.
2.67 for that last one. I think he had a bit more juice there to really attack it, and he decided to do more a different line approach on that one. As we see the recap here, this was the first wave of Ali Batista. That first layback jam out the back, highest score of the heat so far, with the fall here at the end, unfortunately for him. But yeah, great surfing by Ali Batista, and this was the 4.33 for Francisco. Nice wave there, good finishing turn. And this was the wave. I thought he could be a bit more aggressive. He had the wave too here on this one. He kind of puts the board there, but you can tell he doesn't want to fall. He doesn't have a backup score, so I think he did a good job on posting another score. He's in the lead, so maybe now we can risk a bit more with 2 scores on the board, as we see Ali again on a beautiful wave now.
Yeah, nice swooping cut back, hits the lip, roundhouse, and can he finish it off? Little check turn through the foam, trying to improve a 3.11. Just puts the weight on the back foot, weight for this last section. It's a big one too. He's going to finish it. And this time he sticks it. So yeah, learn his lesson. Good surf from Batista. Didn't make a mistake. Surfed a tricky wave well. There's a bit of foam there, a bit of bump and a bit of sort of issues to deal with, but he just drove through and going to improve his 3.10. I reckon he's going to take the lead with this one.
Yeah, first turn was a long cutback, and then the wave gets really hard here, and he just waits for the wave to kind of like get a bit cleaner again, and he winds up a big kind of snap layback at the end. You could tell he was trying really hard to make that last turn.
Yeah, exactly. But even that cutback, he still threw in like a bit of a radical belt off the foam, didn't he? Didn't need to do that. He's still throwing in some spice, a few angles, and making life, you know, a bit more difficult for himself, but also adding difficulty and risk, which should be rewarded.
If he had landed like those second turns of the first wave and the last one he had, you'd have like 16 point total for sure.
Yeah, and he's got a 6.33 for that, so that's bumped him way up into first place. So really impressive from Batista. Looking good, surfing good.
There's some size out there.
Here we go, look at this. Another way,
nice.
There we go. That's a bit more like a bit more committed. Just caught it inside rail. He's just eyeing off the last section.
That first one looked a bit more aggressive. I liked it. He put a bit more power there on the turn. And the second one, really hard section to really manage. The wave got really hard to do. This first snap, I really enjoyed the angle. Nice. And then he winds up again and he digs the front rail. Anyway, it was going to be a really hard section to fit one more in there. So as we see, Julian Seifer is in the outside now with priority, with 40 seconds to go, needing a 4.3. So nervous moments for Julian. Let's see if he can have another crack at it, but looks really hard for him on the last 30 seconds.
He's got priority, but he's got no time. Such is the way of the world. He's trying to gather into something. Doesn't need a big score, 4.3. You got to, so he's out there patiently looking at the horizon as that sun dips into the northern Atlantic. Still got something going off something here potentially. Looks at this one. Doesn't go left or right. Looks like he's going to have a crack with 1 second, and that might be up after the hooter. I don't know, it's for the judges to make a decision on. Doesn't make any, it won't matter. He fell off, and that's his heat wrapped. Batista, impressive. Despite a few errors, still showed enough to know that he's going to be dangerous in this event if the conditions stay like this. He's got a bit of flair. He's got a bit of risk. He's not afraid to go for it. And deserving winner. So well surfed. And Halley Batista is through. See Seifert there. He's out. He had the waves actually. He can't really, his wave selection was good. Just maybe a little bit off the mark in terms of quality of surfing.
I think all of them had the opportunity actually. They all got some really beautiful waves. So
actually, you might even say that the waves are better on low tide rather than high tide.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Now, man, that's kind of shaking me to the core. While I process a sudden change of direction from Chico, I'm going to go a short commercial break. Come back with more live action right after this. 2 weeks to go, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah. No way.
Back, live action. Costa de Caparica, Portugal. Had a short break. Guess what, guys? Good news is Mundy and Chico Alves are going nowhere. We're here for another heat, wrapping away on what should be an incredible finale to an incredible day's action. There's the left-hander that Mundy had a little sniff at before, later on, earlier on in the day. Still cracking. Right-handers, left-handers. Texture's great. The sun's out. The beach crowd is huge. Really feeling energy about this town coming together, moving up towards Easter. Holidays are on. Everyone's having a great time. And we still have 2 more heats of high-octane surfing coming our way. Luis Tabert, Adam Malou, Luke Dillon, Eduardo Fernandez, and Pietro Garu. So, loads of good surfers, loads of good waves, loads of good times. Who else you got on? We carry on the conversation from the last heat. I like a bit of continuity. Wide stance surfers. Favourite wide stance surfers. Any more we've forgotten about, Chico? Out there? Europe-based? Lacamere? No. Sorry for that. Maxime's pretty wide. Yeah. He's got a wide berth about him. Very effective. What do you think? Good in the air, the old wide leg.
Narrow stance, maybe Ramsey. Ramsey has a narrow stance.
He's pretty narrow. He's in the narrow camp.
I think goofies tend to have a narrow stance.
Goofies
tend to have a narrow stance. Would you agree with me? I know it's like
narrow. Yeah, goofies are narrow. You reckon? Probably because we're better.
Wide stance, Italo.
Italo's pretty wide. Italo's pretty wide. Some of those aerial surfers tend to have wide.
Italo is wide.
He's wide. He's a wide guy. He's a wide stance guy. Whoa, there we go. There's Luke Dillon up in the pocket. Comes around the corner. Another one. He doesn't make many mistakes, this kid. Hey, and as I say it, he goes down the hole. Yeah, I think some of those aerial... Oh, I tell you, the ultimate narrow stance surfer, Craig Anderson. Narrow. Basically together. You could. Whoa! There's another big turn there in the pocket there from Fernandez. You'll see his fins. Oh, and there's a big turn. These waves are still absolutely cracking. There's a third one. Can he finish it off? He can't. But he's done the damage out the back. Big wave, big turns. Really solid technique on the bottom end turn. You can see the fins driving and spurting out water out the back like a jet engine. And he hooked it around in the pocket. And that's the type of surfing we want to see.
Really great wave from Eduardo. This second snap was really good. He threw a lot of water there, and the third here he got a bit stuck and late to that occasion, but I think all the hard work was done before. So great way for Eduardo to start this heat off. That first snap, the second one, and the third. So really good start. He still has 19 minutes to go. He might be stoked with that quick one he got. So I think anytime you start a heat off, you want to have a good one on the board. So Eduardo there making sure the first wave counts. So I think it's going to give him a lot of confidence for the rest of the heat. And yet to catch a wave, we have Pietro Garro from Italy and Louis Tabere Alamelu
got a 1 point ride. Luke Dillon doesn't make many mistakes, but he just talked too soon, so he got a 3-3-3.
Yep. Fernandez still coming in. So we've got a bit of slumber. So we're going to package up all together a lot of our conversation, Chico Alves, with I want from you a surf that ticks all the boxes. As we see out the back. Oh, couldn't quite get there. Meanwhile, live action. Two pullbacks, couldn't quite do it. Yeah, I want you to tick all the boxes of the conversation. I want a narrow stance surfer with an airing. What else did we do? What else did we have?
Mick Campbell. I got it already.
Mick Campbell.
Earring in narrow stance. I want a wide stance surfer with a shoulder tattoo.
Aussie right. Boomtown. Yeah.
I want a wide stance surfer.
Yep.
With no hair.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to give you...
I got you.
No, they're out there.
I got you.
No hair. That's the crucial one, isn't it? That's the one. You got to think of those bald, wide-legged fellas. Yeah, they're out there. Give me some time. I ain't giving up on this at all. They exist.
This was a question from Elizabeth from Porto on Twitter.
Okay, good question.
Wide stance and ball.
It's very rarely that I'm stumped for an answer, and she's got me. I'm going to go bald first, so sort of narrow it down that way, and then I go wide leg. That's the way I'm approaching the problem.
I know one.
Who you got?
Luke Stedman.
He's not bald and he's not wide-legged. So, no. No, not at all. He's no good to us. Yeah. He's not bald. He's got lovely... Oh, he actually is now. He has gone a bit bald, Luke. Finally. Great to see. But, yeah. Yeah. Wide-legged? Yeah, I'll give Steds. CT Surfer. Did very well. I think he ranked in the top 10 one year. Had a really good year. As we see those scores dropping in now for Fernandez at a 5.50 for those three backhand whacks. Even though he fell in the last one, he's still got a solid score. And surfed really well in that wave. Real powerful surfer. Knows these Portuguese beach breaks really well. Keen surfer. Keen surveyor of the conditions. There we go. Dylan on his backhand. Just waiting for one big here. That board looks small. There he goes. And kicks out. So Luke Dillon staying busy. He saw his mate, Giroge McDade, wait 22 minutes for a wave. Oh, and then out the back. There he goes again. Can he make it? He just got... Oh, and he does! So that was... We thought he was all gone. Lewis to bear. But he came round, Louis, and we thought he was gone for all money. And he popped out of the foam. Looking really, really strong. So, let's see. Interesting to see the replay on that one. It looked dynamic. It looked electric. And we'll see how it went, Chico. We're kind of concentrating on Luke Dillon's last wave just as he kicked out. And then bang, here he goes.
He winds up off the bottom. Huge section. And boom, it's really hard. And with a lot of... white water around him, and he managed to make it. So I think this is going to be an excellent number with only one turn. And this is Luke Dillon on his strength, his backside, right? He's so lethal on his backhand. Every time I see Luke Dillon on the left, I get excited because I know it's going to come with some big turns. And that wave looks really good. 3-turn combo for Luke. He's going to put him back on the seat. And Louis, come on. That turn was huge. That was probably the biggest turn of the day.
Really?
Single turn of the day.
Okay.
I think it's up there with Enzo Cavallini turn.
Okay, yeah.
I think I'm going to call it better.
Really?
Than a 7.5.
Okay.
I'm just too excited right now.
Yeah, it's huge.
I don't know if it's you or...
I'm a bit surprised by that, by your enthusiasm. Well, I'm often surprised by any enthusiasm you show, but that on this particular point, Really strange, but let's see. And he just can't make it. Bottom hand turns, so crucial. They set up all the different turns. Speaking of bottom hand turns.
7.
Okay. A 7.0.
Under Enzo Cavallini's turn.
What did he get? What did Enzo get?
7.5.
Okay.
So,
right. Well done.
But it's up there.
Yeah, it's right up there. One of the biggest single turns of the day. So, great surfing. Yeah, bottom end turns. Louise from Porto has also tweeted back in. She's saying, hold that thought, because right now, down on the beach, Joanna Garnell is the winner of the last heat. Halle Batista.
That is right. And we need to explain to our viewers why you took so long. What happened?
You have no idea. I went in the last far away. I finished my heat. I don't even know where I was. And I was checking. Why? What? I'm here so far away. And yes, thanks God I got to qualify for the next round. It's tough out there. The waves are pretty good. It's kind of point break to the right. It's beautiful when you watch from here, but out there is very tough. A lot of current. That wave have a lot of power. And I fall a lot in my board, but thanks God I got to qualify with my last wave. I turned the heat to first, and I'm here to tell you guys the truth. It's not easy out there.
And can you see any difference between a 4-man heat and a 3-man heat? Because you were competing just with other 2 athletes instead of 4 in total. Oh, you didn't even know that there were 3 of you in the water?
Oh yeah, that was so sweet because I cannot say it's easy, but yes, it's last one. When you have another one, you have another opponent to watch out. And yeah, which 2? You just have to make at least 1 to knock down. And yeah, it's way better than with 4 athletes, for sure.
Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Muito feliz de poder avançar essa bateria. Foi uma bateria difícil. Quero mandar um beijo aí para minha companheira Hanna, que deve estar me assistindo, para minha filha Sava, para minha família no Brasil também, que está me acompanhando, para todos os surfistas de Algesur, lá debaixo do Algarve. A malta deve estar na torcida aí, o Clube de Surf de Algesur. E feliz de me manter vivo na prova e poder estar representando todos vocês aqui no evento.
Just sending out a lot of love. Well, congratulations. You're in the next round.
Oh, thank you very much. So much love for you guys.
Hey, what a classic.
What a legend.
In the water, out of the water. Just
positive vibe
I want
warrior.
More Batista in my life. Be more Halle is my kind of motto.
Hashtag be more Halle.
Who's your favourite, Halle Berry or Halle Batista?
Halle Batista.
I prefer Halle Berry. I prefer Halle Berry. But anyway, I like them both. What about, I'm going to give you Halle's Comet.
I'm going to go with Halle Batista anyway.
Yeah, what a legend. So positive, so much fun. Awesome surfing. And love it. Love
Hashtag we are Halle.
Huh?
Hashtag we are Halle.
Be more Halle. And awesome surfing. Awesome post-heat interviewing. Probably more important, a giant set coming through the lineup now. Looking at that line up there. Looks like Luke might be just paddling back out to the groin to get back out. Bottom hand turns was my subject. Next subject for you, Chico. Had Louise from Porto saying, love a bottom hand turn, favourite part of surfing. And she asked you if, to pick your 3 favourite surfers with the best bottom hand turns.
I have to go with Marco Chilupo.
Right. Hockey.
J-Bay. Bottom turn on grab rail. Bottom turn.
Lovely to watch.
Lovely to watch. I'm going to go with Tom Curran.
Yeah, classic. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, I see it.
What?
No, a bit obvious, but I like it. Yeah. Good. Yeah, famous spot. Yeah, one of the best bottom hand turn in the business for sure. Yeah.
Julian Wilson.
Yeah, I can see that. He delays it, doesn't he? And still drives off the back. Tom Carroll. Well, just throw him in the mix. That'd be shortest. Yeah. Hey, wow. Look, Tom Carroll at pipe, those bottom hand turns. Anywhere, to be honest. 2-time world champion.
But yeah, okay.
You love him.
Legend.
Mates?
No, but shared a house with him in Hawaii on my first ever trip to Hawaii.
Oh,
That was
mates.
exciting.
Mates.
Never been more
Mates.
excited. Never been more excited. Yeah, me and Ronnie Blakey turned up in Hawaii. We were sharing a house with Tom Carroll on my first trip to Hawaii. That was pretty special. Yeah. Well,
How was the
never
experience?
forget it. It was good. We turned up though and he'd left a few presents behind in the toilet.
Really?
Yeah, we called them Tommy Nuggets. And we were like, yeah, we couldn't believe it. We're like, check out these Tommy's Nuggets. We were so like young Groms. We were so excited. It was brilliant. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, when I see Tom, I always say hello. And he says, hello, Ben. I wouldn't call us mates, but definite acquaintances. Yeah, he was a hero of mine growing up, for sure. Okay, last heat of the day down there. We got Papa in red. Elia Bouchan there. We saw Yakon Korea in there in the green. Plenty of action coming our way. 7 minutes ago on this clock day, Dylan out in front. Couple of fours. Louis with that one massive turn. Hasn't been able to back it up with a 7. Fernandez there. Now we see him. This is his second wave. Oh,
Wow.
There we go. He's doing it again and he likes it. Got a
Sick
5-5
turn.
for his surf wave. And he's just
That was aggressive.
Yeah, he's been really, really sharp on his backhand the whole heat. Well, he's had his second wave, but he looked great on that first wave and he's managed to tag that one. So really, really solid. Let's talk it through it here.
Yeah, this first turn he was quite just setting this last one, and he didn't add much space, and he was able to really put it vertical out there. So I think it's gonna come in a good number for him for this one, because that turn was really aggressive.
And women on the bottom end turn front, please. Carol from Porto's asked.
Bottom turn. Can you give me a sec?
No.
While you talk?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you take your time, mate. 6 minutes to go. Just waiting on that score to drop for Eduardo Fernandez. I think he only needed 2.51 to move up into second, so he's going to get that. It's just a question of whether he moves it right up into first. And
Megan Abubo.
Abubo. Bottom man turning Abubo. Yeah, I'll take that. Lock that in. 2 to go. Pietro Garou at the back, hold on, there we go. Oh, there's a nice turn, a little bit of shampoo. And then he comes around the corner and he just looks like he's going to get one more turn in. A little bit safe, but Lewis Tabert, Alan Malou, can he finish it off? A bit of aggression, he likes it. He's still not done yet. Busiest man in surfing right now. He's going to come in and try and paddle out. Look, you can see him taking in some deep breaths, and that's going to give opportunity for Chico to go this way. What did you like about it?
Yeah, he put it vertical there under the lip snap, winds up again, gets just a quick carve, wash the water from his face, and he gets a quick kind of like redirection there, and then he gets a vertical snap at the end. So I don't think it's going to be a 7 like he had on the first wave. I think it's going to be a low number, but a good number for him because he needs a backup. So
yeah, and he gets 3.17 for that wave. Meanwhile, Fernandez got a 5.83, so those two now out in front. That gives Luke Dillon a number to chase, 5.35. He's chasing numbers, I'm chasing answers for bottom hand turns from women's surfers. Chico Alves, hold that thought. You've got a bit more time because another wave getting ridden. And it looks like it is. Garou comes around, a little bit of a safe turning, falls down, so he's not going to worry with his heat total, only a 1.1 already. He's in all sorts of strife. Gonna have to hurry up here. I'm gonna have to take some answers from you, Chico. I'm running out of time. I need some answers.
Lisa Anderson.
Lisa Anderson, yeah, I'll take that. One of the finest stylish surfers of her generation, of any generation, 4 times world champion.
Stephanie Gilmore.
Okay, shooting fish in a barrel, but yeah, okay, absolutely. Take Gilmore, Abubo, and Anderson.
And
Well, it was Caroline Marks, would have, you know.
Yeah, backside. She gets really low on the center.
Doesn't she?
She's really good too. There's plenty of them actually, but yeah, those three names are the ones that come up to my mind right now.
Can't really envisage Megan Abubo's bottom end turn, to be honest. Can't really picture it as being particularly. I mean, she must have had one because she was an incredible surfer, but can't really sort of. No, it's not a trademark, is it? But you must have seen it.
More carve.
You've seen more of it more than me. Yeah, sorry. The
Larry
Abubo
Layback.
carve. Everyone knows about the Abubo carve. Right now, though, 3 minutes on the clock. I'm going to see how we got here. Fernandez and Louis Tabert out in front. How'd they get there, Chico Alves?
Yeah, Eduardo Fernandes started off really strong with this well-surfed wave with 3 carves for a 5-5. So he started off quick, which is something you want today because there's a lot of paddling, and this was Luke Dillon trying to answer with that wave. But this was the turn of this heat. Huge backside turn from Louis Tabert Alemalo, and what a turn for him. 7-point ride for a single turn, and this was the answer from Eduardo Fernandes. Quick snap there and bang, huge backside turn for good measure, and Eduardo is in the lead with 2 minutes to go. So Eduardo looking really good to get through on this heat.
Yeah, out in front. As you see him go again. And that one not as successful. Managed to get a couple. Yeah, managed to get a few in, but not going to run the score. Luke Dillon now needing a 5.35, 90 seconds to go. So not a whole lot of time on the clock. 5.35 is enough, but it still means that he's got to get on his skates. He's got to make an effort. Got second priority. I don't know if Guru's near him. Very experienced competitor is Dillon. He won't be too rattled. He'll just be trying to stay calm, trying to eye out one opportunity. That's all he needs. Might find it's here, but the surfer ahead of him's got the priority, so that's going to be a bugger for him. And he goes around the corner, and he's going to let that one go. Garreau misses it though, so that could be a mistake. Will Luke Dillon be able to pounce? A few sets approaching.
58 seconds, so
left
pressure
right.
time for Luke.
He's going to have to go bigger, as we just see. Oh, a little double up there, little drop in. Look at that wedge.
I think this is not the it. This is Martin Paulin from Costa. Just having fun there. There's 3 surfers there on the inside rip ball.
You should go down there, Chico, as a member of the Caparica surfing community. Grab that kid by the ear hole, pierce it, one through the ear, one for the eyebrow, and say this is not the way you treat one of the premier sporting events. Yeah, probably on the world sporting calendar. That's the way I would approach that problem. It's up to you how you deal with it. Right now,
you haven't told
Luke
me,
Dillon's got a problem. He's got 15 seconds. He needs a 5.35. He's got priority. He's got no time. And the UK surfers have had a pretty good run today, but the elder veteran might be about to let the team down. He's out of time, he's out of luck, and he's out of the event. Luke Dillon won't be able to. He heads in hands. He had some opportunities. Unlucky. Pretty solid heat scores from his 2 opponents. Haven't always had that today. That's the way it goes though. The cookie crumbles. Luke Dillon, unfortunately, he'll hang around and support his mates. That's not the way he wanted to see out the rest of the week. He wanted to surf, and right now he's not going to get that opportunity, at least in the event. And we see 11.33 and 10.17. And so the penultimate heat of the day, heat 15. We've got one more to go in the round of 96. But until it happens, right, you guys go make a cup of tea, get a cold drink, settle in. We've got one more heat, plus the post show coming in right after this short commercial break. Bye for now.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. Welcome back to the last heat of the day, guys. If you stuck with us from 7:32 a.m., I commend you, and I wouldn't be surprised. It's been a non-stop party of high-octane surfing. I'm Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans.
Hi.
And Philippe Jervis. We've got the three-man team to bring it home. And I tell you what, there's excitement in the water, there's excitement on the land, and there's excitement on the Twitter sphere.
Oh, it's gone mad. It's blowing up, mate. I'm just trying to select the best of them. I got Anna Marie in Leeds.
That's good, but I did have to have the word Rob Gunning. He's had to increase the server. So he's brought down a double.
Bought another server farm.
Yeah, he's bought a server farm. He stuffed it up in the back of the hills behind the thing, and we're good to go. Good news.
The air conditioning was problematic, but I think we fixed it now. Yeah, Anna Marie in Leeds wants to know, you can only save one: free universal healthcare, cold drinks, or the Guardian Football Weekly podcast. Almost as if she knows you, Ben. Some of the things you like. You like healthcare. You like cold drinks on a hot day. You like Guardian Pod. About foosball. Monday, to you first.
Well, what do you think I am?
Anna Marie in Leeds.
What do you think? What type of monster do you think I am?
It's cold drinks, yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to keep a cold drink. Yeah, I can't live without
Jervis,
that.
yeah, you on board? What?
For me, I would go for healthcare.
For universal healthcare.
Classic Jervis.
Plays it with a straight bat.
Yeah.
I didn't have cold drinks, then I would. Yeah,
they're coming thick and fast. I'll just try and get through this.
Yeah,
We've got to go. We've got Roisin in County Wexford in the Republic of Ireland. Hang on, we've got a paddle here.
Hold that thought as we see Ile Bouchan. No.
All right,
Twitter is go.
Roisin, she's curious. She's in Era. She wants to know, you can only keep one: Idris Elba, Gary Lineker, or Jacinda Ardern. Wow, great combo there.
Yeah, I'm going to keep Jacinda.
You're going
with the former New Zealand Prime Minister.
She's just taken up a new role, I believe.
Not as a New Zealand Prime Minister though. I take it. She was. She's a lovely lady, a very effective politician, and with a heart of gold. What more do you want from a Prime Minister?
I'll go for that same answer.
Yeah, you can have it.
I mean, Liz Truss is great. Don't get me wrong.
She did some really good stuff.
It's actually the wrong answer. The right answer is Gary Lineker, but hey, guys, whatever. It's fine.
You got fired though.
I've got Ainsley in Sacramento, California. It's early over in Cali, but he's online. He's enjoying it. He wants to know. You can only keep one: the rule of law, salt and vinegar crisps, or electronic dance music, EDM. Lovely.
Just the two?
No. The rule of law.
Oh, okay.
Salt and vinegar crisps.
Yeah.
Electronic dance music. You can only keep one.
Yeah, look, I don't
You
mind.
salt and vinegar guy, Ben?
It's my preferred.
One of the great flavours,
yeah,
isn't it?
or as we call them, chips in Australia, as opposed to hot chips, which are hot chips. And if I was, they're a big part of my life. But
you like the rule of law as well, though.
Well, I'm not. Look, I like a bit of mischief. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but
I don't mind pushing the rules, and I don't mind saying, look, we can do it a different way. But I'm not an anarchist. I'm going to have to keep the rule of law. I mean, even in the lineups, what would happen? Talk about the lineups right now. Francisco Lazzini, it looks like, coming around the corner. He's got a little section here. Can he get it up in the pocket? He needs to. He doesn't. A bit of a half turn. Not high enough in the way for my liking. But he's going down the line, trying to finish off strong. Waits for it. Waited a long time for this. Probably not quite worth the wait, but he's opened up his account. Meanwhile, out the back, Eduardo Papa, the other Italian, based in France, a lot of time now. There's a nice bit of spray. Actually, pretty experienced competitor these days, Eduardo. Been around a fair while now. And he surfed well. Yeah. So
you ever see a salt and vinegar guy?
Not really.
Do you like dance music with the electronic persuasion?
Not,
as it's known in Australia, a doof.
Not EDM. I like techno music.
That comes under the broad heading,
really?
I would say, without meaning to get too gunny.
And the rule of law, I was trying to figure out. Let's just see the recap of this wave. Eduardo just started off this wave really well, and then kind of mistimed this one. And yeah, he got to go around the section. That was a really good wave and a couple of nice cutbacks. Yeah, Eduardo spends a lot of time in Portugal. He is really good friends with Joaquim Chaves, and he has been surfing here for a long time. But yeah, really good wave. We also had first wave of Lazzarini unfortunately, I think he kind of mistimed all the turns here. He could have gone to the lip, but he kind of carved it, and then another carve under the lip. And even this one, he waited for too long, and he hit it kind of late. Didn't have that much expression on that turn, but good job. 3.17. He's going to go. I don't think that's a good idea. You're going to lose a lot of time going around through the pier. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. I haven't surfed. I spoke with Pedro Coelho, and he told me like he got smashed for like 15 minutes on his heat. So it's probably pretty hard to get over all those sets on the outside. But yeah, Lazzarini probably thinks it's the best idea to go around. We'll see. 4.5 for Eduardo, and Eli no waves still, and Giacomo 0.83. Back to your question, back to Twitter.
Rule of law.
Rule of
Easy,
law.
Salt vinegar crisps.
I'm a good boy. I'll go with the rule of law.
Yeah,
probably.
fair enough. Yeah. Keep us. Okay, speaking of the rule of law, Joanna Garnell down on the beach with a winner. Oh, actually, Chico Alves.
Yeah, I'm looking really blonde today. I'm looking really blonde today, I know. Yeah, I have with me Eduardo. Eduardo, you started off the heat with a 5.5. Did that give you confidence for the rest of the heat?
Actually, no, because I don't hear nothing. So I was kind of lost in the heat. So and tried to find myself there and catch one more wave, because I think I took too long to take my second wave. But in the end, yeah, I couldn't make it. I'm so happy.
Are you using a bit of a step up today?
No, I'm with my normal board. It's a 510, so it's the board where I like more, so I stick with it.
What's your goal for this event?
Passing heats.
Passing heats and win the comp.
Yeah, for sure.
And make some cash.
It's good too.
Good luck for the next round.
Thank you, Chico.
Back to you, boys.
Okay, thank you, Chico. And Eduardo, happy man, surf well, backside point on form, out the back there. Oh, there's a nice first turn from a puppy. You hear the groans of enjoyment from the booth. There's another, a little bit safe, but still right in the pocket. And can he get round? He can't. Nice dismount. Still that. 2 big turns. Liked it a lot. Also like this tweet coming in from Caroline from Warsaw. She's going to you guys. Give me a sofa, a desk, or a kettle.
Oh, I need to know what's a kettle. I don't know. I'm
when
not
you boil
sure.
water in to make tea, or sometimes coffee.
Kettle. Yep. Oh, it's this.
Yeah, it's boil water.
Boil water.
Out the back, we see this way. What do you reckon, Paul Evans? What did you like? What didn't you like?
I like the amplitude all the way from the bottom,
definitely.
deep bottom turn into the lip, attacking, aggressive. I actually really like the dismount. There's no points here, but the standing leap used to be in the Olympics. Now we just have long jump, but in the actual ancient Olympics, the standing leap was a sport. It's gone away, but I like to see it. But just the way it goes, look how far it goes out the bottom of the wave.
Yeah, that's
it
really
just
good.
opens up his surfing, lets it breathe fully.
Yeah, that's really, really good surfing by Eduardo Papa. Even though he's not exploding that much on the leap, the amplitude, as he said, is really good, and he has been catching a lot of good waves, a lot of wall. He says is that the tide is dropping a little and gets a bit steeper wall. It's a 4.1, and we've been seeing whole day sometimes 8.6 of total score. It's enough to get through. So.
Yeah, 4 is like in the context of today, 4 is kind of a 6, right?
Exactly,
4 is like a 6.5 almost, and kind of like what you think the scale might go. Just scores have been pretty compressed, and that's a pretty decent number.
Yeah,
looking, Ben.
Yeah, well, you haven't answered the question about the...
Sorry. Okay, well, I'm not keeping the desk because I'm against work in general, as you well know. I've got a slight aversion.
I was surprised you've got one.
I think it's one of the downfalls of, along with sort of agriculture, I think sitting on a couch is one of the downfalls of society, and I don't think there's any back pain in hunter and gatherer society before the couch, so
I reckon there was.
Keep it kettle.
Let's keep a lot of back pain.
Let's keep it kettle.
Okay, yeah.
I love hot drinks, mate. You know that.
Yeah, that's why I chose it. Yeah,
I'll go for a couch. I need to sit down and play my FIFA and play PlayStation and have a little chill.
She's eclectic. She's backed it straight up with midfield general, Fox in the box, or attacking fullback.
I hate attacking fullbacks. I just don't even recognise it as a position. It's one of the downfalls.
Don't say that. I play as a
downfall of the modern game.
Even though it's the sort of the linchpin of the modern game.
I play as an attacking fullback.
Box in the box is a sort of a backhanded compliment in a way, isn't it? It's like you're effective, but you're not kind of stunning. You know, you kind of like you're always there, but your numbers are good. But are you like do you win hearts and minds?
To Inzaghi.
Oh, I mean, Lineker is a classic example. I mean, for the kids out there. So yeah, I'd go with the midfield general. Yeah, I'd probably have to go with that.
Yeah,
Jervis?
I have to go with attacking fullback.
Yeah, like it.
yeah.
Speaking of attacking, there's a big first turn. Can he hang on? He does. Beauchamp, he likes it himself. It gives him a self-clap. And sometimes you go out to rinse it. That was his first wave. He was happy that he landed that. Sort of hit the lip pretty hard. Interesting to see where the judges put it. Might need a new angle to see if it was as critical as his own claim thought it was. Flip Jarvis, what do you got?
That's a critical section. It's pretty committed. I don't think it's going to be as high as he thought, because that claim felt like he did something really big. But we already saw some huge turns today, and he was always on the 7-point range. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what's Eli going to get on that wave. But I don't think it has been as critical as the other two turns we watched. We watched that last one, the all Lois one, a huge backside turn, and we saw Enzo Cavallini on that single turn. Yeah, it's going to be a mid-range score. I think he thought he was higher than he actually is. So
yeah, maybe just kind of happy that he made it. Got a score on the board. It's going to come around the 4-point range. So not a bad start. 12 minutes to go. This is the last heat of the day. We're going to have the post-show wrap up after this. We're going to go to a short commercial break though. So as soon as we go to this, we're going to come back with the last 10 minutes of the round of 96 plus the post-show. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back right after this.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way.
Okay.
We are back. There's a hotbed of activity. There's big discussions. Twitter's caused a ruckus in the commentary booth about that last score. Jarvis was calling it 4.3. Evans went at 3.9. It's coming into 4.1.
Oh, man.
And it's right in the middle of the two. No one's happy, except for Beauchamp, who's managed to get his score on the board. Still a relatively low-scoring heat, 8.6, leading Eduardo Papa out in front. Beauchamp back in the game. And, of course, we have always been interested today in the feedback from the rest of the audience. Twitter has been pretty crazy, Paul. Anymore? We've got to wrap it up soon. We've got the post show to come up. We've got to be a bit more serious. We've got to wrap up the whole day's play. But if there's anything coming through, I'm all ears.
Yeah, we've got Ibrahim in Berlin. You can only keep one. Freedom of movement, high-speed wireless internet, pizza.
Oh. Yeah, tough one. Tough one.
All forces for good, I think we can all agree. Even vegan pizza's come a long way in the last few years. Ben.
Yeah.
Ibrahim in Berlin.
Yeah, I'm going to keep freedom of
I
movement.
think he's referring to in the EU, I'm assuming.
Well, I think freedom of movement.
What do you mean by freedom of movement?
Borderless, sort of frictionless, visa-less travel in the 33 member states of the European Union.
Yeah, freedom of movement. There's
Better
nothing
than
better.
pizza? You'd never see or eat another pizza again happily for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'll go to McDonald's.
Okay.
Yeah. Pizza or refugees? I think I might try and eradicate the concept of refugees. I would say, but horses for courses, I suppose.
Don't like high-speed internet, guys? Not into that? Don't use it much?
Yeah.
Having recently just got it about 3 weeks ago, I have actually come round to the concept of it. Yeah, we got the new broadband came in, and I also, on that note, I did a great April Fool's joke. I mean, for the crowd, I told my 12-year-old son that the internet had been cancelled for 10 days just for the school holiday period. He cried, and then he tried to punch me. It took me about an hour to bring him back around.
Classic
It's like April Fool's, mate. He was like, it's just not him.
Relax.
It's not funny. I was like, okay, mate.
Sorry.
Yeah. So there you go. Out the back, here we go. What do we got? Some high-speed surfing. Oh, it goes down the hole. Lazzarini, I think. Hard to tell in the glare, but
the mistake you made there, Ben, if I may, you should have seen it through. You should have doubled down and just unplugged it for 10 days ago. No, I wasn't making it up, mate. Look.
My original idea was to get the Xbox and actually take it all out and say that we'd been burgled. But then I looked at the wires and it was literally like, I mean, I could have electrocuted myself.
Scott
I could
Lee,
never. This scarf.
ADS.
I mean, only he can do it. So yeah. So then I stuck for the cheap jab to the ribs with minimal effort. Which kind of sums up my life, to be honest.
Kept forgiving you now, or still? Are you guys cool now?
Yeah, we sorted it out.
They're still mad, probably.
Yeah, he's a bit mad. But yeah, it's a lesson learnt there. He doesn't really understand. I think April Fool's is the thing that Australians really embrace, not so much. Over here we go. So Papa, the current heat leader, he's got a bit of open section, a little check turn, waiting for something big here. He's got one turn maybe.
Oh, he missed
Almost
it.
lost his wax there and just doesn't get any type of manoeuvre in. And Lazzarini is going to still be in second. Look at that score. So close again. 8.6 down to 0.83. Anyone's sort of heat thus far. I'm going to go down the last 7 minutes. It's raced by these last few heats, isn't it? As the tide's held out. Done 24 heats today. Another incredible performance from all the workers. It's a massive team, this, from the administrators to the commentators, obviously, probably working the hardest, but the staff, the food, the catering, all the partners. It's a massive team that all come together on these long days, so shout out to them. You'll notice I've ignored the judges in that little roundup, but right now, Beauchamp comes around on his backhand, a little quick off the top, but it looks like it's going to run away from him. And there's another dismount, didn't mind that. A bit less amplitude on the dismount, standing jump. Should be brought back in the Olympics. They used to have the high jump too, didn't they? Standing high jump.
Yeah.
They used to have.
Yeah.
And we say out the back end, just not much going on.
Yeah, a bit
safe.
soft on that section, unfortunately, because the wave looked good. I don't think he was too committed on that one.
Comes around the corner and just can't quite do it.
Yeah, Jonathan at Tenerife. You can only keep one. Electronic vehicles, room service, goofy foots. You can only keep one, guys. 3 goofy foots in the studio. En ce moment.
I don't order room service.
Yeah, but it's nice to know it's there if you need to,
Nah,
mate. I mean, that's some of the best. It's like insurance. You don't necessarily want to have to use it. However, just knowing it's there makes you feel good.
We'll be back on that.
Sandwich
We're gonna
and
go.
a Coke in a glass bottle. Yes, please.
We're gonna go and recap on this one. Eduardo Papa just absolutely smashing these waves. He's getting some of the nice. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck on that one, but surfing pretty well. A 4.5 on this one, and also a 4.1 on the second to best wave. He's gonna finish this one off here with a beep of power. Ben like that turn, and yeah, this is the 4.1. A couple of big turns. That was a 2-time cutback, but yeah, that's the pinpoint Paul likes. And this is Eli's best wave, a 4.1 as well. He sure enjoyed it. A bit of a climb. He was happy with it, but 4.1, it's all he got.
Not a great heat, really, we've got to say. Disappointing score-wise.
Yeah, the scores reflect that. There's been no real... That first wave at Eduardo was the highlight, but that was a 4.5. So, yeah, been lacking a little bit of drama.
Do you like room service, Ben?
Yeah.
Do you like electronic vehicles?
I do.
Do you like goofy foots?
I like them all. That's why it's a very good question.
2 have got to go forever.
Yeah.
Never to be seen again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oops. I mean, I'm torn. Room service, I can, it's nice
like
now
Natalie
it's there.
and Bruglia, you're torn.
Like a club sandwich and a can of Coke. I mean, I do it all infrequently, but when I do, I never feel happier. So,
oh, man, wheeled up on a...
Yeah, I like that. But EVs, obviously, probably one of the ways out of the current climate crisis that we are in, so that's important.
It's sort of inevitable.
But I'm keeping goofy footers. Just because, by doing that, we eradicate half of the surfing population.
Well, over half.
Also,
half. Probably 2/3.
You think? No, it's not half.
No, it's 2/3 of regular foots. Probably a third of goofy.
So we get rid of 2/3 of the population. There's one right here. He won't be in the game.
See you later.
This is Jack on a nice little right-hander. A couple of nice snaps as he puts another carving on the top. This wave just keeps on providing for him. Let's see, he has that finishing turn that he usually likes. Unfortunately, no. But
I don't think Jonathan Tenerife was implying that you eradicate regular foots. He was just saying,
by
do you
definition.
keep goofy foots?
I would keep
goofy
foots. I
Not
don't
only
care
am I
about
eradicating 2/3 of the surfing population,
I don't
I'm
care
eradicating
about-
the 2/3
yeah.
that no one likes. So it's kind of like the ultimate win-win.
As you see here, Jack up and riding. Nice little first turn. Gets a little stuck because of his arm positioning, and then another nice snap. And very good wave by Jackman. So
needed a 5.54. Do you think he's going to get that, Philippe?
Maybe not a 5.54, but he's going to put himself in the mix because he only has a 0.83. So he's going to go straight into the second or even the first place, as we see here. Lazzarini on the left. Nice little snap and nice little finishing turn. 2-turn combo by Lazzarini. Let's see.
Not seen great numbers on lefts, have we? Throughout the day, really, lefts haven't particularly paid heavily.
Not really, because they always go on the deep part of the ocean. It's just, you feel like he's gonna. He actually he was able to. I don't think that's worth it.
Nah, that wasn't worth it. But yeah, I like the short arm steamer. Probably one of the only guys wearing the short arm today, so he gets points for that. I mean, judges won't allocate points for such an arbitrary thing, but still good to see. Yeah, a lot of effort for that last little turn. And the left-handers, I can remember a couple of lefts. In the post-show, we might go through the top waves of the day for both the women's and the men's round. We might see if there's any lefts. I'd be very surprised if they've come through. I do remember Van der Waal. Dean did get a good left, but
it's probably the best left of the day, huh?
But yeah, that fat Warlow's right, so running off. And so we'll see. 90 seconds on the clock. The score coming in. They're taking a bit of their time with it. With Jack Carrera, it was well surfed. I think it's going to be there or thereabouts. In or around.
Yeah, he just needs to put it back up.
He's got a minute left on the clock. Doesn't have priority. And it looks like Ile Bouchon could be in trouble again. Low-scoring nature of the heats makes it tight, which adds a bit of drama. But we'd rather see a bit of quality over these really tight bunched 8-point heat totals. But again, the judges have been pretty consistent. They're rewarding,
consistently stingy?
Yeah, consistently mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Give these guys a break.
Nah, it's hard to get high scores.
It is, and so it should be.
Yeah, exactly.
And
they are a bit grumpy. They have been asked to sleep on the beach this time at Caparica, which I'm not saying it's not a good time, but it can get chilly at night. That wind can blow the sand into your sleeping bag. To be fair to the judges, they're actually faring okay, considering.
Tell you what, imagine if you asked the judges about if room service could get eradicated from their lives. There'd be some type of mass anarchy. Just to be like the rule of law was eradicated.
It's just to tell you that Jack needs a 1.37. And
he didn't get the score. He got a 5. You're right. So 1.37. That way is going to go underneath him, and it looks like he's going to run out of time.
Oh my God!
Massive effort, so close. A 5 needed a 5.4, and he didn't get it. He's still in, and there goes the hood, and that's how close it is. And that is a wrap of the day. It's been to the very end, hard-fought battles, excitement, and always excitement. But I tell you what, only 2 can go through. And in this case, it's Eduardo Papa and Ile Bouchon. Not a particularly dramatic end to the day, but a hard-fought one. And we have wrapped up
What is now down to only 48 surfers in the men and 24 in the women. Not a lot. We've carved through a substantial part of the field in the first 2 days. There's more waves to come. So we're
got rid of all the regular foots.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with the post show after this short break.
I got it right? Yeah.
No way. And welcome back to the beautiful sunny evening here in Costa de Caparica. We've had an incredible day of waves. We're going to go through the post-show, talk about, 24 heats of high-octane surfing action. The women's, we started off all the way through the men's. The crowds have been huge. The waves have been solid. The fun's been through the roof. And we've had some really, really sort of impressive displays of surfing. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the post-show by Paul Evans here on my left and Philippe Jervis, a resident Portuguese surfing expert. And Paul, just give us 3 words to describe the day.
Big fun at the beach.
That's okay. That's 5. But yeah, I like it.
Big fun beach.
Yeah, big fun beach. Okay, awesome.
Jervis, 3 words.
Amazing day surfing.
Amazing day surfing.
I cut up the off.
That's fine. Yeah, pretty close, guys. I mean, numerical sort of mathematics is probably not your strong point, but yeah, it has been days. There's been some big scores. We might actually start off with the women's.
Been some low scores, to be fair, as well.
A lot of low scores, of course. It's been tricky conditions. It's been a lot of water moving around, but there has been some highlights. We're going to go through them now. Starting off with the women's first 2, the best heat totals of the day.
I think we're going to go to the interview first.
Oh, we have to go to the interview.
Yeah.
I want to get through there. I want to go to the highlights, but there's always someone that wins the last heat, and that man down there on the beach, I think. Oh no, we're going to go to round 1, heat number 3.
I was wrong.
He's got your classic Enter Sandland, and here we go. Surfer in green.
Yeah, this is the Portuguese surfer, Erica Mendonça. Yeah, she has different names. Unfortunately, she gets stuck there, but she surfed really well. She got some of the best waves of the day, and this is the girl that got in the second place. She surfed really, really well as well.
Yeah, Lauren Sandlin there, and you're right, Erica.
This is, I think this is the British surfer. She got a 2-turn combo here. She also got there in the mix, but Erica just, yeah, she got the best waves of the day, the best waves of the heat, sorry, and she managed to get some nicely turns, and this one even doubled up. Nice little turn.
Yeah, great surfing there from the girls. It was nice and clean. It ended up a bit wild and woolly towards the end, and the person that did the best with that sort of conditions right on the last heat of the day is down there on the beach, the winner of the last heat 16 of the men's.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Eduardo. Last heat of the day, a bit nervous about that?
Yeah, it was tough out there. So much water moving. Definitely the waves got bigger, so it was really challenging. Yeah.
Did you stay all day in the beach until now, or you stay at the hotel waiting?
No, I prefer to stay at my house waiting, watching the competition from my phone. I prefer it, yeah.
Did you use a bit of a step up today?
Actually, that's like 5'11", a little bit, not that much, but I feel like if you get the good ones, you can surf with a normal board, maybe a little bit bigger, but it's very, very cool, yeah.
Could you hear anything out there?
Sorry?
Could you hear anything out there?
It was difficult. That was another difficult thing because the wind switched a little bit side onshore, so it was pretty difficult, yeah.
Looked difficult, but you managed to get through, so congratulations and good luck for the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
You want to say some words back home?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. Grazie a tutti che ci guardano e ci fanno il tifo e niente, andiamo avanti. Forza Italia.
Forza Italia. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Yeah, couldn't hear anything outside and couldn't hear anything on the beach either.
He's good at those interviews, isn't he, Chico?
Yeah,
He really
he's
comes
really
into
good,
his own.
mate. He's a people person.
He really is.
He really knows how to
like
bring someone
genuine
out.
connection,
Yeah.
I feel like, with the surfers. Even sometimes he doesn't pay that much attention to the heat, and yet he nails it every time.
He really does. Yeah, he's a very worthy addition to this environment. Now, right now, we're going to go through some of the best heats of the day and the men's
Yes,
heat.
please.
This was a round of 96. Heat 1, actually. First start off. We start off with a bang. I think you guys watched this, and he might be in that man, Nickerton. It came in late, but I'll tell you what, didn't he make it count, Paulie?
Yeah, this was a great heat. He's actually, do you know what, with 4 or so minutes to go, Nickerton was on the wrong side of a massive score. He actually needed to get an 8, something like that, and he built a platform. This was Kepa, who ripped, really, this heat. He didn't do much wrong, and he was actually, I think, pretty devastated to not get through, because just if you got an overall impression of the heat without getting too much into the scores, you'd say he was one of the best 2 surfers, but ultimately it's those really fine margins that can be made, and you can be made to pay, and Nickerton had an opportunity. I tell you what, he took it.
Yeah, he really did. Just on the death there, interesting story. He thought it was a 20-minute heat, Nickerton at the start, so he found out it was a 25-minute heat, and you know he saw it as a bonus, and he really came in. And you're right about Capri. He got a 12.33 in third place, which in any other heat would have easily got through. So surfing can be unlucky, and Nickerton, this is the last wave of the day, and he made it count.
I thought he needed a high 8. My score hadn't been updated, I don't think. I thought he needed an 8, and I thought he's ripped this way, but I don't know if it's into that excellent range best score of the day. Do you know what? He actually needed a high 6, I think, and he got a 7. And he got it done, and you've got to say, you're a little bit baffled, you're out of sorts, you're not exactly sure how long the timing of the heat. Being able to just pull that out of the bag, you're up against the ropes, and you get it done. Respect to that. He surfed really well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's by his own account, he said, it's not the way to approach a heat. You made a few mistakes, but he got one of those little lucky passes, and he made it count right on the death. And yeah, fair play through to the round of 48, which is awesome. Also, coming up now, Australia Galicia wave of the day. I mean, who knows? I mean, we're not quite sure exactly. There was so many incredible waves getting ridden today. So many high scores.
Maybe
we're going through the Australia Galicia wave of the day. Here it is coming up right now. Proud sponsors of the event. They've been with us in Portugal for a long time now. We really appreciate it. And that's that man, Aaron Strong.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
7.5. Yeah, Aaron.
He came around the corner. He just didn't need to go that hard in that first turn. He went, you know what? I don't care. You can see the clean conditions we had, Paul, earlier on in the day. It was so pristine, wasn't it?
Putting everything into it. Sometimes you think, we talked about you don't want to lose. Kind of second is good enough. I don't think Strong's thinking about that right now. He's just tearing this wave as if he's in a free surf. And if you do that, Philippe, you're going to get numbers.
Yeah, Aaron just went for it. And I really like that about him. It just goes for it no matter what situation it is. The wave looked good. And actually, we could hear him on the interview. And he said, yeah, the wave looked good. I'm not going to hold back. So that's a good call, no matter what position you're in on the heat.
Yeah, exactly right, Philippe. We don't hold back here, either in the booth or in the location. We have had an amazing day of waves. We've got plenty more to come over the next few days. Tomorrow is another 7 o'clock call. You'll be happy to know, Paul. Always the early riser. With a potential 7:30 start. We've got great waves. We've got a good forecast. We've got some of the Europeans' best surfers all on the beach. Please check in.
Hopefully get Hopkins tomorrow. I've seen her around, but I haven't seen her surfing a heat
Yeah,
today. And
well,
that's just the one, if I can say one thing about today, which I'm a little bit sad about. I haven't seen Hopkins in a singlet. Hopefully tomorrow. I've hung out with her a bit.
Fear not, Paul. The big guns are arriving tomorrow. Some of the best surfers are in town. Please come and join us. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Bye.
Good morning and welcome to Portugal. QS competition resumes on the beautiful shores of Costa de Caparica. It's the Caparica Surf Fest 2023 and day 2 of our waiting period this week.
Today, and she looked pretty pumped. As you see her, nice bottom turn, hitting really strong.
Right here, smooth as you like. It's aggressive at the same time. It's a big wave. Here he goes off the bottom. Great looking wave. Big turn. He needs another hit here. Digs in really hard. Nick Cretin now being patient. Stomps the tail. Lets the wave stand up. Bang.
And as a definitely going to help his cause.
I love the approach. Like the first turn was really critical. The way he really put himself.
This is the second best wave of Leon. Nice first turn.
First turn is huge. Oh, that's a big hack in the corner, and just that open face. He stayed busy. He would have liked one really last little steep section here, but
Costa right now, as we see the tube there from Cox. We're going to go to a barrel and come back with more action just like that.
And a really enjoyable heat. This guy's smooth as you like.
Yeah, that's this one. 2-turn combo.
Where is he?
Oh my God, that's a really, really good turn.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.